guarantee, and it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Got an app idea? You're sitting on a gold mine, but stuck on how to bring it to life? Meet Dev Simplify, your superheroes for web and mobile app creation. Dev Simplify. DevSimplify.com. Just ask Coach Mike with Practice Planner Live.
You know, as a coach, technology isn't my strength, but Dev Simplify took my idea for Practice Planner Live and turned it into the top practice planning platform on the market. They transformed my non-technical vision into an incredible web and mobile app that coaches like me now can't live without.
See, you don't need to be a tech wizard. Your idea plus Dev Simplify's superhero software skills equals a big win. Right, Mike?
You know, I had big plans for my app, and with Dev Simplify's help, it's now a thriving must-have platform for all coaches.
Dev Simplify, turning your brilliant ideas into amazing web and mobile. No tech skills required. Visit DevSimplify.com and let the magic begin. DevSimplify.com.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bangs! G-Bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Save thousands on hot tubs and swim spas. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Major manufacturers liquidation of new 2025 spas, discounted up to 40 to 80%. We have spas to fit any backyard or budget. Free professional delivery, instant on-site financing. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Transform your backyard with a swim spa for the fraction of the price of a pool. The easiest way to exercise or relax in your backyard. Just fill and chill. Shockingly low monthly payments. Don't miss this opportunity to build the backyard of your dreams. See the latest models in person. 3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Learn more online at HotTubAndSwimSpaSale.com. HotTubAndSwimSpaSale.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NFL.
Burrow waiting for the shotgun snap, 2-by-2 formation, looks left, throws left, caught by Chase, escapes a tackle, racing down the sideline, touchdown!
Nice.
Bengals, Jamar Chase, picking up where he left off last year.
Lester had a 17-yard return on his first try. Fields this one cleanly. And again, he's got an alley. Wester at the 30. 2 men to beat. Wester could be gone.
He's gone.
Midfield and rolling. And the rookie 6th-round draft pick will take it to the house. LaJonte Wester, 87 yards.
Highlights from the preseason football games last night. There were 3 of them. Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson suffered a dislocated pinky finger on his throwing hand. So, don't know what his status is going forward. They lost to the Ravens 24-16. The Cincinnati Bengals and the Eagles win 34-27. Notable just because Cincinnati's star offensive players actually played. A lot of times that doesn't happen, but we had Joe Burrow out there hitting Jamar Chase for a touchdown pass. So Eagles win 34-27. And the Raiders tie the Seattle Seahawks 23-all. Tonight, Lions-Falcons, Browns-Panthers, Commanders-Patriots. NFL Network has got games. I can't keep track of all the local stations and who has what.
We only have one NFL Network game tonight. It's the Browns game.
Yeah, only one.
They're all 5, 5, and 5:30 tonight.
But who planned that? Somebody move a West Coast game late and give football fans their preseason fix if you can. Although I was working last night, and a guy I was working with is way into this, is watching. I'm like, this is, if you list everybody on the roster, you're watching guys like 40 through 80 here. They're deciding who gets the last 10 roster spots, who gets the spots on a practice squad, and these other guys we're going to cut. In what order do we want to call them back when inevitably the injuries happen? And here they come. Chargers left tackle Rashawn Slater lost for the season, ruptured the patellar tendon in his left knee in practice. He just signed for 4 years, $92 million guaranteed, $113 million possible. And this is for Jim Harbaugh's. This is a guy who wants to run the ball, and when they went and they got Najee Harris, and left tackle's the most important line position. The quarterback's blind side, protect that, and they get the most money. And now they're going to have to start shuffling guys, and Somebody just got a roster spot. Somebody just got a spot on the practice squad who's going to get cut. Welcome to the NFL. John Lynch, Niners GM, doesn't want to hear any whining because they went through a gazillion injuries last year, and one of them's carrying over into this year. Lynch says the wide receiver Brandon Ayuk will be cleared. Does not think that Ayuk will be cleared to play by the start of the regular season. He had a torn ACL, MCL last year. So we'll see how much of the early season he missed. Now, we've seen teams can start 3-3 and end up in the Super Bowl or whatever. So as the season gets longer, and they got 17 regular season games, and then depending on how it goes in the playoffs, you can play 21 games now. Maybe you're a little fresher if you miss the first 3-5 games, whatever it turns out to be. All right, DJ and PK.
#college football.
Also plan to do a blackout game versus Penn State, so you're asking everyone to wear black. Does that mean it'll be a night game?
I think we know.
You're sighing.
I think we know the Buckeyes drive big noon kickoff. That'll be a high-powered game, so I think we probably know what's going to happen around game time for that one.
What do we know? I don't know what you mean. It'll be at noon. It won't be at night.
Fox
decides?
They love the Buckeyes.
Okay.
And big noon is a big deal, right? They've invested in that time slot. So I think.
Okay, you don't want to. You don't want to answer.
We'll presume it's a big noon. It's a 12 noon kickoff.
I thought he did answer there. I thought it was pretty clear what he was getting at. It's interesting the way fan bases work on this. When they want the kickoff, and people want the kickoff that fits into their life, whatever they're doing. People have to travel a long way, want more time to travel there. People who tailgate want more time to tailgate. People want to be warm, want late season games at noon, and people want what they want. The funny thing is, in that part of the country, the noon kickoff is the traditional kickoff. That isn't a case of TV altering these long-standing traditions. They played afternoon football there. Now, a lot of people do like the night games, and they do like the blackout games, and it's like it's a new tradition, right? That one would be, I don't know, roughly 20 years old, I think, in a lot of parts of the country. I mean, if you grew up in the West, like PK and I, There were a lot of night games. USC, UCLA played night games. San Diego State and Arizona State played night games, but that wasn't really the long-standing football tradition for a long time. But people want what they want. Boise State, CSU, Utah State, who are leaving for the Pac-12 next year, have filed an updated lawsuit against the Mountain West Conference, accusing the conference of improperly withholding tens of millions of dollars and misleading them about a covert plan to fast-track the addition of Grand Canyon University. Schools argue that the Mountain West exit fees, at least $19 million per institution, are invalid and should not be enforced. The Mountain West also seeking $55 million in poaching fees from the Pac-12. Man, I hope Utah State has good lawyers. They're certainly busy lawyers. They got a former football coach, a lawsuit with him, and 2 former administrators, and ongoing litigation with the Pac-12. But that $19 million, that's basically a full year of money to athletes. That is a big pile of cash. LSU starting quarterback Garrett Nussmeier, who's on the Heisman Trophy shortlist, left practice earlier with discomfort in his knee, but reports say there's no concern that it's a long-term issue for the Tigers. It's a little discomfort. Play through it. Something going on in the knee. And former Florida State and Texas A&M coach Jimbo Fisher said he hopes to return to coaching. Quote, people have asked me that, and I've enjoyed my family, but to answer your question, if the right situation comes along and it's right, I'm 59, I'm in great shape and healthy. I've had success everywhere we've been. Being able to coach, I would. I've won 72% of my games, 80% of my playoff games. I've been fortunate to win a national championship as a head coach and assistant. I miss the relationship with players. I'd be very interested in still doing it. Still think I've got a lot to give. I'd like to get back out there. Jimbo Fisher, leaving no doubt. Who wants to give him another shot? Somebody will. That's how the coaching carousel works. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Runners take off. Pitch on the way. Chopper slowly hit out to short. Charging Lopez. Scoops and fires low. And it gets by Wagaman. That's going to give the Braves a lead. It's in the camera well. Put the pressure on Lopez. And he fired low to first base. And it gets by Wagaman. And the Braves are on top 7-6 in the 7th.
There's 2-2 pitch. That swung a drive to deep right field, going back Hassel the third, and it's gone. Tyler Soderstrom with a home run. The A's lead at 5-0.
Here's the stretch and the next offer on the way. Swinging a ground ball into right field for a base hit. Here comes Suarez rounding third. The throw to the plate by Taylor. The slide, the tag, safe at home. Suarez, a walk-off base hit for Dom Canzone. The Mariners win it 4-3. A walk-off single for Canzone. He's being mobbed out there at first base.
Highlights, light day in Major League Baseball, only 4 games. The Mariners sweep the White Sox 4-3. They won in 11 innings. Seattle's a game and a half back at Houston. Good race in the AL West. And Paul Skeens strikes out 8. Pirates shut out the Reds 7-0. Reds with some wild card hopes. The Braves had to win that game or they would have been 20 games under 500. Major disappointment for them this season. And the Salt Lake Bees beat the Las Vegas Aviators 15-12. Game 3 tonight with first pitch set for 7 o'clock. Coverage on the Zone begins at 7 with Tony Parks on the call. And the kids from the Alpine Little League beat Wyoming 10-0. So they're playing Nevada. One of those 2 teams is going to Williamsport. That game's on 3 o'clock today. Who's going to the Little League World Series living the dream? PK, you played on that field once upon a time, not in the Little League World Series.
You keep going. You're on a roll. Just continue.
Yeah. You don't want to tell your Little League World Series story?
No, go ahead. Go.
Okay, fine.
Go.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
NBA Most Valuable Player Shai Gilgeous-Alexander received the key to the city of Hamilton, Ontario from Mayor Andrea Horwath at a public rally yesterday. He's going to have a street named after him in the city. He is the hero in Canada after leading Oklahoma City to the NBA title. Key to the city. Put that baby up on the wall. That's a nice little keepsake right there. DJ and PK.
Hashtag RSL.
RSL back in MLS play. They play the New York Red Bulls Sunday afternoon. Normally they play on Saturdays, but the Red Bulls had a League Cup game last night. They were eliminated from League's Cup with 6 points, as was RSL. Neither one of them needed 7 and a win on goal differential to advance. So those two come up short. They will play each other Sunday afternoon at 4 o'clock. Coverage will begin at 3 o'clock with the RSL pre-match show right here on the Zone. The Red Bulls have kind of been drifting sideways, but they are currently below the playoff line in the East, so a chance for RSL to go pick up some points on the road as they are just barely above the playoff line in the West after a really good June and July. See if they can keep it rolling in August. Utah Royals take on the Kansas City Current and their former star, Allie Sentner. She asked out in a trade. The U.S. women's national team star moved to Kansas City for $600,000. She returns to America First Field tonight. First kick set for 8 o'clock. Coverage on the Zone will begin with the pre-match show at 7:30. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Utah Mammoth have filed a lawsuit against Mammoth Hockey LLC, a hockey equipment bag manufacturer, trying to settle a trademark dispute. The Oregon-based Mammoth Hockey issued a cease and desist letter not long after the new franchise name was unveiled by the Smith Entertainment Group. Will they win? Will they just have to write a check? Will they have to come up with another name and another logo? How will it all play out? See how that shakes out. All right, what is trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small, and get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Coming up this morning, 8:30, Jason Kreis, Director of Operations and Special Projects for Real Salt Lake, will join us. Look ahead to this weekend's game, talk about the acquisition of 2 new players. Ron Cruz will play this weekend. I don't know that they'll get both guys in. We'll see. Victor Olatunji is supposed to be with the team, but not sure if he'll be able to play. We'll ask Jason. And Robbie Bosco, former BYU quarterback, current BYU athletic administrator, joins us at 9 o'clock. It's a new day at BYU. We'll talk quarterback battles and all the changes in college football with Robbie Bosco. We also have free tickets to see Pantera in the heaviest tour of the summer at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater, August 20th. We'll give those tickets away both in the 8 o'clock and the 9 o'clock hours today. Look forward to that. The question of the day is next. Stay with us.
This is Hanson Scotty.
Let's do it.
Kalani Satake.
What is the most you've paid for a concert ticket, and what concert was it?
For me, MC Hammer.
Oh, nice.
I had the parachute pants, you know, all that stuff ready to go. I mean, don't get me started, guys.
No,
you
we
can
won't.
still listen to the stuff right now. It's good, clean, wholesome music.
Exactly.
You know, the whole family can have parachute pants and go out.
That's true.
And then do their dances and stuff like that. You know, Can't Touch This. I mean, he even had some slow songs. You know, songs about praying.
Pray.
You know, come on, man. Like, he's got it all.
What kind of a show is this? Catch Hans Olsen and Scotty G every day from noon to 3 on 97.5 1280 The Zone, powered by KSLSports.com.
Got an app idea? You're sitting on a gold mine, but stuck on how to bring it to life? Meet Dev Simplify, your superheroes for web and mobile app creation. Dev Simplify. DevSimplify.com. Just ask Coach Mike with Practice Planner Live.
You know, as a coach, technology isn't my strength, but Dev Simplify took my idea for Practice Planner Live and turned it into the top practice planning platform on the market. They transformed my non-technical vision into an incredible web and mobile app that coaches like me now can't live without.
See, you don't need to be a tech wizard. Your idea plus Dev Simplify's superhero software skills equals a big win, right, Mike?
You know, I had big plans for my app, and with Dev Simplify's help, it's now a thriving must-have platform for all coaches.
Dev Simplify, turning your brilliant ideas into amazing web and mobile. No tech skills required. Visit DevSimplify.com and let the magic begin. DevSimplify.com.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm here with Blair. Thanks for coming in.
Pleasure to be here.
It's so great to see you. So how much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
That's incredible. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk about the scale for a minute. Were you surprised at how quickly that number went down?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
Tell me about the biggest benefits that you've seen with Salt Lake City fat loss.
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Thanks so much for sharing another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Utah deserves better. If you just got a quote on a new furnace or air conditioner and felt like they were pushing you into something big and expensive, you're not the only one. A lot of home service companies here in Utah aren't really local anymore. They've been bought out by private equity groups focused on profits, not people. Here at Your Service Pros, we're different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not sales quotas. We offer free second opinions on repairs or replacement because most people just want to know the truth. If your system can be repaired, we'll gladly fix it. But if it needs to be replaced, we'll show you your options, including a hybrid system with up to $6,650 in total rebates. We'll make sure you're getting the best price possible, not some inflated quote so our investors can get richer. At Your Service Pros has served Utah homeowners for over 20 years, and we're proud to have a 4.9-star rating from families just like yours. So call At Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO. If you need a free second opinion on your heating, air, plumbing, or electrical, call 801-YOUR-PRO. Because Utah deserves better.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules of the Week. Submit your nomination at KSLSports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. And it's sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
DJ and PK, the question of the morning, what is your most painful sports moment? Amidst all this optimism as football ramps up here 3 weeks from tomorrow, local schools kicking off. Aggies, Utes, Cougars.
Yeah, we know who they are.
All the pain. What is it?
Yeah. You know, it's Friday.
Yep.
And I think you can slip in a little sadness because it is Friday. And so you have the juxtaposition of Friday, so you're excited, but then having a sports fan, a little pain, you know? You got to have a little pain to make the gain worth it.
Eric says it's the Jazz losing the Bulls in the finals, ×2. And Mike says, Eric nailed it. For most fans, that is it. Fans of a certain age. I mean, we are getting to the point where there are a lot of fans who don't remember it. But a lot still do.
That's the
and it
most
still
painful?
pains them. Michael, the push-off.
Well, yeah, but see, I would push back. Because who beat MJ in the finals? List all the teams.
And we're done.
Right. Now,
6-0 in the NBA Finals.
Was that really your best chance? Or was your best chance when he was over there doing whatever he was doing for whatever the reasons he was doing them?
1995.
So if you had got
the
the
opportunity.
championship then, would this be so painful? You weren't going to beat MJ. The league wasn't going to allow. God wasn't allow it.
Dick Bavetta and his whistle. We're going to
it was clearly fixed. So you weren't going to beat him.
You don't believe that. Why do you feed into that?
Well, because you brought up Dickie, what's his last name?
Bavetta.
Dickie B. And, shot clock violation here, not shot clock violation there. Here, shot clock violation.
There, shot clock violation.
Yeah, so
everywhere.
That should not be the most painful. That should be the highlight. The most painful was losing to teams you had no business losing to. So you folk, Ed and Teddy and Bill and Byron, you got it all wrong.
95, up by 10, 5 minutes to go in Game 5. Going to eliminate the defending champs from Houston, who turned out to be the eventual champs. Oh, it was all set up right there.
I don't remember one play from that, and you can just recite plays as if there's a screen in front of your face. I literally could not tell you one play.
That was the year.
Well, there were several years.
94 was another year, but I just don't think they were good enough. They weren't. But 95, they really were. They were right there.
Well, they were right there with the Lakers there. You can make your
88.
thumb and index finger an inch apart. They were right there then. In fact, I think that's their best team. Those were the most painful times. You got it all wrong. Losing in the final? No. Correct yourselves. Wrong-o, wrong-o, wrong-o.
Leroy, Jordan over Russell, hands down. Matthew, forever Jordan over Russell.
You're bad, Leroy.
Ryan, Jordan.
No.
Adam, I'll never forget that awful feeling on June 14, 1998, leaving the Delta Center. Worst sports experience of my life as a fan.
No, that's not true. It's not.
People know when they felt their pain. They believed. Carrie, Michael Jordan, ...
Right.
Ugh.
Losing to him had brought no shame. Losing to other teams brought shame and disappointment. You weren't going to win this series. Don't be foolish. He never lost. He's not LeBron. He doesn't lose in the finals left and right. For all you people who think that this other guy was better than this guy, you're wrong on that too.
There are other nominees out here. Ben says the 2019 Pac-12 championship game. The Utes.
Which one was that?
One win away from making the 14 playoff. They came out flat, even though they would have gotten destroyed by LSU if they'd made it. But still painful.
Is that your... There's no way that's your commentary that they would have got destroyed by LSU.
No, that's what Ben wrote.
Right, I knew that. I knew darn well you weren't going to say that on your own.
I do not even remember they would have played LSU. Was that the Joe Burrow year?
No, that was the other year. That was the whoever year. Come on, of course that was the Joe Burrow year. Yeah, you weren't going to say that the Utes got destroyed. There's no way you would say that. I didn't know if you were reading it, but then once you said that, I knew you were reading it.
Yep, read the whole thing. Is that the worst football loss? I mean, it's either the Oregon or Washington title
Who did
games.
they lose to? I don't even remember.
They lost to, I think that was the Oregon loss.
Oh, they got run off the field on that one.
Well, he said came out flat, yeah. I think they lost to Washington first.
Yeah, they did.
Right. And Oregon in 2019.
I was there.
You got a more painful football loss for the Utes? That isn't the rivalry? Because we do have some people who it's rivalry games for them.
Why does it have to not be the rivalry?
That's the only other thing that's mentioned. There were no other losses.
If it's the rivalry, it's the rivalry.
Yep. Brooks says it's the Canishiro Doink or Harline.
Oh, the Harline one. I mean, come on. Nothing compares to that. That's simply the best, isn't it? Or worst in that case.
Depending on your perspective, yes.
Yeah. How dramatic can you possibly be? And the type of play, it wasn't down and out, ready break on 3. It's like, it was a phenomenal play.
Yeah. I mean, you could have gone back to
No, Andrew George, but no, or that was Max Hall, but no. Beck would
back to Harline. With Harline,
that was all
running around.
Wasn't Beck to anybody else.
Yep.
You were thinking of Max Hall, but that was the only Beck 2 pass, and that was Joe Beck, because Jaw Beck was on the team, and now Jaw Beck is your offensive coordinator.
He couldn't put the first initial. That didn't help you. Usually, when two guys have the same name, they just put the first initial and sort it out. Needed 2 letters from the first name to know who we're talking about.
Which I don't understand that. Why'd you need to? You knew the numbers. The numbers ought to differentiate the 2.
That should be your clue.
Yeah. We had Jaw Beck and Joe Beck.
John's got a different football game. The 1998 NJCAA national title game, Ricks versus Butler, and Butler won 22-18.
And the 100 schools that play football in California are not included. So that's your almost national championship game.
Winner, 49 state champion.
There may not be other states that play. I don't know, but I know California does not participate in any of that stuff. They do their own thing.
Michael says it's the first quarter of the 2015 Royal Purple Las Vegas Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
That escalated quickly.
All those turnovers. They made Jake Heaps look like he was the essence of ball security.
35-0.
Everybody knows that game goes another 5 minutes, the Cougars win.
We heard that a few times.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Bronco and his coaching staff on the way to Virginia. A disastrous first quarter.
Yeah.
I forget how many plays it was, but it was a ridiculously low number of plays for the Utes to score those 5 touchdowns. Was it 4?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That'll give me something to check in the break. I'll report back.
Well, no, you don't have to. Just report to yourself and maybe tell your wife.
Nope.
She'll pretend like she cares.
Nope. Sharing it with the world. Brandon, this isn't the most painful, but losing to Kansas last year in football still hurts.
Well, the way it turned out, I guess it was pretty painful, sure.
Yeah, but the question is most painful. What was the most painful?
Well, I mean, you can have degrees of pain if you want. But the problem with that is you still had another ball game. It wasn't like it was the end. You could have won the next week. And everybody knows if they had another 5 minutes, BYU would have won.
Corbin says his most painful moment was the David Tyree helmet catch.
No, that was a great play. If you're a Patriots fan, you cannot come at me with painful moments.
You have too many Super Bowls.
Yes.
Nobody cares about your pain.
Right. No. You need to shut up and shut up right now.
You got your 6 Super Bowls. Deal with it.
Right.
But it was the perfect season. They were so close.
You don't know pain.
That was for 19-0. NFL history.
You don't know pain. If you're a Patriots fan of that era, no. I'm not going to accept that.
Scotty says Game 7 of the first round this past season. The Blues up by 2 with 1:32 left. Crying emoji.
Well, forget the Blues. You can have the Blues. It ain't about the Blues anymore. It's about the Mam.
Some Missouri transplant there.
Oh, go home.
Baseball fan, you're not going to be surprised when you hear this. Craig says his most painful moment, Bill Buckner's miscue in the 86 series. So close. And Russell says, yeah, after that, you knew they were going to lose Game 7.
I did not know they were going to lose Game 7, especially because I believe they had a 3-run lead late in that game, too.
Red Sox fans of that era just didn't believe. Since it's been rectified, they got their 3 World Series. Kind of takes the edge off that.
Sure, but at the time, you don't know that.
Nope.
You just think it's more of a curse. Right. We suck. We're never going to do this, blah, blah, blah. We get so close. Get the stuff pulled out from under them. You know, they've had the Yankee games and all. I would have thought that maybe he, depending on how old he is, the Bucky Dent would have been more painful.
It's another one. It's another painful moment.
Because you're at home. You've got a light-hitting shortstop. A lot of shortstops in those days were light-hitting. Certainly not power guys. That didn't come around until, like, Cal Ripken started that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's somebody else where your shortstops were able to have some beef to them and can be a big-time threat at the plate. And Bucky Dent, of all people, hits a home run. And for whatever reason, Bucky Dent has been on our station about 5 times.
Awesome.
And why was he in town? He'd always
golf tournament, Thanksgiving Point.
For what, though?
I can't remember what the cause was, but I remember sitting there.
Yeah, he was like every year for like 3 or 4 years.
It did. It was a good run there, yeah.
Yes.
We got to talk baseball with Bucky Dent.
Yeah. And it was
things you thought
like
you would never do.
Tuesday after Labor Day or something, or the Monday after the first football game. Yeah. And he's a very very good interview, very good on the radio. But for whatever reason, he was coming out here several years, and he'd come on and he'd talk about that and talk about the state of the game and other stuff that was going on. And it was a great interview. I looked forward to it. But he became a legend on one play. How many people become a legend on one play? One play. That's it. One play. He played all those years in the big leagues. One play.
Well, it was about a week ago you were bringing Gene Tennis up, but see, that's 2 at-bats, not 1. So right away, even a guy who's pretty close to that category, you got to say, nope.
Oh, he doubled him up.
I know. You had 2 plays. Step aside. Move over. Make way for...
One play.
Yeah.
That's amazing. 1 pitch, 1 at-bat, 1 swing.
Legend.
I know. And he goes down in infamy with the greatest franchise in the sport that has had all these Hall of Famers and legendary, iconic names for generations.
It's not 1 pitch for the Tigers or the Orioles or the Rays or whoever. It's the Yankees and the Red Sox.
I think the thing I can almost compare it to is Kirk Gibson. But
he was
Gibson,
too good a player. He's too accomplished.
But yet, if I say Kirk Gibson, which one do you go to? I mean, he actually had a big home run against was it the Padres?
Padres in '84.
But still, I think everybody goes to that one.
Absolutely.
He had no legs.
Yeah, there's no doubt. '88 was more dramatic than '84.
Right.
'84, they were up 3-1, trying to wrap it up in Game 5. If he doesn't hit that home run to put it away, they probably still win the game, and they still have Game 6 and 7 if they don't.
Well, if he strikes out there, they still have 6 games on the other one. But that's the only thing that comes to mind. I mean, there's been iconic plays in the sport, but made Willie Mays with that catch in the 50s. But obviously, he was an iconic player, so there was several other things you want to go to with him. You can go with whatever.
How about Joe Carter or Bill Mazeroski for 1 swing, walking off the World Series? Carter in Game 6 for Toronto, Mazeroski in Game 7 for the Pirates.
Okay, but those are great plays, but I don't think they compare to this one.
I don't know if I have anything else for you. Struggling to come up with something that would
well, I don't know. You seem to know all about Lone Peak's team.
Yeah.
It's not even on the rundown, and you mentioned it.
Yep. There it is. Think of for myself for once. Who knew?
All things to all people. I love you people in Lone Peak.
Alpine, baby.
I'm your guy.
Hey, they might be Skyridge. You don't know.
I brought them up.
In 4 years.
You said Lone Peak. You're the one who said Lone Peak. You're the one for me.
Yeah, that was Alpine. I have to correct myself. I screwed it up. Should have been on the rundown. I would have gotten it right. Alpine Little League. Mark is very personal in this moment of pain. He made 5'10" in the high jump as a junior in high school in the 60s. Qualified for the league championship meet. Beginning height for most meets was 5'4", but this meet started at 5'10", and he couldn't clear the initial height. There it is.
Yeah.
Came up short.
Yeah, there was one just the other day that in the Little League thing, they played it, saw it on social media. We were watching the game, and then it came later. Or maybe it was in the evening. We weren't watching it. We were watching some that was on that triggered him to turn on the television now. Some team was at South Carolina against Florida, and the Florida team was up by 2 runs in the bottom of the last inning, bases loaded, 2 outs, 2 strikes, and the kid hits a double, bases clearing double, and the Carolina team wins, and they flash to the pitcher, and he's walking off sobbing. I would have liked to have seen more of that. I've seen the dog pile.
The dog pile. I think they cut to him twice. He got it twice.
He did. But I wanted more of it.
Had the glove up on top.
I wanted more of it.
Let's watch this kid suffer.
Yes.
Let's watch some 12-year-olds.
We've seen dog piles before.
Some 12-year-old kids' dream die.
Yeah. They were the defending champions, so he was probably on the team last year. I had a situation where my wife and I were golfing at Talon's Cove, and we get done with 9, and they come up to us and say, "Hey, hold on a second. There's like a young girls tournament going on, and they're going into extra holes, right? And so let them get ahead. There's nobody on the back 9. Let them get ahead, and it's just 2, one versus 1, and then you guys, after they clear hole 1 or hole 10 in this case, you can go, right? Because it's gonna probably not last that long. Mm-hmm. Sure, okay, go." It was like a Saturday afternoon, like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon anyway. And so it's just the 2 of us. And we hit, and I think we're on, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. So we go to the 12th tee, and all of a sudden we see coming on the cart path is 2 adults with a young girl in the middle. And the young girl has got her head buried in her mom's lap, sobbing. We figured, she lost.
And that's the end of that.
Yeah, so it lasted 3 holes. But that's part of what you sign up for.
Sports is going to break your heart at some point.
Yeah, right.
That's the way it goes.
And if you're a player, I mean, that was a crushing blow. I don't know who the young gal was. This was several years ago. She's probably played college golf or something and had many success stories. But you're going to have a lot of down. I mean, you're going to lose more than you win. That's just a fact.
But it sucks, PK.
Well, some of them, sometimes you can play really well and still lose. And you can,
Yep.
But yeah,
but that hurts too.
But you invest so much into it, and if you don't get it, it's going to be painful. Yeah, I get it. Understood.
Scott, State Boys Volleyball Tournament. We're up 13-10 in set 5, and we lose 15-13. Drop 5 straight points and get bounced from the state tournament.
Is that the state final or just state tournament?
It says tournament.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, we do have a fan. There's a fan here who listed a bunch of them, and he did list the Jazz loss to Houston in round 1 in 95. So there's one person. There's one person. Yep. That was a great chance. Even though it was first round, you're playing the defending champ and the team that was about to repeat. It stands to reason if you'd gotten them.
And the team that was better than it was the year before.
And yet you let them off the hook.
Right. Yeah, that was your best chance, man. You only want 1. If you have 0, you'll settle for 1, obviously. You want 5 if you got 4. But if you got 0 and you get 1, that's plenty good enough. And if I were to have a wish, that would be 1 wish while Gail Miller is still alive.
Get 1.
Yes.
1 time.
Doesn't look like it now, obviously.
Looks like they're a long way away.
Yeah. But, check back in 5 years and who knows, see where they are and all that. Yeah, that would have just been incredible for the community. It would have. I often said I didn't care about the players. My top 3 reasons to having the Jazz win it all was 1 Larry Miller, 2 Jerry Sloan, 3 the fans. Players come and go, and when they go with millions.
There's nobody out there making thousands anymore. Those days are gone.
Right. And they'll never have to work again. And then you can sit around and have something to say every which way you turn now. Speaking of you, John.
Doing a lot of interviews.
Yeah. So it would have been cool, but did they really need that? Did they need it? Did the statues need it? Did they need it to verify? Did they need
It's better to have it, but
did they really need it? Would they have gotten any more street cred if they would have got it?
Yeah, they would have. I do think champions are looked at differently than people who aren't champs, but need, they're first ballot Hall of Famers. It's hard to argue need. They're multimillionaires so many times over, so it's hard to argue need. It's much more a want.
Well, a need for their resume. Yeah. I mean, you need food, water. I mean, if you want to boil it down, we're talking from the sports needs.
But from the sports category, if you're a first ballot Hall of Famer,
I don't think it adds anything more to them. That they would that elevate those guys? I don't think so.
Dr. J's looked at differently because he has one.
I don't think he is.
Dirk Nowitzki is looked at differently because he has one.
Yeah, but see, he was Mr. Maverick.
And Stockton one
But there's not Mr.
There's 2 of them, yeah.
So that waters it down. They never would. There's no such thing as Mr. Jazz.
No, it's a 3-word. You can't say one without the other.
Right. I could argue Larry Miller or Jerry Sloan just as much.
Frank.
Or Frank, sure. You want to go there? Yeah.
They're not in town without Frank.
Well, Frank's not in town without his parents.
Okay.
I mean, his parents aren't in town.
They're not in town without They're not in town without Larry either.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. They cancel each other out. So Nowitzki got it. He's Mr. Maverick. And he's lived off that forever. And he's lived in the Dallas area. These two, as soon as they were done, they were gone.
They went back home.
Yeah.
They're back where they grew up. We're within a few miles of it in case of Carl.
They're not around. So I don't think they would be. And then obviously it would have been more fun if they got it and all that stuff. But I don't think it doesn't pump them up the rankings. It's not like you're going to think, oh, that settles it. Yep, Stockton, he's the best point guard of all time. He got that one title. No.
And Carl wouldn't be the best power forward of all time either.
Who is?
I think most people put Duncan. I know now maybe some people would say LeBron.
Duncan
and
he
LeBron
was a
would be
center.
They had a center, and he played power forward for a lot of years. But to the people who say that, they probably go LeBron. Who can play a bunch of positions,
Oh, yeah. What has he ever won?
4 championships.
Right. And he handpicked. I just listened to John Stockton tell me he took the helicopter.
He did take the helicopter.
Other guys had backpacks hiking uphill. He takes a helicopter to the top and claims he was born on first base. No.
He went the Schwarzenegger route. To the chopper.
Yeah.
All right, DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We got some more of those most painful sports moments for you coming up later in the show. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Coming up at 9 o'clock, Robbie Bosco, former BYU quarterback, current BYU athletic administrator, will join us. We'll talk quarterbacks and Big 12 football with him. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash reported on eastbound SR-73 leaving Eagle Mountain just before the turnoff to Mountain View corridor in Utah County. It's blocking the left lane there, obviously going to cause some delays. Also, a few brake lights showing up on the road construction zones in Tooele County and also on I-215 westbound at this moment. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Get $2,500 off 10 windows or more. Go to advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
A school wants to get to the Big 12 so badly. The Memphis Tigers want to get there so badly. I've seen different reports. $200 million was the initial one. I've seen as much as $250 million that they offered. Can we buy our way into the conference? It was a fascinating thing. What's crazy is just as quickly, those rumors were squashed. As soon as they came in, thanks but no thanks, immediately. $250 million turned down by Brett Yormark. That does not sound like the Brett Yormark that I know. With the Big 12 brought to you by Memphis. It's in another conference.
Brought
That's
to you
what
by
they should
FedEx.
do. It should be the Big 12 championship game presented by Memphis University, the American champions of this season.
Our biggest sponsor.
They play it in Memphis. Memphis is not allowed to be in the conference. This is all great. But
We take your money, not your school.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure cells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
Get Mr. Mac's Performance Missionary Package. 1 performance suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 ties, 1 mission belt, and 1 pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy shoes. Just $695. Visit one of our 9 convenient Mr. Mac locations near you.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK, presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The band of the day today is Creed. Scott Stapp, lead singer, turning 52. Brought to you by Live Nation. For all live concerts and events in 2025, check out livenation.com. We're in the dog days here for college football, PK. Going to satisfy yourself by watching a little baseball tonight?
Tonight? No,
Yep.
I'm going to take the wife out. We're going to go disco dancing.
Oh, nice.
Friday.
That Kmart cocktail dress going to come in handy?
It's Friday, man.
That it is.
Yeah. We tripped to Life Fantastic. You know that.
Old school.
Oh, yeah. There's no new dances.
Well, when you got the magic, it's hard to let it go.
Give me new dances. Give me one.
The twist. Wait, not new.
There hasn't been any new dances instituted since the Macarena.
There's got to be something.
No.
The Dougie.
The Dougie.
The floss.
No.
The stanky leg.
The floss is gross. No.
We got a bunch out there, PK. Come
on. One listener who's going to do the floss tonight. Just give me one. Where I am going to go disco dancing. When Donna Summer's on that turntable, look out.
Okay, so you want a listener who might try doing the floss tonight? That'd be my daughter. She's listening this morning. I already got a
That
text.
don't count. We don't make any money off of her.
He's got a point there. Not the key demographic.
I'm just saying. I know.
How
she's
old's your daughter?
She's 9.
No,
but
all the salespeople are shaking their head now.
She is doing the floss all the time these days.
Get up. Show me what it looks like.
I can't do it.
Oh, you baby.
Come on, you got a camera. Do it.
I seriously can't do it.
You want to do it?
I don't actually.
You know you can. Question of the morning. What is the most painful moment of your sporting life? Some people have taken personal moments. Other people have gone with their favorite team losing. Robert at Big Biggity Bob says, I got undercut on a layup during church basketball. That hurt.
Could hurt, maybe.
It could. Phil, I got hit in the nether regions without a cup in Little League. It was painful. Very painful.
That is the protective cup.
Jason, I caught a foul tip off home plate when I was catching Pony League. Stopped the game for 15 minutes until I could walk again. The old foul tip off home plate. It's a bad bounce.
Was he catching or hitting?
He does not say. Oh, yeah, he does. Catching. My bad. Catching.
Catching can often be a hazardous occupation.
Too close to the bat. No time to react.
Yeah.
Going to be a problem.
You never know.
Christian says he's a Bronco fan. It was the Super Bowl, and he hits us with a gift. Manning wasn't expecting the snap. Goes over his shoulder. Playing the Seahawks. That was the first bad play for the Broncos and what turned out to be a Seahawk blowout. Boring Super Bowl. Seattle won big.
Sure. Yeah, they did. I remember it.
Does Denver get to complain? They've won 3 Super Bowls. You wouldn't let New England complain because they've won 6.
Even the
Denver's
Super
got
Bowl
3.
they won was boring.
That was a defensive struggle, yeah.
Obviously Denver doesn't have as much success, but My guess is he's experienced. If you've experienced the mountaintop multiple times, I really don't want to hear it.
Chris, my most painful sports moment is listening to @PK Kinahan tell me that my sports takes are wrong for the past 22 plus years. And he's got the gif, Dr. Evil, Mike Myers. Throw me a frickin' bone here.
No, come with something worthy of a bone. You got to earn your bones. I just don't give out bones. No. Earn your bones. Give me something that is right, and I'll be the first to agree. But when you got dumb takes, I'm calling you out. I got time for that. Come on.
Throw me a frickin' bone here. That was well done. Good job, Chris.
What do you got, Chris? There's no way I've disagreed with you for 22 years. No.
Got to occasionally come together.
Right.
Braden, I have short-term memory, and RSL lost Saturday on penalty kicks. There's no way that was the most painful.
Well, if you have short-term memory.
He can only remember last week. He can't remember last month or last year. That's all I got for you all the way back to Saturday. Thanks.
Yeah.
Peter says 2013 MLS Cup. It was like 9 degrees. We lost on the 10th round of penalties, and then we had a 16-plus hour drive home through the night in the dead of winter.
Ooh, why don't you spend the night?
Spend the night.
Jeez.
Get a motel somewhere.
I know. There's got to be somewhere that you could have afford. You don't know.
Maybe you had to get back for work or something. I don't know what it drove it. But, yeah, 16 hours after that game, that seems excessive.
Jeez. In the dead of winter?
Dangerous.
Hopefully the roads were clear.
Right.
It wasn't icy and snowy.
Well, it was in Kansas City for the game, so I assume it was across the plains. I don't think the weather changes that much.
I don't remember what 2 in the morning what the weather was in Kansas City. My bad.
All right, hit us up on Facebook, DJ and PK, on Twitter, David DJ James. Hit us with your most painful sports moments. Jason Kreis from Real Salt Lake's going to join us at 8:30. Robbie Bosco, former BYU quarterback, will join us at 9 o'clock. He's now a BYU athletics administrator. Changes in the athletic administration there, changes in college football, a quarterback competition. Plenty to talk to Robbie Bosco about. DJ and PK, that's coming up at 9 o'clock. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Save thousands on hot tubs and swim spas. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Major manufacturers liquidation of new 2025 spas, discounted up to 40 to 80%. We have spas to fit any backyard or budget. Free professional delivery, instant on-site financing. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Transform your backyard with a swim spa for the fraction of the price of a pool. The easiest way to exercise or relax in your backyard. Just fill and chill. Shockingly low monthly payments. Don't miss this opportunity to build the backyard of your dreams. See the latest models in person. 3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Learn more online at hottubandSwimSpaSale.com. HottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Juice box. I'm a mom.
I'm good, seriously.
Let me check. Oh, hot sauce. Take it.
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins, a balloon. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 per month on Experience Beyond. Finance agreement $829.99 and qualifying ported. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay out via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this summer? Stop into Dairy King in Heber for one of their famous shakes and check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Folks, business owners, man, let's get together, you and me, just you and me. You got a product you're passionate about, let me endorse it, man. We can make some money. Beautiful music, you and I, you and me. Here's what you do. You text PK 57500 and our sales staff will take care of the rest. Let me spell it for you. Text PK, that's PK, to 57500, and I will help you make money. I promise you, I'll help you make money. It's a fact. And I deal in facts. That's all. I'm just about facts. Facts.
Story in the football world, and I suppose this could change, but nonetheless, it's a topic people have wondered about and speculated about for a while. Who will be the number one pick in the 2026 NFL draft? And a lot of people assume Arch Manning. Now he's got to have a good year at Texas. This is his first year starting full-time. We've seen him play in snippets here. But his grandpa, Archie, thinks the speculation misplaced. Points out the uncles, Peyton and Eli, stayed in school for the duration. They didn't come out early. And Eli ended up a number 1 pick. Peyton was a number 1 pick. Of course, Archie was a number 1 pick. And as far as leaving early, the elder Manning, the patriarch, says he does say that he hasn't talked to his grandson about this particular issue. He says, but Arch isn't going to do that. He'll be at Texas. That's what he told Texas Monthly's SC Glenn.
I haven't talked to my grandson, but I'm telling him what to do?
Apparently. Or maybe it's just the assumption that runs in the family.
Oh, that doesn't sound like an assumption.
Don't hurry up life. Enjoy your college years. There'll be plenty of time in the pros. Take it from the three of us who spent plenty of time in the pros.
Yeah, but that doesn't sound like advice, though.
No, Arch isn't going to do that. Sounds like a definitive statement.
It do. Yeah.
But the story says he said he has not spoken to his grandson about his plans for after the 24.
Well, maybe
season.
Olivia has.
Little workaround there.
And so he's getting it from his wife, who's the grandmother. If you're an athletic figure and I know your spouse's name, she's getting too much run.
Yeah.
And we saw for many years Archie and Olivia.
Sitting at games.
Yes. I don't want to know your wife's name. Keep her out.
Too bad. You do.
Obviously, if that's what he wants to do, that goes against the grain in football, being a dangerous sport. And who knows? You can ask Bosco this. Didn't he suffer a nasty injury that prevented him from
had a shoulder
exploiting
injury.
an NFL career?
Went to the Packers, but it didn't really go anywhere. But I think it actually, we can have him on, but his undefeated season was his junior year, but I think he was kind of managing the injury his senior year.
Right.
One of those things you got it and couldn't get right no matter how much time he had.
Now, I don't think that financially it's going to make a whole lot of difference for the Mannings.
They seem to have that part of the equation in pretty good shape. Yeah.
I think it bodes well for a guy like Spencer Fano. Maybe he can move up.
One less player in front of him.
Maybe so.
Because, quarterbacks do tend to go. Even if they don't go one, then they line up and it's, 3 of the first 5 or whatever.
The higher you get picked, the more money you make.
Yep. Move up another slot.
Yeah.
And Fano is top 10 wherever you look.
I saw a list of potential first-round picks, and his name was on it.
Yeah.
But he still has eligibility. And if I were Mr. Fano, I would say Spencer absolutely is going. Offensive lineman? You don't want to risk that, man. They pretty much tape your body up head to toe when you go out there and play.
Yep.
Because you can.
And it is just luck, somebody next to you is wrestling with somebody and they roll up the back of your leg and
where most of the injuries are.
Right.
They don't see it coming. It's after the fact even. So, yeah. If that's what he wants to do, fine. I mean, he doesn't have the pressure of money like a lot of these kids do. I mean, we've talked about, who was it? We had one of the coaches on. I can't remember who it was when we were down in Texas. Either Kansas State. But he said that these kids are already supporting their families, and there's pressure on them now to be the breadwinner at 18, 19, 20 years old.
Yeah. And not just the players who are getting the most money, but the players who are getting
any money.
40, 60, 80,000. Yeah. That's
a lot of pressure on them, and a lot of them may not be equipped to deal with that. Maybe some of them are. Or, the best situation is that I don't need it. I read a thing that Shohei Ohtani's mother still works. Obviously, she wouldn't need to. He's got plenty of money,
right?
But she wants to. And that's probably the best situation is that, okay, son or daughter, you've made all this money. Good for you. I mean, you can give us we've seen, and I saw a thing one time, a ball player who got drafted wrote his parents a note and that he was paying off their house, and they start crying. And, But
car, house, motorhome, we've heard those kind of
yeah,
stories. A big gift.
And that's really cool that you can do that. But the deal with the Mannings is that they do not need any financial pressures to run to the NFL. And that's great for them. And if Arch, the only thing is that now this becomes a story. With Archie saying it, it becomes a story the whole season. And
it does, but it feels to me like it was already a story. I mean, I've read stories before. The thing is, it escalates a story. There was already the speculation, well, he could come out, will he? Well, his uncles didn't. Everybody knows the background.
If the kid says, I don't know, you can ask me 1,000 times. Yeah. And if I keep saying, I don't know, you're not going to ask me 1,001 times. So, no, I think this becomes a story. It becomes now you've got something definitive, where before it was just speculation. Yeah. Every kid who is a potential NFL player and has eligibility left, it's a story. But if they just say, I don't know, we'll see, well, you're not going to keep asking it. Now this kid's going to get asked 1,000 more times. So this becomes a story unto the other story. It always is a story. Yes, Spencer Fano, as we get near the end of the season, people will ask him about that. And I don't know what his answer would be, but I'm sure that'll be something, particularly as we get into November. Now, if they're playing in the title game, it's not as big a story because the story is you're going to Dallas next week to play School X in the title game with a chance to go to the playoff. That's the overwhelming story. But if you're not in that situation, will you play in a bowl game if they don't make the title game, the Holiday Bowl, whatever bowl, I don't know, whatever contracts. Do they still have another year of contracts, the Pac-12? I think they do, don't they?
I think you're right, yes.
Yeah. So, one of their bowls that has a Pac-12 allegiance that they have to have them play, that becomes a story. Are you going to play in that game? Because, you're an NFL guy. But if you're playing a playoff, well, most likely you're going to go, and that supersedes it. So that'll be interesting at that point. But if the kid wants to stay, it isn't done necessarily. And I don't know that he needs it because he hasn't played this season, and we haven't really seen him play week after week after week, and we'll get that. And if he lights the world on fire, would that change it? If he's okay, if he's a disappointment, there's any way of scale there. But if he clearly is dominant, that would be unusual. But if that's what he wants to do, great.
And he does it, right.
You might want to talk to Matt Leinart.
Well, there was a little loss of value there.
Yeah.
His junior year, he was on fire.
Yeah.
Senior year, not so much.
And he was big man, not on campus, in the city, because there was no pro football.
Right.
And SC was the glamour, sexy team. I think they had to create a rule to stop having Snoop Dogg and all the
1,000 celebrities on the sideline.
Yeah. Right. And so he was all that. He was Bryn Cameron was having his baby. You remember that?
Was that while he was in school? I don't remember the timing of it. I remember it happened, but I don't remember the timing.
But Bryn Cameron had his baby.
I remember that.
And you know who had Bryn Cameron's brother's baby?
You almost went Madonna there. Who?
Tiger Woods' ex.
Aha!
Did you know that?
I think now that I didn't, but now that you tell me that, I think you've told me that before.
Jordan Cameron. And their mom, wasn't she like homecoming queen or something at BYU?
I don't know.
Yeah. She's a Cravens.
Look at you work the family trees.
You know who else is a Cravens?
Joe.
Kyle Whittingham's sister.
Oh.
By marriage. There's that connection there. Jordan Cameron, who went to play basketball
Okay,
at
you'll
BYU.
have to draw that up during the break.
Oh, it's very simple to follow.
Okay.
Jordan Cameron has 3 children with Elin Nordegren.
Yeah, he just looked it up.
Oh, okay. There you go. Way to go, Yak.
I knew he had at least one. I just wanted to, but it's 3.
Okay, 3. Yeah. Right. Move over, Charlie. So Jordan Cameron, in a sense, is, I don't know that they're married, so can you be a stepfather if you're not married? To Charlie Woods. Because Jordan redshirted at BYU freshman year, didn't play basketball. He was on the team, and then went and played junior college tight. I think I read this in several years ago. He got drafted. He went to junior college, then went to SC, and I believe Cleveland Browns drafted him. So he was with the Browns, and I remember reading a story on his winding road, because that's a winding road to get to where you're at, right?
That is definitely a winding road.
And because of that connection there with Kyle, I think he sought advice from Kyle as to what he should do. Because obviously Kyle would know about football. And that at least that's what they said in the story several years ago. And then he goes and pursues it and then ends up being an NFL tight end. Which, we've seen that. Now, is that the one position where you could be a basketball player, maybe a receiver? But we've seen tight ends who maybe didn't even play, but they were basketball players. And then they go, and he
probably seen it a half dozen times.
Yeah. So
the body types work, and it usually tends to be the power
skill set,
the power forward type.
Yeah, Tony Gonzalez did that. I mean, he played college basketball at Cal and was he's a Hall of Fame tight end, isn't he?
Yep.
Yeah. So that's probably the best example there. So you never know how it's going to play out. And with Leinart, Matt, his stock dropped. I often wonder though.
Maybe his stock should have been that high in the first place,
or
a product of a team.
Well, in retrospect, that's a wonder. I mean, that's worth wondering about. But my wondering about, so he was I think the Cardinals picked him like 10 or 11. Yeah. 10, was it?
He was 10.
And so he flushed out. He was making commercials mocking himself about flushing out in the NFL. But I wonder if he had come out, because you always hear, stay another year. You'll get better. That'll improve your stock for the NFL, right? Or whatever sport. I wonder, suppose he comes out after his junior year. In my mind, I have a hard time grasping that would mean he would have had a 10-year NFL career. You see what I'm saying? I have a hard time connecting those dots like that.
How would he have played? What team would he have gone to? Could another coordinator have helped him figure something out?
I don't buy that stuff.
Really?
No. I think it's on you.
So you think Alex Smith figured something out after 6 or 7 years? Because he becomes a much better quarterback.
Well, he got better. That's not a surprise, is it? You get better the longer you're in the league?
But I think of it more as gradual improvement, but sometimes it seems like it's a quantum leap, the quintessential, the light bulb went on kind of moment. And I just think that second half of Alex's career, the achievements are just a little bit of the individual stats and a lot of the team winning are just dramatically better. You can argue the team around him got better.
Yeah, but he was in the league. Coaching. He stayed in the league.
Oh, yeah.
Leinart didn't even stay in the league.
Nope, flushed out.
So that's two different circumstances there.
Right, but it goes to how do people improve. And you're right, Alex is at a much higher level.
But he stayed in the league.
I know. It's a much higher level, yeah. And they the whole league gave up on Leinart.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody else could have picked him up. And
they did. I think he went to Houston.
Well, briefly, yes.
But it's like Josh Rosen. He's a first-round pick, wasn't he? In fact, I think he was a first-round pick of the Cardinals, too.
Wait a minute. I'm seeing a trend.
Wasn't he?
Come out of you earlier and don't go to the Cardinals.
I believe he was, wasn't he? And then
I think you're right.
He didn't last.
He was in Arizona. I can't remember the order. Because he bounced around, it was 3 or 4 teams, and he was out.
Yeah, to me, those are washouts. Alex Smith
struggled, but he didn't wash out.
He's not a washout whatsoever.
No. As a matter of fact, he stayed with the same team for a long time.
Yeah.
Didn't even do the bounce to the second or third team.
Sure, you can argue he would have had better stats if the team was better. I get that.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
But how much that was on him, how much
answered
the group around
and
him.
passed the tests.
Yes. And like I said, I thought it was a quantum leap. And
Well,
something
that's
clicked,
fine.
and I wonder if it's like the coach came in and whether it's building offense.
But that's over there. I don't think that applies to Josh Rosen and Leonard.
Well,
if you
because they're
can't
out of
even
the
stick
league,
in the league as a third-team quarterback, that's on you. That's not on some coordinator.
And there's 32 teams all deciding that together.
Yeah.
I'd rather take a chance on guy X over here than on you.
That's the Jimmer Fredette thing. Oh, if he wouldn't have gone, okay, but he went there and he went there and he went there and he went there.
And eventually, yes, the league has spoken.
Yeah. So I have a hard time believing that if Leinart would have come out the year before, things would have changed so dramatically. It seems to me the story from the NFL perspective, we'll never know, but it would have ended the same way. So in a sense, if that was the case, he made the right decision to return and at least have all that glory and fun times, because the NFL, he didn't have any fun times. So why not stay another year and play 13 games or whatever it was they played back then and enjoy all that glory with your guys, your boys, and all that stuff. Now, Leinart is doing quite well for himself as a broadcaster. So,
He's crushing it.
Yeah.
No bouncing around there.
Right.
Fox signed him. They put him in a chair on a show.
Yeah.
And he is there every year.
Right.
I mean, it's really subjective. I think he's good at it, but I mean, clearly they do too. Because
Well, they do. That's all that matters.
They rotate through guys.
Nobody cares what you think.
Left and right, I realize. They rotate through guys left and right.
Or
when
what
they
I
don't.
think.
Yeah. I mean, just watch ESPN's NBA pregame show for 20 years. They'll rotate through people every single year.
Yeah.
Famous people.
Where's John Barry these days?
I don't know.
I thought he was good.
Yeah, well, somebody else didn't. Couldn't make up their mind.
Even though one time at Uncle Bill's in Manhattan Beach, he wouldn't even look up to me when I said hello to him. And as a player, he couldn't have been more fun. He saved me from big-time embarrassment.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What happened?
At the arena, across the street, Delt Center, when I was doing NBA stuff for the Watchdog, I would go and get stuff for Sunday. And so I'd go pregame and talk to guys because the locker room's open for 90 minutes. And you can't go in the training area. And the training area for the home team, like around the corner in the locker room, in the visiting locker room, it's just one big locker room.
It was, yeah. At that point, they've redone it. But yes, at that point, it's a training area is an area, and there's no line about when it starts or ends.
Right. It's not around the corner. Right. So I was waiting to talk to him because I knew he was glib, and I caught his eye, and he gave me the come on over.
Yeah.
He was getting taped up. He gives it to me.
But the person taping him doesn't
just
see
starts
it.
Screaming at me.
They don't see it, and so they're
right in front of everybody. It was his time to be boss.
Right.
And John says, dude, relax. I said it was okay. I would never have approached him. I know the protocol.
Yeah.
But John gave the okay. Yeah, but I thought he was really good. But now you never hear him, to your point. I don't know what he's doing.
DJ and PK. Well, apparently he's in Manhattan Beach at Uncle Bill's.
He was that time.
All right.
This was years ago.
Nice. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5. Well, you know, I was down there and for a wedding like 13 months ago.
Sorry, Yuck.
And I saw one of the berries, but I didn't know which one it was. Where we were eating.
Brent
they walked in and out.
has a house there because he was buddies with Locke.
Oh.
And at the Hermosa Beach Open, I went up to him and I said, hey, I work with David Locke. And Brent, I hate that guy. And so I said, let me take a picture. I'll send it to him. And so me and Brent are, arm.
Yeah.
Of course, my arm's up here.
Yeah.
And so Brent lived there in the Hermosa area.
Yeah, it was some cafe type deal we were eating. He just got an order to go and breezed in and breezed out. But I didn't want to say something because I wasn't sure which berry it was as he blew by. All right, DJ and PK, when we come back, Jason Kreis, Real Salt Lake joins us. Robbie Bosco, former BYU quarterback, at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Looks like the crash on SR-73 is either cleared or moved over to the shoulders. They're no longer having delays heading eastbound towards Saratoga Springs if you're in Eagle Mountain. Also some occasional brake lights. They're showing up I-15 northbound throughout the Salt Lake Valley and also the West Side Belt due to road construction in that area. This update is brought to you by UTA. When you take UTA, you can do just about anything while you ride. You won't even notice all the traffic you're missing along the way. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
People expect Texas Tech to maybe be in the running this year because of the talent they've added through the transfer portal.
I love that Texas Tech is getting all this run. I don't think they're going to be good. Maybe they're okay, but Bozo's going to bozo, dude. I don't know. I guess BYU basketball is an example where you can have a huge cash influx and really take a giant step, but football and basketball are different.
And BYU's always had really good culture. But along those lines, I just think it's going to be difficult for Texas Tech to shake being the 4th or 5th team in line in that state. It's just always going to be the reputation.
Well, they're going to be 4th or 5th in the league. I'd bet on it.
Right.
That's where they always finish.
Right, that's what I think too. You know, if you end up at Texas Tech, it's not like they're out recruiting Texas.
Texas has had every advantage in the book.
Yeah, it was finally good last year.
And was good once in the last 20 years.
So you're always going to kind of have that reputation as being lesser than, and generally I think you play that way.
I think that university is dysfunctional.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right, it's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
Utah deserves better. If your lights flicker, breakers trip, or something just doesn't feel safe, the last thing you need is someone trying to tell you your electrical panel needs to be replaced, your house needs to be rewired, and you should probably rewire your neighbor's house too. But sadly, that's exactly what's happening since a lot of home service companies have been bought out by private equity groups that are focused on profits and not people. At Your Service Pros is different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not quotas. That's why we offer a full electrical inspection for just $49. We'll check everything, your panel, wiring, outlets, grounding, and give you an honest report. If it's safe, we'll say so. If it's not, we'll explain exactly what needs to be done and help you fix it the right way, without pressure. We've served Utah families for over 20 years, and we're proud of the 4.9-star rating from people who trust us to do things right. So call out Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO to schedule your $49 electrical inspection. That's 801, you're pro. Because Utah deserves better.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, I just heard the news today. It seems my life is gonna change. I close my eyes, begin to pray, then tears of joy stream down my face.
Don't miss your chance to win big every week on The Zone. This week on Win Ticket Wednesday, win tickets to see Chris Stapleton August 15th and 16th at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss Chris Stapleton's All-American Roadshow coming to Utah for 2 very special nights. Get your tickets now at livenation.com. Listen to The Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. DJ and PK, we're joined once again by Jason Christ, Director of Operations and Special Projects for Real Salt Lake. Jason, good morning.
Good morning. How we doing?
We're doing well. RSL is shifting gears. Say goodbye to Leagues Cup, say hello to MLS play, and say hello to 2 new players. I'm curious, with 10 games left in the season, so much on the line, maybe you make the playoffs, maybe you don't, maybe you climb, and it seems like a reach to open at home, but mathematically it could happen. How do you integrate 2 guys when the stakes are so high, knowing that integrating guys can, lead to mistakes and maybe some results you don't really want?
Well, I think you have to approach it that you're not forced to play them. First and foremost, the team has gone on a nice run as of late with the players that we have. So there's not like an increased pressure to play these players, and there's also not an increased pressure on the players to come in and feel like they have to save the day.
Earlier in the season, it seemed like it was with Pablo leading the way as being the coach and obviously being the one who's quoted the most, that it was more of a philosophical statement, and there wasn't any form of panic in terms of, we've got a new team, we've got younger players, blah, 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 those types of things, that there's an opportunity for us to get where we want to be. And is that something that you guys just universally thought that, hey, if we stick with it here and do some stuff, that as the season progresses, we'll see the success that we're looking for?
Yeah, I think we went into the season trying to give everybody a fair shake, so to speak. We did have a new team, a lot of new players, in particular in the striker position. And it was just about evaluating what we had. And I think over the first half of the season, or I guess we're 2/3 of the way through the season, we've seen 3 different strikers get opportunities to stake a claim for that position. And so ultimately we've made the decision that we need to improve. We need to make additions, and so we have done so. And I think, the outlook is still to potentially add some more.
How soon might you add more, in this window, or are you talking about a future window?
We're looking at this window still. We've got some things that we're looking at and hopeful that we can complete these deals. And if we can, I think that's going to really strengthen our team. And if we can't, then we'll have to be a little bit more patient and look towards the winter to continue to improve. Because that's how the league is, to be honest. If you're not improving, you're actually not staying still. You're going down because everybody's always active in the market and everybody's always looking to continue to improve their teams.
What's the pool in terms of the number of players that you're looking to add as these windows progress? Is it large, or do you have your eyes on specific guys?
It's specific guys. Yeah, it's not like we don't go into a transfer window and say, okay, we've got to add 6 players. It's not that way at all. We look at where are the areas we think that we can improve, and then we go after certain players in those areas.
Craig Weibel once said he had to look at 4 players at the same time to land one because it's the wild, wild west, and sometimes you're used for leverage, and sometimes other clubs swoop in at the last second and all that. Do you find that that's a kind of the ballpark you have to look in if you're trying to fill one specific need on a team?
Yeah, I think it is 3 or 4, and it's an interesting process because, I remember back in the day feeling like you can't be negotiating with several players at once, can you? It doesn't seem like doesn't seem ethical almost, doesn't seem fair, but the truth is you have to because so many things can go wrong along the way that can derail deals. So that's just the world we live in.
So as you're negotiating with those several players, is it almost like a recruit? You'll hear a coach say, hey, we've got this scholarship. I'm recruiting 4 players. The first one who says yes gets it?
No, it's not that simple actually, because there's the clubs involved as well. So you've got the player side, but then you've also got the club side, whether that's going to be a trade or a transfer. There's multiple parties that have to agree, and obviously the agents are involved as well. So there's really 3 factors. You've got to deal with the club, you've got to deal with the agent, and then we think it's very important to speak personally with the players to make sure that they're a character fit for our club.
You decided to bring in Rowan Cruz. He made his debut. He came off the bench here in the last game. What do you expect from him? What does he bring? What do you see in him? Because he's the one that fans are most likely to see in New York Sunday.
Yeah, with him, he's a little bit more versatile. He's not just a striker, right? I mean, you've got sort of 2 types of strikers in the world, and one is the type that's we call it a box striker, somebody that's always in the box, somebody that's always looking to finish and leads the line. And I would say that Rowan's a little bit more of what we call a 9.5, kind of a hybrid between a 9 and a 10. Floats a little bit more, is able to make goals for others as well as take his chances. So he is very much still trying to get his feet wet. He's had some adaptation with the altitude that he's going through. So it'd probably be nice for him to go to New York for a couple of days and get out of this altitude.
Do you talk to any of your players about any of these new players that you might be considering bringing in? Because I'm wondering if they have any form of relationship that might help a transition.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got with Rowan in particular, we've got a Brazilian goalkeeper that we are leaning on heavily to help us with his integration. We have a Portuguese number 10 in Diogo Gonçalves. So we've got 2 players that speak his language natively. And those guys have leaned in real well for us already. So absolutely, we do that. The other thing that people probably don't consider much of is that we have to talk to the players that are here in this position to make sure that they understand that they're not automatically losing their spot in the lineup, but the competition level is increasing.
He's an interesting player in that he went to Bulgaria, which from Brazil doesn't seem to me like the most natural move, but he really lit it up. 24 goals in 50 games. I don't know what the quality of soccer is there. I assume that, it's a little lower. He goes back and has problems getting in the lineup, staying in the lineup, scoring goals and all that with his club in Brazil, and you go and get him. So how much do you weigh the fact that, well, he was able to go halfway around the world and succeed? That's not an easy thing to do, and we've seen that in MLS multiple times. But he goes back to Brazil, and this is not quite happening for him. How do you weigh all that?
Well, I think first and foremost, we through history and through experience understand that a player traveling to a different place in the world to play soccer is a good thing, because that means they've already experienced adaptation, different languages, different cultures, and also that he succeeded there. So both of those things are extremely positive for us. Whenever we're looking for a striker or somebody that we want to score goals, we also need to see a goal-scoring history, which he's shown us multiple seasons in the Bulgarian league, so that he can score goals and has done it in the past. We don't have to kind of hope that he will become that. He has been that. And then, the truth of the matter is that in his Brazilian team, they are high level, right? I mean, they were in the Club World Cup. Yep. a month ago here in the U.S. So is it surprising that there's a player in his position that's better than him at this moment in his club? That's not that surprising. So that's honestly, that's what's given us the opportunity to take him on loan right now.
Now that you have local ownership, which has a literal 40-year history of stability in the pro sports ownership market, so to speak, how much does that help you in terms of your attempts to increase talent?
It's been absolutely spectacular. We just couldn't be happier with the ownership situation, with the leadership that we received through Steve Starks and Michelle Smith, and the whole Miller family has been so incredibly supportive with leaning in and helping us to make decisions quickly. I think it's just increased our alignment and been really, really nice for all of us in the front office to have this local ownership here that truly cares and truly wants to win.
I've heard Scott Crace is still involved. He was with the previous ownership group. What is his role? How does that work?
Yeah, he's still involved. He's basically what I would describe it in it's a bit of a board now. We get together on a weekly basis and have conversations about, where we're at right now and where we're wanting to go. And so he's got obviously is still a major input in the decisions that we make.
Obviously, the push is to get into the postseason. Is it the idea of, hey, let's just get in and see what happens? I mean, you want to win as many games as possible, but is that what you're looking at specifically? We're not necessarily worried about seeding.
Absolutely. At this time and how our season's gone so far, it's pretty clear that our objective is to make the playoffs and then see what we can do from there. If we continue the form that we've been on over the last 6 or 7 games, it looks good for us. And then once you're in the playoffs, I'll tell you, through experience, in 2009 when we won the championship, it should be noted we eked into the playoffs on the last game of the season, and we needed results, I think, from 2, if not 3 other teams just to get there. But once we were there, we were on a nice run of form, and we just kept rolling.
Yeah, Trey was doing a lot of scoreboard watching. I was going to guess it was 3 or 4 scores. It seemed like a lot of things had to break your way, and they did, and you cashed in on it. Talking to Brian Dunseth, he thinks that this recent tournament, playing teams from a different league, different styles, and that it went as well as he did, he thinks the team should draw confidence from it and use it as a springboard, even though they didn't get out of the first phase and go into knockout play here. Do you interact with the team enough in your role that you can judge how much confidence that they are taking from this?
No, I wouldn't say that I'm, in and around the team on a daily basis, and I think you need to do that to have that sort of feeling. So I can't really answer that question. What I can say is that my opinion on this tournament is it's very strange. It's very strange for teams to have 2 wins and a tie and not make it to the next round in a tournament. I mean, I think that their idea about doing the format the way they did this year was good, but why would they only have 4 teams from each side of things advance to the next round? That seems really strange to me. I think that it should have been 8 from each team. And, again, we're in a knockout sort of tournament, and we don't lose a game and we don't advance. So that's frustrating because that was the playoffs last year as well. So I think that format needs to come up for conversation for next year.
Well, that's next year. You got 10 games here. What can you tell us about the Red Bulls? It seems like they've kind of been drifting and going sideways. They're below the playoff line at the moment. What's the opportunity to win this weekend?
I think the opportunity is there for us, as I do every game, to be honest. And what we've seen teams under Pablo under the last several years, our road record has been very good. So we go into this extremely hopeful. We go into this feeling like we can win, and we go into this with the mentality that we're going there to get all 3 points.
It's RSL and the Red Bulls, Sunday, 4 o'clock Mountain Time, right here on The Zone. Jason, thanks for a few minutes. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
Jason Kreis, Real Salt Lake, Director of Operations and Special Projects, joining us here on The Zone. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Robbie Bosco's coming back in about 15 minutes. There will be jokes. There will be sarcasm.
I got time for jokes.
Yeah, I think you do with Robbie.
Season's 3 weeks
There'll
away.
be some chops busted. It'll be fun.
Time to play, man.
Hey, he's in athletic administration. Obviously, they just had the change with the athletic director. He's a former BYU quarterback. Obviously, they got 3 quarterbacks competing to be the starter. So there's plenty to talk about.
If it was up to me, we wouldn't even have him on.
That's not true. There were some other guests we were working on, and Yock texted us yesterday and says, yeah, that's it's not happening. That's not working out. Any other ideas? And you texted back, Robbie Bosco, if it was up to you.
Must have been in your sleep taking your nap or something.
That was a good idea. I didn't even need to text you. Oh, that's a good idea. You knew that was a good idea. All right, DJ PK, Robbie Bosco in about 15 minutes right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We have a disabled vehicle. It's on the right shoulder of northbound I-15 approaching the 90th South exit in Sandy. It's causing a few brake lights in the area, so be aware of that if you're headed northbound this morning. No other delays currently on any of the freeways along the Wasatch Front. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. Go to GoPaveUtah.com and check them out today. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hanson Scotty.
Let's do it.
Kalani Satake, what is the most you've paid for a concert ticket, and what concert was it?
For me, MC Hammer.
Oh, nice.
I had the parachute pants, you know, all that stuff ready to go. I mean, don't get me started, guys.
No,
you
we
can
won't.
still listen to the stuff right now. It's good, clean, wholesome music.
Exactly.
You know, the whole family can have parachute pants and go out.
That's true.
And then do their dances and stuff like that. You know, Can't Touch This. I mean, he even had some slow songs. You know, songs about praying.
Pray.
You know, come on, man. Like, he's got it all.
What kind of a show is this? Catch Hans Olsen and Scotty G every day from noon to 3 on 97.5 1280 The Zone, powered by KSLSports.com.
If you have kids of school age, or if you're in the field of education, your summer is just about winding down. Teachers going back to work here on Monday, school then right around the corner. Time flies, man. You got to be prepared for it. Now, take that in your own life, right? Time does fly, as you know, and you got to be prepared for it. You got to prepare for now for what you want down the road, particularly when it comes to finances. Contact Trajan Wealth. Contact them today, now. And with that in mind, it is never too early to plan for retirement. So whether it's decades away or it is literally months, days, years, whatever it might be, man, Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors can help you feel prepared for the financial shift that's going to happen in your life. They've got core philosophies, and they include low expenses, manager tenure, tax efficiency, and those are just a few of the qualities that differentiate a Trajan Wealth portfolio from its competitors. Can you imagine having peace of mind when it comes to your investment portfolio? Man, I don't even know if you can put a price on that. Get with Trajan Wealth, and you call them, first consultation, that introductory meeting, it's going to be complimentary, man, so you can learn about them, see what they're about as they listen to you, to see what you're about, and together you work to create a plan that is going to bring you the satisfaction that you're looking for. How about that? Yeah, that local phone number for Trajan Wealth is 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600. They've got offices in convenient locations to meet with you up in Farmington, down in Draper. 2 great locations. The website has got all sorts of information. Check it out. You can check it out immediately, literally now. TrajanWealth.com is the website, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
So, Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork. Make this the summer sales event now through August 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on?
I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Save thousands on hot tubs and swim spas. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Major manufacturers liquidation of new 2025 spas, discounted up to 40 to 80%. We have spas to fit any backyard or budget. Free professional delivery, instant on-site financing. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Transform your backyard with a swim spa for the fraction of the price of a pool. The easiest way to exercise or relax in your backyard. Just fill and chill. Shockingly low monthly payments. Don't miss this opportunity to build the backyard of your dreams. See the latest models in person. 3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Learn more online at hottubandSwimSpaSale.com. hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
Get Mr. Mac's Performance Missionary Package. 1 performance suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 ties, 1 mission belt, and 1 pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy shoes. Just $695. Visit one of our 9 convenient Mr. Mac locations near you.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK, presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. It's a free ticket Friday. We got tickets to give away to see Pantera in the heaviest tour of the summer at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on August 20th. If you want to win, caller 12 right now. 801-575-ZONE wins a pair of tickets. 801-575-ZONE. You win 2 tickets to see Pantera. Call right now. And if you don't win, we'll give away 2 more tickets in the 9 o'clock hour. So you got that going for you.
Is that the coach, John Pantera?
Different. Nice try, though. That is Cantera versus Pantera. But you know what? Just it's radio, play along, let you have your laugh. You got your options this weekend, PK. I think I know what you're going to do. There's more football. NFL Network has another preseason game tonight. 3 games on.
I told you, man. I'm going disco dancing.
You got MLB tonight. Blue Jays, Dodgers, division leaders squaring off.
Is that Apple TV, though? They have that Friday night game, and I don't have that.
Apple TV tonight is Reds Pirates, which doesn't interest me much, although the Reds are kind of in the race. Astros Yankees, that's another marquee series. They've got baseball's got 3 or 4 really good series this weekend. I mean, the Yankees are fading, but they're still in the playoff race. They might mess this up. The Astros are a contender again. They're in a division race of their own with Seattle, so that's good. Cubs are playing the Cardinals. They got a little juice there. The Cardinals,
for sure,
500, but the
That's
Cubs.
a rival.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's one of the, I don't know. What is that, the third or fourth best rivalry in baseball? It's up there.
Yeah.
Yankees, Red Sox, Dodgers, Giants, Cubs, Cardinals are three that always come to mind.
Rockies, Padres?
Nope. Nope, not at all. Not feeling it. Had that one play-in game one time. That was one game. Good.
And I'll never get over that.
Red Sox and Padres in San Diego. What do you think that'll draw?
Sell out.
About 44,000.
Mm-hmm.
Padres ranging from about 42 to 44, depending on the game.
Well, they can sell it out on their own.
Yeah.
On a Friday night.
On a Friday.
You're doing an average. You're including the weekends.
Yeah.
I mean, the weekdays.
Yeah. 42 is probably a Tuesday night.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like I see anything under 40 there anymore.
Right. And I went to see the Phillies and Red Sox.
Yeah.
Just so happened that the Red Sox were in town. And the leadoff batter for the Red Sox hits a home run.
Wow.
Place goes nuts.
And you're like, how many Red Sox fans are here?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
And I always think that happens in the Sun Belt. I don't think of that as happening in the Northeast now. Boston and Philly's not that far, and people must move back and forth, so I'm sure it does happen. I just don't have as much experience with it. But having gone to games in San Diego and L.A., and I've watched games on TV from Phoenix, and it's not unusually 10,000 fans.
I think the Northeast is all over the place. The roots of the Northeast literally spread throughout the country. There was a few years ago, I'm going to see Old Dominion tomorrow and at the Maverick Center, it's called Maverick Center now, isn't it? But probably 3 years ago, they were playing at Red Rocks.
Mm-hmm.
And if you hadn't been to Red Rocks, man, that is just an awesome venue. Hopefully you get the good weather. And it was Labor Day or Memorial Sunday, right? So we get over there on a Friday and go to the game, the Rockies and the Mets. And Lindor is leading off, right? Their star shortstop. He hits a home run, first at bat. And wow, the amount of Met fans. I mean, you would have thought that it was a home game practically. I mean, they're just all over the place. And they love baseball. The Northeast is a huge baseball market. And so that it was incredible, the amount of noise. I don't know why, but it caught me off guard because we're so removed. Now, when I went to Philly a couple weeks back, I expected a ton of Red Sox fans. That was no surprise. I anticipated because, as you say, it's not that far away.
And people move back and forth.
Right.
And,
the two
you
big
take a job
cities.
and you go somewhere.
And exactly. And so, sure enough, there were an ample amount of Red Sox fans.
When I was in my 20s and living in Southern California, would go down to Dodger games. It confirmed what I had seen growing up with Padre games. If anybody shows up, they have 5,000 fans. It doesn't matter. There's 5,000 fans at a Padre Dodger game rooting for the other team. But when the Mets showed up or the Cubs showed up, it seemed like it was guaranteed 10. Mm-hmm. Bigger cities, more transplants, okay.
And L.A. being what it is.
Yeah.
And Southern California being what it is. Denver caught me a little off guard.
That many people that show up there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, it's a big city, obviously, but it's not like the West Coast is.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we see so many times with BYU being on the road. They go to these places. Now, it's not going to be as we continue to evolve in the Big 12, they'll get used to it. But particularly as an independent or non-conference,
the first time
you're not used to it.
Whoa, what happened?
Yeah, they don't. They're not used to it. Georgia Tech, for instance.
Yeah, not used to it.
Yeah, and you can feel the buzz. Like, wait a second.
Yeah,
this is not something that we have. But the Cougars. And I know you fans will say church affiliation, all these places.
Yeah.
Right. I agree.
It is.
But they come out.
And I remember being in San Diego the first time. And it was a weird game. They weren't in the league yet. They actually played once before San Diego State joined the WAC. And I was probably in elementary school. So it was probably 5th or 6th grade. And there were 10,000 BYU fans and a crowd of probably 40,000. And now there weren't a lot of touchdowns. It was a weird game. I can't remember a lot of games, but when you go to a game that's 8-0, you remember that.
Oh, in football?
BYU won 8-0. Yeah, in the mid-'70s sometime. And it was...
a 2-point conversion?
I can't even remember that. Or a safety and 2 field goals. Was a game without touchdowns? I have to look it up. Yeah, I don't remember. But I remember it ended up 8-0. And it was, but there were a lot of fans. And then you just got used to it. You just know, okay, it's the BYU game. There's going to be 10,000 fans there. And you didn't get that with anybody else. You know, it just doesn't happen. All right, DJ and PK, when we come back, Robbie Bosco, the former BYU quarterback, current BYU athletic administrator, changes in the administration, changes at quarterback, plenty to talk to him about, and we'll do that next. Stay with us.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to see Chris Stapleton August 15th and 16th at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss Chris Stapleton's All-American Roadshow coming to Utah for 2 very special nights. Get tickets now at livenation.com or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
If you need up to $5,000, go to WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com is the name you can trust. It's free to use, available 24/7, and you're never required to accept any loan offer. Some lenders offer same-day funding. If you need up to $5,000, type WeFixMoney.com directly into your browser. WeFixMoney.com has been helping customers for 15 years and has an A rating with a Better Business Bureau. So if you need cash for credit card bills, car repairs, child care, or anything else, go to WeFixMoney.com. Make sure you type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. Go to the company you trust. WeFixMoney.com. Just fill in the information and get an answer in minutes at WeFixMoney.com for up to $5,000. Go to WeFixMoney.com. That's WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
If you need up to $5,000, go to WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com is the name you can trust. It's free to use, available 24/7, and you're never required to accept any loan offer. Some lenders offer same-day funding. If you need up to $5,000, type WeFixMoney.com directly into your browser. WeFixMoney.com has been helping customers for 15 years and has an A rating with a Better Business Bureau. So if you need cash for credit card bills, car repairs, child care, or anything else, go to WeFixMoney.com. Make sure you type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. Go to the company you trust. WeFixMoney.com. Just fill in the information and get an answer in minutes at WeFixMoney.com for up to $5,000. Go to WeFixMoney.com. That's WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard for Advanced Windows. We're big fans of Advanced Windows because, Hans, you and I want to save our listeners as much as possible. And when you have extreme heat and extreme cold here in the state of Utah, you have to have the right windows to save you money on your heating and cooling bill.
It has been such a pleasure to work with Advanced to install new windows into one of my rental units. They came out, took the measurements, gave me the best, most affordable option to replace the glass, and just helped me along the way, Scotty. From price to quality, Advanced Windows is going to take great care of you.
They've got experienced window specialists that'll help you determine why you have a draft coming in and how you can save the most money possible. They're going to give you $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more and a lifetime warranty. The highest quality custom windows in the state. Call Advanced Windows today, 801-850-9100.
Windows built in the state by people who live in the state. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KCNS FM Colvin, 1280 KCNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We are joined once again by Robbie Bosco, former BYU quarterback, current BYU athletics administrator. Robbie, good morning. Welcome back to the show.
DJ, has been a long time since I've talked to you boys.
I know. It's good to have you back. We realized, though, and PK is the one who actually realized this. He's like, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on at BYU, and you know who sits at the crossroads, the intersection of all these storylines, is Robert Bosco. Yes.
Oh, PK, way to think about me. It must be a slow. I was just thinking it was a slow Friday or something.
Oh, man. Well, there's a three-way battle for quarterback, right? Now, who played quarterback at BYU? Who was a quarterback coach at BYU? Who's seen a bunch of these, right? You got a new athletic director. So as new administration, people always, new ideas, new people want to do things their way. There ought to be some changes there. I mean, the times demand it, right? With the leagues reorganizing all the time and NIL and the transfer portal. Like you're at the intersection of all these stories. All these players who leave after spring ball because the situation isn't right, including one of the current guys at BYU, and you're sitting there like, yeah, I know I had to sit 2 or 3 years. I knew I didn't know what I was doing. That would have been scary if they threw me into a game. Totally different mindset.
It is. I mean, and it's been a few years that the mindset. I mean, freshmen want to come in and they want to go somewhere where they can play, and they want to play right away. And look I always thought that was a difficult thing. I always thought it was like, coming in as a freshman, there's so much to learn and everything. But I think kids are coming in way more prepared than I was prepared to play. And as far as size and strength, knowledge, being coached in high school differently then than you were, back when I played, I just think that whole mindset is different. So I think people that are young and freshmen are way more prepared and way better off to try to play now than waiting 2 or 3 years.
There's 3 guys competing for the starting job, right? And this time in August is literally what's going to determine it. And as a player, no matter what sport, you want to be loose. You want to be free. You want to be able to just play and not think about it. How do you go about that and not be in a situation where you're not stressing over every single play as a quarterback, whether you're doing well or the other guys are doing better? It seems like for those 3 guys, this would be a stressful situation and maybe hard to be free, loose, and easy and all that stuff.
That's true. I think when you're in the battle running and each play, each throw, each read, each decision is going to impact the coaches on what's going to happen. So you almost have to have that kind of cockiness. Who's got the most confidence where they can feel a little looser and things like that. But it's going to come down to, I've been watching these kids throw, and they can all throw a football. And they really haven't done a whole lot yet. I know I think they're having a scrimmage one of these days coming up soon. And I think it's going to be the guy that can make the plays, that can move the chains, and that's going to determine a lot on who plays. And sometimes you, as a coach, you make that right decision, and sometimes you don't, and then you just have to kind of give guys another chance, because a game situation is way different than on practice. And so it's going to be interesting. I feel very confident in all three of these guys. I think they're all very good players, and hopefully they can just hang in there, because they're all going to get a chance to play. I don't know the last quarterback. There's not very many quarterbacks that can go through a whole season without getting dinged or hurt, and someone's going to have to step up and make some big plays. And so hopefully they can all feel good about being at BYU and stick around for a while.
Barrett Bachmeier, I have been told how much talent he has and how impressive he is. And I'm a little curious that he left Stanford after spring football. I mean, I get they have an interim coach, which means right away you're going to have two coaches in 2 years. So that's just not a good situation. But on the other hand, the interim coach is Frank Reich, who quarterbacked and coached in the NFL. So maybe you could learn a thing or two for him. But for whatever reason, he makes a decision. He comes here. But now he's trying to win the job at BYU. But he didn't have spring ball. So he's got to get to know all these teammates, build relationship, get your brain in sync with these receivers. When a play breaks down, everybody's got to know what everybody's got to do. The timing's got to be great. And he's got to get his arms all the way around the offense and the protection in like 3 weeks. Like, you could be the best quarterback. Hey, 3 weeks isn't very long, Robbie. Is that realistic?
Yeah. I mean, there are certain guys that can do it, though. And I don't know where Bear sits with that. I'm not with him all the time or and things like that. But it takes a special guy. And I've watched him practice, and they were doing some 7-on-7, with pass rushers and everything like that. Obviously, no one's going super hard, but they're going hard enough. And that guy, he knows what's going on. I think he's got a super good mind. I think he graduated high school early, and so he's got it up top. And physically, he's a big, solid kid. I think if I had a pair of legs like him, I might still be playing. I mean, this guy looks like a beast. And so I think that part. But, yeah, you're right, though. It's very difficult to have a total grasp on everything. And when does the game slow down? That's when you become a really good player, is when the game slows down. And the game only slows down with experience and playing out there and getting a feel and getting an understanding of what defenses are doing. And all three of these guys, they've got to put a ton of work in the film room and watch film on every team that we're going to be playing coming up to it and have an understanding. And even with that, a lot of it comes down to physical toughness and mental ability to make plays. Because very rarely do you drop back in a pocket and you sit there and it's like, oh, this is so easy back here. I've got no pressure at all. And you can find an open receiver. But things break down all the time, and it's the ones that can make plays when things are broken down more so than the other guy.
Yeah, I think that's where you had a guy like Detmer really succeed, and maybe one or two others. I don't want to mention their names, but I think we know who they might be, that when it did break down, which is often, if not always, that they couldn't make plays, and they had all the star rankings, and it wasn't able to translate. The way I'm looking at it here is that BYU has flipped the schedule completely. For years, for a decade plus, the stronger part of the schedule was up front-loaded, and then the easier part was in the back. And so when they had Zach Wilson, I think they targeted an opportunity for him to get out on the field because they knew when the schedule was softer. Well, here it's reverse, obviously. You know, you could make a strong argument that the easier games are in the beginning. And then you get in that Big 12, and I know the Cougs have only been in it in 2 years, but it's a pretty good conference, and just about any team is capable of beating anybody else. So you got to really be ready. How much do you think that factors into the decision, particularly with a freshman, you know, if they think that, okay, if he had just 2 or 3 games, he might be able to really take on the conference season, but if we wait, it's harder to insert him. I can't find a week where you could pick him to play in any given opponent in the Big 12. How do you think that's going to play out in terms of them making the decision that the schedule now is reverse of where it had been for many years as an independent?
Yeah, I think that's always the tough part of coaching and anticipating. I think it's very difficult to think like that. Like, okay, we can give this guy's got the biggest up, and I'm not even going to put who I think has the biggest upside or what the ranking is of these 3 quarterbacks. I'm just looking at, let's say right now, the guy that's playing the 3rd best, but he might have the biggest upside. Well, if you think about, if he has a couple of games under his belt, you know, he might just push forward and be the guy. I think it's very difficult to think like that because college football is so different than any other sport. You don't have any preseason games. You don't have any playing games that don't matter or don't count.
Right.
Game 1 counts. And you lose game 1, no matter who you're playing, you're on an uphill battle now for maybe not for the conference, because you can still win the conference, but you're on an uphill battle for rankings. And that's what it's all about, rankings now, right?
Yeah.
And we've learned very quickly that it's going to be very tough for an 8-3 BYU team to be ranked way up there high. And so you've got to win now, and you got to put your best player in there right now. And they're going to pick the guy who they think can win. And it doesn't matter if it's Bear or Trayson or McKay. They gotta figure this out, and they're with them. That's what a lot of fans don't understand is the coaches are with these guys every single day in meetings, in practices, treatment, whatever they may be. They know these kids inside and out, and us fans, we see him on Saturday afternoons. Oh, the other guy has to be better than that. Did you see that throw? I mean, that's just kind of what sports is, though, right? Our opinions are what's happening right now, and not really who deserves to be there. And so, none of these guys really have a ton of experience. Each Trayson and McKay have played for sure on the other teams, but not at BYU. And like what we talked about before, you're learning a new system with new players, and what's happening right now in practice is this is kind of their show, and they're trying to showcase their talents on who can be, and the coaches. This is never an easy decision, and so it's not only just the guy that can make plays throwing it, who can scramble, who can, like when we had Jalen Hall as our QB. That dude, he was hard to sack. There was pressure on him a lot, and he was able to evade that getting sacked because he was able to maneuver in the pocket and escape and then make plays running with the ball. And so that's what keeps the chains moving. It's not only sitting in the pocket making all these passes. Things break down, so you got to be able to make plays different ways all the time. So I think that's what it's going to come down when they make that decision.
On the administrative side of this, how much pressure is there to bring in more money, raise more money because with NIL, the expenses year after year, they just keep adding up. I mean, I just read about Texas Tech. They'd landed some senior, I think he was an offensive lineman, now some junior linebacker, and they're throwing around $20 million in NIL money. Or is that pretty much lined up? The boosters are committed, they get it, and with the tech industry, there's some deep pockets, and things are kind of set, and you're focused on other things. How is that working?
It's hard. I mean, think about it. We're raising more money than we ever have, and then they add on top of that $20.5 million more that we have to generate. And our donors at BYU are amazing, and they want to help as much as they can help. But still, it's very difficult, to go out there, and so you just have to keep finding new blood and new people that are willing to help, and you just keep banging the doors and trying to get people to help out and things like that. It's crazy what college athletics has turned into. This went from, my picture was on that Game Boy 20 years ago, so why aren't the athletes getting money from that, to, we need to start paying these athletes millions of dollars now. So it's just crazy what it's turned into. So there's got to be the biggest thing that kind of bugs me is the unlimited transfer portal. That's where that part's got to stop, because you may be getting paid $500,000 and go, thanks for that check. Oh man, that school 3 states away wants to pay me 1.5 now, so I'm going to leave. And there's no more loyalty. And I think Kalani has done a fabulous job of spreading out the wealth the best that he can, and trying to make everybody feel good and feel happy about it. But it's crazy. And we just got to keep going. We got to be in the game, right? I mean, if you're not in the game, if you ignore it, then you're going to get swallowed. So you just got to try to do the best you can and do it. And I have a feeling we're doing pretty good. I mean, AJ is a pretty good basketball player, and he came to BYU, so that's a pretty awesome start.
Yeah, you've seen this growth that when you first entered administration, 20 years ago now, after coaching for more than a decade. So you got all this experience in different ways. Any level of surprise that BYU has been so desirous and willing and wanting to play the game, as you say, because they have this rep of trying to do things a little more, some would say cheap, maybe cost effective, depending on how politically correct you want to be. But now it looks like, they are willing to do essentially whatever it takes. They keep saying they're not the highest bidder. Fine. Well, I don't want to argue that, but they clearly are willing to spend the money. Is that a level of surprise for you from where you've been?
I think everything you just mentioned right there, I think there's a little bit of everything in that. Yes, we are willing. Yes, we know what it can do for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We know what it can do for our athletes and our fan base who have a great passion, as do other sport programs. But I still think that we don't want to just, like some of that NIL stuff and things like that, that comes from outside, and really as administrators, fundraisers, we're not really involved with that. So like when I was playing and I asked DJ for $100,000, he wouldn't give it to me. He was a cheap dude.
Yeah, I hear you. Right. And he had it too.
Do.
And he had excess.
I know what he gets paid
right.
there.
Yeah, exactly.
And
I told you.
So maybe I should have asked both of you guys for a little bit of money.
50 each, but maybe you get it. Yeah.
I guess that hamburger maybe back then was probably sufficient. But it's tough. I don't think we are, I don't think we do things crazily around here. I think, obviously our athletic teams would like to do more and more and more, but, obviously we have to remain inside of a budget and be careful that way. But the NIL stuff is kind of really out of our hands, and people from the outside, we don't even know who gets paid what and how much, and things happen, and they can keep that as quiet as they want to.
Right.
Now, if someone is doing a commercial for somebody, then you have, they must be paying them something or something like that. But so outside that is not really part of what we do as fundraisers here.
I'm intrigued, and I thought this would happen, but I didn't think enough. I thought that there are people at various schools, BYU included, but all around the country, who have a real passion for the Olympic sports, right? Something beyond football and men's basketball. And you, as an administrator, you have to feed those beasts. I mean, everything hangs on football, right? That's probably at least 80, maybe 90% of the deal. Basketball a little bit, and then everything else kind of has its niche. But nonetheless, I think there are people with a passion for that. And somebody is going to try to buy the way to the top in whatever sport, volleyball, soccer, baseball, softball. And sure enough, Texas Tech pays a pitcher $1 million, and they are in the college softball World Series, and they are in the championship, the last two teams. And I'm wondering if you see that kind of passion from boosters when you're out raising money. Are there people, because BYU has a good history in women's soccer and in women's volleyball, and baseball not recently, certainly golf, but baseball if you go back a little bit. So I'm wondering if these sports, or maybe one I haven't even mentioned, if you talk to people who are like, I really want to help this sport.
There are people that don't probably care about football or even basketball, but they have a passion for other sports. I don't personally know of anything that, like what Texas Tech has done, because they gave that pitcher another $1 million to stay for her senior year.
Yeah.
And so I was talking to our softball coach, and he said, they just signed the second best pitcher in the country. So they're going to have both of them. And I don't know how much they gave her, but I think it was a pretty good penny as well. And so you'll probably see them back. And I think I just, like I said before, I don't know, but I don't think there's anyone going with that passion. But I think there's other players in other sports at BYU that are probably doing pretty good. And I don't even know what pretty good is. I mean, when you think about $1 million to give, it's just a lot of money. And I don't know, you're not really getting any return other than you want to see them win, and you just bought the best player for them to win. And that's kind of how that NIL thing goes, I think. So
it's crazy in that way. I look at it like the Eccles family. They've done a lot for Utah's athletics, right? And they put their name on the facility, whatever facility it is, the tennis center, the football facility. And then it stays there, for 25 years as a functional building for the particular sport. In this situation here, how do you keep going back year after year after year? To say to these people, it's not like you build something and then it sits there for basically the rest of your life. You know what I'm saying? It has to be something that is annual, if not even more than once a year. I'm just wondering, how do you guys do that as fundraisers to go and ask continuously you need to donate, not just a one-shot deal?
No, it's that. That is one of the hardest things that we're faced with, because we have a lot of amazing donors that are very generous and are very supportive, and they give. But it's very difficult to keep going back to the same people. And a lot of it's got to be relationship building, because some of the people, if you don't have a great relationship with them, to them, I'm sure it feels like, every time you call me, it's that you want more.
Right.
And so that gets old. And
it's like your adult
totally
kids.
Get that. And our team gets, our fundraising team gets that as well. So you try to build relationships, but it's hard to build relationships when you have, whatever level and amount of players. There's a lot more people that are giving than we have people working here. So it's not just a one-on-one thing. It's one on 150. And you can't build amazing relationships with that many people. It's just very difficult to do. So you just got to figure out and be creative of different ways to do it. And like I said before, you have to go get new blood. And that's the hardest thing to do. It's easier to grab the low-hanging fruit, but to get to that apple at the top of that tree, it's not an easy task to do, but you have to go get those guys, and you need help, right? I think you need help. I think when we look at our good donors and our good friends, you talk to them about, hey, who do you know that can help us, that's passionate about BYU? And, you just got to build off that and just keep knocking on doors.
Well, Rob, I will give you a little hint on an insight. Is DJ's coming up on contract renegotiations?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure he's writing a check out right now. I love it.
Well, I have a serious question on all this. I know when you stopped coaching and you went and started doing the fundraising deal, people are like, oh, yeah, Robbie gets to go golf now. But now that you're raising, because you're building relationships, right? And you're going to ask these people for money. So you have to golf. Your arm is twisted, Robbie. Now that you have to do, you get called in, and it's like, okay, well, now the school can give $20 million. You guys have to go raise $20 million. I'm wondering, you saying goodbye to the munis? Are you just country clubs up in Summit County now? Private courses?
It's interesting. It's a good comment because you're exactly right. I mean, people are like, oh, he's golfing, this and that. Yep. But if you think about talking to a CEO, and if that CEO loves the golf, say, well, you're not going to go to his business and be able to talk for 4 hours.
Right.
You might get 10 minutes, and then the first thing, before you even say hello or shake his hand, you have to start talking about giving. Well, you go on a golf course. Now, it can be very casual. It can be you can squeeze in that little thing within 4 hours pretty easily. And people love to golf. And so it's a great tool for all of us that golf and are able to do that with donors and things like that. So that's the one thing we do. We like to bring people to practice. We kind of try to do things that are fun for them. We have a big scholarship dinner coming up where people pay to sponsor a student athlete. And so that's a great one-on-one time where the student athlete and the donor get together, sit at the same table, and just get to talk and just get to see each other, which doesn't happen all the time. And you get to see them other than in their football uniform or basketball uniform. And so it's a very casual thing, but that's a great thing that we do. So you just got to try to do as many different things as you can do and stir the pot, because not everybody likes to golf. But coming to these dinners and then listening to our student athletes and listen to their stories and who they are, where they came from, they're amazing. We have amazing student athletes in our programs in all the sports, and that's a big part of what we like to do too.
You know how, DJ, when you've been someplace many times, like I go to the gym, right, and I'll get in the car and my phone will say it's 8 minutes to High Point. They just automatically know. When Bosco gets in his car, it immediately shows the mileage in minutes to Red Ledges up there in Heber.
Well, you might have a good point there.
So if you played,
deny it.
Hey, have you played Pebble Beach?
I have played Pebble. I was just up in Ogden Country Club playing up there.
Good gig, Robbie.
Played with some donors and played with Patrick Fishburne, Patrick Fishburne hits the ball a long way and very well, too, by the way.
Oh, that,
Yeah, right?
Yeah, that's kind of a common theme there among PGA golfers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Get on the PGA Tour. Turns out you can hit it a little bit.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Robbie. We appreciate it as always. You're the man.
All right, guys. Thanks so much.
All right,
Talk to you soon.
Robbie Bosco, former BYU quarterback, joined us right here on the Zone. DJ and PK. I had like 17 more questions for him, but it turns out
I agree.
Hawk is like, we were supposed to break 10 minutes ago. Anytime, guys. All right, we'll break right now. DJ and PK at 97.5 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
It's hard not to sell the idea of BYU stock, so to speak, in football without knowing what the quarterback situation is. And when Joel Klatt is calling him Trayshawn Bourget and Bear Brockmeyer, then I think that is only an indicator of the fact that you have guys in there that you have no clue what you're going to get.
That's a problem.
For me, I get why he's selling it. I didn't necessarily agree with the defensive side of it. Jacob Robinson is a huge piece that goes missing.
And they lost their defensive tackles, but they brought in Keanu Tanavasa.
And I will say, too, this BYU defense is going to be still very good. You know why? They plug guys into their system. They're relentless about learning that system. And when you get that defense down, how many times have we heard it? Kalani's like, this is a defense that scheme-wise you have to get familiar with. And once you are, and you're plugged in, we can make it work.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3 days only. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Save thousands on hot tubs and swim spas. 2 area locations. Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent. And St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Major manufacturers liquidation of new 2025 spas. Discounted up to 40 to 80%. We have spas to fit any backyard or budget. Free professional delivery. Instant on-site financing. 2 area locations. Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent. And St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Transform your backyard with a swim spa for the fraction of the price of a pool. The easiest way to exercise or relax in your backyard. Just fill and chill. Shockingly low monthly payments. Don't miss this opportunity to build the backyard of your dreams. See the latest models in person. 3 days only. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 2 area locations. Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent. And St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Learn more online at HotTubAndSwimSpaSale.com. HotTubAndSwimSpaSale.com.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Did you know there are more ways than ever to save with Allstate? Like adding more cars to your policy means you could save more. Same with bundling home and auto. More savings. Oh, and staying safe on the road? Ding, ding, ding. You guessed it, more savings. So check Allstate first, and you could save more today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Potential savings and prices vary, including based on how you buy. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger, who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every new day is a chance to be kinder to your body and your mind. U of U Health is here to help you build strength and confidence every day. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, Utes Athletics, and the Utah Grizzlies. Take the first step today at uofuhealth.org.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Soccer Ready Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit their website at trajanwealth.com. We got free tickets to give away today. It's Free Ticket Friday. Caller 12 right now. 801-575-ZONE wins a pair of tickets to see Pantera in the heaviest tour of the summer at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on August 20th. 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. Call right now. All right, PK, we covered a lot of ground in this show. What would you like to share with the people? Robbie Bosco just get you going just in the last segment? Jason Christ in the last hour?
Yeah, well, when we're talking to Jason Christ, we're going big picture rather than particular X and O in any given game, because that's his leadership role. And then listening to him talk about the difference that the Miller family, with their 40-year history of a proven track record in running professionals franchises, and he said is making a significant difference. Well, that bodes well. There's no other way around it. That bodes very well for the competitive nature of the team, for the fans, for the stability, all things considered. So, soccer is not the top of the food chain, but I think it's an underestimated storyline of what this ownership will do for this franchise.
I was intrigued that he said they might still add another striker. I thought, they brought in 2. That's probably it. But he definitely left the door open for bringing in somebody. And it sounded, you can go back and listen to the interview wherever you get your podcasts, our website, wherever. Doesn't matter. It's everywhere. Yacht posted to the world. And you can listen in his tone to me. He said, man, this could be a significant signing, not just a guy. And who knows, a guy can pay off.
Yeah, we'll see the level of...
They've got multiple people in their starting 11 who didn't come in with any hype. It's like we talk about in football, the 2 or 3 star can be a star. You don't have to be a 4 or 5 star to...
Give me that man between the pipes any day.
Rafa Cabral was unsigned, free agent, out of contract, just out there. He's played very well for him.
Yeah, so excited for what the future holds for them. And then Robbie Bosco, the quarterback nature that he can speak to because he's been there to see. We're all going to be, it's the story of camp. It's the story of camp in the state. Who's going to be the quarterback? And it's also maybe not the singular story, but it's most definitely a story in the Big 12. Everyone wants to know who
BYU's quarterback is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there's this whole recognition that they have a good team.
They do.
And if you get really good quarterback play, then that elevates it, and all of a sudden, look out.
That's a fact, yeah.
And now no one has any idea what kind of play they're going to get.
I can argue that it is the training camp story in the Big 12.
Yeah, because there's so many good quarterbacks and so many things are kind of locked down and up to speed. And, you look around the league and depending on your perspective, 5, 6, 7, 8 quarterbacks who might put together excellent seasons.
I'm very capable. Yeah. And they're established starters. I think, you got Oklahoma State, West Virginia, off the top of my head, that don't have an established starter yet. Maybe they do by now. I'm not looking at that stuff every day, but I think they went into the summer with different possibilities. And the rest, as I just do a quick, in my mind, run through it, have got their quarterback set, and then BYU has that, and they lose their quarterback in an unusual way, and certainly an unusual timing. And then is this the first quarterback ever who could start the first game after participating in someone else's spring ball? I mean, come on. We know that for decades and decades that never happened. And yet
here we are.
It's a decent possibility. Yeah. I don't know who the starter is going to be, but it's a possibility. He's in the mix. Minimally, if you just statistic it out, there's a 33% chance, obviously. So we'll see what happens here. And Bosco was talking about the scrimmage that they've got, and that's tomorrow. And then they're doing a conference call for the media afterward. We're not allowed to see it. I am thinking about, doing that Bobby Valentine one time, putting fake glasses and a mustache, see if I can get in there. Say, no, I'm a Cougar Club donor, man. Yeah.
Bobby Valentine.
Remember he did that in the dugout?
Like 30 years ago.
Did he do that in the dugout once?
He did. Oh, yeah, absolutely did. He got kicked out and did some stupid disguise.
So I could bring 5 disguises, get kicked out, come back with another disguise. What do you think?
Yeah, do that.
Maybe they might just get tired of kicking me out.
Who was it? Was it Eli Manning who did the disguise and then pretended to be some walk-on quarterback?
He
had a ton of makeup. I mean, Bobby Valentine was basically at some joke shop gift store and spent $12.
Greg Maddux did that, I think, at UNLV baseball. I think he was helping out with the pitchers, and he did something, came in there and started giving crazy advice or something. Maddux, as I understand, is a real jokester. If you listen to, I remember John Smoltz talking about Maddux, where he was, they brought in Russ Ortiz, so obviously he has a Hispanic surname, and so Maddux started talking to him really slow, so he could learn English. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. And so Maddux was speaking real slow English to Russ Ortiz, who, of course, is an American, even though he has a Hispanic surname, speaks English. But Maddux liked to play those pranks, and he did that one time. There was one prank I saw with Dave Roberts. He was a player, manager of the Dodgers now, and he came out. There was something he had to do before the game about teaching the batter how to bunt or something, and it was a young kid. And so the dad or who's ever with him is just screaming at the kid. And you can see Robert's like, dude, take it easy, man. And it was all a big setup. Just Buzz Roberts as they're just lambasting the kid for not learning how to bunt correctly. And Roberts was trying to show him how to bunt.
That's all to watch his reaction.
It was, yes.
Nice. The kid and the dad are in on it. And
just totally. They're 100%. Yeah.
Just selling it.
It was pretty funny.
All right, DJ and PK, when we come back, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Hillstead has played. Bachmeier has not played. So you may not actually know how some of these guys look until they are taking live snaps in an actual game. Maybe Hillstead looks more experienced and seasoned, but Bachmeier's upside is higher. So maybe he gets to play the second half against Portland State, and then you end up with this bleeding into week 2. And I think that's always the danger there.
There's no putting it to bed in week 2. It's going to be weak all year. I've seen it a zillion times. The star Frosch doesn't get the job. The guy that's a little bit more senior, but you're not really sure of. The conversation is always there until the Frosch replaces the upperclassman. And then you know what happens, Ben? The freshman struggles.
Yeah.
And then for the rest of the year, you're going, well, maybe we should go back to the other guy.
Yeah.
Tale as old as time, Ben.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
What if you could unlock over $1 million in personal and business credit? That's exactly what Ray Reynolds can do for you. I'm talking about protecting your family and building your business with $100,000 in personal or business cash credit. And Ray can help you rebuild your credit score to 750. Ray Reynolds isn't just any expert. He helped the security chief of TRW that became Experian, one of the most trusted credit bureaus. If you're looking to get your finances on track, Ray is the man you should call for a 750 credit score. Call Ray at 800-427-5991. 800-427-5991. Join his live webinars and attend his weekly workshops to learn the insider strategies for hitting your personal and business goals. Ready for a 750 credit score and your first $100,000 in credit? Call Ray Reynolds now at 800-427-5991. That's 800-427-5991.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard for Advanced Windows. We're big fans of Advanced Windows because, Hans, you and I want to save our listeners as much as possible. And when you have extreme heat and extreme cold here in the state of Utah, you have to have the right windows to save you money on your heating and cooling bill.
It has been such a pleasure to work with Advanced to install new windows into one of my rental units. They came out, took the measurements, gave me the best, most affordable option to replace the glass, and just helped me along the way, Scotty. From price to quality, Advanced Windows is going to take great care of you.
They've got experienced windows specialists that'll help you determine why you have a draft coming in and how you can save the most money possible. They're going to give you $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more and a lifetime warranty. The highest quality custom windows in the state. Call Advanced Windows today, 801-850-9100.
Windows built in the state by people who live in the state. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
This summer, when you purchase a new air conditioner from Any Hour Services, you'll automatically be entered into our weekly drawing to have your air conditioner paid for, up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules and schedule a free estimate at anyhour.com.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Please come now, I think I'm falling, holding on the wall, I think you're safe. It seems I found the road to
Question of the morning. You are responding. What's your most painful moment in sports? Tyler, I hated getting smoked by the Spurs in 07. It wasn't even close.
It was not.
Knew that would happen. I was hoping for better.
Yeah, but kind of lucked into that final series, though, in the Western Conference.
Did get an upset of the one seed there that opened the
Seattle.
path. I thought Dallas got beat that year.
Was it Dallas?
Yeah.
Okay. They were the one seed. And Nowitzki's MVP year. I think that, for me, the most painful moment in sports was listening to you go on that manifesto.
Yeah. It was Arizona State losing to Ohio State in the Rose Bowl for 13-0 and a national championship.
Yeah, the second one, because we did get the Sporting News one in 75.
Right.
Doesn't matter that I wasn't a fan then.
Tyler, I made a half-court buzzer beater in a church ball game to send it to OT, and then they didn't pass me the ball at the end of OT. My buddy missed a free throw. We lost by 1, and that hurt.
That's got to sting.
The Blazers losing the Lakers in Game 7 of the 2000 Western Conference Finals, blowing a 15-point lead in the fourth quarter. I still can't watch that highlight pass from Kobe to Shaq that sealed it. It's painful 25 years later.
That was rigged.
It's rigged. The no-pass interference call against the Rams when they played the Saints in the NFC title game. The Rams player leveled the Saints wide receiver right in front of the officials. They ignored it. The Rams won the game and went on to play in the Super Bowl.
I remember that.
That was a bad missed call. I mean, you don't like to talk about referees, but that was a big play at the end of a close game.
It certainly was.
That was a huge one.
And you're going to tell me it was the only non-missed call they had the entire game?
Probably. I think the referees were just perfect lights out until that one moment.
Yes. Well, once you introduce one, you have to introduce all of them. That's my statement.
It's not significant in the grand scheme of things, but being there in person for the Dellavedova half-court heave at the buzzer in the Marriott Center stands out.
Well, no sport is significant in the grand scheme of things unless it's Jackie Robinson breaking the color barrier.
Multiple people send this one, which I think has to be, it's the worst loss for the Utes in the time we've been here. The Utes have a halftime lead in the 1998 NCAA men's basketball championship game, end up falling apart in the second half. It's the only time I've ever felt pain from sports.
You know, I've had people tell me that.
Yeah. That was such a rare oppority, and they had a 10-point lead at the half.
Yeah, sitting courtside. I thought they're going to win.
Yeah, it was so set up. It was right there.
I was thinking, how in the world are they going to lift him on their shoulders? Yes. That was my big concern.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I felt bad for all Ute fans and all the players and maybe a coach or two.
What's the loss for the Cougars that compares to that? I mean, it's easy to define one for the Utes. Can you define one for BYU? I mean, the 14-1 Cotton Bowl season, the one came so early to Washington. You know, if you lose late and you're so close to a perfect season, but it was like the second or third game of the year.
Yeah, you hate to go just yesterday, metaphorically, but the football team with a couple of those both losses.
We have had people say the Kansas game. We've had multiple people say that.
Yeah, the ball hitting the kid in the head.
Yeah,
was it Evan Johnson they looked like they might be in a play and they punted. I mean, that was ridiculous. And then, well, I'd like to say they're in the playoff, but they probably would have had to have beat the other team in the conference final.
The Rob father says sitting in the Rose Bowl watching C.J. Stroud destroy the Utes defense to set up the game-winning field goal.
I just don't think that was devastating.
I felt like it was going to happen as soon as the extra point was kicked. I literally thought this could be the one time that the coach who just tied the game should onside the kick and try to recover it. Because if you give the ball to Ohio State, they're going down the field every time in this game. You know, I think early in the game they didn't quite realize who was in the secondary and what was happening, and then at some point it clicked in like, wait a minute. They're playing guys in the secondary who don't even play defensive back.
I think the thrill of the Rose Bowl and the glorious day, and it was the first time, I think that supersedes the actual loss.
And the fact there were so many electric plays, and the fact they fought back to tie the game with their backup quarterback.
Yeah. I don't think that stung like a loss should sting.
I think there's some people who would put that in the best loss category.
I don't think there's any question.
Yeah. All right, DJ PK, we're all done. Ben's up next right here on The Zone.
You have a great weekend, okay, buddy?
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hey, Ryan, you remember that trip we took in our tent trailer down to Southern California?
Oh, that was the best.
Making memories with Paris RV. Hook up to the 2025 Forest River Rockwood 16 OTG for only $9,195 or $148 per month, 0 down. Or the 2025 Highland Ridge Open Range 177 BH for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down. Or the 2026 Coachman RV Catalina Summit Series 7 134 BHX for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down.
Take your family out RVing with Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores, we're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at AmericaFirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Utah deserves better. If you just got a quote on a new furnace or air conditioner and felt like they were pushing you into something big and expensive, you're not the only one. A lot of home service companies here in Utah aren't really local anymore. They've been bought out by private equity groups focused on profits, not people. Here at Your Service Pros, we're different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not sales quotas. We offer free second opinions on repairs or replacement because most people just want to know the truth. If your system can be repaired, we'll gladly fix it. But if it needs to be replaced, we'll show you your options, including a hybrid system with up to $6,650 in total rebates. We'll make sure you're getting the best price possible, not some inflated quote so our investors can get richer. At Your Service Pros has served Utah homeowners for over 20 years, and we're proud to have a 4.9-star rating from families just like yours. So call At Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO. If you need a free second opinion on your heating, air, plumbing, or electrical, call 801-YOUR-PRO, because Utah deserves better.
So it says here you released from the factory with your top down.
That's right.
You want to speak to that?
Well, I'm a Jeep. I'm a Wrangler. You can't tie me down. Am I a little on the spicy side? Sure. Are kids going to stare at the school pickup? Absolutely. But I helped build this country, doggone it. You ever hear of World War II?
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork. Make this the summer sales event now through August 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Hey, listen up. Take the next step towards your future with an affordable online degree or certificate from University of Maryland Global Campus, an accredited state university. Classes start August 13th, and when you apply now, your application fee is waived. Choose from over 135 skill-based programs. Earn up to 90 credits towards a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Don't forget, save now with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. Visit umgc.edu to learn more.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KCNS FM Colvin, 1280 KCNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob at 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, man. Missed that voice.
What's up, bozos?
How are you?
What did I miss?
Oh, you know what you missed. You know what? It didn't actually get that much run, but it got a bunch of run online. It got a bunch of run online, and then I'm sure you didn't realize. So what was that, Monday night? Monday?
I don't even know.
So, again, to recap, if you missed it, because I only touched on it very slightly, your conversation, and I say yours specifically because I went back and listened to the clip and I don't hear my voice in
it's
it
just
at
me.
all. It's basically you calling everybody at Texas Tech a bozo and Steve placating you. Saying, yep. Uh-huh.
Yeah, Steve got wrapped up in it. Apologies to him.
And, of course, when you go back and look at the podcast, it has your face and my face on it. And the clip does not, as the guy clipped it and recorded it off his phone, doesn't say who's talking or anything. So nobody knows if that's me talking or you talking or Steve Bartle, who has nothing to do with the conversation really other than he was in on the interview, calling everybody at Texas Tech a bozo. And some local here, or should I call him a yokel, clipped it. He's a BYU/Texas Tech fan, which apparently there's a camaraderie there.
That's a thing?
He tweets it out, and all of Lubbock, Texas, circles the wagons to come after the show about how would anyone in Utah know anything? We don't know anything about college football,
They were tagging the coach.
Yeah, they were like, Joey McGuire, I hope you play this before the game. It's like, yeah, you pathetic losers. I hope you play it before the game. Yeah, hey, Dad, these guys online are being mean to us. Yeah, Joey McGuire,
funny.
Play that before the game. Play Jake and Ben's radio show before your game 7 weeks from when we had that conversation. But then, so it was Monday. Tuesday morning, we opened the show with the color analyst from the team.
That's what Christian told me.
So anyways.
But he said you didn't mention it to him.
No, and it got buried quickly. No, we did move on quickly because...
And again, it wasn't pandering. Like, I didn't schedule him because that was going on. I had him scheduled already, and then all that stuff came out.
Nor did I necessarily feel like talking about it, A, as an independent solo show host at the moment, and B, it was a lot of you, and I didn't need to defend you.
Your controversy, no. Can I tell you my favorite tweet that I got during this storm?
Because it generated 70 retweets and 60 replies, and now in retweets you can quote tweet it, so there's replies in the retweets.
I love it was like 40 bookmarks, so that's like 40 people
Someone's
that
coming
are going
back to it.
To circle back and rub it in my face. But how about this one? Moe Jaguar.
Okay.
I
saw him.
You can do. He says he tweets. This is what I woke up to, by the way, in San Diego. Good morning. And a hearty F you to Ben and Jake.
Clarification. The tweet was not censored. Jake censored it for the air.
Correct.
That
was it?
Funny.
That's all he did? That's all he tweeted?
Yeah.
I had people coming into my other tweets, like my mailbag for the Jazz, being like, hope there's no bozos on the other. So, yeah.
Oh, it's so so funny.
I did feel like it was fair game because I got you into some hot water with some Utah State fans not too long ago, and I felt, well, Jake got me back.
Yeah,
that's fine.
It's
Totally fair.
You know what? I've been buried under, even the 5 Utah State fans that got after me were way meaner and more creative than the Texas Tech fans. Like,
Well, yeah, they have an education.
Our local teams are way meaner and more creative when they're mad at me. But it was quite funny because they were so upset about the word bozo.
Yeah, they really did not like that word. They're like, what am I supposed to say when you use such inflammatory language?
Which here's
Ben, they don't know what inflammatory means.
Correct. Yeah, they don't know what bozo means.
Here's the irony of it that was so rich to me because they were so upset about bozo. And we try and reset our bits, and it is a bit. The word bozo is totally a bit on the show, but here's why. Is because you and I both like a good insult.
Yes.
But insults get a little hurtful, and you can't say all of them on the air, and some of them really are over the line. And the reason that I love bozo is because it's a takeoff of clown, which is a really funny insult. You know, you're a clown. You're an unserious person. You're the one putting out a fire with a seltzer bottle and spray yourself in the face.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
that's it. It's a funny insult. And then on top of that, bozo is just a random clown character. And I feel like my grandpa insulting somebody in the 50s. And we said, nobody can be that mad at being called a bozo. That was the whole generation. People can be mad when you call them
yeah, any number of insults.
And people get upset, and I don't blame them. But bozo's silly.
It's G-rated.
It's G-rated.
lighthearted.
It's lighthearted. Nobody could possibly be that mad at being called a bozo. And you know what I'm here to tell you? Apparently I was wrong.
You were wrong. All of Texas Tech was mad about it.
Well, and you didn't even call Texas Tech fans bozos.
No,
you just
didn't.
called
their
the
administration.
You didn't even call Joey Maguire a bozo.
No.
You didn't call their current players bozos. You just said, why is this team always conducting the Texas Tech special, which is a 7-5 season? Why are they always doing that? Why is it always 8-4 when you have Patrick Mahomes? Why can you have the number one offense in the Big 12 like you did last year and not do anything of any import with it? What's the deal?
That's the whole point.
There's got to be some bozos somewhere.
Somewhere in the operation, there's got to be some bozo behavior happening.
If you weren't with us when we were 7-5, don't be with us when we're 9-3.
Yeah, right. Yes.
I was thinking about it. They never won a Big 12 title under Mike Leach.
No, our analyst that jumped on with us said it was the 1950s was the last time they won a conference title. The 50s. And they're mad at you. They're mad at you
They're
specifically.
mad at me.
They didn't know
Yeah.
who they were mad at, so they just sprayed it everywhere.
I never read Mike Leach's book. What was it? Swing Your Sword.
Yeah.
But I did interview him about it multiple times. Guess what his opinion was about the people running Texas Tech? His words were a lot meaner than bozo. I'll tell you that. So I don't know. Anyway, I did find it hilarious, and shout out to the good folks at Texas Tech.
The Red Raiders have won co-championships in 1976 and 1994. They have not won an outright title, it seems like, since 1955.
Chris, by the way, just snap talked this at me. He says, "Welcome back, Jake. I was laughing at the rage that inspired. So soft," and then a little emoji of a toilet paper thing. I got a text. My buddy Chris lives in Colorado Springs, and he's got a very important job. So he's not online all that much. I'm in the middle of Legoland, Ben, sweating, waiting in line for the cars thing, and I get a text from him, and he goes, "I just logged on to Twitter for the first time in 6 months. And what did you do to make the Texas Tech fans so mad?"
Fun to rile up another state.
I just said I called them bozos. That's it.
You didn't call them bozos.
I called the administration
You said there are
bozos.
people within that building that must be bozos that have prevented them from ever reaching the type of success that Baylor and TCU, probably even Houston, certainly Texas A&M have reached.
Got to be something there.
Something there. For some reason, Texas Tech cannot get over the hump.
There was a lot of crying, though. A lot of emotion.
A lot of tears.
A lot of tears.
Yeah, solved the drought down there.
I was well hydrated on my trip to San Diego. I mean,
I
Red
could
Raider
just
tears.
picture you Monday sitting on the beach in your tie-dye shirt, and your bucket hat and what are your glasses? What's your brand?
I don't even. What is it? It's not Kenneth Cole. It's another one. Tom Ford.
No, is that no?
Oh, these are my Maui Jims.
Yeah,
Thank
your
you very
Maui
much.
Jims having a true out loud chuckle.
Oh,
And where is his glasses? He can't see without his glasses.
Yeah, I saw your tweet too, Christian. It wasn't funny.
About Texas Tech, just soaking it up on the beach.
Oh, taking a train to Old Town.
Yeah,
it passed the whole trip. We had like a 45-minute train ride.
Anyways, so yeah, I did. You're right. That did happen on Monday. That was a Monday, Tuesday event, and we moved on.
Very soft. But you know what? Joey McGuire's going to play it for the team before.
He's probably playing it today.
Probably playing it right now.
He's probably got a picture of us up on the tackling dummies. Probably sees us at practice every day.
Which I'm happy to motivate. That's fine. Yeah, whatever you got to do. Great. Whatever you got to do to get there. I just am picturing, though, the coach standing in front of the team saying, guys.
Bad news.
We're going to play a
Raise
clip.
yourselves.
Play a clip right now.
This is going to hurt some of you.
Here's some bozo in Utah calling us bozos. And not even us. The administration bozos.
You show them who the real bozos
Guarantee Joey McGuire thinks that they're bozos running the show.
I think every head coach thinks that about the administration.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. Play it for the team. Oh, I love this job so much.
It's pretty funny.
So much. But I would like to congratulate Utah, BYU, and Utah State fans, all of whom have been mad at me at one point or another over my career. You're way more creative and way meaner than the Red Raider fans out there. So, like Utah and Coug fans have caused tears before. It was laughter from the Red Raider faithful.
Yep.
But speaking of like the generation of this whole convo is Texas Tech has raised a bunch of money and they're slinging it around like drunken sailors.
Yeah.
Did you hear Bosco this morning with DJ and PK? He was good. He talked about the quarterback race, but spent time describing fundraising at BYU. I had an anxiety just listening to it. I mean, it sounds, no offense to Robbie, it sounds awful. It sounds like I would want any other job on the planet.
Asking for money is horrible.
Just begging people for money. And I just assumed Robbie was playing golf and getting set up and, kind of living the good life. No, he's after it. They are I mean, the whole name of the game has become fundraising. Now, the problem with Texas Tech is, okay, what do you do with your resources?
Yeah.
Because I saw USC have more resources than everybody during Utah's run in the Pac-12.
And got huge recruits and huge transfers over and over and over.
And speaking of clown show.
Yeah.
Just clown show.
Right.
What you do with the resources. I mean, there's...
Oh, Texas A&M. You've talked about it a lot. Jimbo Fisher's last team there cost dozens of millions of dollars and didn't do anything. Cost him his job.
And here's where maybe I'll defend Texas Tech for a second. Maybe I'll steel man my argument and bring up a bozo take I had. When Kevin Young was hired and BYU was going to go down this road of we're going to be an NBA grooming factory, I thought, sure you are.
Yeah.
Sure you are. No, that's not going to happen. I was like, oh, it's going to take BYU years to even win a game in the Big 12. Totally wrong.
Yeah.
Have taken massive resources and obviously deployed them quite well, or at least did last year.
Mm-hmm.
So absolutely wrong. There's a program that took a total new direction under the current rules and have figured out a way to really put it to good use. So could Joey McGuire and Texas Tech do that? I suppose so. The history would say, I doubt it, but the history at BYU basketball would have said something, and now they're doing something else. So we'll see how that goes. But I mean, college sports is everybody. I mean, it is a resource battle in a way different way, and I actually feel bad for fans because man, they just get shaken down at every dang turn.
Yep, absolutely.
I mean, Robbie was describing how they have their current donors and they send their current donors out into the community to find other people that have money to donate. I mean, it sounded like, oh my gosh, this is keeping up with the Joneses is a crazy operation. And it bummed me out, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm with you. You can look, professional sports have their numerous flaws. I see it. You see it. There's more behind the scenes. And yeah, you're paying out the nose for food and drink and, all of that's tickets, jerseys, whatever. No one's knocking on your door asking for money to sign Lowry Markin into a contract extension.
What
Guys,
a world.
do you want to be good?
What
if
a
you
world
want your Jazz team to be good, I need you to put money in my hand right now.
Crazy.
What?
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And it's, you know what? It's broken. I don't know how. I don't think they can fix it, honestly, unless they
collectively bargain. But
I don't think that's happening.
Yeah.
Or the Supreme Court is somehow reverses itself.
Yeah.
There's I'm specifically referring to putting the NIL back in the bottle. I don't think you can do that.
And again, some teams, athletic departments don't mind going out and asking people to put money in their hands so their team can be better than the other team in which direction geographically they're playing against or consider their rival. Texas doesn't want that. Texas doesn't want to collectively bargain.
Nope.
Why? They get billions of dollars. Not billions, but, Texas Tech right now shouldn't want to collectively bargain with anybody. They've got a billionaire donor who wants to give them all the money so they can be the best team. Why would they want to say, well, you know what? I feel bad for New Mexico State. I just want to be on equal footing with them. They don't want that. So, no, they're not going to collectively bargain in that sense either. They're not going to come together. It would take the players sitting out, and the players aren't organized to do it, and there's too many of them. So,
who do you collectively bargain against? The conferences are technically the ones that collect the money.
Yeah.
Not the NCAA anymore. They certainly don't have any control specifically over football. Who are you?
Right.
I mean, these are, in large part, not all, obviously, but public universities. So are there governments? Are there state governments?
Yeah.
That's impossible.
Yeah.
And never going to happen. So, not to mention, maybe not even in the athlete's best interest. Although having a little guarantee that you could have some stability, I'm sure would be nice, because they've sacrificed ultimate stability for none at all. But, I don't see how you can prevent now boosters, donors, the zillionaire at Texas Tech from coming in and paying whoever he wants.
Right.
They can't set up a rule against it.
Right. And why would that guy want collective bargaining?
Right.
Yeah.
And you could say, oh, they'll sign a non-compete with the university, or that they have to adhere to all the university stuff if they're going to take a salary. Well, you can easily throw that out the window with a little negotiation. I'm the star quarterback. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
So
no, it's not in a good spot. No question about it.
So maybe Texas Tech figures it out and has $1 zillion, and all of a sudden they're a juggernaut. I doubt it.
I doubt it. Yeah.
They're the ones who chiseled Mike Leach over a couple of bucks on his way out the door.
Yeah.
Rough.
They just landed one of the highest rated recruits for 2026 or 27, but
I did see that.
I think they've got 3 or 4 top 20 transfers in the country. They're on the team, specifically on the offensive and defensive line. Yeah, they went out and spent money to address their issues.
We'll see how much that matters.
It was funny watching them defend the time Patrick Mahomes was there too. And they were like, but the defense was terrible. And it was like, exactly.
It is
you
funny.
Find a way to lose.
It is funny you mentioned USC. Lincoln Riley. And
oh, yeah, stinking.
Where did he start?
Oh, yeah, right.
Right? Like, yeah, doesn't matter how much money you give USC or Lincoln Riley. He's going to be stinking Riley.
He's going to stink it up.
He's a bozo.
Apparently. I wonder what.
But maybe a bozo born of bozos.
I wonder where USC is going to go in the Big Ten this year. I think they were picked like 8th or something crazy.
Yeah, 4 and 5, something like that. 5 and 4.
How are they putting up with that out there?
They weren't doing their good in the Pac-12 either.
No, but I mean, fingernails was good for like 10 minutes, and then they extend.
And he won a Heisman. At least is exciting. But
you remember their schedule that year, though. I mean, yeah, I think that era for old Stinkin' was a little more smoke and mirrors. I mean, Utah fans probably agree, right? They beat that team 3 times?
At least, yeah.
Yeah.
Beat them here, beat them there, beat them in the conference championship
once, because they beat Oregon with the other one, right?
Yeah.
So beat that team 3 times? Yeah, probably thought, oh, they weren't as good as advertised.
Yeah.
Heisman, my eye.
I mean, didn't Bryson Barnes beat him?
Yeah, the pig farmer. With a scramble, if I remember.
Yeah. Set up the field goal.
Well, honestly, that's the problem with the air raid. I mean, if we really want to bring this full circle, you just can't have a good defense. It's not possible. And why at USC would you want to hire a coach that's not going to have a good defense? It makes no sense. And maybe you could make that argument at Texas Tech now, too. I don't know. How are they deploying those resources?
Yeah.
But if I can get a monster defense, I'm doing that.
But again, they had the number one. This is the argument that I didn't really get into at all, but yeah, you had the number one offense in the Big 12 last year. Did Texas Tech, if we're going to continue to beat this drum. You can't have the best offense and the best defense. It doesn't happen, you know.
Well, unless you're the 1999 Virginia Tech Hokies, but that's a different story.
It's not going to happen. You know, what are you going to sacrifice? What are you willing to give up? How much are you willing to give up of your identity to fix something? Yeah, Utah could give up their defense if they wanted to play a lot faster and score a lot more points. I don't know if it makes them better. So you've got to figure out what that perfect balance is, and that's the really difficult job. And do I think Texas Tech is going to do it in year one after getting all these transfers? Probably not. Probably not.
Good morning and a hearty F you to Jake and Ben. I should ask Maddie how it was some guy who clipped it. It wasn't even like our podcast or anything.
Yeah, it was just some dude who clipped it.
Oh, that's lame.
Yeah, you can go see how many plays we got, how many clicks we got. See if we got any more. See if our traffic has been up from
in Lubbock,
specifically in Lubbock. We can geographically check some of that.
So the guy that clipped it and riled up the Texas Tech fans is a BYU fan and a Texas Tech fan?
I don't know where he resides, but that's what was in his Twitter bio.
Okay. All right.
Shout out to that guy.
Shout out to that dude.
Free
you could
plays.
at least contribute to our podcast numbers or something.
Yeah,
dude.
post the link next time.
Yeah, to the podcast.
What are you doing?
Yeah, follow us on Twitter.
If you're going to make some salacious thing out of us using a word that I use maybe 200 times a show.
Text JB to 57500. Yeah, that's the best thing you could do.
Sponsor the show! All right, top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next, Jacob Ben 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hanson Scotty.
Let's do it.
Kalani Sitake.
What is the most you've paid for a concert ticket, and what concert was it?
For me, MC Hammer.
Oh, nice.
I had the parachute pants, you know, all that stuff ready to go. I mean, don't get me started, guys.
No,
you
we
can
won't.
still listen to the stuff right now. It's good, clean, wholesome music.
Exactly.
You know, the whole family can have parachute pants and go out.
That's true.
And then do their dances and stuff like that. You know, Can't Touch This. I mean, he even had some slow songs, you know, songs about praying.
Pray.
You know, come on, man. Like, he's got it all.
What kind of a show is this?
Catch Hans Olsen and Scotty G every day from noon to 3 on 97.5 1280 The Zone, powered by KSLSports.com.
3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Save thousands on hot tubs and swim spas. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Major manufacturers liquidation of new 2025 spas, discounted up to 40 to 80%. We have spas to fit any backyard or budget. Free professional delivery, instant on-site financing. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Transform your backyard with a swim spa for the fraction of the price of a pool. The easiest way to exercise or relax in your backyard. Just fill and chill. Shockingly low monthly payments. Don't miss this opportunity to build the backyard of your dreams. See the latest models in person. 3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Learn more online at hottubandswimspasale.com. hottubandswimspasale.com.
Hey guys, Alex Curie here. You've heard us talking about SLC fat loss for a while, and I'm sitting down here with Jeff and Angela, who have also been on the program. How are you guys doing?
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. Well, you look awesome. Tell me how much weight you guys have lost and how long it's taken.
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance. So 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far. Tell me exactly what's changed about that health now that the weight has been lost with SLC fat loss.
I immediately really started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore, and I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out.
What would you tell somebody who is like you guys and maybe wants to start losing some weight about SLC fat loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Just get a hold of the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Just go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
She's a good girl, loves her mama, loves Jesus, in America too. She's a good...
Jacob Ed, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Shout out to Tyler on the Snap Talk who sends in talking about USC and resources, Ben. Says, USC lost a ton when Lori Loughlin got busted, and that Full House money was huge.
True. Yeah. The entrance scandal.
Did you ever watch the doc on that?
I didn't.
It's good.
Yeah, I believe it.
It's amazing the damage that, like, 2 or 3 people can do, if that makes any sense. Lori, in a way, was kind of a victim.
Okay.
No, I mean, not a victim, but like found somebody selling to her access.
Yeah, she got caught up in it, I'm sure, and she was not the only one doing it. She didn't create the scheme.
Right, exactly.
But she was an easy face to paint.
And I kind of get it when you do love your kids and you want the best for them and all that stuff. Now, obviously, she took it way too far. But anywho, shout out to Tyler. That's right. Lori got busted, and that Full House money was gone. All right. Top 3 stories of the day, KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start?
Number 1, guys, this breakup is getting pretty messy.
This is Utah State, Boise State, and who's the third?
Colorado
State.
Colorado State suing the Mountain West Conference now for withholding money that they feel they are owed, even though the Mountain West Conference feels they're owed money from the Pac-12 for these exit fees for these teams. And what part of it comes down to, or another part of this lawsuit, in addition to the money that they feel is owed to them from Boise State going to the college football playoff.
They're a part of the lawsuit,
and they are a part of the lawsuit. But some of the money that's been made by the conference that has not been dispersed to these schools, even though they are leaving, they're suing, and they're also mad that it feels like they are arranging for Grand Canyon to join the conference earlier than expected, which could end up taking basically a piece of the pie that's going to be divvied up between these schools and change some travel schedules that'll cost more money.
It is arranged. They are joining this year.
They're joining this year.
Yeah. So they're, I think I might have saw the word fraud.
Yeah, they said the word fraud in the lawsuit, and they feel like the wool's been pulled over their eyes because now they have to adjust what they had already finalized.
I saw a writer from Boise who covers the Broncos use a hashtag Gangster Gloria, which I got to admit made me laugh. This is just it's a messy divorce. If you want
that's exactly right.
If you want to think of it in those terms, my wife and I were tired, but we rewatched an episode of Modern Family from a long time ago, and there was some joke about a guy making a joke about his separated wife, that she was spending all of his money in Europe or something like that before, whatever. Gloria is just going to shut off. She's bitter. She's just going to shut off the siphon.
She closed the bank account.
The money comes through her.
Yeah.
So she's saying, okay, I might be in the right, I might be in the wrong, but I'm hanging on to this, and you're going to have to sue me. I am going to make it so difficult for you to get your hands on this dough. And to add insult to injury, I'm going to give some of this money to someone else that's going to be a part of this conference in the future. And now when, judges and all that get involved, I'm sure that the red tape will eventually be sifted through and the money will go to these schools. But Gloria is not going to make it easy. She's going to make them, you're going to have to bend over backwards for this. I'm going to make this as hard for you as possible because you betrayed me.
I think that's what it is. I think it's pettiness. And by the way, it's not just from Gloria.
Absolutely.
It's from the schools. It's from the conference as well. It's just, we're going to go through every word in every contract and figure out where we feel like you might have violated that, and we're just going to bring it up. And we're just going to bring it up and look at every receipt.
And I don't blame her. And again, Gloria Navarez, the commissioner of the Mountain West Conference, is kind of the face of this topic. But she took the job thinking that it was one thing. It became something else immediately thereafter. And she's out there protecting her interests. Yeah. She's trying to protect the schools that stay behind. She's trying to do what Bowlesby did with the Big 12, and that's scramble and figure out a way for your conference to proceed.
Yep.
And they stabilize things by retaining UNLV and trying to attract other universities around, and they're not going to make it easy for these schools that are leaving because they don't care. She doesn't care. Why? She doesn't represent their interests anymore.
Right. And
so I don't blame the Mountain West for what they're doing. Now it's a little, they could be nicer about it.
But there's no reason to.
But there is no reason to.
Right. And truthfully, no bridge can be too burned, in all honesty, in this situation, because if any of these schools needed to go back to the Mountain West Conference to stay alive, they would go back, even regardless of how this is happening, as ugly as this could be.
They'd welcome them back.
They would.
We've seen it.
Yeah.
We've seen it with Boise.
Right, exactly right. So I think what we're seeing is make it as hard as possible, make it as ugly as possible, knowing that the fallout from it is not going to actually be that bad. You might as well just try and save as much money as possible.
Well, and she's got the same problem that Oregon State and Washington State had, is that whatever conference that they put together, it's going to be worth way less than it was before. Yeah. So this big war chest of money actually matters because they're never going to see a windfall like that again. So it changes the math on it big time, and it is. It's like a messy It's like a messy divorce. And the Mountain West isn't going to give an inch. And I can't say that I blame them. I do think in this case they're going to lose. I mean, you can't just withhold agreed-to payments.
Agreed. But just acquiescing, which I think is probably what happened a little bit too much in the Pac-12, is a death sentence. So you might as well fight for it.
And not to mention that Gloria Navarez played nice with Oregon State and Washington State. Yeah. She played nice with them with that scheduling agreement, even though people like, I don't know if Scotty was saying this, somebody on the station was saying, you're letting the
rooster in the hen house.
Wolf
in the hen house.
Fox in the hen house?
Fox in the hen house. Don't let the rooster in there.
The
more
rooster,
chickens.
That's a different
thing.
thing.
More chickens.
No, you're letting the wolf into
Fox.
the hen house. Fox into the hen house.
Yeah.
Dog?
The predator.
Raccoon.
You're letting the predator into the area.
Letting the
which
hen
prey
into the hen
resides.
house.
And that is exactly what happened. So she was rewarded with losing her conference, basically. So I don't, she's not going to be happy about it.
Keep the rooster out of the fox den. I always say that. I've always said that.
And UNLV wants that money.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, we're the big fish now. We want that dough. All right, what's next, Christian?
Number 2 was a wild first day of NFL preseason yesterday. There were injuries all over. Ashton Ginty had 3 carries for -1 yard. So is he a bust?
Obviously, yes.
Yeah, obviously, huge bust. I feel bad because if you saw the picture of his finger, it was pretty hideous, Anthony Richardson. But the absolutely unchecked edge rusher just steamrolling him is everything that you expect from the Colts, everything funny about preseason football, everything funny about Anthony Richardson, which is like...
Can't stay on the field.
You either got to recognize the blitz, or your team has to defend you, or you have to get out of that, or you have to dump the ball off to the running back. Like,
getting creamed isn't the...
A lot of things could have... Everything could have been better than that. But yeah, the absolute wide open lane to drill you and break your finger felt familiar. If you've watched the Colts or you've experienced the Anthony Richardson saga, really, even since Florida. So I was watching it live and I laughed and I felt bad about it, but I truly laughed at how poorly it was executed.
He's a great example of why evaluating players in any sport is really difficult. And while we're talking about the Raiders, they have a big history of this, where Anthony Richardson, and you said this when Utah was playing Florida, by the way, you look at him, he's the size of a linebacker.
Yep.
He runs like the wind.
Huge arm.
And he's got a big arm. And you look at that and you go, whew. Man, can you imagine what that could be? And then you ignore other things like he didn't really play the position very well.
Right.
Even in that game where they beat Utah and he was really, really good, it was at the end and it was super simple stuff. And Utah kind of imploded in a way.
Yes, of course.
But not to relitigate that particular game. But he goes 10th to the Colts? Am I remembering that right?
He went higher than that. I think he was like 5th.
Was it that high? 5th
Regardless,
to the Colts?
yeah, he was a top 10.
Because their evaluator looked at him and goes, wow, look at this guy.
I get my hands on him.
Are you kidding? Wow, we could really do something.
Wow.
And it's little decisions like that you just brought up that are really the key to being successful in an NFL level, because everything is so fast.
Yeah.
And you have to know. The reason Tom Brady was so good is because he knew what was going to happen before the snap even came, and then he got the ball out. He threw it. He knew where to go. He knew what to do, all the things. It's not because he was some magician athlete. It was because he knew the game. He read the game. He'd done it a million times, and he became unstoppable. Anthony Richardson does not have that.
And we'll see if he can stay on the field long enough to develop it.
To learn it.
To
right.
learn it. And that's
because
the hard
some
part.
never
He
do.
might not. Tonight's games, Detroit at Atlanta. Cleveland, the Shador Sanders show at Carolina.
Is
that
he
game is on the
expected
NFL
to
Network.
start?
I think he's definitely playing, right?
He is expected to start. Gabriel and Tiny Hands Pickett are both injured, so you should see Shador and Tyler Huntley.
Who got signed because of those injuries, right?
And then Washington at New England tonight. So 3 games, and then a whole slate of games on Saturday, and then 2 more games coming up on Sunday. So football is on. You can watch it.
Preseason is so hard to watch.
Yeah, it's not It obviously doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything.
But you don't even know who the players are.
But you know what? I just like the sound. I like the audio. I like the visual of it. I had it on last night while I was doing everything else in my night, and I was loving it. It's just like nice to have something on TV, and maybe that's just as stupid as I am. It's just nice to have something else on TV. Love Island ended 3 weeks ago now. I've had nothing to watch consistently, so now just football's on all the time.
Are you trailer guy? Like if there's a movie that you're really anticipating, you know when the trailer comes out, you can't wait to watch it?
No, as I'm a movie guy, you know that, but I don't know when the trailers are coming out.
Because I don't like trailers because I don't want to see it. I'll see the movie. I don't need to see.
I admire that. I do consume too many trailers.
Yeah, I don't really watch trailers. Like it's our conversation about college football camp. We're just so excited about the movie coming out. We can't get enough of the trailer. Like, I can't imagine paying money to go see a 23-23 tie in an NFL preseason game.
And you know what?
I would have burned that stadium to the ground.
I did feel good about that because if you watch the game late, and maybe it was even the Ravens game last night, there were clips in the fourth quarter where they were like at the field level and like showing the quarterback looking over the line. And like in the background, you could tell half the crowd had left. And I was like, good for those people. You got home. Like, yeah, go home. You don't need to stay for a 3-hour preseason game. I was glad even they got sick of it. I had that same feeling.
All right, what's next?
Here's Utah wide receiver Tobias Merriweather. We've heard his name a lot in recent weeks. These are his thoughts on learning Jason Beck's offense.
Yeah, he runs I would say, weird style of offense. The way they just do stuff is just not what's the normal offense for, especially in college. But I think it works great, especially for new guys, and we're able to just come in quick, get it down, and run it.
New Art Monk has dropped. That's going to be the next great receiver at Utah, Tobias Merriweather.
You know what's funny is correct me if I'm wrong, because I was following this from afar and in between dodging threats and insults from Texas Tech fans. I saw some of Bartle's reporting, for example, and some other things coming out of camp. And it seems like they're really tempering the receiver thing for once. I've heard things like great strides. And so maybe I'm just viewing it from a different angle.
Do you have the clip of Witt talking about receivers and very quickly pivoting to the tight end position? And to your point, yes. Now, Witt has even said, we'll feel better after Saturday. He did say, they feel a lot better about the receivers today or right now versus where they were even a week or two ago.
But that's not, speaking of Tyler Huntley, there's a clip that Hans played over and over again where he goes through all these receivers and he's like, I've got this guy and this guy and this guy. And it's like, I've got guys. And it's like, you just listed a bunch of guys that I don't think. So anyway, I've been getting a different vibe on the receiver thing. I'm and again, correct me if I'm wrong. Are they hanging Merriweather as the next Art Monk?
No, I think he is the name that has emerged.
Okay.
But no, I don't think there is this thought of, I don't think we're going to get the think piece of is this the next 1,000-yard pass catcher?
Do you remember what they were saying about Raylon Singleton?
Yeah, of course.
All that stuff. And no offense to Raylon, he's just the first name that jumps into my mind, but he turned up, he was okay.
No, I mean, how many times have we seen, it's at least two, where it's been midway through camp, we're exactly at this point, and you're just trying to see if this one transfer is going to become eligible, and he was good at his last stop, kind of, where he played 5 games and was kicked off the team, and you're just waiting for him to break through. It's because it's been pretty desperate. It's been pretty desolate for a while, and we will see if there's. I'm just curious what type of production there will be. I'm not expecting big production. I'm just honestly curious how they're going to be used.
For once, it just feels like they're underselling it.
Which is probably not a bad thing.
Well, yeah, especially when you don't have the next Art Monk.
Yeah. Which they have never had.
Or a Mark Rippon that can throw him the ball.
Yeah.
I'd say they've made big strides. Tobias Merriweather is really doing some good things. Tayshawn Lyons or not Tayshawn Lyons, but Zip is doing some good things.
I do like hearing Witt snap. He's trying to remember Zipperer's name, and he snaps a couple of times. What? Yeah. He hasn't touched the ball all camp. What is his name?
Honestly, I don't blame, especially football coaches, if they need a second to have a name.
It's
come
amazing
to them
they have any names.
There are
memorized.
so many names that they have to keep. It's incredible. So anyway, I'm giving Witt a pass on that one. But it does. See, even that clip, it felt like kind of underselling it a little bit.
I'm with you, which is fine. That's
totally
fine.
Totally fine.
The offense is not designed to have 900-yard receivers.
And you heard Merriweather say that.
It might be designed to have 9 100-yard receivers, but not one 900-yard receiver. You're not going to see that.
Nope. All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. It is the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Brett McMurphy, National College Football Insider for On3.com.
The preseason poll is not a good indication of how the season's going to end up. Historically, there's been an average of 7 or 8 teams every year in the preseason top 25 that ends up the year unranked. Last year, we had 25 teams in the preseason top 25. Guess how many finished the year unranked? 13. You could flip a coin and have a better average.
Brett, we appreciate the time. Thanks for joining us once again, and we'll hold on to that top 25 and see how brilliant and see how much you nailed it.
You can go ahead and throw it in the trash, but I appreciate it.
All right.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Ben, I just got back off vacation. We stayed at an Airbnb, and it was what do they call it? A triplex?
Okay.
Not a duplex, but a triplex. And we actually really liked it. But there was one minor issue. I could hear everything that our neighbors were talking, because they were out on the porch when we, I've got younger kids, so we went inside or whatever they're at. I could tell you everything about their lives, every detail, because I just lied there listening to it. I would give some advice to that. They need to invest in those windows. It's probably a pretty good idea.
Yeah, whether you're trying to keep out sound, whether you're trying to keep out weather, maybe you're just trying to keep people out and you want to ensure your safety, you can do that with Peach Doors and Windows, and they make the entire process smooth and stress-free, and you don't have to take Jake or Mai's word for it. You can go check out their 5-star reviews, where customers rate them on their attention to detail through every step of the process. Just Google Peach Doors and Windows.
You can also jump online to their website. Great place to start, peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call, do a free in-home estimate. They're really great with ideas, 801-566-1255, or drop by that showroom, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. If you're struggling with ED, you're not alone. But now there's a breakthrough solution from Mint Medical Clinic that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a powerful combination of cryotherapy, nutraceuticals, and acoustic wave therapy designed to restore performance and confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy kit. A $650 value, absolutely free. But you must call now. Bonus, the next 20 callers will also get a 5-night stay at a Hawaiian hotel just for taking the first step. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic will get you back to mint condition.
This summer, when you have Any Hour Services give you an estimate to replace your air conditioner or you purchase a new AC from Any Hour, you'll automatically be entered into our weekly drawing to have your air conditioner paid for by Any Hour Services. No purchase is necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Who's got it better than us? Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ben, it's a free ticket Friday. I love it that we're doubling up on the tickets these days. Awesome. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. You're going to win 2 lawn tickets to go see Pantera, the heaviest tour of the summer with Eamon Amarth. Did I say that right, Ben?
Yeah.
Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater,
Sure.
August 20th. So caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. I have a feeling the amphitheater is going to be loud on August 20th.
Yeah, very.
Like, you can't have a tour called the heaviest tour of the summer and have it like a James Taylor concert. You know what I mean?
It's not really his thing.
That's not it. 801-575-ZONE. Caller number 12 right now. Also, you can nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday. The JJ and Alex for the winner help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First, Federal Credit Union, and Beehive Meals. Christian told me you got steamrolled by Scotty in What You Got Wednesday.
I did. We did Best Scots, which I just did horrible. I just ended up with like 3 comic book characters in a row at the end. I can't remember what I did an awful job. And it was one of those ones that all day I went home and was like, that's Scott. Oh, that's Scott. Yeah, I just did a really bad job. And then what was our other
Best
draft?
Aggies?
Best Aggies.
Scotty G, that is, smoked you.
He did. He just killed me in both. I had a bad. You know what? And I have to give you some more respect. It's a little harder to host the show and do the draft. All I have to do is sit back and wait, right? I can prepare for it. You're executing a clock and making sure we get in and out of the segment and setting up the draft, et cetera, et cetera. There's a little more to it. So you have to deal with one other thing.
I'm still surprised that Scotty G picked Ridley Scott, of all people, number 1.
Number 1.
I feel like he could have saved that a little bit.
Probably, yeah.
But, I mean, Scotty Pippen at 2. There's a lot of value there.
That's a good pick.
And how'd he snake F. Scott Fitzgerald from you?
I know. Well, that's
your wheelhouse.
I also gave him the number 1 pick in both down. He got in the 3rd round. So
yeah, I don't even know who like 3 out of your 5
right.
Scotts are.
Yeah, exactly right.
Who's Scott Pilgrim?
He's a comic book character they made a movie about.
Like the Ant or something?
No, he's Scott Pilgrim has to fight off this girl he likes ex-boyfriends. It's actually really funny. It's a very fun concept. Had Michael Cera. The movie's really good, actually. It's quite
What's it
enjoyable.
called?
Scott Pilgrim versus the World. But yeah, if you haven't seen it, it doesn't matter. And it's not one of the great Scots of all time. That's why I got it 5th and it was a bad pick then.
You should have picked Scott Gerard. That would have been better than that.
I could have taken Jake Scott, my co-host.
Yes, you could have. Yeah, thanks, Ben.
I know, I blew it. I had a truly terrible draft. It was one of those drafts where my second pick in, I could feel it getting away from me, and I couldn't ever get it back. I couldn't ever quite slow it down, calm my nerves, and get the next pick right. It got worse and worse and worse. And you see how, people make bad decisions and they start stacking them because they panic. That's exactly what happened. I panicked and it just got worse.
Scotty G's good at that kind of thing too.
And I would hope that if it's been your name your whole life, you have some insight on who the famous Scots are in your life, right? You have noted accidentally.
The famous Bens?
There's only one. It's Ben Franklin. But yeah, you just kind of notice a little bit here and there, like, oh, that's my name.
King Benjamin?
I don't know. Maybe.
Isn't that where the name is basically from?
Benji, the car, right?
What about the dog?
Benji the dog? Oh, it's Herbie the love bug, not Benji.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
I don't know. There's only one famous Ben.
Ben Affleck.
Okay, Ben Affleck. That's a good one.
Benjamin Button?
Yeah. Ageless.
Ageless, exactly. All right. Well, anyway, I just noticed that you got whooped up on a little bit.
I did. I got absolutely smoked.
Shout out to Scotty G. All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to see Chris Stapleton August 15th and 16th at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss Chris Stapleton's All-American Roadshow coming to Utah for 2 very special nights. Get tickets now at livenation.com or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth, and that's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, I just got back from a little bit of a vacation with the fam before school starts, got out of town for a little bit. And have you ever thought, what do you want your retirement to look like? Do you want life to be a vacation? Do you want to travel? Where do you want to go? I had a neighbor growing up. Their whole dream was to retire on a boat and sail around the world. Well, whatever it is, you can get there, and Trajan wants to be a team of good folks on your side to help you do just that. So you can give them a call, get the ball rolling. 801-899-7600. They have offices in Draper and Farmington. They'll sit down with you. They'll help you with simple things like establishing those goals, asking yourself those questions and figuring out what exactly is right for you. And then they'll show you exactly what you got to do to get there. So 801-899-7600. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement, 801-899-7600 or TrajanWealth.com.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Save thousands on hot tubs and swim spas. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Major manufacturers liquidation of new 2025 spas, discounted up to 40 to 80%. We have spas to fit any backyard or budget. Free professional delivery, instant on-site financing. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Transform your backyard with a swim spa for the fraction of the price of a pool. The easiest way to exercise or relax in your backyard. Just fill and chill. Shockingly low monthly payments. Don't miss this opportunity to build the backyard of your dreams. See the latest models in person. 3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Learn more online at hottubandSwimSpaSale.com. hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Are you looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Mountain Land Supply has you covered with Keystone Pavers, the trusted name in durability and design. With easy installation, weather-resistant strength, and a wide range of beautiful styles, Keystone Pavers turn any yard into a dream getaway. And here's the bonus. Right now, Mountain Land contractors get double peak points on all Keystone purchases over $1,000. Head to your local Mountain Land Supply or visit mountainland.com today. Your perfect patio starts here.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered. Time to eat, fellas. You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. 1, 2, 3, move it. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Your favorite player is coming back to the Jazz?
George?
Gorgeous George? I never liked the minivan. That was never my thing.
Can you explain?
Yeah.
I don't know where the minivan came from.
It's kind of an insult to him. Like if Donovan Mitchell were a sports car, George Niang must be a minivan.
Yeah, if somebody else was a Ferrari, George was a minivan.
Yeah, that's messed up.
Because he's just kind of big and slow.
Right. And he leaned into it, which good for him.
Yeah, he did.
Hey, whatever you got to do. The Jazz are bringing him back. He obviously, the fans liked him when he was here. He played his way onto a roster here. And you're going to have to help me, though, understand the point of bringing him back. And I realize, it's 2 second-round picks.
I think that's really the biggest point.
Is what?
The 2 second-round picks. They just recouped some of those picks that they had given up
And
in
that's
Colin Sexton, and they gave up 3 to move up to get Walt Clayton. I just think it's just asset management. You're okay paying $8 million. It's a fan favorite.
So there's no real basketball point to it.
I don't think so. And you can trade him again at the deadline, I think, at $8 million. In all honesty, what he does is more valuable than KJ Martin.
Sure.
Conceptually, KJ Martin could be a better player, much better athlete, might have some defensive chops. If he could ever learn to shoot, you think that's a really good player. He's never learned to shoot. And I don't know if KJ Martin's going to be on the roster. George Niang just is fine. You put him on the roster, he doesn't need to develop. There's no growth left in George's game, really. He is who he is. He's a pretty safe bet. The funny thing is he doesn't know anybody here other than Justin Zanuck. It's not like he's coming back to, reunite with Joe Ingles or something. He's never played with any of these guys. He never played with Walker. Walker's the longest tenured player on the team now. Doesn't know Lowry.
Could it be a little goodwill with the fans? Do you think that has anything to do with it?
It's certainly not a negative in that regard. If you were to take on a bad contract of somebody people hate, Miles Bridges or something like that, a quote-unquote bad guy in the NBA that is just going to anger the fans that he's in Utah, George isn't that at all. People like George.
Right. I don't know how many tickets he sells. But,
0. Yeah.
But people like to root for him, and he was popular when he was here, considering his role.
And you know what? He is a good locker room guy, and he's a good media guy. He is willing to talk. He's funny. He will step up there and, be a voice for the team through good and bad. Though he's not been on a lot of bad teams in his career. He's generally been on pretty good teams, minus maybe.
He's got like the highest winning percentage in the league or something like that in the last 5 years or whatever.
The Jazz on the best record to the 76ers, who I think had their good couple of years, and then went to Cleveland, that was very good. And before, Atlanta and Boston, though he never played. But yeah, he's been on winning teams.
Are you going to grill him about his weight?
It's the first thing.
First thing.
Can't wait to cut him down to size.
First question.
No pun intended.
From Ben Anderson.
George, there's a log jam.
How
you gonna squeeze in there?
Gonna slim
That
it
would
up?
be funny if you worded it exactly the same.
Exactly the same. Go back and find the question.
Is he going to come in and help Cody put on weight?
That would be great. I honestly, he might. You know who he could mentor the best, truthfully, is Bryce Sensabaugh. Because those two guys are probably pretty similar.
Okay.
George isn't playing defense.
Bryce is a little more athletic, don't you think?
Yeah, he is. But is he athletic to the point that it makes a difference?
You can play him at different positions. George's problem is you can't play him for long stretches because he doesn't really have a defensive position. Never has.
Yeah,
I don't think.
If Bryce could learn to play defense, he will be certainly a better player than George.
Well, I just think his body type is more useful than George's.
He's more of a true backcourt player.
If we want to tiptoe around it.
George is a front court player.
You can hide Bryce Sensabaugh somewhere. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
On positions 1 through 4, you can hide him somewhere. I don't think you can get away. That was always the problem with George. You couldn't get away from. That's why he was not very useful in the playoffs.
Right.
It's because you couldn't hide him anywhere.
Right.
He would get exposed wherever it was, and he'd hit a timely 3 and do some nice things that help keep him on the floor, but it's the reason he was never going to be a 25-minute-a-night guy.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right.
I think Sensabaugh can be a 25-minute-a-night guy.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he can. Absolutely, he can. If he does some of these things better, like plays a little bit more defense or develops his game a little bit as a backcourt player. And if he doesn't, he's George Niang. But you know what? George has had a great career. And that's still valuable, and that shows the value of having a shooter on the floor.
Great career?
I think he may have been a second-round draft pick. I can't remember now. But considering what he was, yeah, I mean, if you were to go back to George...
Well, the Jazz signed him off the couch, right?
They did. He was waived by the Pacers or let go here. I'll look at the 2016
So
NBA
if
draft.
you want to look at somebody who was signed off the couch and played their way onto a roster and has stayed in the league for a long time, absolutely great career. But I don't know if he's ever been a real great player. Has he been really impactful?
No, he's a role player.
Yeah,
right.
right.
But he has played the second most games of any second-round pick from his draft. Ivica Zubac has obviously played the most. He was the number 32 overall pick, though, and George Niang was number 50. And, in fact...
Yeah, but Zubac is a way better player than
Zubac is a legitimately really good player.
George Niang.
Yeah.
But Zubac was never cut.
But, Malcolm Brogdon was the second player in that draft, or the other good second-round pick in that draft. One Rookie of the Year, right?
Yep.
And he's only played 463 games. That's 100 fewer than George has. He's made a lot more money, but George has
it's a
made a real
success
life
story
for himself.
Yeah, he's a success story for sure. So you're guessing probably on the team until the trade deadline.
Yeah, and a guy who will get moved to a contender who needs shooting. At $8 million a year, it would be stupid to let him stick around unless you really are just valuing salary cap space. But you didn't have to take him if you wanted the salary cap space.
You didn't
just
have
don't
to do
take
it.
him. You're at the salary floor.
Right.
You don't have to add money to your team. You could have maintained more flexibility. Basically, all you did is just add a couple of second-round picks. And if you ask what the value is of second-round picks, well, you can get George Niang for him, or you can get off of George Niang for him, or you can move up a couple of spots in the first round.
What was the reaction in the Jazzosphere, as you could tell?
I think
it
it was
indifferent?
Indifferent.
From what I saw, the biggest worry was taking away minutes from the young players because there are so many around that same position.
Okay, all right. I think we can stop having the take minutes discussion. I think we can put that on hold for a while.
I'm totally with you. It's not like you're trying to develop one or two guys. There's 10 guys that are going to be out there on the floor. You shouldn't be playing all of them every night. You shouldn't be playing them 30 minutes every night.
Cody played too many minutes last year.
He just played way too many minutes.
He played too many minutes last year.
Yep,
he didn't do it. All those minutes didn't do him any favors. And removing competition from the roster, any coach will tell you, that doesn't do development any favors either. So if you can get George, salty vet, to come in and look down on these guys and say you got to beat George out, then there's some value there. That was the whole issue with handing over the players to the young guys last year, is you create entitlement and all these things that don't necessarily create healthy habits to really productive basketball players.
And you know what? George is a guy who has had to work to get everything he has. He's had to overcome things, usually physically, but, he's had to work to get every single thing he's ever gotten.
Just giving Keontae George the job didn't work.
Correct.
The best thing that happened to Keontae George was Isaiah Collier beating him out for the starting spot, because now you send him into the offseason, hopefully with a little juice to go do what it takes to take that back.
And that's what the entire season should be next year. The entire season should be,
right.
Are you going to beat out the other young guy at your identical position? Cody, can you beat out Ace? Keontae, can you beat out Isaiah? Or Walt, can you beat out Keontae? Or who's going to beat out Bryce? Yeah, Flip and Taylor Hendricks, you guys are fighting for money. See who's going to win it.
Yeah, right.
That's what the season should be about, in my opinion.
Not about gifting minutes or just giving minutes to the young guy. That's all I'm saying. Can we put that argument to bed? George Niang or not George Niang?
Yeah, George is just Kyle Anderson's the same thing. Just, if you can trade him, trade him.
Oh, well, slow-mo.
Yeah.
Almost forgot about him.
Yeah. So there's 3 veterans. I think they'll buy out Kevin Love. It seems like it's progressing in that direction. But, Yusuf Nurkic, Kyle Anderson, George Niang, obviously Lowry. Lowry's a different conversation. But, those are kind of the 3 second unit, third unit bench guys that
Why have they not bought out Kevin Love yet?
I think it depends on another team actually wanting him. Because, you can go to the other I'm sure they've told Kevin Love, yeah, man, go find it. You find a team that wants to sign you. You're going to sign the $3.6 million, and then we'll just chop that off of what we owe you in the buyout. We owe you $5 million in salary this year. We don't want you to lose money. We're not asking you to take a discount. And he says, well, I'm not going to give away money. It's last year of my career, or second to last year of my career. Why would I just give away money to leave and maybe don't get signed? So it's better to have a contract and not play.
Yeah, but I would buy into that more if he were making $50 million.
But he could still lose money. He could still stand to lose money. There's no reason right now for him to lose money.
Well, I'm just saying, just buy him out whole.
For the whole
just
price?
For the whole, yeah. Why are you
because
even
the Jazz
wasting
can
time?
save money. Why not save $3.6 million if you could?
Just to move. I mean, I guess that's what I'm getting at. Why not spend the extra 50 cents and move off him now?
Because you just don't have to now. That's the thing. It's just like it's not hurting you now. You're not paying him money right now.
So you're pulling a Gloria Navarez. You're saying I don't have to give you anything.
I don't have to. Right.
I don't have to pay you out anything.
Right. When I have to pay you, I'll pay you. And until then, I'm not going to. That's why I don't pay my mortgage until it's 3 weeks overdue. I don't owe you the money.
You got to have somebody show up at my house.
Yeah, right. Send me a letter. Have it come in one of those weird colored envelopes when they want me to know that something's wrong. Send me a white envelope. It's not getting opened.
No, that's going right into the garbage.
It's orange.
I'm firing that thing open.
It's getting open. So we have not reached pink envelope territory yet with Kevin Love.
Okay.
So
I'm just wondering.
No, and look, if I'm the Lakers or the Clippers or all these other teams that should be considering signing Kevin Love, and I'm talking about just like I have a 15th roster spot open. The Knicks, I think, have to sign. I don't think the Knicks even have enough players on their roster to open the season. If I'm the Knicks, I'm looking at like everywhere in the landscape. Who's going to randomly get bought out? What happens? Maybe somebody good actually becomes available that we might be able to use. Somebody we like more than Kevin Love. With all due respect to Kevin Love, he doesn't play anymore. He's not really that guy. And if on October 1st or 2nd, whenever one camp opens, if that guy has never been made available, you say, all right, Kevin, we've got $3.6 million for you. Got to fill out the roster. You're as good as anybody that's available. And the Jazz say, great. Sayonara.
Okay. All right.
That's just what I imagine.
That's the theory. Okay.
So, and it could happen sooner as teams just get a little, anxious.
Will he have to show up to camp?
Yeah, if he's still on the Jazz roster. I would love to meet Kevin Love. My first NBA interview was actually Kevin Love. So.
Was it really?
It was an intern for Locke, and he said, somebody wasn't there, or Kevin had a big game. He said, go stick a microphone in front of Kevin Love's face. He said, don't say anything. And I didn't. I should have.
I don't
following the rules too well.
I don't remember mine.
But, yeah, because I remember getting hired by Locke and getting the schedule when I was working, and I was very excited because it was the Timberwolves. And I was like, this is funny. I was like, their head coach is Kevin McHale. He's a Hall of Famer.
Oh, boy.
And not realizing, like, amongst Texas Tech bozos, I know he has no ties to Texas Tech, he's maybe the biggest bozo in sports of the last 25 years.
Oh, I don't think so.
He's up there.
I mean, yeah.
Truly incompetent. Like a truly incompetent front office person and coach and color analyst and teammate by all reports.
I know, but that biggest bozo the last 25 years, we're talking a lot of bozos.
There are. He would be in the conversation. Yeah, he's like in the Joe Dumars and didn't even like win a title. Joe Dumars at least put a Pistons team together and won a title, but can't, put one foot in front of the other. And I don't know if McHale can either.
Remember when the Rockets thought he could coach Dwight Howard and James Harden? That lasted for about 10 minutes.
He just carried the torch of the terrible Timberwolves for a long time.
Well, because he broke the rules to sign Joe Smith, if you
Joe
remember.
Smith under the table?
Yeah. And Joe Smith was fine, but not that great.
You break the rules for Joe Smith?
He was the number 1 pick.
He had been. Not that year.
No. You can pay him going into the lockout.
Paying Anthony Bennett under the table. He was the number 1 pick. It's like, what?
I don't think that was Kevin.
No, it wasn't. But yeah, that's the point. Like, the reason Joe Smith was on a different team, right? Because he wasn't the number 1 pick by the Timberwolves. He's the number 1 pick by Milwaukee. I can't remember where Joe Smith was the number 1 overall pick.
I'm going to look that up now. You keep going.
But, yeah, they were paying a guy that they didn't need to pay that way, I don't think. I think he was the number 1 pick by Minnesota. Golden State.
Golden State, that's right.
So, yeah, your second stop fallen angel paying a guy under the table? Because you're an idiot.
Good call.
So,
let's see what his most productive year in Minnesota was. 13.7 points per game his first year there. Yeah. It's not great. 8 boards.
Pay him under the table.
His second year in Golden State, he averaged 18 points and 8.5 rebounds.
I think he ended up with injuries and then derailed his career or whatever it was. But, yeah, again, don't pay that guy.
He's a Turpin.
Yeah. But I was excited to talk to Kevin McHale. And I never talked to Kevin McHale. I only put a microphone in front of the face of Kevin Love. And
did you ask him why he was fat?
I didn't. No, I should have said there's a log jam. It was specifically the word log jam that I think George Niang got caught up on. He did not like that term.
Okay.
I don't know, Ben.
Well, Kevin Love
I guess I just got to make every shot and play perfect defense.
Kevin was pretty heavy at that point.
Very.
It wouldn't surprise me if that were
very
your line of questioning.
Last I saw George, he looked like early career Kevin Love.
Oh, not so svelte. When was the last time you saw him?
Last time he was here, I was at the game with Cleveland. And I think he's kind of joking about it. He's like, yeah, I'm just only playing 12 minutes a game. It's fine. They don't need me to be in super shape.
You know what, to disagree with you, a previous point you made, I don't think you want that guy anywhere near Bryce Sensabaugh.
Okay. Because you think he's going to...
I think Bryce needs to stay in shape.
Stop by Banbury Donuts?
Like any NBA player, I think he needs to stay in tip-top shape. Yeah, no, I don't want him stopping at the donut store. Who was it that notoriously loved fast food and still could? Oh, it was AK.
Yeah, couldn't put on weight at all.
Couldn't put on weight at all and would just inhale fast food and it didn't work for him.
I was in Park City randomly. I don't know if it was Sundance or what I was up there for. And I was just off Main Street by the bus depot. You know where the... And I don't know why AK was there. He used to drive this very recognizable black Cadillac when Cadillac kind of had redesigned all their cars. And he had this... kind of looked like the Batmobile. And he had his window down. But it was AK, and he drove right in front of us as we were like stopped. It was very, and I think he actually had a vanity plate that said AK-47, which is probably how I recognized him. And his window was down. He was just like cruising in Park City, and we were right next to his car, and it was like AK, that's awesome. And he had McDonald's wrappers all over the floor of his car.
Notoriously,
the entire car was filled with. Yeah, Big Macs or fish fillet
like
or
Michael
whatever.
Scott.
Yeah, exactly.
No, anyone who saw him pull into the building,
and it was
which I did know numerous times.
This dude cannot put on a pound.
Nope. Yeah. I wonder if he's still thin.
Yeah, we saw him. He came for the 50th anniversary. He looked great. You know, he might have been a low-key smoker.
Oh, well, Russian, Eastern
his son
European.
smokes. Yeah, his son, like, I was stalking him when he was back in town, and his pictures with his son, Fedor. Fedor Kirilenko. I thought it was a great name. Fedor. And his son is just like, yeah, European, book in one hand, cigarette in the other, John Lennon glasses.
I'm surprised AK wasn't jamming Euro trance music.
Shout out AK. I know you weren't an AK guy, but fond memory of seeing him in the McDonald's.
You know the funny thing? My interactions with AK were all really good.
Hey, everyone liked AK.
Absolutely.
Everyone liked him.
All really good. And he was a fan favorite. My entire point is the fan favorite part has clouded people's memory on just how good he was.
Yeah, and the contract didn't help.
He was fine, but he was also like kind of the flaw of that team. The fact that he couldn't live up to that contract was the reason that team couldn't get over the hump.
Right.
He did win them a playoff series against the Rockets, though, with a prayer of a three falling out of bounds.
He did. Which is funny because that's not what he was known for.
No.
He was he was defense guy, and he was not winning playoff series because of his defense.
So, no, I'm not an AK hater. I just have to point out that he wasn't.
You just try to keep everyone on track. Try and set the record straight on AK.
Wasn't awesome. He was fine.
Yeah.
All right. Stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. We can talk some BYU quarterback races. That continues to be a big story.
Yep.
It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
We're seeing people talk about Utah. The vibe has been, last year was an outlier for what we typically get from Kyle Whittingham, right?
How do they address the offensive issues? When's the last time Utah had a offense that's had 7 rushing touchdowns in a season? So you can understand how important it was to address this offensive situation, and I feel like what you're seeing right now is people like Joel Klatt and others look at what they did and what they did to address the offense, hiring Jason Beck, and brings that quarterback with him, and you're thinking, okay, you take that offense, you plug them into this team with that defense, just that alone is going to get you a winning season.
Right.
The question is now going to be, can Devin Dampier improve his passing stats and numbers to take Utah from flipping it to a winning team to a championship team?
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Mark your calendar. It's Hercules First Federal Credit Union's Member Appreciation Day, August 15th, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Join Hercules at the Taylorsville and Harriman branches for music, games, food trucks, and more. Not a member yet? No problem. Earn up to $400 just by joining Hercules First Federal Credit Union only on August 15th. Get $200 same day when you open a Hercules Visa credit card. Earn an additional $200 after 60 days when you open a checking account. At Hercules First Federal Credit Union, August 15th. Offer available to new members only.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Got an app idea? You're sitting on a gold mine, but stuck on how to bring it to life? Meet Dev Simplify, your superheroes for web and mobile app creation. Dev Simplify. DevSimplify.com. Just ask Coach Mike with Practice Planner Live.
You know, as a coach, technology isn't my strength, but Dev Simplify took my idea for Practice Planner Live and turned it into the top practice planning platform on the market. They transformed my non-technical vision into an incredible web and mobile app that coaches like me now can't live without.
See, you don't need to be a tech wizard. Your idea plus Dev Simplify's superhero software skills equals a big win. Right, Mike?
You know, I had big plans for my app, and with Dev Simplify's help, it's now a thriving must-have platform for all coaches.
Dev Simplify, turning your brilliant ideas into amazing web and mobile. No tech skills required. Visit DevSimplify.com and let the magic begin. DevSimplify.com.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork. Make this the summer sales event now through August 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this summer? Stop into Dairy King in Heber for one of their famous shakes and check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So fine, do the bumps and dime in your prime.
Didn't you? Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is a free ticket Friday. Let's give away some more tickets, Ben. Caller number 12 right now. 801-575-ZONE. We're hooking you up. Pair of tickets to go see Pantera, the heaviest tour of the summer, with Amon Amarth at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on August 20th. 801-575-ZONE, caller number 12. Also want to remind you about Win Ticket Wednesday. Your chance to win big every week on the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up next week, win tickets to go see Chris Stapleton August 15th and 16th at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss Chris Stapleton's All-American Road Show coming to Utah for 2 very special nights. Get tickets now, livenation.com, or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day on Wednesday for your chance to win.
Amon Amarth, the band, per Wikipedia, takes its name from the Sindarin name of Mount Doom, a volcano in J.R.R. Tolkien's Middle-earth. This is right up your alley.
That is right up my alley.
So, yeah.
All right, well, that's cool.
Swedish.
I like them better now.
Swedish death metal.
It can be loud.
Opening.
Are you going?
For Pantera. I bet Pantera absolutely rules to see live.
Oh, I'm sure there's a lot of energy.
Yeah.
On the Stapleton thing, I like it when these big acts play a couple of nights.
For sure.
You know, if there's ticket demand or whatever, give access. Why not? Wasn't it Garth Brooks who played like 5 shows in 2 nights or something like that because ticket sales were, the demand was so high?
I went and saw Hosier last weekend while you were gone at the amphitheater.
Uh-huh.
And it was his second night. And you know, it was great his second night. There's something about like, I've been here for a day. I did this last night. I'm going to be a little more relaxed, a little more comfortable and open up. And I thought it was terrific. So
there's going to be a decent vibe?
Yeah. I'm with you.
I wonder how much the vibe changes from town to town, honestly.
I'm sure a lot if you're willing to let it happen. If you just want to go in and do a show and say, this is just the paycheck tonight, I'm not going to talk to the audience. I'm going to say, hey, thanks for having us. That's it. I'm just going to do our set and get off the stage. Probably doesn't have to be a whole lot different, but I'm sure if you want to nurture it, you could get a different feeling almost every night.
I bet it depends on the type of music. Because I bet you a fist show has the same vibe no matter where you are. But like a metal band, I would buy that is more, there are more people into that in certain parts of the country than others.
Yeah.
And so the vibe would be different. I I saw Michael Franti on the Outer Banks last year, and then my buddy saw him in Deer Valley later on that summer. He said the Outer Banks vibe was way better.
Okay.
Anywho, Ben, there's a quarterback race. Seems like it continued to be a big deal, even though we have learned very little about it down at BYU. It seems like, and tell me if I'm wrong as I digest this, that Hillstead is getting labeled as more capable playmaker at the moment. And the vibe around him has been how complex the BYU offense is and how the learning curve is so steep. Am I reading that about right, following it from afar this week?
I think you're right, and I was listening to Hans and Scotty yesterday, and I thought Hans just gave a good breakdown of just like, if you had to stop today, he thought Hillstead would be number 1, and he thought Bear would be number 2, and that's kind of where it would be. And I think it has to do with, prior experience, understanding of the offense, how long you've been there. I think that certainly is helpful. But yes, I think you're right. I think that's probably about the read we're getting.
I mean, even hearing Robbie Bosco on with DJ and PK this morning, who's admittedly, he said he's watched practice. He's not necessarily with him every day. But he mentioned moving the chains like 10 times in the interview. And I get that is going to win the day, I would think, at least at the beginning of the year. I don't know if that's the right decision. Again, I want my quarterback to sling it. But when you're faced with a decision where you're picking really among 3 quarterbacks and you don't know what you're going to get, I would bet they go with the guy who moves the chains.
Yeah. I mean, which is the job in general. But
kind of.
I don't know if BYU should be looking for, a specific skill set. One guy like the guy who has the biggest arm specifically. Yeah, you need somebody who's going to keep drives alive to allow your defense to shine.
And it honestly gets back to the Heaps v. Riley Nelson discussion all those years ago. I mean, it's the same type of thing. And now Heaps didn't turn out to be an All-American quarterback by any means, but Riley Nelson moved the chains.
Yeah.
It wasn't pretty, but he came in and he moved the chains and they won more. Jake Heaps turned the ball over and had way more potential throwing the ball, but it came with some big-time mistakes and lack of productivity as well. And eventually in that season, Riley Nelson won the day because he moved the chains and didn't turn the ball over. So I would guess that's where they go in this uncertain world. Again, I don't know if it's the right decision and how quickly they'd move off it. But coming out of camp where you don't really know anything else, you're going to go with the safe pick.
The hard part is, we've talked about this a little bit, is that you're going to play 2 guys against Portland State at least, if not all 3.
You would think.
McKay's going to start. Probably plays the entire first half, rightfully so. And then the second half should be the backup, which I would think at this point is probably going to be Bear.
What if they bump and skid?
Like if they're bad?
In the first half, what if they bump and skid? We've seen BYU and Utah do that against opening opponents that are, FCS.
I mean, was it even Cam Rising last year, who 2 years ago didn't look great against Weber State, or it was 3 years ago, and they ended up winning the Pac-12? But, we have seen it. You're right. We have seen that.
Where especially the offense comes out and struggles.
Well, regardless, you're not going to lose to Portland State, even if the offense is terrible.
And that's not what I'm suggesting.
So, no, I'm going in telling A-Rod, if I'm Kalani, it doesn't matter. Bear gets the entire first half. Or, excuse me, McKay Hillstead gets the entire first half. Because, he's going to have some nerves. It's his first time really running the show. We got to figure it out. We got to let him work through some of those issues early on, and this is the time to do it because, you could actually lose a game to Stanford in the second week of the season if the offense is awful. You could certainly lose to East Carolina if the offense is awful. So he's got to get a full half, and then we want Bear to have a full half too. And you might still not have your, internally your real decision made until after that game.
Yeah, then you're getting into divide the team territory, which again, going back to the Riley Nelson, Jake Heaps era was actually an issue. And I don't mean to get way out in front of everything, but it's why these decisions and how you make them are so critical. And honestly, last year when they did pick Retzlaff and they announced it a week early, I thought that was a pretty good decision. Let everybody fall in line behind him, and we saw what happened last year. Now, that's not always possible. And maybe this is the case where it's not possible. You'd seen Retzlaff play a few games. But going back to that, you remember the uncertainty of who was going to play. We were in the territory of, they've got to play whoever's going to help the run game, which was a crazy place to be.
You know what? That might actually be the answer this year.
Right.
Who's going to set up L.J. Martin? And the unsung hero in all of this, and by the way, I do think Jake Retzlaff was really good last year. I know with everything that's happened this summer, and you can kind of look back at his stats and pick them apart, and the interceptions were high, and he was not a perfect quarterback.
No, whatever. He won games.
He was a really good quarterback.
Yeah.
He did move the chains, but also he had some huge clutch performances and made some big throws when he needed to and made the right decision way more often than not. So I don't want to undersell that, but the unsung hero of last year's team, I think, for BYU was still how good the offensive line was, especially how bad it was 2 years ago when Keaton Slovis couldn't stay upright. Yep. And a lot of that's changing this year. And even though they've named their tackles and feel like they're figuring out what the interior offensive line is going to look like, I don't think it's as settled. I don't know if it's going to be as good as it was last year, and that's going to make everybody's job harder. So it's not just Hillstead or Bachmeier. I think there's more to that.
What about the complex offense take? Because I saw people making this argument. I can't remember who, or I'd give credit, but it took Keaton Slovis never learned A-Rod's offense. Like that never sunk in. It took Retzlaff 2 years. You go back to it took Zach Wilson a couple of years, and maybe it takes some time just to understand what the coach is asking and how they do things at BYU, which certainly would lead you to think that Hillstead has the advantage. But if it's that complex and if the freshman's that good, don't you have to kind of ditch what you're doing to have the better player? Does that make any sense?
Dumb down your offense to play the better player?
Yeah, change what you're doing as a coach if the other player is the better player.
If the freshman can't figure it out because it's just too much to put on his shoulders, but he's better.
Yes, this is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, redesign your offense to fit him.
It shouldn't, the offense is too complex for this player. Shouldn't really come into argument, in my opinion.
I think that's fair.
Who's better, and you've got to figure out what's gonna fit to make that player succeed, as opposed to that player adapting to you. And I'm way oversimplifying this, and I apologize for doing it. I'm sure some coach somewhere is yelling at the radio, but
I think it depends on what's your goal this season.
I've just seen that. I've seen that narrative a bunch now, that the offense is so complex and that it's impossible for a guy who showed up 2 weeks ago to be able to process this enough to be the starter.
I think that depends on what your goal is with this year. If your goal is to get Bear acclimated and just say, yeah, you got to learn the entire offense. And by the way, he can do that as a backup. He doesn't necessarily have to do it on the field, though being on the field is better than being off the field. If the entire goal is to set him up to have success where you're competing for a title next year, then just play him and don't dumb down the offense. If your goal this year is to say, hey, we got to get as much offense as we can, so we're going to cater it to fit his skill set, even if it lowers the overall ceiling next year because he's not learning all the complexities of it, but it allows you to, bolster your defense and special teams, et cetera, but he's going to be able to move the chains still, then dumb it down and compete for a title this year.
I think they're going to try and win this year. I think that's the goal. I don't think this is a development year in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
That's the unfortunate part about it is you've got a quarterback.
Then I wouldn't dumb down my offense. Okay. I wouldn't dumb down my offense.
Well, let's play A-Rod's thoughts on the freshman.
But I'd play McKay Hillstead.
It wasn't really about summer. It's just what he was in high school and just how quickly he's been able to learn. He's very smart, very, very smart. He's up to speed. He needs reps as far as chemistry with his teammates, but in terms of knowing what to do, he's been dialed every play.
All right, if that's true, then that's probably a good sign. You look the part. He's 6'2", 235. I mean, so I wonder. But the Hillstead thing is the safe pick, and I would guess that's the direction that they.
At least the first half of the first game.
Oh, it's going to be a story the whole year, like we talked about before. I mean, you can say, "Oh, we put this to bed after game number 1." It's not going to bed ever.
Because if Bachmeier ends up getting the job, anytime he struggles, it's going to be easy to say, "Ooh, short leash." McKay Hillstead's a safe bet back there. Because I expect McKay Hillstead to look fine the first game.
No, I don't know. He has 9 games at Utah State is something.
But they're playing Portland State.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know. But see, that chemistry thing is true. And that does apply to Hillstead as well. Less so because he's been there longer, obviously.
But your first game, the first half against Portland State, turn around, give the ball to LJ Martin or throw it to Chase Roberts. And you should look okay. Not to oversimplify it, but Portland State is not a competitive game of any sort. The offensive line should maul those guys. You should have 10 minutes in the pocket if you want to.
All right, I know you guys have been short on nominees this week, but do we have Bozo of the Week?
We've got a couple of options for Bozo of the Week. We'll have to decide next.
If we want to give the award this week.
Yeah, and we should.
All right, stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bass! G-Bass!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure cells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Save thousands on hot tubs and swim spas. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Major manufacturers liquidation of new 2025 spas, discounted up to 40 to 80%. We have spas to fit any backyard or budget. Free professional delivery, instant on-site financing. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Transform your backyard with a swim spa for the fraction of the price of a pool. The easiest way to exercise or relax in your backyard. Just fill and chill. Shockingly low monthly payments. Don't miss this opportunity to build the backyard of your dreams. See the latest models in person. 3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Learn more online at hottubandswimspasale.com. hottubandswimspasale.com.
If you want to avoid your AC breaking down this summer, the best thing you can do is stay on top of your AC's annual maintenance. But if you do find yourself with an air conditioner blowing hot air, Any Hour Services technicians service all brands, and they can usually get to you pretty quick. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. Whether you need maintenance, repair, or replacement, the technicians at Any Hour Services can help you keep your home comfortable all summer long. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Juice box. I'm a mom.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check. Oh, hot sauce. Take it.
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins, a balloon. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 per month on Experience Beyond. Finance agreement $829.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay out via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.0 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Get Mr. Mac's Performance Missionary Package. 1 performance suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 ties, 1 mission belt, and 1 pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy shoes. Just $695. Visit one of our 9 convenient Mr. Mac locations near you.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Who's got it better than us? Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's Friday, so we're doing Bozo of the Week. Now, I don't think you've really nominated anybody this week, right? But we do have a couple of candidates.
Minus a couple of clowns at WNBA games, which I haven't really wanted to delve into. But certainly are candidates, and they all are candidates. A late addition last night was Malik Beasley, who, amid his gambling or
issue,
apparent gambling on games issue, has now been evicted from his high-rise apartment building in Detroit. This happened yesterday. Beasley's landlord sued him twice this year for a total of $21,000. Again, we were talking about, it's crazy that Markieff Morris didn't have $250,000 to pay. Like, the number or the amount of money that Malik Beasley is stiffing people on is shocking for a player who was in line to sign, I think, a 3-year, $45 million extension or something like that this summer, and blew it because of the gambling investigation.
Well, it certainly sounds like a guy that might have a gambling problem.
Yeah.
I mean, you want an explanation of how he doesn't have $21,000 to pay his rent. Well, that's it.
Yeah, he's gambled all of his money away.
Or he might be compromised to fix a game. Well, that's how that happens.
Yeah.
You know, especially somebody who's making millions of dollars as a salary. It's one thing like the Arizona State scandal back in the, early 90s? Does that sound right? You're talking about a guy, the player, that had nothing.
Yeah.
Zero, was not making any money. So to put a little extra dough in his pocket, it wouldn't be that out of, or it would certainly be somewhat understandable of how that would happen. Well, Malik Beasley, his, I don't know, probably lowest contract? I mean, he's making at least $3 to $4 million throughout his entire career, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how does that guy fall into the lull of fixing games? That's because
he has to have every penny.
He's in big to something, and I hope that's not the case, but this certainly would be evidence to that.
He did get a $650,000 loan from Hazen Sports Management Group, which was his marketing agency, that he has not paid back. He's also been sued by a barber and a dentist.
Yeah.
And
this is
a company that provides bridge loans to professional athletes.
Yeah, that's behavior from somebody who's chasing it.
Yep. So Beasley was one candidate for Bozo of the Week, a nominee.
Now, do we want to nominate this guy? What's his name? I got to go back and look at it. What is
Moe Jaguar?
Moe Jaguar. Let's see, where did it go?
As a representative for all of the Texas Tech fans coming after you guys.
Yeah, the Texas Tech fans were grumpy, specifically with me, but Ben got roped into it too.
Absolutely got roped into it.
As did Steve Bartle. But Moe Jaguar sent this tweet to me one morning. Said, "Good morning," and a hearty F you to Ben and Jake. So that I feel like
he woke up thinking about us. The first thing popped in his head was like,
I'm going to be mad at these guys.
Mad. Still mad.
Still in my feelings about somebody calling Texas Tech's administration bozos. That's pretty bozo behavior.
Yeah. You have all night to sleep on it, get over it, and you wake up still grumpy.
Still mad.
And then I do think we should nominate this guy.
Guire?
No. Well, we can nominate him, but I do think we should nominate this Caden Lopez guy because I do think that there is a salvageable message here. Caden Lopez, 18, appeared in court yesterday.
This is the kid who threw the adult novelty onto the
He threw
game.
a green adult novelty item onto the floor during a Phoenix Mercury game and hit...
Didn't even make it onto the floor.
But hit Sophie Cunningham with it. He's facing assault and disorderly conduct charges. Now,
all-time bad mugshot.
The reason I say we should nominate this guy, and I know that the item he threw is what is grabbing headlines, but people throwing stuff onto courts and throwing stuff in general is complete bozo behavior.
It's the fan last year at Rice Eccles who threw the water bottle that hit the BYU cheerleader coach.
That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah.
Man, I know people who've gotten hit with pennies at Jazz games. I remember the BYU fans when they started throwing things at the refs after a Gonzaga game.
That's why you can't get a can of anything at any event ever. It's got to be poured in a plastic cup because you can't throw an empty plastic cup.
Part of the reason, I believe that like streakers or people that run onto the field should be severely beaten. I believe this guy should be made an example of too. Seriously. Throwing stuff onto the field or the court or whatever, it's dangerous. Yeah. It is. It's dangerous. I'm glad he didn't hurt anybody. And I'm not even joking about that.
Of course,
I'm not even joking. Yeah, I had forgotten all about that water bottle incident. That was terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible. People who throw things down onto the field, court, whatever, absolutely should be booked on assault and disorderly conduct. I don't care what this bozo threw.
Kyle Filipowski 2 years ago, they got tripped by a Wake Forest fan when they stormed the crowd after beating Duke, right? Like, it was kind of a legit near injury, and people said he flopped. But regardless, like, it could happen at some point.
Throwing a beer at Ron Artest. Like, again, there's a line between the field of play and the fans, and even though it's an invisible line, it's a really important one.
Yeah.
So I know the headlines is the silliness of all of this, and I don't know what some crypto thing is taking credit for it or something stupid. But if they arrested this guy, I believe he did it, and I believe he should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Because, no, it shouldn't be tolerated.
Bad court appearance. Filthy, gray hoodie, long hair over his face. Real dirtbag.
And as long as people aren't yelling things we consider to be way over the line. I'm actually pretty tolerant with fans yelling at players because you're not crossing that line. There's still that separation between you're in the audience and we're in the game. But as soon as that line's crossed, I think tolerance should be 0. And again, look no further than the Malice at the Palace. If that bozo hadn't have thrown the beer, would that have...
It never happens.
It never happens.
It never happens.
It never happens. But that bozo throws a beer, and now all of a sudden it's on. So anybody throwing stuff, I don't care what it is, you're a candidate for the bozo of the week as far as I'm concerned.
During the game, court documents say Lopez threw the item toward the seats in front of him, hitting a man and the man's 9-year-old niece.
Yeah.
Video footage reportedly shows Lopez taking out the item from his sweater, throwing it before leaving the area. Court documents say a witness saw what occurred and tackled Lopez to the ground as police arrived.
Yeah, that guy's 18. He should have been beaten up. He should have a black eye in that photo.
Why are you so bloody in your mugshot? Yeah, it was a Chappelle situation.
Yeah.
Guy stormed the stage and all of his elbows were bending the wrong way when we saw him next.
So, yeah, I don't think that stuff should be tolerated. That's pure bozo behavior as far as I'm concerned.
We can make him the bozo of the week.
I think we should.
Okay.
So, Caden Lopez, you are the bozo of the week, and may you not go to sporting events anymore.
And just to clarify, it's the bang, 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 come on, man, I've got it all on record, Astronomer, Marker Morris, bozo of the week. And now Caden Lopez.
We'll
mix him into it.
You stink, Caden.
You stink.
We don't like you.
Literally, probably.
Yeah.
He looks like it.
He does look like he may have an odor, but, I'm saying his personality in general. His behavior stinks. I do not approve. All right. Ben, it was a fun week for me.
I bet. Everyone asked, why is Jake coming back on Friday? Just take the week off. I don't mind coming back for a Friday show. I've done it before.
No, I'm here.
Dip your toes. You're ready for next week.
Why not?
I'm ready for Shador's debut tonight. I'm carving out time, kicking everyone out of the house and watching the whole game.
Hans and Scotty G are coming up next. We'll talk to you on Monday.
Thanks,
Jake
Christian.
and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and we are here in the real final weeks of summertime 2025. Before we have the Labor Day weekend, before we get the kids back to school, this is the time to get out and enjoy this great summer. And in these hot temperatures, I know a lot of people are heading up to Park City, and waiting there for you at Hotel Park City is Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, the perfect place to wrap up the day. Maybe a day of hiking, adventure, shopping, whatever it might be. It's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse at Hotel Park City. And then, of course, right in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City with all the great things going on. Maybe you're just going to run downtown and catch a movie, or you've got a special event, a play, a concert. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is a 275 Southwest Temple. The best steak, the best meal you have ever had awaits you at either of the Ruth's Chris locations. Downtown Salt Lake City, Hotel Park City. You're going to love Ruth's Chris.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Brett McMurphy, National College Football Insider for On3.com.
I'm actually picking Utah to win the Big 12, so that's a kiss of death since we know what happened with Arizona State last year. The last 2 years, you guys know this, if anyone had worse injury luck than Utah, I don't know who it is, because the last 2 years, the Utes have been decimated. With the new offensive coordinator and Dampier coming in, I think the offense is going to be different. It's going to be more dynamic. In the topsy-turvy Big 12. It's impossible to be certain on anything in this league, but I think Utah bounces back in a big way, and that's why I've got them in my preseason top 25 at this point.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here. Check it out. And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's get it. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Friday, everybody. Our guy is out today. Hans celebrating some milestones within his family. Mom and dad celebrating their 60th anniversary this weekend. By the way, speaking of anniversaries, today is mine. How about that?
Attaboy.
Yeah. Don't ask how many years. Let's just say it's been a minute. And, yes. So,
you doing anything fun tonight?
Yeah. There's this restaurant. I'm going to, I'll tell you, I've never been there. I will tell you during the break, Christian. I don't want to see if you've heard of it. But it's I figure I've got my staples in Salt Lake that, whether it's a big occasion or something you want to celebrate. And I've had like my 2 or 3 rotation places that I've always gone to that I know won't let me down, right? You have that place. And, okay, there's a fast food place. There's the, you know what, we'll take the family, and but we know it's going to be fairly reasonable place. By the way, El Matador is the perfect fit for that. Won't cost you an arm and a leg. Get the best Mexican food in the state of Utah, El Matador and Bountiful. And if you have a server that's named Brooks, please tip generously because he's got college to pay for. And then you have your, this is a birthday, anniversary, Christmas, that once or twice a year that's going to hit you hard, but is going to be worth it. And tonight is one of those. But I've always had those, like, a rotation of 2 or 3 of those places, and I'm getting out of my comfort zone.
And it's hard to do that because there's a reason that you keep going back to those places.
You're going to get a good, really quality dinner. Now, you may die a little inside when the server hands you that little envelope, but you're going to walk away with a good meal. Now, on the flip side, I'm a little nervous because this place gets great reviews. I'm very fired up about it. I'm very excited. But if I screw up and order the wrong thing and yet pay an arm and a leg and take out a second mortgage on the house, I'm going to be a little grumpy.
So was this new place your idea?
No, it was my wife's.
Okay.
But no, I don't want to, I'm not throwing her under the bus. She came up because I am all about I wanted to try a new place. And so she found like 2 or 3 places we've never been to, and we kind of settled in on this one. So if it's bad, it's not her fault.
It's a lot of pressure, but I'm sure it's going to be great.
I'm sure it'll be great. Are you, are you 1 or 2 years now?
Just hit 2.
Just hit 2. Look at you old vet, Christian.
I know, yeah, it's been fun.
I like it. So, yeah, and by the way, just almost exactly 2, right?
In July,
yeah.
In July.
Wow, time flies, man. How about that?
It really does. And yeah, like the first anniversary, obviously we went, crazy. Had a big fancy dinner and whatever, and then second anniversary, it's like, oh, dial it back a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Have a little more fun.
And then you got to, you need to celebrate your milestones. This is not a milestone for us. We're getting close to a big one, but we're not quite there yet. And but 20th, we went to Europe. So you got to really knock it out of the park on the big ones. Like I'd say, go crazy on 5, go crazy on 10, and then you have 10 years to really go crazy again. Nobody wants to do 15, 20, maybe 25, just because it's a good solid number. But for the most part, once you get past 5 and 10, then you can kind of chill for a little bit. And then you get to that point where you wake up like, hey, is it our anniversary today? Oh, right. Yeah, it is our anniversary.
Well, yeah, at least you remembered.
Look at this. Who's this? Oh, Jaybird, our good friend, said you should do a timeshare review to be sentimental. Have you heard that story?
That's what you did for your honeymoon,
That's what we did for our honeymoon, yes. Yeah, and look, I will, under no circumstances, apologize for that. Gordon Monson, Craig Bullerjack, both ran me through the mud when they heard that story and continue to do that. But there was a guy at work that I was working for at the time. We were still going to school. Look, we did the Utah getting married crazy young thing that, was kind of par for the course around here. And no regrets, by the way. Happy we did it and got extremely lucky with who I found. But we had no money. We were dirt broke, had $0 to our name. And I had a guy at work that said, hey, look, I've got a hookup with a timeshare that I am with down in Vegas. All you need to do is go down there and sit in on a 30-minute meeting, maybe an hour, and you'll get 3 nights. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, and how much is this going to cost me? He's like, nothing. They'll give you 3 nights for free. You just have to sit in this meeting.
Hour of your time.
Yeah. And then he goes, lie a little bit and tell them that you make this much money, because if they find out how much you really make or how much you're really worth, they won't let you in. So you're going to have to fib a little bit to kind of get into the door and get those nights. And I was like, whatever, fine, happy to do that. I can be morally flexible if it means free. So we did that. And yes, on my honeymoon, we did have to spend about an hour in a timeshare meeting, and where we had to say no about 8,000 times and got put in the pressure cooker. Oh, you really want this? You're starting your marriage. Don't you want blah, 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 blah? No. And so we got through it, and then it was great. We had 3 nights. It was awesome. So I don't understand why I got ran through the mud on being a cheapskate. I had no choice to be a cheapskate. There was no option to be overly spendy on this anniversary because I had $0. It's the only thing I could do.
I've always been really curious about those because you hear about them because, obviously people do take advantage of it as far as getting the free stuff, and then you see the negative reaction. And in my mind, it's like, yeah, why wouldn't you take advantage of it?
Exactly.
3 nights for free?
In Las Vegas, you can drive it, spend a little bit of money on gas, and that was back in the glory days of Vegas, where you could get a real good quality meal for not a lot of money. You're not paying for parking. You slip the valet guy $1 or $2, and you're not paying $45 a night for parking or any of that other nonsense. This is when Vegas was awesome. And now Vegas stinks. I hate Vegas. And partly because I'm getting older, I'm sure that has a little bit to do with it too. But, you can't find a good blackjack table for less than, $20 a hand. The poker rooms aren't really that much fun anymore. I'm not a big craps guy, so I've never really gotten into roulette or craps or any of that. So, it's just, I don't know. But I will say this, though. The Sphere hooked me a little bit. I got hooked on the Sphere. I don't want to be one of those guys, but the Sphere was cool as hell. I really
do want to go try that out. So my in-laws live in Vegas, and when the Sphere was first made, we were down there visiting that summer, and my mother-in-law was like, "Oh, let's go drive downtown and just look at the Sphere." Like we didn't even go inside, but just like driving past it. Even them, the locals, they were like, "Oh, this is really cool."
When the locals get impressed with something, then you know you've got something.
Yeah, because they stay away from downtown.
Oh yeah, that's one thing I've realized. People in Vegas that live in Vegas don't really get into the Strip area that much.
Never.
Yeah. All right. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans is out. Alema Harrington's going to join us coming up today at 1 o'clock. We'll chat with him. A good friend of mine, and he's making his radio debut, but one of my favorite dudes on the planet who is putting together an incredible event up in Logan. Paul Molinari, he's the director of basketball operations for the Utah State basketball team, is going to join us coming up in about 20 minutes from now. He's got an event that's going to be really cool coming up, and so we'll talk about that with him. It's time to kick it off, though. Your starting lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your starting lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, all brought to you by Mountain Land Supply, where the pros go. Get your HVAC, plumbing, irrigation, all of that under one umbrella, plus a whole lot more. They've got all kinds of stuff they can do for you at Mountain Land Supply. To find a location near you, go to mountainland.com. That's mountainland.com. All right. BYU, this is an interesting situation, and Hans and I have gone back on this quite a bit. And I know that the quarterback conversation is getting old and tired and beat down into the ground. But there's a reason why it's a major storyline, is because there's some years where you have quarterback turnover, and it's because the entire team has been turned over a little bit. And so there's not a lot of expectations. There's not a lot of, it's a rebuilding process that not only involves your quarterback, but extends to other positions as well. The reason why the quarterback situation is such a storyline at BYU is obviously because of the conditions in which Jake Retzlaff is no longer with the team. And then you throw on the fact that this team, in my opinion, is loaded offensively and, frankly, defensively as well. A little bit less on the defensive side, although I think you've got two of the best linebackers in the Big 12 Conference. But the fact that you have got a situation at BYU where you've got a great set of wide receivers, you may have stumbled into an incredible tight end in Carson Ryan, an offensive line that appears to be in a good situation, and a running back like LJ Martin who has a chance to be an absolute stud. These are all great pieces to have in place if you had a returning quarterback, which obviously BYU does not. Whether it's Bachmeier, whether it's McKay Hillstead, whoever gets the start for BYU has got a lot of pressure on them to understand that, okay, I've got a lot of dudes around me. I've got to settle in and not screw this up. And that's a lot of pressure on a guy to get thrown to the wolves like that, where he's not coming in with a group of wide receivers that are young, an offensive line that's young, a running back that's young. No, all these dudes want to win, and they want to win right now, and they feel like they're built to win right now. If Jake Retzlaff was part of this team, you would see a BYU team probably pick to finish maybe second, third, fourth in the conference, and probably get some number one votes too after the season they had last year, and you add in all the returning players that they've got. So the stage was set for BYU with Jake Retzlaff. Now that Jake's not there and you bring some inexperience at quarterback, now there's a lot of question marks. And the one guy that I think has got, if there's one guy who I believe could be upset about all of this, is Chase Roberts. Like, if there's one person on this team that I think has the right to be able to be like, man, are you kidding me? Really? Really? It would be Chase Roberts. Not saying Chase is doing that. I don't know. I think Chase has got a good attitude about it. But if there's one person who could have one gripe, it would be Chase Roberts. And but you know what? The dude's settling in and is spending more time evaluating his wide receiver room than he is other position groups.
Yeah, I feel like they are great athletes, number one, which always helps. But more importantly, they're great people, and they're very smart, know the playbook really well. And that only took them like a couple weeks to get, which was very impressive. And I feel like that adds a lot of greatness to our wide receiver room when you're dialed in, when you're ready to play, and when you're excited to go out and play football and make some plays. So I think we can just take it to the next level and make those contested catches, be those dogs on the field and block and finish our assignment every play. And we're going to have a deep room this year.
Well, and I think you could have a really deep room, and I think BYU does, led by Chase Roberts, who I think has a chance to have a really special season. But if Jake Retzlaff is part of this team, Chase is probably looking at, let me pull up his numbers from last year. Chase Roberts last year with Jake Retzlaff pulled in 52 catches, 854 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Chase Roberts with Jake Retzlaff is a 1,000-yard receiver. And you probably bump that reception total into the mid-60s. So I think 65, over 1,000 yards, probably 6 to 8 touchdowns is probably the range you're looking at for Chase Roberts with Jake Retzlaff. And now this is when he really wants to showcase his skills for the National Football League. This is when he really wants to showcase, look, I can do this and this and this. Well, in a weird way, I actually think this might work in his favor because I think you've got an ability, if you're Chase Roberts, to show to NFL scouts, I can adjust to uncertainty at quarterback. Now, you're seeing a guy who I called every one of his snaps up at Utah State in Jalen Royals tearing up Kansas City's camp, much to the chagrin of me and Christian, who all wanted him on the Broncos. And if he wasn't going to be on the Broncos, just don't go to the Chiefs. But the Chiefs snag him in the 4th round, and he is tearing up that camp. And part of the reason why I think Jalen Royals is being successful in Kansas City is that he's used to catching passes from a bunch of different dudes. I mean, if you go down the list of guys that Jalen Royals caught a pass from at Utah State, you could probably put together 2 full basketball teams with that. I mean, the multiple set of quarterbacks that have been in and out of the lineup of Utah State over the last 3 years has been crazy. And he had to adjust to each one of them. So if Chase Roberts ends up having a season that I think he certainly is capable of, this might actually work in his favor because it proves to scouts that he can adjust and he can work with different quarterbacks, as he's talked about the things that all 3 of these quarterbacks bring to the table.
That they're all making plays, that they've shown that they can run, they can scramble, that they can make every throw possible, and we're very confident in each of them. And they've just taken a step forward every single practice, and I'm excited to see kind of who pulls away.
So, how difficult is it for a wide receiver to take first team snaps, as he should, and have to catch passes from 3 different quarterbacks? I look, he's going to say all the right things here, but I got to imagine that can't be easy.
Yeah, I feel like it's, like he said, it's hard. They're all making really, really good plays and putting the balls in the right spot. So you look back and it's like, who was that? That was a really nice ball, and it was someone else, than from before. So it's been awesome to see them play so well.
So, yeah. And I do like that to a certain extent, that sometimes he's catching passes and he's not sure who it's coming from. It's like, whoa, some heat on that. Who was that? Oh, okay. That was Bachmeier. Oh, very cool. Good throw, man. And so it shows that he's focusing on him, focusing on that wide receiver room. At the end of the day, Chase Roberts is going to be an NFL player. I think he has a chance to be a really good NFL player with his size, speed, and athleticism. I mean, he's a great combination that I think a lot of NFL teams are looking for right now. And whoever is behind center or in shotgun for BYU, I think if Chase Roberts adjusts, which I think he is, the kid's mature, he's been around the block once or twice. If he's able to adjust the way that I think he should adjust, then I think you're looking at an opportunity for him to still push 1,000 yards. I think you're still looking at an opportunity for him to push that 8 to 10 touchdowns and those 60 to 65 receptions. And if he puts those numbers up with a different quarterback this year, then yeah, if I'm an NFL scout, I'm pretty fired up about him. And Chase Roberts, frankly, is pretty fired up about this offense.
There's not really a weakness when it comes to our offense, and we're very solid at every point when it comes to the run game, the pass game. We're going to have a quarterback that's going to be elusive. All the guys can run and do their thing there. So I don't really know if there's a specific strength. I don't see a weakness. I feel like there's going to be plays made all over the place when it comes to deep balls, screen passes, running the ball, whatever it takes, we're going to be able to get it done.
So there you go. Great conversation with Chase Roberts. Remember, all of the sound from all of the interviews available for you at KSLSports.com. We've got guys everywhere, and we will have guys at every game, every practice. If there is somebody that is available to speak to the media, our guys are on it. Mitch Harper does a tremendous job for BYU, and, of course, Steve Bartle does equally as well for the University of Utah. You got two of the best when it comes to breaking down Utes and Cougars right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. So it is, wow, look, you got multiple guys celebrating anniversaries today. Chris tweets in, he's celebrating an anniversary. Christian just celebrated an anniversary. Hans' parents celebrating anniversaries. My anniversary today. Hey, tell you what, if you got an anniversary today or this weekend, tweet at me and we'll give you a shout out. Chris and his lovely wife celebrating their 17th anniversary today.
Wonder what they're doing. That's a little more low key, like you were saying, but maybe they're going all out.
Well, just based on the little card that he sent, he took his wife to a nice meal. That was, by the way, Chris, the place you tweeted at, that was part of the rotation. We will not be going there tonight, but that's one of them, and you did well there. Did very well. All right, Hans and Scotty coming up next. Paul Molinari, he is the director of basketball operations for Utah State University. Good dude. This is what you talk about restaurants. This is a guy who has been around the block a few years in college basketball, and he's been to pretty much every major city in the United States. And so if you are going to Cleveland and you don't know where to eat, you call Paul, and Paul will give you a list of 2 or 3 restaurants to go to. He's an encyclopedia on great restaurants. You need to know where to go, Paul's your guy. But he's got a huge event coming up in Logan. We're going to talk to him about that coming up next. Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Brett McMurphy, National College Football Insider for On3.com.
I'm actually picking Utah to win the Big 12, so that's a kiss of death since we know what happened with Arizona State last year. The last 2 years, you guys know this, if anyone had worse injury luck than Utah, I don't know who it is, because the last 2 years, the Utes have been decimated. With the new offensive coordinator and Dan Bear coming in, I think the offense is going to be different. It's going to be more dynamic. In the topsy-turvy Big 12, it's impossible to be certain on anything in this league, but I think Utah bounces back in a big way, and that's why I've got them in my preseason top 25 at this point.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Save thousands on hot tubs and swim spas. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Major manufacturers liquidation of new 2025 spas, discounted up to 40 to 80%. We have spas to fit any backyard or budget. Free professional delivery, instant on-site financing. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Transform your backyard with a swim spa for the fraction of the price of a pool. The easiest way to exercise or relax in your backyard. Just fill and chill. Shockingly low monthly payments. Don't miss this opportunity to build the backyard of your dreams. See the latest models in person. 3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Learn more online at hottubandSwimSpaSale.com. hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
So it says here you released from the factory with your top down.
That's right.
You want to speak to that?
Well, I'm a Jeep. I'm a Wrangler. You can't tie me down. Am I a little on the spicy side? Sure. Are kids going to stare at the school pickup? Absolutely. But I helped build this country, doggone it. You ever hear of World War II?
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork. Make this the summer sales event now through August 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
Utah deserves better. If your lights flicker, breakers trip, or something just doesn't feel safe, the last thing you need is someone trying to tell you your electrical panel needs to be replaced, your house needs to be rewired, and you should probably rewire your neighbor's house too. But sadly, that's exactly what's happening since a lot of home service companies have been bought out by private equity groups that are focused on profits and not people. At Your Service Pros is different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not quotas. That's why we offer a full electrical inspection for just $49. We'll check everything, your panel, wiring, outlets, grounding, and give you an honest report. If it's safe, we'll say so. If it's not, we'll explain exactly what needs to be done and help you fix it the right way, without pressure. We've served Utah families for over 20 years, and we're proud of the 4.9-star rating from people who trust us to do things right. So call out Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO to schedule your $49 electrical inspection. That's 801-YOUR-PRO, because Utah deserves better.
You're the backyard big shot, the patio perfectionist, the envy of barbecue hosts all over the neighborhood. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food for healthy turf that stays green all summer. IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Don't miss out on Jazz Youth Camps and Clinics. Brought to you by PB Fit. Camps are for ages 4 to 17 and include various skill level options. Let's go! Whether you're a beginner trying to learn the basics or a seasoned player wanting to fine-tune your skills, there's a camp for you. Learn from Utah Jazz Camp coaching staff and jazz personalities at select camps in multiple locations. Year-round on weekdays or weekends. Sign up and receive a reversible jersey, jazz ticket vouchers, and a membership to Utah Jazz Shoot 360. Go to jazzyouth.com and register today.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right. Yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Our guy Hans Olsen off today. He'll be back with us coming up next week. But I tell you what, whenever Hans is out, that means, we kick back, we have a little bit more fun. And joining us, one of the best dudes you'll ever meet, Paul Molinari, who's the chief of staff for Jared Calhoun's crew up in Logan as Utah State basketball. I know we're all in football mode, but there's some big events coming up in Logan surrounding this basketball team. But, Paul, how are you, man? Good to talk to you.
I'm good. Scotty, how are you doing? Does that mean you're off next week because he's off today? Is that how that works in your business?
Yeah, the revenge vacation. Yeah, absolutely. I think that we're going to have to take a couple days and at least get up there in Logan and hang out and see you guys in action a little bit.
I've got a flight tomorrow morning, so I'm gone. I'm going East Coast for the week, and then I'm going to finish my trip with a quick jaunt, as I'd like to say, over to Costa Rica and see Ian Martinez's wedding next Sunday. I'm going to do that and then fly back home early the following week and get ready for our guys to come back and start school. So I've never been to Costa Rica. I'm looking forward to it and just kind of put a bow on everything yesterday and get that all finished. So looking forward to that.
Ian's tying the knot, huh? That's awesome. Very cool.
I guess to his high school, Yomi, I think is her name. She's a Costa Rica girl, and he's been with her since grade school, I can believe. Wow. They've been good friends. So I saw real quick, and I'm going to jump around 100 things. I saw that he signed with a team in the Israeli league yesterday, so he's all set to go. And Auburn's set to go in the Belgium league, and then Dex is still contemplating. I know he's been working on some with the team from Spain. I don't know if that's going to finalize or if he's got some other options, but I do know that he'll be playing come fall. So that's a good thing. All three of those seniors graduated, did everything they needed to do, and now have the opportunity to begin their professional careers.
You know, before we get to this event that you've put together, that team last year was so much fun, and putting a team together on the fly like you guys did with some great veterans that were already there, and to get to the NCAA tournament, and in some ways kind of doing some smoke and mirrors thing and making it work the way you guys did, that was a heck of a season.
Well, we talked about that a lot, you and I, during the year, and I agree smoke and mirrors was certainly part of it. Tremendous job by the coaching staff, and honestly, a tremendous job by the returning players welcoming us. I mean, this program is runs like clockwork. I mean, it's a well-oiled machine. It's been a well-oiled machine. The leadership gets passed down year to year. Now it's Mason's turn and Carson Templin's turn and Jordy and Drake's. Tuck being here a year, but it's now their time to kind of put their stamp on things. And, last year with the new guys coming in and the ability to Ian to weave that together with Mason was phenomenal. But it's not really everything that we did. It's kind of what we walked into and the traditions here. And that's kind of what's exciting about putting this event together and doing something. I think it's the first time, as everybody I talk to seems to say, we've never done something like this at Utah State, and just the uniting of all past and present Aggies under the D. Glenn Smith spectrum for the first time. I know there's been bits and pieces, the Moral Court and different events that have taken place, Dutch's 90th birthday, where former guys have come back, but the opportunity to kind of bring everybody together, tie it together, it's kind of very close to the Hall of Fame with Sean Harris, and I think that whole thing allows even more people to be around. So, it's just been a long summer. We had that 7-week camp that we had with the players, and then we had 2 weeks ago an open practice, which shocked me, 300 people. The Aggies come out in full force for a 1-hour practice in the summer. It's unbelievable, and herd members were there. It was nuts. I opened the bleachers and expected about 50 people. I got some autographed cards for little kids, and I ran back up to the office to making 100 more. I mean, it was nuts. I mean, but that's what amazes me about this place. That's why it's magical. It truly is. And then we had a donor dinner the next night where we had them for practice and a dinner after with the team. And, now we just finished up the transition to rev share and get everybody, all of our new guys and contracts paid. And, things are coming together. But it runs on its own. It really does. The basketball side of it's tremendous, and it keeps going. So I've got, I'm blessed to have the opportunity to work here, believe me.
Well, it's just being a part of it and seeing so many great teams. It's you guys are a blast to have up there and be around and get behind the curtain a little bit. And I think people have a chance to get behind the curtain and see some of these former players and current players. A night with the pros. You got Sam Merrill coming back, yes. Mish Keita coming back, two of the best representatives of Utah State that we've seen. And Joe Mazzulla, who, by the way, just got himself a contract extension. The Boston Celtic head coach will be there as well.
When did they finish that? I missed that. Was that on the news feed today?
Yeah, just came out this morning.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I need to text him. I did not know that. I know that they were talking about it and putting it together. So good for him. That's great. I'm happy for him. He's a great human being. I've known him since our days at Fairmont, and right after he finished his playing career at West Virginia, and he lived with me for almost a year, and I am the godfather to his to his son, not his grandson, God forbid. So, his son Manny, and so they're great people. He and his wife Kamei are both going to travel out here, and we are looking forward to welcoming Joe to Logan. His brother does work for the Jazz. He was a video guy, and I think he's behind the bench now, or he's still in that capacity. But he works for the Jazz, and it's just a great opportunity, and we're family. We're all family together, and we're just happy for one another. So, those three guys. Now, Nimi, I keep my fingers crossed because Portugal is going to be in the FIBA 25. So he's playing the end of August. If they get to the finals, it'll be the night before the event. So I don't know, but then they turn around and beat Spain the other day in a friendly game, and I'm like, oh gosh, maybe they're rolling. So he and Diego, is it Diego?
Diego.
I'm not sure how to. Diego, yep.
Yeah.
He and Diego are. I'm trying to get both of them together and get them here when they finish the FIBA 25. So that's our plan. We stay in communication with them. They're in training camp now with the Portuguese national team, and they are, we're going to play it by ear and get him here. But Sam's good, Joe's good, and then honestly, we've got each day I add a few more to the list, which is fantastic. I've kind of finalized things with Marv Roberts.
Okay.
Who's coming back, Nate Williams, both guys that were played in the NBA, and then Michael McCullough, who works in the NBA still, has worked 30 years with the Miami Heat. So he's been under Pat Riley's umbrella for a long, long, long time, and those three guys, along with Sam and Nimi and Jared and Joe, will kind of be our speakers for the evening, that group of guys. What we're going to do is it's Wednesday, September 10th. We are going to do a meet and greet and table photos, all those kind of things from 4 to 5:30 up at Logan Country Club. David Jenkins has reached out and has invited us as guests to come up there, and we're going to do a reception up there for all the people that purchase tables, and they can bring all of their guests, and we'll have a reception up there for an hour for some autographs and meet and greet, that type of thing. And then we'll all come down to the Spectrum, and then we're going to have a dinner from 6 to 7 off-premise catering. Justin Hamilton has stepped up and underwritten a ton of this evening for us, and we're excited that he's able to help and join in. So that'll be about an hour. Our goal, our committee, is we're going to sell 30 tables at $5,000 apiece. I'm still working on finalizing a presenting sponsor. I've got 2 or 3 different groups that are meeting with their people still to finalize that. So hopefully next week we'll have an announcement on our presenting sponsor for the evening. But we're going to sell the 30 tables. 20 of them are sold as of now. So I've got 10 left to finish. And then what that will allow you is 9 people at your table, you and 9 guests. And then your 10th person is going to be a present or former Aggie. And that list continues to grow, and I'm working on that. I spoke with Jalen Moore this week, Jimmy Moore, J.C. Carroll. I told you about Marv Roberts. Ty Wesley is coming. Tan Tueller, Scott Harries, Nate Williams. We talked about Brock Miller. And I just continue to add some every day. That's kind of where we're going with it. Coaches that are expected to attend, Dutch Belknap, Rod Tueller, Con Smith, Stu Morrill is on the docket. He's trying to maneuver plans to get here a day earlier. He's coming in for Sean's Hall of Fame on Friday, so we're trying to get him here on Wednesday and get that finalized. And I have to have a call out today to Larry Eustace to invite him, and I know Craig Smith has been invited as well. So we are continuing to just add. Really, the only player right now that's not going to be able to come is Justin Bean, and he's very upset about it, but he has to go to report to training camp at the end of August for his European team. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. I just think it's an experience. We're not calling it an event. We're calling it an experience. I think it's a first time experience to get everybody under one roof together. I don't know if all former Aggies and present Aggies have ever done that, ever been under the same roof.
Yeah,
and I know you're going to be the MC, so you'll have certainly plenty to do. What I'd like to do, Scotty, is I'm going to walk around and have I call our past and present Aggies. They're going to kind of be the table captains, and I'm going to have them write a question from each table, and we'll put those in, and then I'll let you pick maybe 5 or 6 questions that we can ask the guys on stage. Trying, instead of having a hand raising and all of that, and trying to get a mic out to people, I thought let them write a question down, and we can get it answered that way.
That's awesome.
So, yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's work, but all the money, all the proceeds are going back to the men's basketball recruitment retention fund, so it'll go directly into the school account, and that'll be used at coach's discretion. But the majority of it will be for the players' salaries, in a sense, for the players' money. That's how that's going to work. That's kind of how Utah State's moved in that direction, and so as much money as we can raise that evening will all go towards it. We're going to have an auction. I have some jerseys already. I just got Paul Skeen's jersey yesterday from my buddy who works in baseball, and I sent that to the framer. And then I've got a Nemi jersey signed already and a Sam jersey signed. So we're working on some things, and we're going to tie in a trip with the Celtics and do some different things. So I think it'll be a great night.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I mean, you're hard-pressed to find a better experience than that. And I think it's really cool because there's, obviously this push to raise as much money as possible and to say, like, hey, yeah, obviously we need some help in that regard, but you're going to be rewarded with one of the more incredible events that Utah State's ever put on in terms of connecting former players and current players, former coaches, athletic directors, and really make it worth people's, make it worth their dollar. And you guys are really knocking it out of the park with this thing.
Yeah, I've got some, I got a great committee that's helping me. I can't do this alone. I've certainly Max Bent with us and Kern Walsh are helping. And we've got, a bunch of different people here throughout the Valley, but also, from Salt Lake area. Kevin White's helped us. Ross Peterson, our emeritus professor, I call him the sports historian.
Oh, yeah.
He's connected more dots and put coach in front of so many different people, and he's an icon and tremendous, and I'm excited for him. And certainly Tan has helped. He's bringing that group back. Rich McElrath has helped me get his kind of generation and those group of guys together. Ed and Mason Fisher locally, and Chris and Nate Wilson are involved. Ken Alder, Nick Elison, and then Spencer Butterfield and Preston are helping with the players. So those guys are reaching out and talking to different players and just kind of lining things up. And it's fun to connect and talk with people that may have not been reached out to in a long time. And I think we're finding people that are like, you know what, I'd like to come back. I'd like to get involved. And my goal is this, Scotty, from the whole event. And people say, well, I'm not out asking for a donation from some people. I want companies to buy the tables. I don't want someone to have to write a $5,000 check. I'd rather get, a lot of companies have accounts and things they do for golf outings all year, those type of things. I want companies to use that money to be able to and then bring people. And then, you know what? We show them a first-class experience. Somebody might walk out of the Spectrum that night and go, you know what? I'm going to write a check for $5,000 because I love where that place is headed. I love where that program is. And it was such an experience, and it was just so impressive to me that I want to give money back to that program. And that's kind of what the bottom line, what our goal is at the end. I want people to come that may not have, they don't know what to expect, and they walk in and go, wow, this is special. So that's kind of why I've kind of put a ton of time into an excitement. We did these things at Youngstown at just a little bit lower scale. We certainly didn't have the players to bring back. We brought in Joe to speak one year with Jared and kind of have a sit down, and that was impressive. And we've done some different things, and that's kind of where we drummed up the idea.
There's no handbook. You've been around college athletics for a long time, but there's no handbook and a instruction booklet on how to deal with the new world that you're trying to navigate. Just how crazy has this been for you and other coaches across the country to try to figure out how to make this work in an ever-changing landscape of college sports?
I mean, it's been 5 years now since this kind of kicked in, 4 or 5 years, and I think Jared's kind of ahead of his time with it, and is really knowledgeable, and he does his homework. He reaches out to Power Fours and talks to people at different programs and different agents and different angles of how to do things. And he knew what was coming. He knew what was coming down the pipe on July 1st because he reached out and talked to so many people. It's just trying to educate people and get them all on the same page to figure out how to manage the landscape. You know, we have friends down at Utah that we've spoke to at the U and pick their brains on things. You're always out trying to figure out how to move forward. The landscape changes every hour. If you're not following it or you're going to miss something. And you know, we came out last year and you know, Jared's told you a million times. I'm sure you've heard it, and I think it's credible that our team as an at-large, not as a selected team that won their championship at the mid-major or low-major level, was the lowest team in the country with their salary cap, in a sense. And I say salary cap because that's what the money was. So it was even more impressive what we were able to do with the money that we had. And every year it changes. Like you said, it's, you know, now I think we've reached a peak. It's going to be interesting to see. I think with caps and things like that in leagues, I think it'll level out a little bit. I don't think the market went up 500% in the month of April and May. It went through the roof because people had money to spend in collectives and they wanted to front load a bunch of money. We've seen it around the state. We know what's going on, and that's how things happened. And what it did was it drove up the price of everybody. And that's the hardest thing for people to wrap their hands around and understand, is that that's the way it went. Now, I don't think the market's not going to go up anymore. I think it's going to level off, because I think people are going to realize this is what I have to work with and this is what I've got to do. Now, if you can get deals through businesses and things like that, then that's how they're going to subsidize getting players those opportunities. But we've had a lot of help. You know, we have some wonderful car dealers up here in the Valley. We've got a great property Wasatch Properties has been unbelievable for us. They've helped us every which way, and those things really help. They help create a great situation for our student athletes, and that's important. You know, it takes a special kid to come out to Logan, Utah. A lot of people have never been here, and they get out here and they realize how nice it is, and the weather and the opportunity and just the traditions here. And I think that's, once we get them here, then I think it's hard for them to leave. And I think that's as much as it is everybody else, and the coaching staff and all the people that put their time in, and they make it's a special place. But we've built off what we walked into. I mean, you know, I met all those coaches the first time in Phoenix when we first got the job, and I told every one of them, the former coaches, I said, you guys have set the tone. This thing has been a well-oiled machine for a long, long time. From Stu's days to Craig to Ryan to Danny, it now to Jared, it's a well-oiled machine. There's not a lot of things that you got to tinker with.
Yeah.
And that makes it easy. That makes it special too. That's why this event, I think, will be a lot of fun, this experience.
Paul, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Scotty. Enjoy your time away. Hopefully you get a few days.
Yeah.
Get your son somewhere and go relax and go hide.
UtahStateAggies.com, is that best place to go?
You know what? The best thing would be is it's on there, but you can email me. It's paul.molinari@usu.edu. So it's M as in Mary, O-L-I, N as in Nancy, A-R-I. paul.molinari@usu.edu. And if they can email me there, and then I'll communicate with them and get anybody set up that's interested. Love to have you. And again, I look forward to it. And I can't believe it's only about
I know.
Next Wednesday will be, I think, 4 weeks.
Let's go.
4 weeks left. So excited.
And by the way, if you're going to a city you're unaware of and you need a good restaurant recommendation, Paul has probably been to that city and he knows exactly where to send you. So he can give you advice there as well.
I got some good ones. So we got a couple new trips this year. So I'm already starting to put the ideas together. Charleston, I'm looking forward to, Scotty. That's going to be
I'm fired up.
A great trip. I love Charleston, one of my favorite places in the country. I don't know Frisco, Texas that well, so I'm going to rely on the Templins to provide me with some good ideas there. I forget where else we're headed. We're going to San Francisco for an exhibition game, but that's in October, night of a football game. So I don't know how they're going to fly you from football to basketball, but maybe we'll make that happen.
Yeah.
So we get a trip up there, and I think that's it for the trips, for the travel. I think everything else is at home, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I got to remember, but I do have to text you that schedule. I'll do that non-league schedule. And then get Memphis here in February. I think that'll be one of the best non-league games ever in Utah State history. I can't even imagine what tickets will go for and how tough a ticket that'll be in the month of February.
Having Penny Hardaway in February in Logan, little Penny, come on, that's as good as it gets there.
They asked, can we fly into Logan? Is there an airport there? I said, oh, absolutely.
Whether you can get out in February will be another question, but you can get in.
Exactly. Well, they can go down to Ogden like the rest of us have to do once in a while.
Exactly.
We've been there, done that.
Yes, we have. Paul, thanks so much, man.
Buddy.
We appreciate it.
Have a great weekend, Scotty. Thank you.
You as well.
Appreciate your time. Thanks. Bye-bye.
He's the best. He's the chief of staff up at Utah State with Jared Calhoun, Paul Molinari. And by the way, you are hard-pressed to find somebody you want to hang out with and just hear stories from more than Paul. Paul is as good as it gets and one of my favorite dudes on the planet. All right, take a break. Come back. What you may have missed straight ahead, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Ute legend, former Patriot, our good friend Christian Cox. I'm curious to your thoughts on whether Jason Beck can do at the Big 12 level what he did in the Mountain West.
You have to score points. You can't live in the days of just playing great defense and hope you win with good defense and special teams. Utah fans, I think, are just starved because there's been no continuity, no real offense. I think Coach Beck was ranked 4th in total offense at New Mexico last year, and one could say, it's just New Mexico, but those are great programs and the schemes are the same. I think the framework is probably the most important part, but Devin's going to be the key. You can't win college football games without a quarterback, and Utah fans have felt that the most the last 2 seasons.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The wait is over. After 2 years of renovation, the perfect downtown lunch spot is now open. The Garden Restaurant offers a beautifully designed space and deliciously fresh menu. It's close to everything downtown next to the Temple Square block. If you need something quick and on the go, or to meet a client, friend, or place to relax, the Garden Restaurant offers healthy options like handcrafted sandwiches, soups, unique salads, plus traditional favorites like homemade pot pies and the famous Lion House rolls. The Garden's new look and tasty menu offer something for everyone, featuring dine-in, patio seating, lobby seating, and grab-and-go or quick online ordering. Visit the Garden today. Reimagine space with remarkable taste. Easy street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building, open weekdays 11 to 3. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant is now open. See you there.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Got an app idea? You're sitting on a gold mine, but stuck on how to bring it to life? Meet Dev Simplify, your superheroes for web and mobile app creation. Dev Simplify. DevSimplify.com. Just ask Coach Mike with Practice Planner Live.
You know, as a coach, technology isn't my strength, but Dev Simplify took my idea for Practice Planner Live and turned it into the top practice planning platform on the market. They transformed my non-technical vision into an incredible web and mobile app that coaches like me now can't live without.
See, you don't need to be a tech wizard. Your idea plus Dev Simplify's superhero software skills equals a big win. Right, Mike?
You know, I had big plans for my app, and with Dev Simplify's help, it's now a thriving must-have platform for all coaches.
Dev Simplify, turning your brilliant ideas into amazing web and mobile. No tech skills required. Visit DevSimplify.com and let the magic begin. DevSimplify.com.
Get Mr. Mac's Performance Missionary Package. 1 performance suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 ties, 1 mission belt, and 1 pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy shoes. Just $695. Visit one of our 9 convenient Mr. Mac locations near you.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Coming strong on the music. That's Pantera, folks. And we're giving away tickets. That's right. It's a Win Ticket Friday. And we're giving away tickets to Pantera. You want tickets? Be caller number 12 right now. 801-575-ZONE. You'll win 2 lawn tickets to see Pantera, the heaviest tour of the summer. Coming up at America First Credit Union Amphitheater on August 20th. All right. Coming up next, he is in the building. We're ready to go. It's Alema Harrington. We'll talk, we might talk about the Cougars just for a bit or two. It's all straight ahead. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to see Chris Stapleton August 15th and 16th at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss Chris Stapleton's All-American Roadshow coming to Utah for 2 very special nights. Get tickets now at livenation.com or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You need that beef. Bar W beef, the best beef on the planet, raised all right here in the state of Utah, harvested right here in the state of Utah in a incredible facility down in Nephi. You know, look, we talk about dry age, but it matters, folks, and it has to be done the right way under the right conditions. And you walk into this facility, they're more than happy to give you a tour down there at Nephi. You show up and say, hey, can I check out the place? They'll take you on a complete tour. You can see the technology, the actual savvy that goes on to building a facility of this magnitude. We talk about mom and pop. There's nothing mom and pop about what they've done down there because this is a state-of-the-art facility that can dry age that beef perfectly, so you get the best flavor with the best conditions and the best beef possible. Go to barwbeef.com. Remember, any online order of $150 or more gets shipped right to your house for free. That's barwbeef and barwbeef.com.
Have you seen those turtle billboards up and down I-15? Well, it's just a fun way to get you to visit anyhour.com to learn about our coolest summer sweepstakes. Every week this summer, Anyhour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer. When you get an estimate to replace your air conditioner or purchase a new air conditioner from Anyhour Services, you're automatically entered into our weekly drawing. If your name is drawn, Anyhour will pay for your air conditioner up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olson IT, providing solutions that empower your business.
Les Olson. Olsen IT.
3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Save thousands on hot tubs and swim spas. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Major manufacturers liquidation of new 2025 spas, discounted up to 40 to 80%. We have spas to fit any backyard or budget. Free professional delivery, instant on-site financing. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Transform your backyard with a swim spa for the fraction of the price of a pool. The easiest way to exercise or relax in your backyard. Just fill and chill. Shockingly low monthly payments. Don't miss this opportunity to build the backyard of your dreams. See the latest models in person. 3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Learn more online at hottubandswimspasale.com. hottubandswimspasale.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Number 1.
Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. No Hans Olsen, no problem, because we have Alema Harrington. How are you?
What's happening? I'm so glad to be here, man. I always love walking into this building, and I started at Channel 5 in 1996.
Yeah, flashbacks a little bit?
A little bit of flashbacks. You know, I obviously come to the second floor instead of going into the newsroom, but good years. Craig Bolerjack and myself at Channel 5, and what a run we had. Got there in 96, and then we had back-to-back NBA championship, opportunities to go and cover the Jazz versus the Bulls. And at that same time frame, you got to figure Steve Sarkisian was taking BYU football to the Cotton Bowl, Hans and that group. And then
Utah plays in a championship?
Yeah, Utah college basketball.
So you started in 96, right in the pinnacle of sports in Utah.
You know, and they say timing is everything. It's like when I arrived at BYU in 1984, we go undefeated and win a national championship.
Wow,
I'm like, hey, this is pretty good stuff right here.
Yeah, no doubt. You got a nose for it, man.
Yeah,
good for you.
So, but I'm glad to be here, man. Love doing Football Fridays. That's right around the corner.
By the way, I already have somebody tweeting in the da commercial.
Yes,
is infamous. Have your kids seen that?
I don't know that my youngest kids have seen it.
Yes.
So Gabe and Isaac, who are turning 12 and 13 this month, I don't know that they're familiar with the da, but my older kids are. And, what an incredible – I think that campaign won several awards and was a promotion for those who are unfamiliar with it. We used to do a show on Channel 5 during the playoffs, and budgets were different. We were full blown on this. We were traveling, with a big group. Would be traveling to the Western Conference Finals and then on to the NBA Finals. But we were doing a show called Show Me the Title, and it was a playoff of Show Me the Money with Cuba Gooding Jr. and Tom Selleck. Tom Cruise, not Tom Selleck. I got a little Magnum PI flashback there. And Craig Bolerjack would anchor it. I was one of the reporters, co-anchor on that with Rod Zundel back in the day. And Big Dog, Antoine Carr was our mainstay. Everybody back then had somebody that was on their payroll. So every TV station had somebody. We were fortunate to secure Big Dog, Antoine Carr. And I'm trying to think. I think Hornacek was doing some stuff with one of the other stations. But it was such a unbelievable time in our broadcast, landscape to be part of what we went through back then. I remember being on the top of this building after a home NBA Finals win, and the street was the road was like a parking lot. I was doing a live shot on the top of the building overlooking, Delta Center and here at Triad, and just the environment was I can't compare it to anything. No. And I was here for the Olympics too. And the Olympics, even with, the big setup that we had across the street in the parking lot here from Triad at where the KSL buildings are, that was amazing. But I don't know that anything matches what the NBA Finals were like.
That night, and I was going to Utah State at the time, but that night that Stockton hit the shot in Houston, I mean, people are driving around crazy, honking their horns in Logan. I can't imagine what it was like down here.
I'll tell you, and it was crazy. And then Bowler and I were both in Houston for that game. And, I tell the story, like, when you get to the Western Conference Finals onto the NBA Finals, initially, back then on a home game for regular season, my media seat was center court, maybe 3 rows up, right where Danny Ainge sits now.
Yeah.
But we sell those seats now at a pretty sweet price tag. But that's where we were during the regular season, and then every round of the playoffs, they would start to displace media, and you move them up, and then you get a little bit higher. By the time we got to the summit in Houston, we were almost at the top of the building in the Western Conference Finals, and we were trailing double digits. And it was time for us to get ready for live shots. And, we knew that, okay, we lose. We got a game 7. It's not the end of the world. And it didn't look like we were going to win. And as I was making my way down from the top of the summit, every time I'd get to the next concourse, I'd come out and I'd look, and we're coming back. By the time I get to the floor, and the way that those seats were, there were seats behind the backboard or the baseline that were raised, but they were on the floor. And so it was kind of standing room type of situation. So I get down there and I kind of find a way to get an angle to see what's going on the floor. And then I'm able to watch John Stockton hit that shot live. And for us, there was a pretty good contingent of media members that were local. And I should mention, we all know this, right? That part of our job is you're supposed to be impartial. And so there's no cheering for a team when you're in the media section. I think it says that on our credentials. But we almost had a full-blown fist fight between the Houston media members and I won't name the guy that was our producer, but our producer, who was, a former Marine, a tough guy, has a twin brother. I think we're all starting to understand who this is.
Yeah.
And we almost had a full fist fight up there because, it was getting contentious. So we get down to the floor, Stockton hits the shot, and the place goes silent except for the Jazz fans and the guys on the court. And then we end up doing our live shots from there. Back then you had to buy satellite time. Now it's completely different. But in order to buy satellite, you've got to reach out to the satellite company. You got to extend your window, and we had a certain amount of time that we had allocated for that. Ray Carter was our news director at the time. He's the one that hired me, and he continued to call and extend this. We stayed, and at some point he just said, we're going to keep the satellite up for as long as possible. And I think one of the marking moments of that live post-game broadcast was we were waiting, hoping that Karl Malone would come out of the locker room. I was the locker room position. Bowler was on the floor. We're waiting and hoping that Malone would come out and do a live interview with Bowler. So I'm trying to orchestrate this, facilitate getting Malone out of the locker room, getting him to Bowler's broadcast position on the baseline on the floor at the Summit, and eventually he comes out and he was so excited he gave Craig Bowler-Jack a kiss.
Yes. Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
Right? And it's like, man, this is for us in the broadcast business, man, this is what we live for, is moments like this. And as you know, this entire show, for the most part, is unscripted. We're doing a live post-game show that it went probably an hour and a half, completely unscripted, just based on who we could get for a live guest. It was fantastic. I mean, just it was like the golden era of broadcast in our business.
You know what's funny is Christian and I were talking during the break, and I'm talking like Christian's been around for a while, and I go, hey, what year were you born? 2000. I was like, oh, you weren't even alive for any of this.
Right? I know for us, and we've been in the business a long time, and we've known each other for my entire radio career has been basically, around or with you. And so we go back a long way, and sometimes you think about frame of reference, and we've got a deep frame of reference, and so there's great value to that, to have firsthand experiences of those kinds of events in our sports history.
I love going down memory lane because that was just the state was just at an all-time high with Utah, BYU, and the Jazz all in some level of pinnacle at the same time within like a 18-month time frame.
And you run into people that were part of that era. Donnie Daniels, by the way, is back in our market, I should say. He's actually doing some club basketball, and he trains my kids. And we get to walk down. I can still remember being at that run to the Final Four for the University of Utah and grabbing him or Britton Johnson or Mike Doliak, getting one of these guys on one of our shows to do, our sports beat programs, and those good times.
Here's another thing that'll make you feel old. His son Eric Daniels was at Utah State last year as an assistant. Now he's with Alex Jensen, who's the head coach at the University of Utah. So you covered Alex as a player, and Donnie Daniels as a coach, and now you got Alex Jensen, the head coach, with
and
Eric
Donnie's
Daniels.
Boy is up there too. It's fantastic. It all kind of comes full
so
circle.
Cool. It's so cool. How fired up? I mean, okay, dumb question, but Jake Retzloff no longer with the BYU football team. I think BYU is going to be just fine.
Yeah.
Because
maybe even better.
But there's so much talent on that team, especially on the offensive side with the wide receivers and LJ Martin.
Yeah.
I don't think they take that much of a step back.
Now, I was listening to you guys yesterday with Tim Brown over at RGS and talking about kind of the quarterback situation. And Hans said something that I agree with 100%, which is let these guys make you famous.
Yeah.
Let them make you famous. Like your job, it becomes extremely simple. And it helps tremendously. And any quarterback will attest to this. If I got a solid running game, and it's not just LJ, but Moa too, and if Rapati can come back, I mean, you got a lot of experience. Is there an announcement yet on?
Not yet, no.
But you got that kind of depth in your running back room. I like your offensive line. Your tackles are looking good. I think that you can have great run support, and then you look at your arsenal as far as tight ends and receivers. You're in good shape. So regardless of who it ends up being, I don't know that they'll go with a freshman on this, even though every one of these guys, the three that are in this race have had good days. It's always hard to have a freshman be your guy outside of, maybe, Ty Detmer back in my day, but he was a redshirt freshman and he was running BYU's offense when he was still in high school. So there is a bit of a learning curve. But I'm with you. I think BYU, certainly it would have been comforting to have Retzlaff coming back. and have that security, a guy that you know and a guy that can perform, a guy that, the team, was able to rally around. They liked him. But I think they're in a good situation. They got 3 guys, and there's that old saying, if you got 3 quarterbacks, you don't have 1 quarterback. That's not necessarily the case here.
No.
And I'm not a big fan of holding off on your decision, certainly not till game day. Let's not do that, A-Rod. But I do understand that you got to allow a certain amount of a quarterback competition to take place and make the decision when it becomes clear, right? And the quarterbacks, each one of those guys will determine when that becomes clear by who stands out.
You played at BYU during the Covey-Detmer year, right?
Yeah. So I went from Robbie Bosco when we won the national title my freshman year. I did not play that year, but that was my freshman season. So 84 through 88 were the years that I played. And so that did include Covey at a certain point, and Lindsley that played for a period of time there.
Forgot about him.
And Bob Jensen, who was one of the quarterbacks. So those guys kind of get grouped into the guys in between Bosco and Detmer. So that was my era. So I had 2 years where we were still, maybe 3 years, we were still kind of searching for the next great quarterback, and it ended up being Detmer.
But you probably knew pretty quickly that even though there was that transition from Covey to Detmer in his freshman year, but I think players know who the guy is, right?
Well, and I tell this story about Ty Detmer fairly, occasionally, at least I share this experience. Back then, the football office was over in the Smithfield House. We didn't have Legacy Hall at the time. We were very rudimentary when it came to. I mean, our weight room was inside Smithfield House, and we shared it with the track team and the wrestling team. I mean, our facilities were nowhere near what they are.
You
now.
look at these kids, you're like, you spoiled SOBs.
Right?
Yeah.
But so we would all hang out at the football office. Shirley Johnson was, the manager of the football office. She handled Lavelle Edwards and took care of everybody. She took care of Steve Young well into his 49ers career. But we would all hang out in that office, and there was some buzz. There were not early commitments back then like there are now, but there was this buzz about this quarterback out of Texas that had committed to BYU. And so we're all hearing about this, and I roll into the football office, and everybody's been talking about this guy, and so I walk in there. It's like, is he here? Is he on a visit? And it turned out he was sitting in the chair next to Shirley, and you never would have thought that this guy was setting records, all-time records in Texas. I mean, he was undersized. He didn't look like the guy that was going to walk into a huddle and command respect. So that was my first introduction to Ty Detmer. And so when I walked out of there, I was like, is that really a big deal that we got a commitment from him as a junior? And then it wasn't until 2 years later, I was a senior. He was a redshirt freshman. So he wasn't playing, but he was involved with a lot of our drills that we did, blitz pickup specifically. And I'm a senior. Like, I've been around this offense for 5 years now, right? And I'm still looking over on the other side and trying to identify linebackers and what defense they're in. And Ty Detmer comes up, and he makes every single one of our calls on the line for our blitz pickup, every one of them correct. And without hesitation, I'm like, this dude is different. Like, this dude is different. And he wasn't athletically, the guy that was going to blow your socks off. But from a mental standpoint, and again, it benefited because his dad would come to all the BYU camps and he would learn the offense and take it back to Texas. That's what they ran. He had a real understanding, a grasp of what BYU's offense was. And by the time he took the field as a redshirt freshman, he was ready to go.
And the reason I bring that up is because I think you probably have Chase Roberts, L.J. Martin, and these guys that are working with these 3 quarterbacks. Eventually, they're going to know if they don't know already. Like, he's the guy.
Yeah.
He's the guy.
For sure.
Even if the coaches don't make the announcement, they're like, okay, we know who we need to be making sure we kiss up to.
Yeah, and you make an interesting point because I think for us as media members, we're covering it and we're, waiting for the post-practice sound from A-Rod or Fessy, and what are they going to say about what happened today, where the information probably resides in those guys that you're talking about, because Chase for sure knows, the guys that have been around, offensive line. And again, for me as a running back, when I stepped into a blitz pickup drill and was able to observe Ty operate from that standpoint, because it's not just about, calling the plays in the huddle. It's about when you get up to the line of scrimmage, what can you identify and are you able to determine where we're going and do it well and successfully, so that now when you go up and you make that call, it's like, okay, he knows what he's doing and we're going to follow this guy. I think that the offensive line, the receiving core, the running back room, these guys probably are starting to get a sense. If they don't already, they're starting to get a sense. And granted, there's going to be day to day, a guy's going to shine different moments. And for us as media, that observation window is small. So, what we actually get to see is not, true representation of practice. And everything that I'm hearing at this point is the guy that performed the best from day to day is the guy that ran with the ones that day.
Yep, right? Exactly. Yeah, 100%. You saw, and I've told everybody this, and I've linked the footage to your broadcast with Dave Fox and Frank.
Yeah.
If you want to see the full McKay Hillstead experience, go watch that James Madison game.
Yep.
Because there's some really great, incredible moments. There's some what the heck were you doing moments? And it's the full McKay Hills. I called every one of his plays on radio, but you saw him in that James Madison game, which is a complete game where Utah State's getting their butt kicked.
Yep.
Then they come back and they're in a position to win it, and McKay throws a late interception that he shouldn't have thrown. Everything you want to know about McKay Hillstead and his potential is right there in that one game, where you made a lot of fans there with James Madison fans. I think they became the Dookies.
Yeah, actually, that wasn't my call. I believe that might have been Foxy that got in trouble for that. And Frank gladly went along with it because that's what Frank does. But no, I would agree with you. And you can go back, and that's the beauty of the way that we are able to cover high school sports. You can go back for our local players, and you can watch all of McKay's high school games at Skyridge. Now his senior year, he had that high ankle sprain and was out for a good period of time. But you can probably go back to his junior year, get maybe more of an understanding of the type of quarterback. Certainly he's grown a lot since then. But McKay, my experience covering him as a quarterback at Skyridge and then up at Utah State, is the guy is a dangerous dual threat guy. The question is, can he do those things in the Big 12?
Yeah.
Right. That's I think the bigger question for everybody is, we always wonder, okay, can he translate, from high school to college? Some guys, it's almost a no-brainer, like a Kingsley Suamataia or Satawala. You're just like, okay, the guy's just built, but if you look at somebody like McKay, maybe a little undersized, right? It's like, okay, so, the question becomes, how do you translate to Mountain West Conference? How are you going to translate to the Big 12? And to me, that's the biggest question for McKay is whether or not can he come out and answer and put those concerns to bed when it comes to whether or not he's capable of doing that.
Yeah, and that's I loved McKay. I thought he was a phenomenal true freshman quarterback that made true freshman mistakes, but you saw the groundwork of what he could become. To me, that's the $1 million question, because he's got that swagger where he wants to be Josh Allen, and he's not Josh Allen in terms of size. And so if it's 3rd and 2 and he sees a crease, he's going to take it.
Yeah.
But he's also 5'10" and 180, soaking wet. And so those Big 12 defensive tackles are really going to lay a lick on him. And he had a hard time making it through a Mountain West schedule let alone what happens when he takes a step to the Big 12. And again, that's part of his competitive nature. I'm applauding him for it, but also it works against him a little bit.
And maybe this is not a completely fair or true comparison, but I look at Isaac Wilson in a lot of the same ways. Isaac was a fantastic high school quarterback, a little bit undersized, bigger than McKay, but the difference of what you're able to get away with in high school versus what you can get away with in the Big 12 it's a big difference. And it's kind of like, for me, I'm turning 60 next year. And my brain tells me things that I can do, and my body, when I try to do them, says, no, I don't think so, right? And so if we're looking at the competitive nature, whether it's Isaac Wilson or McKay Hillstead, their brains are telling them, I can make this throw. I can beat this linebacker to the edge. And you got to go out and see if that's reality or not. And in some cases, especially when you're a freshman, you might be able to develop into that. But sometimes, when we talk about freshman mistakes, the freshman mistakes are thinking, oh, I made this play in high school, and I'm going to go make it right now. Probably not.
Yeah, I did that against Lehigh. that was no big deal.
Yeah.
How does it feel to be the most yoked 60-year-old on the planet?
Oh, I'm not. I'm hardly that. But I hang around you and Hans. You guys are in great shape. I just saw a post that Hans had on X with him and his lovely wife. It was like, ended up being like a relationships goals, thing. He was talking, promoting marriage and all this. I'm like, dang, I see you guys during the football season. Then we kind of don't see each other for a while. Maybe, if the Jazz get to the playoffs, we might, cross paths again. And you guys both look fantastic.
Well, yeah, I had a doctor tell me that you can get away with that crap in your 30s, but not in your 40s. And do you like your feet? Yeah, okay, then you probably got to get your act together. So, and then Hans, I don't know if it was the competitive nature in him, but then all of a sudden Hans, and he discovered this thing called creatine.
Yeah.
And it's been off to the races ever since.
He didn't discover creatine. Is he acting like he wasn't on creatine in college? That guy, he was on creatine.
Yeah.
No, but you guys both look good. Hans looks like he could play tight end.
Oh, I know, right? Absolutely.
I covered Hans when he was at BYU, and he was a captain on Lavelle's last team and all of those things, and he would come on Sportsbeat. So I'm very familiar with Hans over the years, and then at the Blaze and his indoor arena football career. But he looks like, and there's guys that you see him kind of they go to pot after their careers are done. Hans has done the exact.
Oh yeah.
And you know what? My experience has been it's the majority of the guys that really end up in good shape are the linemen. I run into linemen and they lose all this weight and they look fantastic.
So I have a theory on this. Actually, offensive linemen seem to lose the weight.
Yeah.
Defensive linemen seem to go the other way.
Well, Jim Herman would be the exception to that rule.
That's
he's
right.
in fantastic shape.
He is.
And he's one of those guys like he's rides a bike and probably does CrossFit stuff. But if you want to. And I've got young kids. My two youngest are 11 and 12, soon to be 12 and 13. Like I got years. I still got to chase these kids around.
Yeah. See, that gives me a panic attack thinking of having an 11. My 14-year-old is giving me enough grief right now at my age. All right, Hans and Scotty coming back. We'll have another edition of our top 60 and 60 watch list. And we'll give another name there and continue on with Lemma Harrington breaking down. We talked a lot of BYU. We'll talk some Utah, maybe even sneak in some Bronco Mendenhall and Utah State as well, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
It's hard not to sell the idea of BYU stock, so to speak, in football without knowing what the quarterback situation is. And when Joel Klatt is calling him Trayshawn Bourget and Bear Brockmeyer, then I think that is only an indicator of the fact that you have guys in there that you have no clue what you're going to get.
That's a problem.
For me, I get why he's selling it. I didn't necessarily agree with the defensive side of it. Jacob Robinson is a huge piece that goes missing.
And they lost
their defensive tackles, but they brought in Keanu Tanavasa.
And I will say, too, this BYU defense is going to be still very good. You know why? They plug guys into their system. They're relentless about learning that system. And when you get that defense down, how many times have we heard it? Kalani's like, this is a defense that scheme-wise you have to get familiar with. And once you are, and you're plugged in, we can make it work.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready to elevate your everyday? Quince has the luxe staples insiders swear by, minus the markup. From 100% European linen styles and 14-karat gold jewelry to gorgeous leather bags and elevated home finds, Quince has it all. And by partnering directly with top artisans and ethical factories, Quince delivers premium quality at half the cost of similar brands. Discover everyday luxury without the markup at Quince. Go to quince.com/style upgrade for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/style upgrade.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender.
Hey Ryan, you remember that trip we took in our tent trailer down to Southern California? Oh, that was the best.
Making memories with Paris RV. Hook up to the 2025 Forest River Rockwood 16 OTG for only $9,195 or $148 per month, 0 down. Or the 2025 Highland Ridge Open Range 177 BH for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down. Or the 2026 Coachman RV Catalina Summit Series 7 134 BHX for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down.
Take your family out RVing with Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Utah deserves better. If you just got a quote on a new furnace or air conditioner and felt like they were pushing you into something big and expensive, you're not the only one. A lot of home service companies here in Utah aren't really local anymore. They've been bought out by private equity groups focused on profits, not people. Here at Your Service Pros, we're different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not sales quotas. We offer free second opinions on repairs or replacement because most people just want to know the truth. If your system can be repaired, we'll gladly fix it. But if it needs to be replaced, we'll show you your options, including a hybrid system with up to $6,650 in total rebates. We'll make sure you're getting the best price possible, not some inflated quote so our investors can get richer. At Your Service Pros has served Utah homeowners for over 20 years, and we're proud to have a 4.9-star rating from families just like yours. So call At Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO. If you need a free second opinion on your heating, air, plumbing, or electrical, call 801-YOUR-PRO. Because Utah deserves better.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Angela and Jeff. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. You both look great. So how much weight have you lost?
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance. So 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far. That's incredible. Tell me what changed about your health.
I immediately started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
What kind of things can you do now that you couldn't do before?
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore, and
I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out.
What would you tell someone who's thinking about losing weight with Salt Lake City Fat Loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
This is your top 60 and 60 watch list as Hans and Scotty get you ready for the start of the 2025 college football season by highlighting the most influential players on their team for the upcoming season. And now, get the call, baby! Come on, let's go! Here's today's newest addition to the watch list.
All right, it is time for our top 60 and 60 watch list. Well, have you heard how we had to change this up?
Share with me
what
happened.
There's no countdown anymore. We used to do the top 60 and 60 countdown.
I remember it well. It's a staple.
It was a staple for our summers for so many years. Well, now there's so many transfer players.
Yeah.
And the fact that we needed to put like the list together and the transfer portal was still open.
Yeah.
And so it was just impossible to do a true countdown. So what we've done is we have a watch list.
Okay.
And we announce players that we're putting on the watch list every day. And then at the end of the year, we'll do our countdown. So at the end of the season, then we will rank all the players.
So we're all being impacted by the transfer portal and by virtue of the transfer portal, we're talking NIL.
Yes. So thanks a lot. But today, let's go to the Utah offensive line for our next selection of our watch list.
Tanoa Tongiai has gotten better and better since he's gotten the program. He's settled in at the left guard position. Great size, 6'6", 330 pounds, and very athletic.
I hope at 6'6", 330, you're athletic. Tanoa Tongiai.
6'6", 230 as your guard, right? That's tackle size right there, playing guard for you.
Did you have anybody on that BYU team that came close to that?
Lewis Wong was probably 6'4", close to 300. We had a guy out of Chicago. His name was John Borgia, and Borgia was probably 6'2", 6'3". He played center and guard, and close to 300 pounds. Robert and I was on the offensive line when I got to BYU. He played tackle, and Robert's tall. He's 6'6", 6'7", but he was nowhere. He probably 250 playing at that time. And John Hunter was another kid that was pretty tall, probably 6'6", 6'7", and so we had some guys that were tall, but not huge.
Yeah,
right.
You didn't have a lot of guys breaking 3 bills.
No, very few were over 300 pounds. Even on the defensive line, we had a kid named Dave Futrell that we had gotten out of Texas who actually played a little bit as a freshman, which was fairly uncommon at the time. But he was only like 6'1", but he was 300 pounds. He played nose guard. So we had some big, but the shape and the condition of especially interior line these days it's just crazy to me how in shape these guys were. Warren Wheat, who was a year younger than me and ended up with a short NFL career, he was probably 6'7", close to 300 pounds. But these guys were all like working 24/7 to gain weight, and be close to 300 pounds. And that's why when I talk about the offensive linemen that I run into now, they're relieved when they're done playing. It's like, oh man, I don't have to try to, hang on to, this weight, and they can let it go.
Hans would tell me, and look, I did not go to BYU, so I don't know the landscape or the geography of BYU, but Hans said that the bigger guys would end up getting weeded out by some stairs that they had to walk to class every day.
That's a long walk from the football offices up to the upper part of campus.
Yeah, apparently there's some set of stairs there.
Yeah, there's a set of stairs there. I've made it maybe a quarter of the way up on a good day, and then I'd go back down to the football office.
Like, Tao, take good notes.
Unless I had an appointment in the Kimball Tower, which is a reference to the standards office.
Yeah, the old honor code. Yeah, Hans has talked about that as well. It's funny how much you guys have in common.
But, you figure like a kid like Tongiai, he's like, didn't all of a sudden in college become 6'6", 300 plus pounds.
No.
These guys were all that in high school. You know, I've covered a lot of these guys in their high school careers. I walk onto the field for a high school game, whether it be at Skyridge or at Lehigh where Rock played, and you got these guys that are grown freaking men blocking for you if you're a running back. I'm like, dude, how amazing would it have been? My heaviest guy on my offensive line in high school might have been 205. Might have been 205.
And this is in Hawaii.
Right? Yeah. I mean, granted, we were in the private leagues, private school league, which outside of St. Louis didn't, I mean, you know, it was an academic institution, Punahou High School. We had good athletics. But
Home
there
of
weren't,
one Barack Obama.
Yes. But there weren't a lot of huge, you know, guys, unless you went out to, you know, the North Shore, and Kahuku was farming those guys out there, the Kemoeatus, et cetera, you know, that group out there. But these guys, you know, as we get an opportunity to cover high school football in our state, and by the way, we have fantastic high school football in this state. And Tim from RGS was talking about this a little bit with you guys yesterday. The number of guys that we're putting in the league, the number of the guys that we're putting in Division I ball is crazy. And it's not just skilled players. It's probably more so, you know, interior linemen than the skilled player, you know, section of the talent on the team. So, and it's impressive. And these guys are good. We got good coaching. We got good high school programs. I think we're really fortunate in our state.
Oh, there's no doubt. Yeah. By the way, speaking of in-state guys, we were up in Logan doing the show and talked to Bronson Olival. And I'm like, how many times does Dad pull out clips of the hit, Cow Tie? And he's like, you know, my dad doesn't, but everybody brings it up with him.
Everybody brings it up. Everybody probably, but maybe Ronnie still brings it up too. I mean, you get hit like that, you get knocked down like that. That defined who Cow Tie was.
Were you around for that? Or
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That was back when.
That was 87, 88?
I'm trying to think. No, I think it was later than that, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
It might have been a little bit later than that. But I think about, because I was still playing in 88. If we're talking about Cow Tie and I did not overlap.
Oh, okay.
So I was.
When I said around, I thought you meant
I was here at KSL when that happened. And for those that are familiar, like that was back when the Western Athletic Conference had quadrants. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
When they moved to this is what we're going to do. We're going to have quadrants. It's like, how complicated can you make this?
Yeah, that was a mess. And that's why we have the Mountain West Conference. Yeah. All right, so University of Utah, and again, I'm optimistic. I'm bullish on BYU, even without Jake Retzloff. I'm really bullish on Utah because I watched Devin Dampier a lot last year. I saw what he can do, and that was with no weapons around him and a really inferior offensive line. You put him with two tackles that could very well both be first-round picks in next year's NFL draft, and Wayshawn Parker, who I think is going to be an absolute stud at running back. I think Utah has a chance, and Jason Beck as an offensive coordinator, so he's familiar with the system. He's not learning not having to learn a new system. I think he hits the ground running, and I think Utah is back to an 8-win team this year.
Yeah, I would agree that, and I know that there's a lot of optimism surrounding the program, and I think that there should be. There's no chance possible that Utah repeats a 5-7 season. This is not going to. There's no way that they might be injury free for the rest of the decade.
Yeah,
after what they went through, right?
Yep.
Because they hit every quota. So that you hope that they're going to be healthy, and then I like the addition of Beck. My question is, okay, what we've seen over the years with offensive coordinators is like, how much leeway are they going to have? Like, that's what I want. That's kind of my question for Utah's offense. They have talent. They've got the horses. It's okay. How much of that of Beck's offense are we going to be able to see?
Yeah, and I mean, it's all fun and games. Oh yeah, we're going to be up tempo. We're going to do this and this until you have 2 straight 3-and-outs, and the defense is and they're like, no, run the ball,
run the ball.
Remind me to tell you a Norm Chow story during the break.
Okay.
You'll love
we'll
this one.
exchange some because
Yeah.
I've got plenty of Orange House
Well,
stories.
it's about working for Kyle.
Oh,
and
yeah?
Kyle being a micromanager.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good story.
I'm interested in that.
All right, 145, Hans and Scotty coming up next with Lemma Harrington. Hey, jazz season just around the corner.
Yes, sir.
Let's go right here on The Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bangs! Cheap bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is the annual Hans and Scotty Invitational coming up August 19th at Cedar Hills, one of the most beautiful courses. If you have not teed off on number 1 at Cedar Hills, it is an experience unlike anything else in the state of Utah. Cedar Hills Golf Club ready to go and host the Hans and Scotty Invitational. $400 gets you your foursome. We'll give you a great breakfast. We'll give you a great lunch as well, and a lot of great prizes. We've got 5 closest to the hole opportunities to win great individual prizes for you and your team. All you have to do is go to wdoyle@cedarhills.org. Just shoot them off an email. That's wdoyle@cedarhills.org. Enjoy the best golf at the best tournament. Hans and Scotty Invitational coming up August 19th.
3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Save thousands on hot tubs and swim spas. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Major manufacturers liquidation of new 2025 spas, discounted up to 40 to 80%. We have spas to fit any backyard or budget. Free professional delivery, instant on-site financing. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Transform your backyard with a swim spa for the fraction of the price of a pool. The easiest way to exercise or relax in your backyard. Just fill and chill. Shockingly low monthly payments. Don't miss this opportunity to build the backyard of your dreams. See the latest models in person. 3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Learn more online at hottubandSwimSpaSale.com. hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
You're the backyard big shot, the patio perfectionist, the envy of barbecue hosts all over the neighborhood. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food for healthy turf that stays green all summer. IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you want your air conditioner to last, keep a clean filter, rinse the outdoor unit off occasionally, and have it serviced each summer. Small things can help you avoid unexpected breakdowns. But if it does break down, Any Hour technicians service all brands and will never pressure you into thinking that replacing it is your only option. And remember, every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer as part of our Coolest Summer Sweepstakes. No purchases necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Number one. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Christian filling in for Lloyd. Alema with us for another. He's on vacation. Hans on vacation. You know who cares about this show? Me. I am the only one that cares about this show. Everybody else is on vacation. You know, you're one person who actually gives a you-know-what about being here for you, the listener, day in and day out. This guy right here.
Oh, I did. So I don't know if we were sharing this or not.
Oh.
Lloyd reached out to me, right?
Yeah.
And he says, hey, and I'm trying to think. I was with Tim Lacombe at the time. So I'm in the car. I get the call from Lloyd, and I'm like, hey, Tim, should I take the call? And he's like, yeah, go ahead and take it. So we talked with Lloyd for a second. And then he said, talking about Football Fridays, when it's going to start, right? And then he's like, can you jump on and do the show on Friday? Because Hans has something. I'm like, sure. And then he says, it's in Nephi.
Yeah, we were going to be at Bar W today.
And I'm like, do I really want to drive all the way to Nephi? He said, dude, it's worth it for the steaks.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm all in, bro. And then I find out we're not in Nephi.
Yeah. They've got this grill that they want us to be there for the opening of this grill.
Can I get an invitation for that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm telling you.
I'm a big ribeye steak guy.
You know what's and Hans has been talking about like this like crazy, but their sirloins are really good. And I'm not a big
I've never
sirloin.
been a sirloin guy.
I know, me too. But boy, you get their sirloins,
Yeah.
and you put that on a cast iron or out on your grill,
Yeah.
and you put a nice little medium rare on that thing. It's unbelievable.
I'm gonna show up and say, sirloin, convince me.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what? You'll be convinced. Hey, what do you think about Bronco? Oh, actually, let's talk Jazz a little bit.
Yeah.
I know it hasn't been easy. You and Michael Smith have done a
Yeah.
great job trying to find ways to make a 17-win team relevant.
Yeah.
And I know that's not easy to do, but you guys have done a tremendous job because there are great storylines surrounding this team, especially coming into this season.
I would say give credit to our front office and maybe certainly our media relations people. But if I were to look at this and because honestly, when I was working with Thurl and he was on the desk with me before he moved to the game broadcast, we had some seasons that were not great where we're missing the playoffs and we would have maybe 5, 6, 7, maybe even double digits losses in a row.
Yeah.
Which are hard. It's hard to do a post-game show after a loss. It's easier if it's an anomaly. Okay, they lost. They were expected to lose, but then you win the next day or whatever. But when you've got, you're stacking up 10 losses in a row, those post games get really hard. And for when I was working with Thor, we had some stretches where we really had some tough seasons.
Yeah.
But we had way more wins than we had last year. Last year, interestingly enough, did not feel as bad as the record would indicate. And I give credit to the front office with Justin Zanuck at the time, and then certainly you give credit to the transparency that they were providing for us, right? And Will Hardy was awesome. Like, he was awesome.
So good.
He was so willing to have a conversation with us and give us a nugget here or there, allow us to have access to players and talk with them about maybe something else that's going on that's a little bit of a side story, kind of a, that was noteworthy. And so we were able to do that, and with our producers, with Nate, who is my producer, and for pre-half and post-game, but to be able to put together shows on a nightly basis that we could, I don't want to say we were sugarcoating any of this.
No.
We were trying to be pretty, authentic with what was happening. But there were things going on that we could point to on a nightly basis that were, okay, because of the transparency that was provided through the coaching staff in the front office, I give them a lot of credit for us getting through that year.
Yeah.
So.
And you know what? This year, probably not a whole lot of wins.
Yeah.
But, I like the fact, and I love Colin Sexton.
Yeah.
I love these veterans that were part of this team. But it's time to go all in and just see what you've got and make your final determination. Okay, this is what we've got out of this guy. Keontae, what are you going to show me? And then you can say, okay, this guy probably needs to be part of it. Maybe this guy not part of it long term. Maybe these guys are assets that we can spin off for other things. But really allow yourself to go all in on the youngsters and try to figure out what you got.
And you can do that, and you have some financial leeway because look at all of these rookie contracts that you're dealing with that are nowhere near, what these guys are going to make in their careers. You got them at the best time. Now the question, always becomes, well, can we keep them when their rookie contract expires? Can we afford them? Obviously, you're not going to be able to afford all the guys that we've drafted in the last 3 years, and you're going to have to make some decisions, but. To be able to make an informed decision, that means that they're going to have to get some time on the floor. And fortunately for us, not just as broadcasters, but for Jazz fans too, you get a chance to see Keontae's going to play, and it's entertaining. Or Sensabaug's going to play, and he's knocking down shots. You're going to get and then you have a Filipowski who, I don't know if he's surprised everybody, but he surprised a lot of people.
Surprised me.
Right? That he was able to translate his game from Duke to the NBA as if you were going to redraft that draft, the guy goes lottery.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
There's no question about that. But we're going to continue to be seeing a lot of young talent, including I want to see what Ace Bailey can do. I'm excited to. I've watched all of his highlights and seen all the stuff that's available online. If this guy can do some of those things in the NBA, then you got a real future of the franchise.
Yeah, and I think this is it feels a little judgy because a lot of this hasn't been his fault because of injuries. But this is a year, Taylor.
Yeah.
We got to see it.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of things have been out of his control with the injuries, but it's time. And you got to go.
If I were to make a prediction, I would say that Taylor's going to show us some stuff and he's hungry.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
And he's a great personality. And that's the thing about it, for the most part, and I haven't had a chance to interact necessarily with Clayton Jr. or Ace Bailey as much as I've had interaction with the guys that we've drafted previous years because we had a whole season with them. But the character of these guys has been impressive to me. I'm like, man, these guys are like even the ups and downs that you go through, which are tough. I mean, they're really tough, and they're especially tough for guys like you, myself. It's like. You have hard times. You end up in the new industry or business, and it's hard. But I'm used to that. Life has been hard. These guys have been coddled and taken care of their entire lives. Like the most losses that they will ever experience are going to be their rookie season in the NBA. Yep. They've never endured something like that. So it takes a certain amount of emotional, mental fortitude to be able to navigate that. And I've been impressed with Bryce Sensabaugh, who has been in slumps and been able to weather storms. With Taylor Hendricks going through that injury, man, I'll tell you. And some of these guys, not all of them, but some of them are very open and vocal about their faith. And I think that their faith plays a huge part in them being able to continue to play through some of the ups and downs that are part of an NBA career.
And Gorgeous Georges.
And
back.
George Niang is back.
Let's go.
Does that mean are we going to get the podcast back? The minibus, or the minivan, I should say. The minivan is ready to go.
Well, we're going to do everything we can to get him on this show. on
a
the regular basis.
That would be fantastic.
Because that man deserves a lot of radio time.
Yes, he needs a platform, and if you can provide that for him, I think everybody would be grateful.
Alema, you're the man. Thanks for hanging out.
Thank you. Absolutely. Happy to be here.
The great Alema Harrington, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone coming up. Are we talking a little Texas Tech coming up next? Oh, I thought our guy, he bailed. All right. That's all right. We got plenty to get to. Get you ready for college football next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
So, Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep, beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code. Boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork. Make this the summer sales event now through August 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender.
Amanda, every business needs IT help, and sometimes you've got that guy who already works for your company who knows how to do this stuff, but sometimes you don't, or the guy who knows the IT stuff, that's not his actual job.
Right. So Les Olson IT they can be your 24/7 help desk. They can support your existing help desk. They can do advanced cybersecurity protection. Maybe just come and take a look. Are you subject to phishing or ransomware or other things? What are the cyber threats you're facing?
And you've got to make sure that your data is secure, so both cloud and data backup solutions, they can help you with that. Plus, everybody's got to use a computer. That's where hardware comes in, infrastructure support. You don't have to know all this stuff because Les Olson IT knows it.
And most of the time, they can help you fix whatever's going wrong remotely, just off your computer. Plus, of course, they have copiers and printers. They always will at the very best price.
Les Olson IT is your trusted local IT partner. They've been in business for 70 years, and they've got 9 locations from Logan to Las Vegas.
Find out more at lesolson.com.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right, yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Lemma Harrington hanging out with us. Hey, make sure to hang out with us every Wednesday here on the Zone. It's a Win Ticket Wednesday. We will be giving away, coming up next week, Chris Stapleton tickets. August 15th and 16th at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss Chris Stapleton's All-American Roadshow coming to Utah for 2 nights. Get tickets now at livenation.com, or you can listen to the Zone all day coming up next Wednesday for your chance to win. All right, you covered Bronco Mendenhall.
Mm-hmm.
You've been around Bronco.
Yes.
Bronco now takes over at Utah State. And I've had so many people come up to me and ask, hey, how are the Aggies going to be? And my answer is, I have no idea. I have no idea. I really don't. 87 new players.
Yeah.
87 new players. Can you believe that?
Wow. We were talking a little bit off air about kind of where Utah State was going into that hiring and that there probably needed to be some changes. But 87 new players? Good grief. Like, you replace basically your entire team.
Yeah.
That's insane. And you and I both covered Bronco when he was at BYU. Is this the same? Does it feel like, are you having like post-traumatic, like...
There's flashbacks.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't have quite the intensity that he had at BYU, and I think he felt like that pressure to live up to this BYU pedestal.
Yeah.
I don't get that sense, and I think a lot of that's being in Logan, and then he's just getting older and more relaxed in that sense.
And more experience. He's coached at Virginia, and he's coached at New Mexico, and so he has those experiences under his belt. And let me be clear, I'm a big fan of Bronco Mendenhall.
I am too.
I always have been. Even when he came in, and there were a lot of people that did not like the way that he took over the program and was reading Book of Mormon passages and the Sons of Helaman, that kind of stuff that was going on at press conferences. I was all about it. I was like, I love this. As a BYU guy, I was like, this is who we are. Like it or leave it. I was that guy, right? And so the thing that I always appreciated about Bronco Mendenhall was that he was totally unapologetic.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And I remember doing an interview with him years back. I might have been probably halfway through his tenure, so maybe 5 years in. And we were talking, and he said, you know what, Alema? I know that I'm on the right track when I start to get pushback. And people are saying, don't do that. You can't do that. It's like when those kinds of things happen, then it's usually, not always, but usually an indicator for me that this is what I'm supposed to be doing.
Yeah. And that Bronco still very much in existence.
Yeah.
And he's got guys on that team that have a chance to be really good, but they've not been under the most disciplined system. And I think... Like, I look at a guy like Ike Larson, and I know there was a story about him in the Deseret News earlier today. Ike was on a path to NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And then last year, for whatever reason, he takes a step backwards.
Yeah.
And it could be the uncertainty. It could be NIL, maybe more attention spent on that. I don't know. And it's not my job to judge that. But for whatever reason, Ike wasn't the same. And as soon as Bronco got that job, I thought, you know what? Ike will be very good for Bronco, but Bronco is going to be very, very good for Ike. Because there's certain guys that need structure, that need a little discipline, that need that accountability. And people say they don't want that, but deep down, we all want that, and we all crave that to a certain extent. Your kids hate you for it, but deep down, they're going to thank you for it.
And they'll appreciate it.
And they'll
at
appreciate
some point.
it. Yeah.
And I think, that Bronco is kind of the guy that can navigate all the changes that have happened. Because there's some that can't. I mean, there's guys that, as we have observed, have walked away from it completely. Said, I just can't deal with this anymore. There's guys that it's, I think, in their DNA to be able to manage this and feel maybe not at a big program like Alabama where, it's just that's too much to deal with. But at a place like Utah State, if you're looking for a guy to reestablish culture and deal with NIL, transfer portal, all the things that are very much a part of today's college football, I think that Bronco is the kind of guy that can do that. He wasn't dealing with any of transfer portal, maybe a little bit to some degree, not NIL when he was at BYU.
No,
but he was coming in to be a change agent. There was an important change that needed to be cultural change that needed to be established or reestablished at BYU. And I think that he will be very good for Utah State.
For all those kids out there that don't know much about BYU in the Gary Croton era, it was not a good situation the Bronco took over. I mean, that was probably the lowest of the low in BYU football history in the last 50 years.
Yeah, and not really necessarily about wins and losses.
No.
It was what was going on more so off the field than on the field at the time. And Gary Croton, I did his coach's show when he first came in, and comes in, makes a splash, 12 wins, but you're dealing with all Lavelle's players at that time. You start with 12 wins, and then you kind of really have a disastrous end of the season, and then it kind of started to fall apart from there. And it was a mandate coming from Salt Lake. It's like you guys got to clean this thing up.
Yeah,
like
you don't want us to step in.
You don't want us to come in and say, okay, we're just not going to play sports anymore, and we're gonna Rick's College this thing, and or BYU Hawaii this thing, and we don't need athletics that bad. In my personal humble opinion, athletics are such a huge part of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and their missionary effort, and so. You want to have that, but it's got to be done right. It cannot be something that the brethren up in Salt Lake are have to continually manage. Like, what's going on with this? It's just like you want to be able to have that as something that the church overall can look to as a positive thing.
And certainly that is the case with where BYU's at right now, because I actually think that. BYU and Brian Santiago has taken over the job, and everybody's trying to downplay the money thing.
Yeah.
To me, I'm like, puff out your chest.
Yeah.
You're like, we're spending more money than you. We're better. We've got better donors. You come to BYU, you'll be in that pipeline where you can be donating billions of dollars because you're a billionaire.
Yeah.
But I get that they take a step back, but I do think that BYU is more relevant now. Because of that.
Yeah.
And the successes that they've had, Sweet 16 and Kalani's year last year. But A.J. DeBonsa and what they're building right now, BYU is more relevant nationally than I think they've been in a long, long time.
And there was a time when we would get together, former players, right, alumni at BYU, and we talk about, man, BYU's got to figure out how they're going to manage this NIL, and they got to get into it. There was some resistance, like, we don't want to be paying players, and it's not right to be doing that. It's like they have landed in exactly, at least in my opinion, the right spot. And I think hopefully this puts to rest anybody that is out there saying, "Oh, that's all tithing money that's going to." It's none of it is right. This is all individual donors that are saying, "I care about my program and I want my program to be successful." And I'm close to some of these guys that are donating millions of dollars, and they are doing it because they want the program to be successful. This is what everybody wishes that their NIL program looked like, where there's a player that is on the radar. We want to get him, but it's going to cost us some money. So I go to my collective and the group of guys and ladies that are involved there, and I say, okay, we want to get this kid. This is what it's going to cost. Can you help us out? And the answer is yeah. Okay, yeah, we'll take it. Now you have to have a good track record and be able to. The guys that you're identifying need to pan out, but BYU's in a great spot right now. To your point, I think they're as relevant as they've ever been, and in large part because of the names that they've been able to sign. And AJ DeBonsa it just blew the roof off of college football.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, college basketball.
Yeah.
Excuse me. That's such a huge deal, and it's understanding 100%. This is a 1-year deal. It's a 1-year contract, and this guy's on to the NBA, and when Kevin Young was hired, I think they understood that this is the direction we're going, and now we're seeing what that looks like. And I can't wait for this. My boys, my 2 younger boys, are much more basketball players than they are football players. They play both sports, but we're around basketball all the time. And I can't wait to see. Anyway, so we're at tournaments. We see the up-and-coming kids. And A.J. DeBonsa, along with Cooper Flagg, these guys were like phenoms. You go to these national tournaments, and there's always, the next guy that's coming up. And to be able to have it's not even a debate like who the best player was. And I don't know this for a fact, but I'm thinking Cooper Flagg may have changed and gone up a year, so he wasn't in the same class as AJ DeBonsa. DeBonsa is as good as Cooper Flagg, maybe better.
I talked to an NBA GM that is, by the way, not Utah Jazz, an Eastern Conference GM. And now, granted, this was in January, maybe early February, so it was before Cooper Flagg, near the end of the season. So I don't know if his opinion has changed, but as of January of this year, I asked him if you could pick right now between A.J. DeBonsa or Cooper Flagg, and he said, I'd take A.J.
Yeah. He's that good. And initially, I was a big Cooper Flagg. I still am. Cooper Flagg is a phenomenal player. And from a marketability standpoint, I think he puts New Balance on the map with his shoe contract there.
Did he sign with New Balance?
Yeah. No, he's been a New Balance guy. Oh. He actually signed with New Balance when he was still at Duke.
Hey, when did New Balance become a thing? Like, New Balance was always old man shoes, right?
They have been old man shoes.
Yeah,
but they've signed, a couple of, rappers, and they've got some new stuff.
Kawhi Leonard is signed to New Balance.
Kawhi, but Kawhi is not, Kawhi is great in a commercial where he's not talking or something like that.
Yeah. As soon as he opens his mouth, you're like, okay, you lost me.
Yeah, and Jamal Murray's a New Balance guy. So they got a couple, but, I mean, to get into the shoe game, man, it's hard. And nobody's going to dethrone Nike and Jordan. That's not happening. Adidas has made some inroads as far as that game is concerned. Puma has done a little bit, and they've got a big youth circuit that they put on. But nobody's going to dethrone Nike or Jordan. But from a marketability standpoint, man, Cooper Flagg is obviously made a ton of money when he was still in college and even in high school. But he'll do great things for that brand. But AJ DeBonsa, man, I'll tell you, I'm so excited for BYU basketball, and I don't know that I've ever been excited about BYU.
Well, especially in July or August.
I actually jumped on to start to I don't know if support's the right word, but watch BYU basketball last year because of what Kevin Young has done. I mean, what he's done has changed for me college or BYU basketball, because I'm not a big college basketball guy anyway. But when it comes to BYU now, I'm tuning in. I got some people down south that I'm like, hey man, I want to get some tickets. I want to come check out a game.
And good luck with that, by the way.
Yeah. Right?
I mean, I've got a good friend of mine who's been a season ticket holder at BYU for a long time.
Yeah.
Basketball.
Yeah.
And he was alerted that he's going to have to step up his game if he wants to keep his seats. And he's like, well, I can't. And they're like, well, guess what? You're a little higher up than you used to be. And that's just, it's supply and demand, man.
And that part is tough. And you're going to, I'm sure we'll hear some stories about disgruntled fans or longtime supporters of BYU that are getting edged out by the new money that's coming in to BYU. And you got to find a way, like Santiago's going to have to find a way to manage all of that, because you don't want to lose that. And we see that happen in different fan bases. And you don't want to lose your longtime diehard supporters for, the new money that's coming in. But you need the new money too.
And now if you're BYU, and you can puff out your chest, but the 70s and 80s BYU teams raised Utah, because Utah, it was essentially saying, look, you're either going to compete with these guys or not.
Yeah.
But if you're going to compete, and Ron McBride, I think, is the guy that deserves all the credit in the world, saying, look, if I'm going to beat BYU, I need this, this, and this.
Yep.
And finally, Utah said, all right, let's go. Well, guess what? Same situation here. BYU's pumping a ton of money into their program, and Utah's got to keep up in some way, shape, or form.
I think in part the Alex Jensen hire in basketball was I don't know if a counter is the right way to categorize it, but you look at Kevin Young, NBA guy, and so we got to be able to match that. Now, I think that they have a really good coach in Alex Jensen.
Oh, yeah.
The question is, are they going to be able to support the rest of the infrastructure that's going to be necessary for him to be successful? I think he's a great coach, but it goes beyond that. There's other things that need to be addressed at the University of Utah from the basketball standpoint to get them back to where they were in the years of Majerus or an Andrew Bogut, that kind of, those eras, and return. Now you can, but it's going to take some structural changes probably within the way that you operate as a basketball program.
It's they've got to catch up in terms of, at the end of the day, AJ DeBonta picked BYU over a lot of other schools that were all willing to give him a ton of money. So the BYU culture, the coaching, everything else, that came to play in helping BYU secure him. But make no mistake, if BYU's not willing to pony up the money, AJ DeBonta is not going to BYU.
Yeah, then he goes where they're going to be able to at least match or better, or and guys, even at that point, because the question is always like, how much money is enough money, and would I have taken $5 million instead of $7 million, whatever the numbers are, and I know that those are debatable. Would I have taken $2 million less and gone somewhere else? Yeah. I could have, but the money was important. But to be in the game, you got to have $5 million.
Exactly.
Right.
Yep. And that's the thing. Both things can be true.
Yeah.
That he chose BYU because of the culture and the environment and the coaching staff and the development and the money.
Yeah.
Because you're not getting him without both.
Yeah.
And so BYU can puff out their chest about, okay, we never really talked about money. His family fell in love with it. All that can be true, but also the money has to be there.
Yeah, at some point, we didn't talk about the money, but at some point, the money is going to take center stage, and we're going to have that conversation. And if you don't have enough money to be in the game, it's like a poker game, and the minimum is $5 million. $5 million, just to get into the room, it's a $5 million ante.
What you do after that's up to you.
Yeah.
By the way, how much would you and Tal been worth on the NIL market?
Well, from a playing standpoint, anybody that's going to look at my stats, and I don't encourage you to do that.
Not important.
Yeah, there is a touchdown on there, and I don't know how many yards I had total. But so it wouldn't have been that. It would have been like, how do we market the twin thing?
Yes,
right.
Absolutely.
And is there a restaurant out there that we could, or a car dealership that we could get with? But it certainly wouldn't have been in the $5 to $7 million, but it would have been better than the $600 scholarship check I was getting. That's when I was married. I got $600. I think prior to that it was $400 a month.
That's what I heard. That's why a lot of these athletes get married. No, I'm just joking. You got to get that checkup.
Oh man! But we sit around and talk about the money that's in college athletics now, and it just blows our minds.
I can't imagine.
Yeah.
But I also think I was talking to Jan Jorgensen. He's on that staff up in Logan, and I was asking him, what's the Mountain West look like now as opposed to back when you played?
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, there's just not the high level NFL talent.
Yeah.
Because they all get poached.
Yeah.
And I mean, you go to back in the day. When Jan was playing, New Mexico would have Urlacher or have Hank Baskett, who played in the league for a long time. They weren't that good, but guess what? They had them because once you sign them and you develop them, they stay there.
They're staying.
Yeah.
Nowadays, that is not the case. And if you end up being able to land a talent, that's why it's not just recruitment. The program is recruitment and retainment.
Yes. Yep.
Right? It's about not just getting the kid there. It's like, how are we going to keep him here? And it's probably harder to keep him there once he's successful than it was to get him there in the first place.
Yeah. Well, because there's a lot of schools out there, and Deion Sanders has even admitted, like, we're not going to really go after high school guys.
Yeah.
Because we'll let Joe Schmuckatelli State over here recruit him, develop him, and then when we see that he can be a good college player, then we'll go get him.
Yeah, we'll just go get him.
Yeah.
We'll walk into his living room with a suitcase full of cats and say, hey, come play it for the Buffaloes.
And Louis coming with you. All right. Hey, by the way, have you been over at the arena lately? Have you seen what's going on?
I've only driven by the arena. I have not been in. I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to go
the badge
inside
may not
the
even
building
work right now.
At this point, we get memos that say stay away from the arena or the first floor. And it's like there's places that you can and cannot go. But I'm excited about the renovations.
I am too.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that coming up. Get you ready for jazz season. A little NHL as well. It's all straight ahead. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Brett McMurphy, National College Football Insider for On3.com.
The preseason poll is not a good indication of how the season's going to end up. Historically, there's been an average of 7 or 8 teams every year in the preseason top 25 that ends up the year unranked. Last year, we had 25 teams in the preseason top 25. Guess how many finished the year unranked? 13. You could flip a coin and have a better average.
Brett, we appreciate the time. Thanks for joining us once again, and we'll hold on to that top 25 and see how brilliant and see how much you nailed it.
You can go ahead and throw it in the trash, but I appreciate it.
All right.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Save thousands on hot tubs and swim spas. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Major manufacturers liquidation of new 2025 spas, discounted up to 40 to 80%. We have spas to fit any backyard or budget. Free professional delivery, instant on-site financing. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Transform your backyard with a swim spa for the fraction of the price of a pool. The easiest way to exercise or relax in your backyard. Just fill and chill. Shockingly low monthly payments. Don't miss this opportunity to build the backyard of your dreams. See the latest models in person. 3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Learn more online at HotTubAndSwimSpaSale.com. HotTubAndSwimSpaSale.com.
The Hans and Scotty Invitational is back at Cedar Hills Golf Club Monday, August 19th.
$400 is going to get you a 4-person team with lunch, prizes, gifts at check-in. The shotgun starts at 8 a.m.
18-hole scramble style with prizes for 5 closest to the pins and the top team. Only 36 teams max, so grab your spot now.
Get registered at Cedar Hills.
Send an email to Wade Doyle, wdoyle@cedarhillsutah.gov. That's wdoyle@cedarhillsutah.gov.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
If you need up to $5,000, go to WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com is the name you can trust. It's free to use, available 24/7, and you're never required to accept any loan offer. Some lenders offer same-day funding. If you need up to $5,000, type WeFixMoney.com directly into your browser. WeFixMoney.com has been helping customers for 15 years and has an A rating with a Better Business Bureau. So if you need cash for credit card bills, car repairs, child care, or anything else, go to WeFixMoney.com. Make sure you type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. Go to the company you trust. WeFixMoney.com. Just fill in the information and get an answer in minutes at WeFixMoney.com for up to $5,000. Go to WeFixMoney.com. That's WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com.
Hey, Ryan, you remember that trip we took in our tent trailer down to Southern California? Oh, that was the best.
Making memories with Paris RV. Hook up to the 2025 Forest River Rockwood 16 OTG for only $9,195 or $148 per month, zero down. Or the 2025 Highland Ridge Open Range 177 BH for only $14,995 or $171 per month, zero down. Or the 2026 Coachman RV Catalina Summit Series 7 134 BHX for only $14,995 or $171 per month, zero down.
Take your family out RVing with Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26 BH that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right. Yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, hands out, Alema Harrington in. As somebody just, and by the way, we're on YouTube, by the way. We got a video stream.
Like right now?
Right now.
People are watching us?
Yeah. Guy goes,
I'm glad I dressed up in a white T-shirt.
This reminds me of Lunchtime with Alema.
Oh, man, those are good times.
Back in the
Pace
day.
Manning and myself doing the Red and Blue show, and then Pace felt like he had another job he had to go to, so he'd split, and I'd do 1 hour alone, Lunchtime with Alema.
Lunchtime with Alema.
Yeah.
Remember the people forget that Morgan Scally was part of the Red and Blue show.
Yes, Morgan Scally had, maybe a 6-month run or something before he got hired as a coach?
Yeah.
Yeah, there were some memorable moments in that tenure. I covered Morgan as a player. And now, it's kind of wild. We've got kids that are about the same age that are playing against each other in football.
Okay.
Steve Tate's boy, the Olympus Little League team, and Morgan Scally's got a boy on it. So when we play them, I always, get on a texter because usually Morgan is got either, coaching responsibility, he might even be on the road. But I love being able to stay in touch with Morgan, and I remember those days very fondly.
Yes.
I don't know if he looks at it as like, man, I'm so glad that I did that for 6 months as he was waiting for somebody to hire him. And there was no doubt in any of our minds that this was good. This was going to be short term. He's going to be on the radio short term, and then he's going to go coach. And someday, some of us may have even thought that someday he'll be the head coach in waiting at Utah.
The fact that he has never had to leave.
Yeah.
Utah.
Yeah. and you can look at that from I draw some similarities, similarities in our business. In our business, for the most part, maybe more so on TV than radio, but both. You kind of have to jump around in different markets to be able to get the next move up. I've been fortunate that I only worked in Hawaii and here. But in the coaching world, it's almost unheard of for a guy to rise up through the ranks from a graduate assistant to a defensive coordinator, head coach in waiting, all at the same place. That's crazy.
No, it makes no sense whatsoever. It's just, it's incredible.
Yeah.
And God bless him.
Yeah, never had to go to a small podunk school. He didn't even have to go down to Southern Utah like Kalani Sitake and everybody else did. Right? He was able to stay at Utah the entire time.
Yeah. I mean, I feel extremely lucky just to be able to be here. Like, I went to school at Utah State, worked in radio up there, and then came down here, and I've been doing radio here as long as Christian's been alive. Well, not quite. You were 4.
But close.
Yeah.
But pretty close. Yeah, it's almost unheard of. And in fact, I think we'd probably be hard-pressed to find a similar situation for another guy that is, the head coach in waiting in a program that never went to, have to go coach in for the Idaho Vandals or something. I just like.
No disrespect to the Vandals. But, no, look, Gary Anderson, Kyle Whittingham were at Idaho State.
And they were all those guys that we're mentioning, Kalani, I'm trying to think, Coach Schmidt, the guys that were down in Southern Utah.
Yeah.
And that was almost ended up becoming kind of a training ground for it's like, well, we're not going to hire you here at BYU or Utah right now. Why don't you go down to Southern Utah and then, ring us up when you've got a little more experience.
Yeah.
You think of even Coach Mack's career, right? All the different places that he has been over the years, which we're grateful for because there's plenty of stories.
Him buying a house without Vicky being involved. And then the house flooding as soon as she moves in. I mean, the guy, you have to be such a nomad to live that life. It makes no sense to me how you could be able to pull that off with a family.
I tell you that people probably do this with you. They do this with me. It's like, hey, man, what would it take should I get into the business? And even with my older son who had played with the idea, I'm like, son, you don't want to do this.
I know.
You don't. And anybody getting into coaching, I'm sure that the head coaches look at them in the eye and say, "Hey, I'm going to be straight with you. You don't want to do this. You don't want to do this."
Do you like being married? Do you like having a good relationship with your kids? Do you like all of that gets thrown out the window? And some guy, look, I'm not, and Morgan's obviously the exception to that. In terms of
there's programs where that you can have that. Utah and BYU are both programs that would lend themselves to that type of environment. But for the most part, you're not experiencing, especially when you're on the up and coming guy and you're floating around and everybody is vying for the next job and it's cutthroat and nobody's helping you out. It's it's hard.
It's unbelievable. All right, so. Jazz kicking off this, training camp's probably in next month, right?
Yep. End of September, beginning of October.
Yeah.
Yep. Crazy.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
And then you know what I really am fired up for? I am all in on the Mammoth.
Yeah.
I am all in on hockey.
Yeah.
I had zero experience with hockey. And then over the last couple of years when you heard the rumblings that Ryan Smith and the group were really trying to go all in. And so, I started watching a little bit more. And then last year was an absolute joy.
Yeah.
That brought so much energy and excitement to the state that I think it has gone way better than I could have ever imagined.
I think one of the cool things, at least for me, my personal experience with it, because I'm not a big hockey guy. I'm not an NHL guy. I like playoffs of any sport, and I'll tune in and follow, the race for the Stanley Cup or whatever's going on in any sport. But for us, I'm trying to think. I might have been to a Grizzlies game or a Golden Eagles game or something, match over the years as I was going to college at BYU. But it was not my thing. But This year, because of the way that the NHL, NBA seasons overlap, right? At first, the big question is like, okay, like what are we going to do when we both have a game? Well, we'll never have a home game on the same day, obviously, because I guess you could if you had something in the morning, something in the evening. But we didn't run into that. But we did have a number of times where we were in the building doing a Jazz away broadcast. So the Jazz are on the road. We're in the Delta studios, and there's an NHL game going on in the building. And there were times, like there have been times before we were an enclosed studio, which we are now. So there's a glass, partition that separates us from the concourse, the arena. But there were times when concerts would be there, or something like monster trucks would be there, and it can be a distraction and kind of an annoyance. But I'll tell you, when hockey is in the building and we're doing a Jazz away game broadcast, I love it.
Yeah.
Man, the energy at Delta Center for a Mammoth game, or last year Utah Hockey Club game, is phenomenal. And it's different.
Yeah.
It's different than an NBA game.
Yep.
And so I love the energy of it. It's, I think last year was a huge success, and looking forward to, as this franchise gets their feet under them, or their skates under them, however that's, you reference that. I'm excited about the possibility, because I think there's more, not that there isn't, opportunities in the NBA, but I think that the Mammoth have a chance to be really. You can catch lightning in a bottle and win the whole thing.
Well, I certainly when we were. Their GM was kind enough to come on with us every week, and it was fascinating. Bill Armstrong's one of the best human beings on the planet, and was patient with me and Hans and our dopey questions all year long about hockey and what's this icing? No, but he was really cool with us. But before the year, he was very explicit about, hey, look, we're probably a 500 hockey team right now. And there's going to be times where we're going to win a bunch of games in a row and we're going to look great. And there's going to be times where we're going to lose a bunch of games in a row and you're going to think we're the worst team in the NHL. The truth is going to be right there in the middle. And that's essentially where they were. A team that was close to getting the playoffs, but not quite there. And then when we talked to him throughout the summer, he's like, all right, guess what? It's time for us to be a playoff team.
Yeah.
And I love, it kind of feels a little bit like Dennis Lindsay, who was big into the, we take steps, we don't skip steps. And this hockey team, I think, is very close, if not there right now, to be a playoff team. And I think that's a fair expectation as a fan to have for this team this upcoming year, be a playoff team.
Yeah, and the way that it was explained to me was that it's the path to the playoffs is a little, it's not easier, but it's more accessible in the NHL than being kind of a lower tier NBA team and getting to the postseason. I think it's, again, the easier is not the right word, but a more accessible in the NHL. And I think that they will be a playoff team this year. Are the Jazz going to be a playoff team? No, I don't think so. It'd be great if they were, but that path is going to be a little bit longer. But I think the Mammoth have an opportunity to do it.
I just want, and look, you had the pinnacle, right? Mm-hmm. You had the NBA Finals. Yep. And Sam Farnsworth texted me. He's like, hearing Alema talk about covering the finals, he's like, I want it bad. I'm like, you and me both, man.
And I'll tell you, Ryan Smith wants it bad.
Yeah.
Like, when we talk about those years, he's like, that's what we're doing. We're bringing that back because that was good for the state.
Yes. And so, look, I just want playoffs. I want April playoffs, meaningful games in the month of April, whether it's hockey, NBA. Just give me something. Give me a best of 7. I just want to. I want that for this fan base here, because this place is so electric when the Jazz are in the playoffs.
Oh, man.
And, even when I came into the market and I had the Boozer, Darren Williams years, when they made that trip into the Western Conference Finals And you're like, all right, this team's ready to go. And who knows? They may have won a title had it not been for Kobe and Pau Gasol. Yep. They may have been the second best team in the NBA those years.
Yep. Because you think of the runs that the Jazz have made, it was either MJ and Pippen or Kobe and Gasol.
Yeah.
So, and you never know what the timing is going to end up looking like. Right now, the parity that is in the NBA where – I can't remember exactly the numbers of last 9 years.
7 out of 7.
Yeah.
I love it.
Right. I think that's a good thing, and you want it. It gives your fan base like, okay, we can be in the mix, but we're not at that point yet. We have some steps to take. And I love what the reference to Lindsey and how his approach was. And Dennis was very much about, we're not skipping steps. Like there are steps that we have to take, and that's been echoed by Ryan Smith and the group now.
Yeah, this fan base just deserves it.
Oh, and I can't wait for that to happen, and it's going to happen.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
but we're all just dying with anticipation for that to come around again.
Yeah, I know, right? Just look, just in our lifetime.
Yeah,
I just want to experience covering a parade down State Street.
Yeah,
for a championship. Not Utah. Love you, Utes, but winning the Sugar Bowl, that parade was cool.
Yeah,
but that's not a championship parade. I want to see a championship parade in some way, shape, or form.
Have we not had a championship parade since we won BYU? I was part of a championship
was there a parade
down Center Street down at BYU. University Ave.
Oh, okay. You guys did have
rode on the fire truck, the whole thing.
All right.
But that's not like here in Salt Lake. No. I don't know what would have happened if we had done it in Salt Lake. It probably wouldn't have gone well.
Yeah, you probably had some stuff thrown at you. And then it ended at the what's the name of your the place you always hung out at?
At Bamboo Hut?
No, the where you cut loose a little bit.
Oh, at the Star Palace?
Star Palace.
Yeah. No, because that's a different side of the.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the the darker side of Provo.
Oh, the seedy side of Provo. I forget the name of the place that Hans bounced at.
It might have been Ivy Tower. Was it Ivy Tower?
No. Oh man, no, it was a club.
Oh.
Anyway,
Star Palace was a staple back in the day. Now it's like a call center.
Oh, really?
They might have torn it down at this point. I don't know.
The stories those walls could tell. All right, we'll wrap this thing up next. Get you ready for JJ and Alex straight ahead. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I can't imagine having been in a quarterback battle before necessarily makes it easier the next year, other than you may feel comfortable being more patient.
I don't know why it reminds me of this, but have you ever gone to the store when you're going looking for avocados? There's 3 there and you need 2. And it's like, okay, which one of these hasn't been run over by a truck? Do you believe that your decision when you were flush with avocados has made you more capable of making a decision between the crappy avocados?
Actually, I don't think it does. Maybe it gets you a little bit better of recognizing what the last good one felt like when you picked it up.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that that's sitting there. And that's not to say that maybe one of these isn't a good avocado at BYU. But just because you've bought a good avocado before doesn't mean you're guaranteed to get one.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You want the best beef in the state of Utah? Well, you want cows raised in the state of Utah by Utah ranchers, Utah farmers. You're going to get that at Bar W Beef. Now, look, there's so many great things you can choose from. We're talking steaks, roasts, even ground beef. That's right. You can get incredible ground beef that goes through the same dry age process as your ribeye steaks, and you will have incredible beef that you can put together for your burgers, for your, look, I don't want you putting taco meat in there or turn it into taco meat or stroganoff for crying out loud. This burger is going to stand on its own. That's the kind of beef you're going to get. That's the kind of quality you're going to get at Bar W Beef. Go to barwbeef.com. They're going to ship anywhere in the state of Utah for free on orders over $150 or more. You're going to also get great subscription models, but I suggest take a road trip. Pack the family up, go down to Nephi, check out their retail location. It's Bar W Beef and barwbeef.com.
You're the backyard big shot, the patio perfectionist, the envy of barbecue hosts all over the neighborhood. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food for healthy turf that stays green all summer. IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
So it says here you released from the factory with your top down.
That's right.
You want to speak to that?
Well, I'm a Jeep. I'm a Wrangler. You can't tie me down. Am I a little on the spicy side? Sure. Are kids going to stare at the school pickup? Absolutely. But I helped build this country, doggone it. You ever hear of World War II?
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork. Make this the summer sales event now through August 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment.
JTV Jewelry Television knows you love to sparkle, so now's your time to shine like the star you are. Enter JTV's Shine Like a Star sweepstakes for your chance to win $5,000 in dazzling jewelry from top brands, including Rachel Zoe Jewelry and Judith Ripka Jewelry. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of $99 or more when you opt in for emails. Enter now at jtv.com/likeastar. And remember, if you love jewelry, you'll love JTV.
It's back to school season, and Clorox is donating 2 million disinfecting wipes to classrooms across America. Because back to school means things can get a little bit messy. Just ask second grade teacher Mr. Torres.
Put me and just one Clorox wipe on a team, we can take on crayon smudges, sticky fingerprints on every surface, sneezes on the door handle, juice box explosion by the sink, snack crumbs, and don't even get me started on the bathroom passes.
Clorox disinfecting wipes, teacher's #1 wipe.
Think about it. Bathroom passes.
Clean feels good. Based on unit sales data.
The Garden Restaurant is reimagined space with exceptional taste in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu, dine in, grab and go, patio seating, or online ordering. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant, next to Temple Square.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Alema, I forgot.
Yeah.
We got more tickets to give away.
We are. That's like it was what we do.
It's like Christmas around here. And guess what? Santa's giving you some Pantera tickets.
Pantera!
Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. You're going to win 2 lawn tickets to see Pantera, the heaviest tour of the summer, with Ammon Armith at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater coming up on August 20th.
Wait a minute. Ammon Armith is like the
Ammon Amarth.
The under ticket?
I guess so, yeah. I do not know. I've not heard of if that's a group or a name of somebody. I do not know.
I don't think it's a group. Is there a group named after the Book of Mormon prophet Ammon?
I don't know. And if there are, I don't think he'd be touring with Pantera.
With a heavy metal band?
Ammon. Oh, okay. I'm bringing up the old Spotify right now.
Yeah. Maybe a local artist that's getting an opportunity to open for Pantera.
Well, I guess what the number one song on Spotify that has been streamed 105 million times.
What?
Is called Twilight of the Thunder God.
Oh, okay.
You want to hear it?
Sure. That sounds like Pantera type of music.
Yeah. All right, there you go.
How many of our listeners know who Pantera even was?
I imagine
or is. I guess they're an is.
Christian says the phone lines are banked.
Okay.
So
yeah,
people want their Pantera fix.
Yeah. They're a classic heavy metal band back in the same genre era of Iron Maiden, maybe?
No, I don't think quite that old.
No?
Yeah. I do love some Iron Maiden.
Pantera's not as old as Iron Maiden?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think Pantera was around maybe when I was just, early post-high school.
Well, either way,
college.
I got to be careful because we are grateful for Live Nation.
Yeah.
And I don't want to tick off our good friend Trent.
Okay.
Falcone.
Yeah, no, we want the tickets because we want to be able to give away the tickets, and there's going to be a time where there's a band coming in that we do want to see.
Yes.
And
we want to call Trent.
I'm not opposed to seeing Pantera.
Yeah. By the way, Trent Falcone, who had the best Olema Harrington impersonation of anybody I've ever met.
He was fan. Is that what is Trent still doing that?
Yeah,
with Live Nation.
Live Nation, yeah, he's pretty much running the show.
Shout out to our
me.
boy Trent, man. Yep.
Probably the best ink.
Yep.
Of anybody we've
and probably
worked with.
was sporting gauges way before they were popular.
Yeah. No, he was way ahead of the trend.
No, he was
on
a
that.
trendsetter, no doubt.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for coming in.
Absolutely.
I owe you big.
No. Well, so what happens when you guys go back out, when you do go out to Nephi?
I got you.
Okay. Make sure that I'm on that invite list. And good luck on your golf tournament coming up, right? It's the next weekend? Or 19th
August
is what,
19th.
Monday?
Yeah.
Is it on Monday?
So a week from Monday, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, good luck with that.
You want to come out and play? How is your golf game, by the way?
My golf game is okay. I think I've played maybe once this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. A good buddy of mine, Troy Long, former BYU football player, he's got a big tournament that he does for first responders and for military vets. It's a fantastic event that it's sold out, but that's coming up next weekend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So a lot of it, my tournament, Troy Long's tournament, they end up becoming kind of these reunions. So guys that whether they're in state, some from out of state will come in and support that. So looking forward to that.
You know what's kind of weird is dropping LBs is good.
Yeah.
And I knew it was the right thing to do.
Did it change your golf game dramatically?
Crazy. And it's not like I was a good golfer to begin with, but I could at least get good contact, and I was spraying it all over the place. But at least I wasn't gonna just chunk it. Now I can't figure it out. I don't know if the gut was like a guide or something, and now because I feel like I'm all arms and all over the place, it's weird. But it's better than the alternative. I'll take it.
Yeah, that is true.
Olema, you're the best,
all
man.
All right, thank you.
Coming up next, JJ and Alex straight ahead. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to see Chris Stapleton August 15th and 16th at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss Chris Stapleton's All-American Roadshow coming to Utah for 2 very special nights. Get tickets now at livenation.com or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Got an app idea? You're sitting on a gold mine, but stuck on how to bring it to life? Meet Dev Simplify, your superheroes for web and mobile app creation. Dev Simplify. DevSimplify.com. Just ask Coach Mike with Practice Planner Live.
As a coach, technology isn't my strength, but Dev Simplify took my idea for Practice Planner Live and turned it into the top practice planning platform on the market. They transformed my non-technical vision into an incredible web and mobile app that coaches like me now can't live without.
See, you don't need to be a tech wizard. Your idea plus Dev Simplify's superhero software skills equals a big win, right, Mike?
I had big plans for my app, and with Dev Simplify's help, it's now a thriving must-have platform for all coaches.
Dev Simplify, turning your brilliant ideas into amazing web and mobile. No tech skills required. Visit DevSimplify.com and let the magic begin. DevSimplify.com.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Save thousands on hot tubs and swim spas. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Major manufacturers liquidation of new 2025 spas, discounted up to 40 to 80%. We have spas to fit any backyard or budget. Free professional delivery, instant on-site financing. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Transform your backyard with a swim spa for the fraction of the price of a pool. The easiest way to exercise or relax in your backyard. Just fill and chill. Shockingly low monthly payments. Don't miss this opportunity to build the backyard of your dreams. See the latest models in person. 3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Learn more online at hottubandSwimSpaSale.com. hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey, Ryan, you remember that trip we took in our tent trailer down to Southern California? Oh, that was the best.
Making memories with Paris RV. Hook up to the 2025 Forest River Rockwood 16 OTG for only $9,195 or $148 per month, 0 down. Or the 2025 Highland Ridge Open Range 177 BH for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down. Or the 2026 Coachman RV Catalina Summit Series 7 134 BHX for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down.
Take your family out RVing with Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores, we're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Ute legend, former Patriot, our good friend Christian Cox. I'm curious to your thoughts on whether Jason Beck can do at the Big 12 level what he did in the Mountain West.
You have to score points. You can't live in the days of just playing great defense and hope you win with good defense and special teams. Utah fans, I think, are just starved because there's been no continuity, no real offense. I think Coach Beck was ranked 4th in total offense at New Mexico last year, and one could say, it's just New Mexico, but those are great programs and the schemes are the same. I think the framework is probably the most important part, but Devin's going to be the key. You can't win college football games without a quarterback, and Utah fans have felt that the most the last 2 seasons.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and we are here in the real final weeks of summertime 2025. Before we have the Labor Day weekend, before we get the kids back to school, this is the time to get out and enjoy this great summer. And in these hot temperatures, I know a lot of people are heading up to Park City, and waiting there for you at Hotel Park City is Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, the perfect place to wrap up the day. Maybe a day of hiking, adventure, shopping, whatever it might be. It's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse at Hotel Park City. And then, of course, right in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City with all the great things going on. Maybe you're just going to run downtown and catch a movie, or you've got a special event, a play, a concert. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is at 275 Southwest Temple. The best steak, the best meal you have ever had awaits you at either of the Ruth's Chris locations. Downtown Salt Lake City, Hotel Park City. You're going to love Ruth's Chris.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang! G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, welcome back. It's another edition of JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. We just got hit with a treat in the studio. You know what this is? We're rooting for the state of Utah right now, taking on the state of Nevada.
Let's go, Lone Peak.
The Alpine Little League team is taking on Las Vegas for a chance to go to Williamsport and the Little League World Series as the what was that, the Rocky Mountain or the Intermountain West?
The Mountain Region.
Mountain Region champion. So now this team already lost to this Las Vegas team.
So
the Alpine team lost 22-12 2 days ago.
They had an 11-3 lead.
This is how it works, man.
You can do the math. They have an 11-3 lead after two innings.
19 runs.
They did.
No,
it was hard to watch.
We're watching the stuff now. Now this team, this Alpine team, this will be the second. You said this would be the second team?
They would be the second team ever from the state of Utah to reach the Little League World Series. A Snow Canyon team 2 years ago made it all the way.
So the Utah team is kind of interesting. They have kind of a Utah Jazz looking baseball logo. Does that make sense on the?
Yeah, they do.
So they're repping the to get to the game. They had to beat in the semifinals. They had to beat Wyoming, and they did it 10-0. So we'll see.
Hey, easy on Wyoming there. We can only play baseball in Wyoming for about a month and a half a year. There's a 6-week window where you can play baseball in Wyoming.
You guys have way better fireworks than we do. So anyway, have fun going back to that.
We have more fireworks and alcohol.
Both of them are open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
That's what Wyoming has.
Oh my gosh. I've never been. I went into
plenty of ammo too.
I went into a fireworks store for the first time ever in Wyoming, and
save your sheep jokes, everybody. I've heard them all.
When you get when you get a grocery cart in the fireworks store, you've reached a level. And I remember being like, they gave me a grocery cart when I came in here. They're like, oh yeah, they expect you to fill that thing up too.
Well, one of the coolest things about Wyoming is drive-through fireworks and
drive-through fireworks and drive-through alcohol. God bless you, Wyoming. Hey, get it together, Wyoming. Also, on a side note, figure yourselves out. Our program brought to you by G2G Bars, all natural ingredients and no preservatives. Make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. Give it a shot today. Costco, Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, all in the refrigerated section. JJ, we've got lots to get through, so let's just jump in right here. It's the top of the show. It's the top of the hour. All of it. We're starting off our Fridays with, of course, the cut. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. TRAJANwealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement. It is Trajan Wealth. And let's get it going here. If you want to get your retirement headed in the right direction, get with the folks at Trajan Wealth. All right, JJ, first things first. And of course, camps are starting to wrap a little bit. People are starting to get a little bit more or not wrap, but starting to wrap their getting into this first weekend of official kind of like scrimmages and things like that. I think BYU goes to the stadium tomorrow for a closed scrimmage. I only know it's a close scrimmage because the media availability is Zoom only. You know what that means? Don't get anywhere near this place.
Don't come knocking. You're not allowed in.
You can't get into LaVell Edwards Stadium to watch that matchup. I just think about these coaches must be extremely excited, but they also must be extremely nervous about going in there, making sure you're doing the right thing, getting the right work, and figuring these things out. And you've got to figure out your team in short order. And you've got brand new people on the team. You've got, position battles that you didn't think were necessarily going to be going on. Not just a quarterback everywhere, right?
Yeah.
So, one of the interesting side thoughts of all of this is you get these newcomers who come in from all these other schools, and they've transferred there for any number of reasons why they came to your school. And they could make an impact on your team, or you could roll the dice and it could be an absolute flop. But New York Times and The Athletic put together a list of the most important transfers that are switching schools during the offseason and could make a massive impact. Now, no surprise, just like anything in football, if it's a quarterback that you're in need of and a big quarterback leaves or goes or comes to your school or whatever it might be, there are a lot of question marks on here. And I do think that the newcomers that come into a program, there's no version of getting used to that place anymore. You're not playing behind somebody like Carson Beck, who is going to Miami from Georgia, and a guy who has a history of going 24-3 and winning a national championship, but is also coming off of elbow surgery, is also trying to figure things out. But you're being asked to come in and, hey, you know what you did over there? Do that here. And we've had this discussion before. Guys like Carson Beck, he was much more than just the sum of the parts of him as a quarterback. You had a Georgia football team behind you. You had Georgia skill level. You had Georgia defenses. And so
Georgia running backs.
And Georgia running backs. Did they have 2,000 rushers last year or the year before? Or they've had it before recently. But what I'm saying is that they have a history. And you're asking guys to come in and make you a national contender, and I think that's a dangerous thing to do. And yet, if you're a fan, you're going, we got a shot. If you're Miami bringing Carson Beck, you feel like that. John Mateer, coming from Washington State and going to Oklahoma, is considered that the number one most interesting, hottest newcomer to a program. And I don't disagree with that. You know why? Because John Mateer is going from a program where he shocked people with his performance. And it's Washington freaking State. No offense to the Palouse, but here goes.
Yeah.
It is not where you want to be playing if you want to make a name for yourself. Now, you could have those spread West Coast offense. You've had Washington State quarterbacks turn into pros. But I think a guy like John Mateer is in a way better spot than a guy like Carson Beck. The expectations are very different, but at the same time, I think that John Mateer has nothing to lose. Carson Beck is already driving around Lamborghinis in Miami. This is not a good look.
Well, John Mateer is better, number one. Two, you're coming from a place at Washington State where maybe you felt like people didn't really see how good you were. Carson Beck has played on the biggest stages. John Mateer's got to be really psyched and excited to be able to play on that big stage. And it is a great opportunity for him. And you look at this transfer list, there's a lot of great transfers, and obviously we have some here in the state. We'll get to those here in a second. Devin Dampier leading that list. Wayshawn Parker for Utah is also on this list. But transfers, you look around and the impact that transfers are now having on the game of college football is immense. And all you got to do is look at the Heisman Trophy winners, right? So somebody from this transfer list could win the Heisman Trophy. The last three winners of the Heisman Trophy were all transfers. Travis Hunter transferred from the FCS program that were at Jackson State to Colorado. Jaden Daniels went from Arizona State to LSU, and Caleb Williams went from Oklahoma to USC. This is the new way. This is how it works. And so you're going to see a lot of this now where these guys move a lot and try to find the best spots and positions for them. And somebody like John Mateer can elevate their status. Somebody like Devin Dampier can elevate their status, play at a higher level, and showcase their talent and their skills that may have was overlooked when they were in high school or younger. And you're going to see great stories emerge out of this. Somebody out of this transfer list could win the Heisman Trophy, and that's pretty cool.
So you have those suspects like John Mateer from Washington State to Oklahoma, Carson Beck, Georgia to Miami. Nico, I'm going to mess up his last name, but I always do. Iamaleava, right? Hey.
Iamaleava. Yep. Iamaleava.
Somebody call Greg Wrubell. Let's get the real pronunciation on. Let's get it going. He goes, of course, with much fanfare from Tennessee to UCLA. And that's another one where you go, fix this. In UCLA's case, they're going, hopefully this guy will fix our program. Devin Dampier's on the list at 14. And frankly, he could be a lot higher than this because he could be the difference of, and frankly, you already know what a Utah team looks like when the defense is really, really good. You have some skilled players on there, but your quarterback situation is zilch. And that is a 5-7 team that gave you a 7-game losing streak in the middle of the season, something you've never seen before. So you have this immediate thing of, what can this guy do? Well, you know what you get when your team is really, really good on defense and it's not good enough. If the offense isn't going, they need to get this thing. We've talked a lot in the offseason about how 7 points a game would have given Utah a 9-win season, right?
Yeah.
But Devin Dampier and what he brings to Utah from New Mexico, the other thing is think of John Mateer. He's bringing Arbuckle, right, with him.
Yeah.
Jason Beck is coming to Utah. I don't know.
That matters.
I don't know if Georgia's not giving up their OC to go to Miami.
No.
Neither is Tennessee for UCLA. Those were awkward situations. Not really. I don't think Georgia was so in love with Carson Beck. But the thing about Devin Dampier and John Mateer that makes it a really good deal is their system comes with them. The person who's been their whisperer is coming with them. And that's a really, really cool thing. And I think that's a difference maker too. Devin Dampier in that situation with New Mexico to Utah is a way better deal than Carson Beck to Miami because it's not just him that's coming with him. It's an entire offense and it's an entire attitude change, I think, on that side of the football, which Utah doesn't do a lot, but I think that they need something incredibly special to be able to turn things around with the talent level they have.
It just made me think of something, Alex. You know, these guys play on a big stage. They've got a lot of confidence. I get it. But it has to be hard leaving a place where you are comfortable, where you know a system, where you understand how things work, and then having to go to another place with the pressure that's placed on you that you're going to make the difference. You're going to, like for instance, with Miami, Carson Beck has the pressure to perform at a high level to take Miami to the college football playoff. Cam Ward couldn't do it. Came up just short. They brought in Carson Beck, and he's getting paid $4 million to do just that. And the immense amount of pressure that has to come with that. Doesn't it make it a lot easier if you bring the system with you? If you bring your coordinator with you? There's a lot to be said about that. And it's going to be very interesting to watch the situation in Oklahoma, the situation with Utah, and the situation in other places where quarterbacks made the move in the transfer portal. Which ones are most successful, especially right out of the gate? And how much of a factor did it play that they're in the same system, they have the comfort level, and they have the offensive coordinator working with them hand in hand?
It's I think the thing behind these, the more that we talk about it, the more that I look and go, oh, Devin Dampier should be higher up on that list because he's not just going from a school to be like, I'm going to greener pastures. They wanted him. They wanted not just him. They wanted the package deal that you get with a guy like him. John Mateer at Washington State was the same deal because Arbuckle gets there to Oklahoma, and he could change every fortune for Brett Venables, who, frankly, is going to be out of a job if he goes 6-7 this year. Am I wrong?
No. He's got to win big.
And
there's a lot of pressure in Oklahoma.
He revamped everything. At this point, you do a couple things, right? So, hey, don't lose your job 101 in college football, and really in any level of football coaching. Don't lose your job. 101 is for you to blame other people around you, and then that blame goes to firing people. And in some cases, it's firing your best buddies who came with you all the way along through your career because you're like, I got to keep this job going, dude.
Yeah.
And
Kalani had to make
Kalani had to do those tough
BYU.
decisions, and that 2017 season was a real heartbreaker because he had to become something else. It wasn't just like a buddy to the guys who were in his program, right? It's finding the right people. Brent Venables has already now, they fired their defensive coordinator. He started calling plays again. Oh, okay, let me take this defense over because this is kind of my baby, right?
Isn't that the biggest panic move by a head coach?
It is.
I'm taking over. I'm calling the plays. I'm in control now.
Have we witnessed this before?
Yes.
What comes to mind? Bronco Mendenhall when Nick Howell was struggling.
Remember Jaime Hill?
Or Jaime Hill was struggling down at BYU in 2010.
They lost in Logan, and Jaime Hill didn't make it on the bus.
Awkward also when the defensive coordinator gets or when the coach starts calling plays. Dave Aranda saved his job by calling plays again down at Baylor.
That's right.
That is how these guys. That's their move. But then at some point you're out of moves, and your athletic director goes, "We can't keep doing this. You're not going to change just the offensive defensive coordinators and then get to a spot here." Jake Retzlaff is actually on the list, interestingly enough, going from BYU to Tulane. Other locals that made mention, Rasul Faison, Utah State going to South Carolina. That's one that I think that a lot of people you forget about because that guy is a massive name that could have.
It's another reason to think highly of South Carolina. Rasul Faison is a really good running back.
Awesome.
An NFL-level running back.
And you know what? Why would you blame a young man who's going to improve his situation from a financial standpoint, from a recruiting standpoint? You're in the SEC now. You hate it as your team, but you also kind of go, man, we had that SEC talent run the ball at Utah State for a minute. Wayshawn Parker also got the mention going from Washington State to Utah during the offseason. Is there any version of this that BYU has? Obviously, Keanu Tanavasa.
That's the one.
Is the biggest one that comes to name.
If he stays healthy, he would deserve to be on this kind of a list. I think that he can have that kind of impact if he plays 12 games this year.
Yeah.
And, as we monitor the situation at BYU with the health of Justin Kirkland, that's something to watch. But, if they have him and Tanavasa there, that's a really good defensive tackle combo. And Tanavasa could have a huge impact at BYU. And that defense, if he's able to do his job, allows those linebackers to even be more of a wrecking crew. Keanu Tanavasa could be a top 100 transfer if he reaches his potential and plays 12 games this year.
Obviously, Justin Kirkland is a name that people think about going from Oklahoma State to BYU also. I'm trying to think if there are more names that maybe we're not giving enough respect to of people who left places. I mean, the last couple of years, it's been those Weber State ads that came down with Jay Hill, right?
Yeah.
You think about, and Jack Kelly's in that same category. He's still there at BYU. Eddie Heckard obviously was one of those guys that was made a huge impact, was better than the place that they were recruited to play, and ended up being stars at the places at the bigger schools even. That's what's crazy about recruiting, JJ. No coach should ever feel like that they have this thing down, because there's always a kid at a smaller school that's better than everybody in your locker room at that position. And you don't really know why. How did we miss him? How did you not figure that out? But there are all sorts of reasons why these guys can leave teams, and I think that reasons matter when people leave teams. That's why Nico going to UCLA from Tennessee, that feels weird. And it felt like a weird situation. It felt like a tampering deal. It felt desperate by him and by his people and by, the whole his side of the coin and everything. And then Tennessee felt weird about how they handled it. UCLA was funny about it. That to me feels more icky because it feels messy on how it went down.
Yeah.
We know the type of talent he has, but can he? When you have I feel like guys like John Mateer, guys like Devin Dampier, they're playing loose. You know what I mean? Like they're showing up. And everyone wants them to be there. They didn't accidentally get there. People aren't looking at them sideways, like, how did you get here? And you can say what you want about Keanu Tanavasa, but, I mean, you've heard interviews with the guy. I feel like he fits in Provo pretty darn good.
Oh, no, he's a great fit.
So I think
it's a good fit.
he fits with Kalani really, really well 100%. Also. So we're in a year now where we have to rate and rank these transfers and newcomers to programs, and they changed the whole landscape of college football. And I'll just remind people that it's a better version of what we used to have, JJ. Letting kids choose to go places, not making them sit out for a year. That type of weird helicopter administrating by the NCAA made football worse. And I get it, you don't want guys changing teams all over the place. However, I think if you can shift people around to whatever the natural settling is of where these players can be, and the football gets better, then we all benefit from it.
100%.
So these lists matter because guys like Devin Dampier doesn't belong in New Mexico. He belongs in a better place.
Sorry, Albuquerque.
They know it. They're like, hey, we know. Good luck and stuff, but like, wish we could have had you longer. They know. They know.
We're known for green chili and meth.
Hey.
You probably should go to Utah.
Oh, my gosh.
What else is Albuquerque known for?
Please get that drop. Because if it's just even the theme of our show, we're known for green chili and meth. Oh, my gosh. But see, the thing about Cam Ward, like he's wasted as and let's treat it like it is, he's wasted as a television talent at Incarnate Word.
Imagine if he had stayed at Incarnate Word.
You wouldn't hear anything about him.
10 years ago, he would have had to.
And you know what would have happened too? He would have maybe gotten an invite to one of these Senior Bowls, and you would have been cute, and then moved right on.
Yeah.
That's it. You know what I mean? So I don't look at this and think, okay, this guy, this is better for football. It's better for football. It's a weird version of an NFL draft. It's just shaking itself out. It's just figuring out where to put these guys on rosters. It's getting the best talent in the best places for the best matchups to be able to watch the best football. And that's why TV is going to continue to pay tons of money for the rights for these. And that's why you have to pay these players, because they're the ones that are moving their talents around. So it's ugly when they're at a third and fourth school. It's better for, I think, the game overall. So that's what I'll say, and I'm sticking to it.
The only thing, the last thing I'll say about that, and I'll add this because I think it does need to be said, but the guys need to have the ability to be able to go somewhere and improve their situation, but they also need to be smart enough not to move too much. And here's why. Your college experience, 1% of these guys is going to go to the NFL. Your college experience and the networking and the relationships you make and the community you build there last a lifetime. We talk to Sly about this all the time when he's on the show. Look what going to the University of Utah and becoming one of the great players that's ever played at that school has done for him in his life, and he's established a community here. He's beloved here. What a community are these guys establishing when they're switching schools every year? You have no roots. You have no place. And then where do you go back when you're graduating, you're done? You don't have the NFL. And you were there for 6 months, and people are like, I think I remember you.
This is why basketball's already figured it out. They just go, we know what it is.
Think about the guys that have been here for 2, 3, 4 years and established a legacy at the college level. What are they thought of? How are they remembered in our community?
I just think it's nice.
There's too long of a list for us to mention.
LSU opening up the Ben Simmons School of Management. I thought that was great. One of the great alums of all time at LSU. Basketball does this. Like, think about it. Think about Duke and how weird it is. It is the epitome of academics, right?
How many people know that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander went to Kentucky?
Not many.
How many NBA junkies could tell you that?
Not many.
You ask them, where did he go to school?
Okay.
Duke? Question mark?
Okay, now here's what's tough is the people who get the worst brunt of this are places like Utah State, where Jordan Love would have never been the Jordan Love at Utah State. He probably would have been Jordan Love.
That's a good one.
USC.
Would Jordan Love have stayed as long as he did at Utah State? If he was 10 years later, if Jordan Love was a sophomore right now at Utah State, like he was almost 10 years ago, what would have happened to Jordan Love?
He had a massive junior year, right? That was the year he got drafted. Did he stay a senior season? I can't remember. What I remember is that guys like him, guys like Jordan Love, and speaking of people who don't know where they played, when they go around to Packers fans and they're like, you Packers fans? For life. For life. You season ticket holder? Yep, forever. Where did Jordan Love go to college? Ooh, New Mexico State, I want to say. And nobody knew. Nobody knew.
Yeah, so Jordan Love's freshman year was 2017, and he was awesome.
Yeah.
I think they beat BYU that year, 8 touchdowns. The stats weren't as incredible as just the results, but it was that 2018 team that was nationally ranked and blew up. He was awesome that year, 32 touchdowns, 6 interceptions.
Whoa.
His junior year was the year after Matt Wells had left, and it didn't go very
Fell
well.
off a little bit.
Yeah, they got to a bowl game, but they ended up 6-7. Gary Anderson's first year on a second-year run there. So he had to drop off. But Jordan Love played 3 years at Utah State. And he probably wouldn't have played 3 years at Utah State if the year was 2027.
He would have had that 32 touchdown season, and then he would have been playing at USC.
He would have been playing it at he would have been playing at an SEC team or some Big Ten team.
That's tough because if NIL were during the days of do you think Jim McMahon stays at BYU?
Oh, no way.
Do you think that Steve Young stays at BYU?
That one
buried in the depth chart.
That one's a little bit of a different conversation. Obviously,
sure. The last name makes a difference.
There's obviously reasons and ties that he had to BYU that were different than Jim McMahon's. But I'm sure you could go back in time and things would have been a lot different had college football players had the freedom that they do now.
Oh, that's
so
what
it has changed dramatically.
A hypothetical of people who would not have been your superstar at your school. Kellen Moore, sorry everybody, he would have transferred to Oregon. Sorry.
It's probably true.
I'm not kidding. All right, we'll take the break. We'll come back. When we do, we've got tons to jump into here. We've got a guest around the corner. Zach Smith, he covers Baylor for the Waco Tribune-Herald. Our opponent previews are getting wrapped up here as we get you ready for the season, and Zach Smith's going to help you get covered on the Baylor side of things. Stay here. More to go around the corner, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Brett McMurphy, National College Football Insider for On3.com.
The preseason poll is not a good indication of how the season's going to end up. Historically, there's been an average of 7 or 8 teams every year in the preseason top 25 that ends up the year unranked. Last year, we had 25 teams in the preseason top 25. Guess how many finished the year unranked? 13. You could flip a coin and have a better average.
Brett, we appreciate the time. Thanks for joining us once again, and we'll hold on to that top 25 and see how brilliant and see how much you nailed it.
You can go ahead and throw it in the trash, but I appreciate it.
All right.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Juice box. I'm a mom.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check. Oh, hot sauce. Take it.
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins, a balloon. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 per month on Experience Beyond. Finance agreement $829.99 and qualifying ported. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay out via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
The wait is over. After 2 years of renovation, the perfect downtown lunch spot is now open. The Garden Restaurant offers a beautifully designed space and deliciously fresh menu. It's close to everything downtown next to the Temple Square block. If you need something quick and on the go, or to meet a client, friend, or place to relax, the Garden Restaurant offers healthy options like handcrafted sandwiches, soups, unique salads, plus traditional favorites like homemade pot pies and the famous Lion House rolls. The Garden's new look and tasty menu offers something for everyone, featuring dine-in, patio seating, lobby seating, and grab-and-go or quick online ordering. Visit the Garden today. Reimagine space with remarkable taste. Easy street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building, open weekdays 11 to 3. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant is now open. See you there.
The Hans and Scotty Invitational is back at Cedar Hills Golf Club Monday, August 19th.
$400 is going to get you a 4-person team with lunch, prizes, gifts at check-in. The shotgun starts at 8 a.m.
18-hole scramble style with prizes for 5 closest to the pins and the top team. Only 36 teams max, so grab your spot now.
Get registered at Cedar Hills.
Send an email to Wade Doyle, wdoyle@cedarhillsutah.gov. That's wdoyle@cedarhillsutah.gov.
Accessing. When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
Wow. This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex. Presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Friday to you, everybody, for those who celebrate.
You know what I celebrate? Yacht Rock.
Oh, some Michael McDonald, some Doobie Brothers gets me going on a Friday, my guy. Favorite food from this kid? Was his last name Pickle?
That's correct.
Lincoln Pickle. First of all name team of the Little League World Series. Lincoln Pickle, favorite food? You guessed wrong. It's spaghetti. Oh, Lincoln Pickle, Dill Evers. Good job, Mom. Mom, you made the sign of the day. Good job.
That's pretty good. If you're not, we're watching the
Little League World Series.
Little League World Series. Well, the regional.
I make a
Utah team has a chance to make it to the Little League World Series.
That's the only reason I'm here for it. Because I make a point to be like, these kids, this is hard to watch. You know what I mean? Like, because they are this under pressure. It's tough.
Can you imagine being 12 and having to pitch on ESPN?
Come on, and you're like, come on, Gallegos, get your crap together. What are you, 11 and a half?
Where'd they get this kid? How much did they sign him for? He's a bum.
It's always a little bit nerve-wracking because you're like, gosh, come on, Utah. Let's go. This kid doesn't know what he's doing. What's he going into 6th grade here? 7th grade? Can't believe it.
Link Pickles on base.
Yeah, man. He delivered. We got to jump in here and chat a little bit about, we've got some things to jump into. We're going to have, hopefully, a discussion with Zach Smith here coming up. Covers the Baylor Bears for the Waco Tribune-Herald. And the thing about Baylor that's intriguing to me is there's not a preseason list. There's not a preseason list that that Baylor, there are a couple teams that still get thrown to the bottom. You know what I mean? Colorado finds itself in a weird spot where people are like, yeah, I don't believe in this thing yet, man. And they end up being in a weird spot because they probably aren't. Baylor is one of those teams. TCU is in the same category. I think Texas Tech is in a category a little bit above that, but the same thing goes where people are like, all right, I think we're getting to a spot here with this team. And Baylor's scary. Historically, recent history, Baylor is scary. And Baylor's a tough team. And they're
just 4 years removed from a Big 12 championship.
They were 3 minutes away from beating BYU in that game after BYU started off, 21-0, 28-7, something like that. And if they had another minute left, Sawyer Robertson figured his crap out of the entire season that second half of that BYU game. And that's a guy whose name, by the way, is on every list of watch out for this guy. And if you're noticing a pattern, the Big 12 has a lot of them. I really like what Dave Aranda's doing. I like his vibe. He's an interesting cat as a head coach. He's very thoughtful. If you've heard him speak before, he is absolutely a guy that you'd want your kid to play for. And I think that all the things that he had going for him at the beginning, and then he lost a lot of it with the whole discussion about, and if there's going to be a place that they're going to say hot seat earlier than they probably should, it's in the state of Texas. And Baylor expects a lot. They pour a lot of money now as a fan base and now as a school. They're all in on the Baylor Bears, and they want them to be a power. Joining us on the program right now, Zach Smith. He covers Baylor for the Waco Tribune-Herald. Zach, we were just singing praises for Dave Aranda, who figured some stuff out last year. Where was the biggest turning point, do you think, for this team that got them to the point where they said, you know what, we're better than this, and they started to play that way?
Yeah, thanks for having me. Two things. One, the offense. I mean, the offensive line specifically. They really, midway through the year, they kind of clicked. They came together, and, they really just became a unit that was one of the best in the nation. And behind them, Sawyer Robertson finally got his chance to start at quarterback. And just you put a top-tier quarterback and a really good running back in Bryson Washington behind one of the best offensive lines in the nation, man, Baylor just took off. And that optimism has carried through the season, through the offseason into this year. And, man, they are just on a high here in Waco.
Based on what we know now, it's hard to believe that they doubted that Sawyer Robertson was their guy. What took them so long to figure that out?
Well, if I'm honest, they brought in a transfer quarterback, Taquan Finn from Toledo, and we'll just say they gave him a nice NIL paycheck. And so I think that there was some pressure from boosters or whoever to have Daquan be the guy. And you saw, actually, he went out injured in that Utah game, and that kind of ended his Baylor tenure. And so it was a money decision. And so Sawyer Robertson, I think, has always had the locker room, but it just took him a minute to kind of get over the financial aspect of it all.
We were talking about that BYU game actually being a turning point. I think that second half of that game, he really started to put some things together, and if he had another minute, he may have brought him all the way back. What is the thing that clicked for him, though? From a playing standpoint, it's one thing to be able to get the starting job. When did it start to really break open for him, and that he started to see the field differently?
Yeah, I think it really started. Really, I have to go back to the offseason. Right? Like, they brought in Jake Spavital, who brought in a new offensive system, and it was much more suited to what Sawyer likes to do. When he was in high school, he set all sorts of Texas high school football records, throwing the ball all around the yard when he was in high school in Lubbock. And he went and wanted to play in the Mike Leach system at Mississippi State. And so I really think it started in the offseason when Jake Spavital got here and kind of installed an offensive system that kind of really suited Sawyer to a T. And you've seen even this offseason, as some other schools have tried to inquire about Sawyer's availability, he and Jake Spavital kind of stayed a pair, and I think that is really what allowed him to take off last year.
What weapons does Sawyer Robertson have to work with? How's that offensive line? Can you just give us an overview on what to expect from that Baylor offense this year when we see them play?
Yeah, like I mentioned, the offensive line, they've got 4 or 5 starters coming back. Their center was just named to the Remington Award watch list. Their left guard is on the Outland Trophy watch list, and so that offensive line is going to be one of the best in the country. Josh Cameron is a receiver. He's their top receiver, a former walk-on, has really kind of established himself as the man on offense. He had 10 touchdowns last year and just really kind of took off. And then Michael Trigg is a tight end who is just a huge body. He came up with some clutch catches last year, and he and Sawyer Robertson continue to kind of build that connection. So really Josh Cameron and Michael Trigg are the two offensive weapons, at least from a pass catching standpoint. And then, of course, Bryson Washington, the running back, might be one of the best running backs in the country. So they've got a lot of weapons, and behind an experienced offensive line, man, they can go high.
When we look at the schedule for this year, and I'll tell you, BYU fans, they like that matchup with Baylor. I think they like. I mean, because it feels like it's going to be a slugfest. It feels like it's going to be a tight one. It feels like it's going to be a good game every year. It seems like it has been. And then you look at the schedule, and then everyone goes, "Well, shoot, no BYU on the schedule this year." Is that a good thing for both of these schools? Because it's a year that everybody has them on the list as both of those teams that could still be in that running of a half a dozen or even 8 teams that could be contenders for that conference title.
I mean, I think that you kind of mentioned it. There are so many contenders for the conference title that if you have BYU or Baylor off the schedule, you're going to catch some other really good team that's going to jump up and surprise you. But I really think for Baylor, this schedule, at least to begin, is really tough. Three of your first 4 games, are against teams that expect to contend for a college football playoff spot. And 2 of the first 4 are teams that were in last year's college football playoff. So, I think from a schedule standpoint, Baylor is going to have a really difficult beginning, and we're going to see very early on just how much cohesion the Bears have from one year to the other. So, yeah.
What's the reasonable expectation for Baylor? I mean, it wasn't long ago that we were wondering if Dave Aranda was going to keep his job, and now it feels like there's fans there that feel like this team has a chance to win the Big 12. What is the reasonable expectation?
Well, I think that's it. I truly believe that this team believes they can win the Big 12, believes they can get to the college football playoff, and I think anything other than 7 wins is going to be a disappointment. And I think you're going to see, if this team is flirting with a bowl game, Dave Aranda's going to go right back on the hot seat, and we're going to have a lot of questions in Baylor. So I think the fan base, I think the team, I think they expect them. That is the expectation, is to contend for a Big 12 title, contend for a college football playoff spot, and be really in the upper echelon of what is a chaotic Big 12 conference.
People love talking about Dave Aranda being on the hot seat, and JJ brought that up about kind of what has changed for him. But what for him really was the biggest deal to make it to where they could win football games? I mean, that 6-game win streak by the end of the season, I don't think there was a team. It was like them and Kansas, or like no one wanted to face either of those teams at the very end of the year. But Dave Aranda kept his cool, brought it all together. What was the reality of what made it to where he could turn things around for this team last year?
I think what Dave Aranda does better than any coach I've ever been around is kind of admit where he's good and admit where he's bad. And I think, he admitted ahead of last season some big mistakes in the transfer portal, in NIL, and he faced them head on, and he made some personal changes. And I think part of that change was kind of turning over the offense to Jake Spavital, where he we talk to him every week about, how Sawyer is this and how the offense is this, but he is the defensive coordinator. He is so focused on football and being a defensive coordinator that, he certainly knows what's going on in the office on the offensive side of the football, but, he is so focused on the defense that takes up his focus. And so I think the turning point for him last year was really focusing on what he knows, which is defense. We saw it at LSU when he won a national championship in 2019. That's his bread and butter. And I think, the defense kind of underwhelmed last year, it made improvements. And you saw, that's exactly what Baylor needed.
Utah will be at McLean Stadium in Waco, November 15th, Saturday. That's going to be a great matchup. Utah and Baylor don't have a long history, but they do have a recent history. How much of these past two games will play into what takes place on November 15th?
You saw, what was it? The first time Utah and Baylor played a couple of years ago, that was Sawyer's first ever game at Baylor. And, it didn't go necessarily great for him, but, it is what it is. And then last year, he kind of came in when DeQuan Finn got hurt, and that was kind of a disgusting offensive showing. So I expect both teams to be on a high. I expect both teams to have really good offenses that know the system well. I love what Utah has done this offseason to kind of revamp their offense and kind of get back to what they're used to. And so I expect when Utah comes to Waco, man, it's going to be a good game. I expect it to be a shootout. I know Utah's new to the Big 12, but let's throw it back to some high-scoring Big 12 football when the Utes come to town.
Sign us up.
Give me anything better than that game you referenced when it was 1,000 degrees on the field and that day in September.
We've tried to scratch that out of our eyeballs. That was awful.
You think about what 2 years does, because that entire Utah roster's changed over and everything's changed for Baylor as well, so it's going to be an interesting matchup. Zach, we appreciate you joining us. Zach Smith, Baylor Athletics, Waco Tribune-Herald. We'll chat with you again in November.
Sounds like a plan. Thanks for having me.
There you go. Zach Smith, everybody.
Thanks, Zach.
Zach rounds out our opponent previews.
That's it. The tour is over.
Good night, everybody.
We hit all the teams that BYU and Utah are going to play this year in conference play, which I think is all 14. They don't all play the same teams, but I think every team. Is there a team that doesn't play both BYU and Utah?
Does it count that we had Mitch and Steve on for the BYU and Utah side of things?
It should.
Would count. Oh, Oklahoma State.
That's the one. So you would know because you had to book all the guests. So BYU and Utah do not play Oklahoma State this year.
You know what?
That's the one.
Just for the heck of it, let's call up an Oklahoma State guy and then be like, what's you guys' problem?
So, hey.
And then at the end of the interview, go, anyway, BYU and Utah not playing Oklahoma State. Good luck to you guys this year. Walk away.
What would we ask somebody that covers Oklahoma State?
Hey, what's T. Boone Pickens thinking in the afterlife about y'all's team?
We get really weird.
Oh, I would. Come on.
You'd interview him as
Will
Ferrell doing
No. It would be
Harry Carey? Is that what you do?
This is my 8th grade health teacher, who is also one of my football coaches, Coach Day. Just super weird Southern dude. Just be like, tell me a little bit more about what makes you tick, a la you guys are terrible at football. Like, I just want –
You like Gundy with the mullet? Without the mullet?
The guy who he trusted to teach us about health. He's all, you guys want to know about the birds and the bees, don't you? I'm not going to give you all my tricks. And we're like, all right, Coach, this is 13-year-olds. You need to dial it back a little bit.
Everybody had that driver's ed teacher that's a coach that wore the what was those shorts?
Bike shorts.
They were bike shorts?
The brand was bike. They weren't biker shorts.
You were always worried that something would hang out of them?
Stop it. All right. We got to get – we have tickets right now to give away? Perfect time.
Saving my job.
2 lawn tickets to see Pantera coming your way on a free ticket Friday, courtesy of the KSL Sports Zone.
Wait. Can you really watch Pantera while sitting on a lawn?
Oh, well, that's what I'm saying. It's lawn tickets. That's so you can get moshing. You can get moshing.
Okay.
Let's go.
No chairs needed.
The heaviest tour of summer coming to Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Call number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE, 801-575-9663. Let's get it going. We've got more to go around the corner. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I can't imagine having been in a quarterback battle before necessarily makes it easier the next year, other than you may feel comfortable being more patient.
I don't know why it reminds me of this, but have you ever gone to the store when you're going looking for avocados? There's 3 there and you need 2. And it's like, okay, which one of these hasn't been run over by a truck? Do you believe that your decision when you were flush with avocados has made you more capable of making a decision between the crappy avocados?
Actually, I don't think it does. Maybe it gets you a little bit better of recognizing what the last good one felt like when you picked it up.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that that's sitting there. And that's not to say that maybe one of these isn't a good avocado at BYU. But just because you've bought a good avocado before doesn't mean you're guaranteed to get one.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork. Make this the summer sales event now through August 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous You Don't Need a Warranty warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our You Don't Need a Warranty warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Save thousands on hot tubs and swim spas. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Major manufacturers liquidation of new 2025 spas, discounted up to 40 to 80%. We have spas to fit any backyard or budget. Free professional delivery, instant on-site financing. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Transform your backyard with a swim spa for the fraction of the price of a pool. The easiest way to exercise or relax in your backyard. Just fill and chill. Shockingly low monthly payments. Don't miss this opportunity to build the backyard of your dreams. See the latest models in person. 3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Learn more online at hottubandSwimSpaSale.com. hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Any Hour Services can help with any size plumbing project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance or plumbing repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
Hey, I want to remind you, first of all, it's JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. JJ to my right, Jeremiah Jensen. Alex Curie here. Our producer, Alex, hitting the buttons across the glass. Don't get confused. It's two different people. Let me see here, JJ. Oh, today's the day we get to announce what our Win Ticket Wednesday for next week is going to be. You ready for this? I always get excited about it.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Will you just look at the typo for 1 second on this? I got weirded out by who was coming to the amphitheater because it was on two lines. And, well, anyway, what I was saying was.
The second coming.
Yeah, it'd be weird. It'd be quite weird.
August 15th.
Win tickets now.
You better get your life in order.
Hey,
You've got
listen.
until August 15th.
Get some lawn chairs. Get some lawn seats for it. All right. Win Ticket Wednesday. Win Ticket Wednesday this Wednesday coming up is tickets to see Chris
just
Stapleton.
deleted
I
the
know.
T.
You can't do it. Chris Stapleton.
It's too late, Alex.
Coming up August 15th.
It's too late.
Hey, by the way, Chris Stapleton is going to be, that's a big show. That's big time. Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss it. The All-American Roadshow Tour.
Well, I'm pretty sure that said Christ Stapleton.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they just deleted the T. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, it was a
It
typo.
would have been very interesting. Let me see here. So it's Win Ticket Wednesdays. You know how this goes, all right? He's got two concerts. You can win tickets to it. Chris Stapleton coming to Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater.
Have you seen Chris Stapleton live?
No.
Oh my gosh.
Good?
I'm
Really
not
good?
I'm not a country music guy.
I feel like they're the ones who put on good shows, though, and I feel like they're likable.
He's unbelievable.
I don't like country music either, but I feel like I could jam with Blake Shelton.
He's like Leonard Skinnard, and George Strait had a baby. I don't know how else to describe it.
So when I was
he's phenomenal. He's great.
I've got a weird aside. So I went to a George Strait concert when I was a kid in Texas.
Yeah.
Like that's old. That's pretty old school country.
Yeah,
right?
and I've been to George Strait.
Here's
too.
how old school it was. They were handing out Copenhagen when you walked in the
Shut
in the doors.
up, free dip. They gave free dip at a George Strait concert.
100%, and they were like this. You 18? Like that was always you 18. You 18. They just had barrels full of Copenhagen because he sings a song called Copenhagen, and the tour was brought to you by. Well, anyway, don't do drugs, kids. All right. I've got it now. All right, I will.
They were handing out Copenhagen on the
yes.
honor system. Are you kidding me?
One per family, okay?
One per family.
All right. So I've got a would you rather here, JJ. You have to bear with me on this one, okay?
All right.
It's a little bit of some mental gymnastics. I don't know where I was totally going with this, but it makes sense in my head. So maybe it won't out loud, but I was thinking, like, I'm proud of the fan base, the fan. Like I grew up a Seahawks fan. We were in Texas for a while, but my dad was like, "We're not Cowboys people," and I appreciate that. All right. Grew up a Mariners fan. Watched some Rangers games when I was a kid, but I was always kind of a Mariners, Seahawks. I was a Huskies fan, Washington Huskies fans growing up, and so I always appreciated those places. Right. I thought to myself, and I feel like that if we could do it, if you could reset your fandom, what would you jump onto? Like, what team do you look at and you go, I've actually kind of always been a little bit wanting to be a part of that. Now, for me, like, being a bandwagon, like, oh, they win all the titles, put me on that team. That's not the category. I hate the Yankees too much to ever be a Yankee person, okay? I can't do it. So here's what I have in front of me. These are a would you rather. If you could join a fan base now in adulthood, just totally, no, it's a free pass. No one's going to go, oh, you switched, huh? Cool. No one remembers. It doesn't matter. But you go, okay, I'm gonna throw these ones aside, and I'm going to join that one because I've always kind of liked it. I'll start. And this hurts me because it's a divisional opponent with my Seahawks, and there's a tie to our producer, Alex.
Oh, no.
Actually,
are you serious?
I think the L.A. Rams are kind of fun.
Come on. You make me sick.
Why can you can't really hate them, though. Well, I could hate
it's L.A.
It's not the Dodgers, and it's not the Lakers. Those are very different situations.
The fact that they spent 2 decades in St. Louis, does that wash it a little bit? Wash the stink off a little bit.
Ask St. Louis how much they like the Rams, but I'm like, man, I don't hate the colors. Right now, it's pretty nice to be a Rams fan, even though they're not winning everything, but they just have. I like their head coach. Darn it, I hate to admit it. I feel like you have something to say about this.
Join the wagon, man.
Come on. No. Okay, I've got a couple others.
Okay.
The St. Louis Cardinals.
The baseball team.
The baseball team.
Why?
I don't hate them. I like the colors. I like when they do the baby blue. I like the little birds hanging out on the baseball. They have a history of winning, but they're not super pretentious about it. So, like, I can't be a Cubs fan. I can't be a Yankees fan. I'm never going to be a Dodgers fan. If I'm going to stay on the baseball side of things, too, I'd be okay to be a Giants fan. I'd be okay to be a San Francisco Giants fan. I've got Detroit Red Wings. That would be one that I could totally disavow any past with and go, I want to be a Detroit Red Wings fan.
It's been tough the last couple decades, but the Red Wings have an incredible history, and those uniforms
unbelievable unis.
The
That's
logo
also part of
is
it.
sweet.
It actually kind of makes sense. The Pittsburgh Steelers. Hard to hate those guys.
That's a tough one for me, too.
I know.
I have a lot of respect, and I like everything about their culture, and their history is impressive.
Yeah.
And I agree with you on that one.
This one felt the hardest for me to say. The Green Bay Packers. I like the organization. They've won. They're a tiny town. They own the team.
There really is some charm about
it.
The Packers.
It is. That's what I'm saying. And no other sport. There's no other sport like it.
Who hates the Packers outside of Chicago?
Yeah. I mean, and then honorable mention for me also. I think that I could. I think I could get on board maybe being like a Lions fan, but you've been so bad for so long. Like, that's bad. All right. Weird would you rather, but I was just like thinking if I could reset it, that's where I was going to go. All right. We'll come back. We've got our own Utah insider for KSLSports.com. He is Steve Bartle. He's going to jump in and give us kind of a download of what happened at practices this week and how things are going up on the hill. Get you ready for more football season. Stay here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Advanced Window Products have been making Utah homes beautiful since 1986. What does that mean? It means if it's windows, if it's doors, if it's siding, if it's a sliding doors, if it's a dog door, if it's anything that has to do with any kind of entry point to your home and you want to be able to keep the cool in during the summers and keep the heat in during the winters, nobody does it better than Advanced Window Products. I'll tell you why. How about the rebates that you're going to get from a government standpoint? How about all the no payment, no interest plans that they have right now? You can qualify for those things, and you are dealing directly with the factory. There's no middleman markup. You get the highest quality. We know who these people are. They're Utahns. They employ Utahns. They make the Utah windows here, and then they put them in your home, and no one does it better.
Those are all great incentives to use Advanced Window Products. And here's another one. They're going to help you save money. Not only are you going to save money on your energy costs, but they have financing that's available that's going to allow you to be able to find a way to get these new windows into your home. Because if you have old windows, if your windows are bad, you need to get this done. It's so important that you have the perfect windows in your home at the best price, and they can deliver. Right now, they're going to save you money. If you call right now at 801-850-9100, that's 801-850-9100, you'll get $2,500 off 10 windows or more. They'll come out. They'll give you a bid. They will be honest with you. How do you know they'll be honest with you? That's how they've been in business for so long. They wouldn't be in business anymore if they didn't. They can come out and give you an evaluation of your windows. They can give you a bid, no hassle, no commitment, tell you exactly what it is. That price is good for the rest of the year, and you can save on that as well. That deal is still valid. $2,500 off, 10 windows or more. Call that number, 801-850-9100, or just go to their website, advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. It's another hour. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And who's this? Christopher Cross? What do we have here? Is this Hall and Oates? Oh, this is Toto. Sorry, I get my yacht rock.
You're just not used to listening to Toto do anything but Africa. You're like, oh, they had another song?
Toto was firmly, they're probably a top 3 yacht rock band.
Agreed.
All the night. They're like, that's the hardest they've ever rocked was that riff right there. Right? Come on. But that's the nature of yacht rock. You don't need to rock hard. You just need to rock right.
It's the timing of the rock that matters.
Joining us on the program right now, Steve Bartley. He's our Utah insider for KSLSports.com. Our show brought to you by G2G Bars, all natural ingredients and no preservatives. Make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. Let's get to Steve here with the cut. That's where we're going to start things off this hour.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Doug Smith brings you the biggest story of the hour, this hour of the cut. All you have to know is every car brand under the Doug Smith brand of vehicles, or the Doug Smith family of vehicles, you're going to get taken care of at all those places. In Spanish Fork, in American Fork, and in Linden. Nobody knows cars like Doug. Nobody knows the Utes like Steve Bartle. What's going on, Steve? Good to have you in studio, man.
What's up, fellas? It's good to be in studio, man.
Hey, were you wearing makeup? You did a TV thing. Did you have to put some makeup on?
No makeup. I just pounded one of them ice cream bars before I hopped on TV.
I'll get you
I tell you what, like, there's no better way to get people back in the office than a freezer full of ice cream bars. So I've been here 3 times this week. No,
when they're gone, they're gone.
I've been working on the popsicles because
I think I've gained 10 pounds this week.
The popsicles are eating less than the ice cream is, and I tell myself they're healthier for me. Oh no, these fat free. You know when they do that?
Yeah.
This full bag of Jolly Ranchers is fat free.
And then you look at the calories, 10,000.
All right. Steve, I don't know what you learned after a week of camp. It's hard to know, one, because observations are limited, to say the least. But also, you get the spin on what things are going on up on the hill. But so far, what are you hearing out of camp up there? How does everything look? Is there any updates from the injury standpoint, or how's everything sitting as Utah got fired up into week 2 of camp this week?
Yeah, obviously with camp being what it is, we aren't able to observe practices or anything like that, which stinks. But, in our availabilities, we've gotten to talk to Kyle Whittingham, twice so far, and talked to players and both offensive and defensive players. And obviously a lot of positivity, a lot of positive buzz coming out of camp. And so how do we sift through that? I think, in some of my conversations, I think there's real optimism for what this offense can be with Jason Beck and Devin Dampier at the helm. I think, with Dampier coming into the program with that year under his system, we talk so much about what it means for him in terms of his command of the offense, understanding of the X's and O's. But for him, it put him in a natural position of leadership where everybody kind of looked to him as an extension of Coach Beck. And that has really, Devin being who he is and kind of the charismatic personality that he has, really set up Utah to, him and the offense side of the ball. They embraced the opportunity to go to work this summer and put in a lot of work, and they hit the ground, running in terms of their level of execution to start camp. And so, they're in the process of figuring out this wide receiver room and who are going to be the guys. But, it sounds like Dampier and the offense have had a really good start to camp.
So it didn't take long for Dampier to be named a captain when he came in spring. And, you've had a lot more interactions with him. What is it about him? Because the dynamic in a football team and in a locker room, it takes a minute to become the alpha, to earn the respect of your teammates, let alone become a leader.
Right.
How did he do it so quickly and why?
Yeah, I thought Spencer Fano had a really interesting answer to a similar question at Big 12 Media Days. You can't fake it at Utah. You have to be genuine, all right? Like, this is, they pride themselves on being a bunch of tough guys and still being a family. You have to be genuine. And I think that is really what sets Dampier, what makes him so charismatic, what makes it special is that he is just his authentic self. He's genuine. He's not afraid. They all play the video games, the Marvel video games and all that stuff. Like, they're competitive. They spend a lot of time together away from the field. And I think that was maybe something that if you could talk about differences between this year and last year, the years before, and that there was a lot of talk about this group with Devin Dampier spending a lot of time with his teammates away from the field, taking his offensive line out to lunch and out to dinner pretty consistently, building relationships off the field. I think was key for Dampier coming in and wanting to earn the respect of his teammates off the field first. That is something that he's talked about time and time again, is that he wants to have that relationship on and off the field. But as we've gotten into fall camp, the leadership has to take on a different form. And I think Dampier knows that. Coach Beck has talked about it, that it's the season is right around the corner. We're a couple weeks away from starting our prep for UCLA. Like, it's the rubber hits the road right now. And so I think Dampier is he talked about it taking on a bit more of a serious tone with his leadership, and I think that'll be interesting. But just him being who he is and being genuine, I think, has really set in well with the rest of that Utah team.
Steve, one of the things that obviously gets a lot of attention are the offensive additions. Great, awesome. And we actually talked in the first segment about how I think when you have places that have added quarterbacks in the transfer portal, you don't always come with the package deal of an offensive coordinator and, frankly, a full offense that comes with you. Right. And I think that that's a benefit. I mean, like Carson back in Miami, I feel like that guy, like, good luck, because the expectations are massively high, and you were probably artificially better on paper than I think most people. Is that
I would agree
right?
with that, yeah.
And you're not bringing an offensive coordinator with you. That's the type of place that goes, no, we're staying at Georgia, my guy. Like, we're not following you around. Arbuckle leaving Washington State, I think John Mateer has the same kind of situation. Those are situations where it's like you're blowing up at the smaller school. The entire offense comes with you. That's huge, and that's a massive part of it. But what really has changed with this offense, when people are talking about it, is it totally wild considering, like, what the past of Kyle Whittingham offenses have kind of been? Is it so, like, because we've heard the term spread offense, and they're like, that's not something we hear talked about a lot up on the Hill. Is it outside of the personality of this Utah football program?
No, I think that's been an interesting thing, is that, based on what what's been said to us in our availabilities, that this is a pretty creative offense. And I don't know that you could say that about Andy Ludwig's offense, especially the last 2 years. Those years under Cam were pretty special for a lot of reasons, and they had a lot of creativity. They had a lot of substance and efficiency and explosiveness. But this has been something that a number of defensive guys have talked about, that this is a pretty creative offense. But I think Beck coming here and with Dampier being the type of dual threat quarterback that he is, they also brought in Wayshawn Parker, who's a running back that they absolutely love and have raved about this week. And I think it's embraced sort of the identity and brand of Utah football that we've grown accustomed to over the years. So I think it's certainly going to have a different look to it, but it's going to have that same feel to it, where we're going to punch you in the mouth over and over again, and it's going to look different. Like I said, it's going to be a little bit more creative. There are going to be different run types. It's not just going to be pounding the inside zone. There's going to be variants, which we haven't seen. And so that's going to be interesting to see what it actually looks like, how it performs. But that's how I would describe it.
With that offensive line, with Dampier, with Wayshawn Parker, there's no question they're going to be able to run the ball and run it effectively.
Right.
My biggest question mark about Utah and their offense is how efficiently can they throw the football?
Yeah.
And who are they throwing the ball to? You've got names in camp. We don't know who these guys are. Help us understand who some of these guys are that are emerging, and do they have dudes in that room that can make plays in the pass game and help Devin Dampier become more efficient?
Yeah, that's going to be something that we learn in season, right? They've brought in guys that they feel really good can be that type of player for them, but they haven't done it yet, right? So that's going to be the thing, is we don't know until they actually do it this season. But the guys that they bet on this year, Tobias Merriweather, 6'5", 200-pound, 4.4 type of speed. He's got all the qualities that you want in a true wide receiver one, X type, outside receiver. That's what you want. You want those qualities. You want those traits and those things. It's just, he's been dinged up through his first 3 years of college ball. He started at Notre Dame, played last year at Cal, just hasn't been able to put it together. He's coming here because he wants to be that guy. He wants to be featured in an offense, and that's why this has become a marriage between Utah and Merriweather. So they're looking at him to be a guy, and so far through the first week, he's been, it sounds like he's done a really good job of living up to that billing. Now, it's going to take on a different tone maybe over the next week, because now they're live. They're going to have a scrimmage on Saturday. Now we're going to get a better feel for what he actually is going to look like now that they are live. So, and so Tobias Merriweather is one guy, a guy that's been in the program a couple years now, who we saw in flashes and moments last year. Dadrian Zipper, it sounds like he's taken good steps in his game this offseason and has continued that throughout fall camp. A true freshman that joined the program this year, J.J. Buchanan, is somebody that Kyle Whittingham mentioned in his availability this week, and it sounds like he's a guy that has the same sort of qualities that a Dalton Kincaid does, right? You remember him going up high-pointing passes, just very similar backgrounds. They're both from Las Vegas, both grew up playing basketball, tremendous athletes, similar size. And so the comparison is not just because they're Utah tight ends. Like, there are a lot of reasons to compare them to one another. So it's going to be interesting to see Buchanan and how he continues to perform over the next couple of weeks. And then they've got a couple guys in the slot, Creed Whittemore, Manna Carvalho, who are more of your creators, with the ball in their hands, where they can, kind of like the Britton Covey, give him a little screen pass he can create after the catch. Ryan Davis, who came to Utah from New Mexico, he's kind of that more traditional slot, a Wes Welker type, who's going to work the inside and that. So they've got an interesting collection of pass catchers who all seem to work well together. It's just, they feel good about that. It's just, again, like I said, to start, they got to do it in the season.
What's the reality of guys like Smith Snowden? We've heard his name a lot more about it.
Yeah.
Lander Barton was brought up at some point. I'm not sure how much of that, how much we need to take that with a grain of salt. But JJ pointed out is Dude, Sione Vaki, this is what Kyle Whittingham does. Like, oh, you're a super athlete on defense, but you are flashy on offense too. Like, let's
Don't
see
forget Eric Weddle. They've had a history of doing this.
How much of that is like just kind of saying, oh yeah, they're getting some offensive reps versus they're going to be a part of the offense?
Yeah, I think it's not just something where they're doing, I think there is substance to it. I think there is something where we'll probably see Smith, Snowden, Lander, Barton, play a handful of snaps every game on offense. There's that's a real thing for them. And with Lander, he has a background as a tight end coming out of high school at Brighton. You watched him a number of times. I have a photo
Tremendous
of him
athlete.
in the end zone, high pointing a pass for a touchdown over everybody. Like his ball
one of the
skills,
best tight ends in the state.
Absolutely, and colleges recruited him to play tight end coming out of high school, right? So there's reason to feel like there's a lot there actually, and Fred Whittingham has wanted him in the tight end room since he joined the program. With Smith, it's a little interesting because he didn't play a lot of receiver at Skyridge. He doesn't have an extensive background in that role, but given how he performed on kick returns with his athleticism, you can utilize that sort of athleticism on the offense side of the ball too. I think that's their mindset, and again with Beck being as creative as he is, they'll find some unique ways to get these guys involved on the offense side of the ball.
Will this team have 2 1,000-yard rushers this year?
Oh man, that's a great question. I think they'll be close.
Are you already counting? And one of them is counting Devin Dampier?
No.
Oh,
Wayshawn. I think so. I've shared this before. I think with Dampier coming in, 1,100-yard rusher last year, he had to be the guy. He had to be the bell cow.
20 touchdowns on the ground. Like they needed every one of those too.
It's
so
not
they don't want him to have that kind of volume.
He doesn't need to be.
Okay.
Yeah, like that's the difference, right?
Okay.
So he not only had to create, when pass plays broke down and had to scramble and use his legs that way, quarterback design power and quarterback dive and those types of things, that was, a pretty consistent play for Beck last year. So he was essentially almost their bell cow last year in New Mexico. He had to be that for them.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting too is that like Wayshawn Parker, he thinks he's going to be the 1,000-yard rusher too. Why not? He's like, I don't sign up to go for 680 yards. You know what I mean? Like this is my goal, and I think I'll get to it. It's not like some like mark it down guarantee. It's like I want to get there, and if I get enough touches, then I'll be there.
And that's the thing, right? If you can run for 735 yards at Washington State behind that offensive line and in that offensive scheme, you're going to come to Utah where you're going to have a greater workload behind this offensive line that is going to be geared up to get after it on the ground. Like, yeah, you feel pretty optimistic, if not confident, that 1,000 yards is within your realm of possibility. So that's how I say I think Wayshawn is going to be the bell cow, and running behind this offensive line, there's a lot of optimism. If there's going to be a 1,000-yard rusher, I think it's going to be Parker. And then I think Dampier takes more, obviously, a lot of that designed QB run stuff. That's still going to be an element in this offense, in my opinion, I think. Just not to the same extent that it was at New Mexico.
Do you think having to be that productive in the run game to make that offense work last year hurt him in the pass game? Dampier.
Ooh, that's a great
because
question,
I'm wondering
JJ.
the 12-12 touchdown to interception ratio.
And if they ask him to not run the ball as much and he's got to throw it more, he better be more efficient than 12-12.
Did that lend to him being less efficient as a passer, the fact that he had to run the ball so dang much?
That's an interesting question.
And how does that impact him now that things are going to be different for him?
You know what's interesting? When you look at Devin Dampier's production when he had a clean pocket, right? Pro Football Focus, they're great. They provide a lot of stats.
Yep.
This is one thing that they provide. Stats, the production when they're kept clean versus pressured. And when you look at Dampier when he was kept clean, really encouraging numbers. I think he was 63% completion percentage, 9 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. You'll take that sort of production as a passer. It's just when he was pressured, had to create, off script and create because he was pressured. That's where his passing game execution suffered, right? Just like any quarterback. You're pressured, you're going to struggle. So I think there's reason to be optimistic that his passing ability is going to be good enough, especially, coming here behind this offensive line that has 2 potential day 1 type draft picks in Caleb Lomu and Spencer Fano. You feel good about that. It's just, there are things with Dampier that he's going to have to clean up. He's going to have to improve. his passing accuracy on those short throws, on those intermediate throws. He has the ability to make some incredible throws, especially on the run. But at the same time, he can have an erratic miss that just, out of nowhere, he'll sell it over a guy that's 10 yards in front of him, that type of thing, right? That's what you have to live with Dampier. And I think with Beck having that experience last year, there's a good understanding of where his strengths are best utilized and how to minimize those weaknesses.
Utah is fortunate that they don't have to play who? They miss a couple of teams in here.
Who they play?
They got to play
Arizona
Tech.
State.
They got to play Tech, Arizona
Kansas State, Baylor. Who do they miss? BYU.
They miss TCU, and I think that's at least they got a grace there. I think because I think that going down to Fort Worth, which is what it would probably end up being.
Yeah,
obviously because they played up here at. So you don't have to play TCU, but other than that,
that's the only one they missed.
I know, the only decent one, right? It's
Iowa State. You throw them in there.
You don't have to play Iowa State. Yeah. Shoot, you don't have to play.
Iowa
Houston.
State, fair. Yeah, Iowa State, but other than that,
and they would have also had to have gone
contenders in the league.
They would have also had to have gone to Ames too.
Yeah.
So everybody misses some opponent
but
here.
And West Virginia is the one that they should kill. But they're on the road. There's 2 time zones they got to travel.
Yeah, Rich Rod. That's going to be an interesting one, given that the familiarity between the two programs.
I think going Kansas State, Kansas. The last 2 weeks of the season, that's a tough.
And you saw it last year with Jalen Daniels, right? Reeling off 3 big wins in the final month of the season, and so Daniels and Kansas, they are the biggest wild card. Where it feels like they can beat anybody and they can lose to everybody. That's Kansas in a nutshell.
Yep.
And so Kansas State is going to be really tough this year. I like what they've done to support Avery Johnson, bringing in a couple. Extra receivers through the portal. They brought in a highly talented tight end that they will probably incorporate over time. That's going to be a tough one. Baylor on the road is going to be really tough. Even that Colorado game, on paper, it doesn't look like much, given what's going on with Colorado and that quarterback situation. But when you look at it in the context of the season, right? Utah's going to be coming off the BYU game. Colorado's going to be coming off a bye game. Or a bye week.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a tough one, even at home. So, they don't miss a lot of the top contenders in the Big 12, and some of these games are going to be pretty tough.
Steve Bartley, he's our Utah insider for KSLSports.com. He covers the Utes better than anybody. Steve, thanks for staying some extra time on a Friday, man. We appreciate it.
You guys want an ice cream? I'll go grab you one.
Oh, I've had
drumstick.
plenty.
We'll be fine.
All right. I'm going to take a few for the road.
I'm trying. SLCFallas.com.
I'm trying to watch my figure.
Trying to be careful here.
That being said, if I'm going to, I'm going to sneak it so nobody thinks that I'm eating it. All right? I like to do the underground treat eating. Right?
Yeah. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah,
thanks,
Steve. Appreciate it, man. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more around the corner. I've got a fun segment around the the corner for JJ. It's an extra quiz on a Friday.
This is the time of day where he tries to embarrass me.
It's not about embarrassing. It'll be fun. You know what's going to happen? We're all going to learn something. Stay here. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Reduced speeds southbound I-15 from Murray to Bluffdale, but not as slow as it is normally there for the drive home. Southbound I-15 is also slow from Ogden to Roy, but that is improving through the road construction area. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hanson Scotty.
Let's do it.
Kalani Satake, what is the most you've paid for a concert ticket, and what concert was it?
For me, MC Hammer.
Oh, nice.
I had the parachute pants, you know, all that stuff ready to go. I mean, don't get me started, guys.
No,
you
we
can
won't.
still listen to the stuff right now. It's good, clean, wholesome music.
Exactly.
You know, the whole family can have parachute pants and go out.
That's true.
And then do their dances and stuff like that. You know, Can't Touch This. I mean, he even had some slow songs, you know, songs about praying.
Pray.
You know, come on, man. Like, he's got it all.
What kind of a show is this? Catch Hans Olsen and Scotty G every day from noon to 3 on 97.5 1280 The Zone, powered by KSLSports.com.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Every new day is a chance to be kinder to your body and your mind. U of U Health is here to help you build strength and confidence every day. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, Utes Athletics, and the Utah Grizzlies. Take the first step today at uofuhealth.org.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard for Advanced Windows. We're big fans of Advanced Windows because, Hans, you and I want to save our listeners as much as possible. And when you have extreme heat and extreme cold here in the state of Utah, you have to have the right windows to save you money on your heating and cooling bill.
It has been such a pleasure to work with Advanced to install new windows into one of my rental units. They came out, took the measurements, gave me the best, most affordable option to replace the glass, and just helped me along the way, Scotty. From price to quality, Advanced Windows is going to take great care of you.
They've got experienced window specialists that'll help you determine why you have a draft coming in and how you can save the most money possible. They're going to give you $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more and a lifetime warranty. The highest quality custom windows in the state. Call Advanced Windows today, 801-850-9100.
Windows built in the state by people who live in the state. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
Hey, listen up. Take the next step towards your future with an affordable online degree or certificate from University of Maryland Global Campus, an accredited state university. Classes start August 13th, and when you apply now, your application fee is waived. Choose from over 135 skill-based programs. Earn up to 90 credits towards a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Don't forget, save now with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. Visit umgc.edu to learn more.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on The Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
In my life, I've been wondering why.
It's a missed opportunity to play some Pantera, that's all I'm saying.
Still somehow I
Is it? Sorry. I dropped my headset, everybody. Party foul. I'll take Yacht Rock over the Pantera today. No problem.
That little Kenny Loggins, what is that? Smooth.
You see, our producer Alex closed his eyes and gave like a.
He did. It's chilling there right now, isn't it?
Yeah, man.
Laid back Friday, a little yacht rock on a Friday.
So
cruising into the weekend.
Hey, everybody, got to take it easy. Got a football game to go to. Why don't you just cuddle up to the smooth sounds of Hollow Notes?
Come on.
You need a little yacht rock DJ over here. I like that.
You know what? You know what would really make you know what would really make me
Michael McDonald.
I know. You know what would really make me sound like a radio DJ right now?
I got some tickets to give away right now. If you act right now, we're going to be taking your calls.
And that's legit, all right? It is a free ticket Friday. That means I've got tickets to Pantera to give away. Tickets to Pantera's heaviest tour of the summer. Call in number 12 right now. 801-575-ZONE. Decidedly not yacht rock, by the way, Pantera. Call in number 12 gets a pair of 2 lawn tickets to see Pantera, the heaviest tour of the summer. There it is. Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater coming up next week on August 20th. All you have to do is go 801-575-ZONE. Give us a call right now. You don't have to do anything else except for be caller number 12. 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-9663.
What would happen if you took Pantera songs and tried to make them yacht rock?
Have you seen there's a guy who he'll do the other thing where he'll turn any like slow jam and he'll turn it into heavy metal.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually like it. It's really kind of funny to watch. So I don't know about
the mashups. I like you. I love the mashups.
I don't know about going the other way, but yeah, it's fine. JJ, I've got a fun list here. It's a fun list, but I'll tell you what it really is it's actually a quiz. All right. I have in front of me, and I was like, this is too good for, would you rather? This is too good for a top 10. All right.
Okay.
I have in front of me the list of the best college football rivalries. Now, I'm going to do something, though. I'm going to make you come up with the rivalry based off of the name of the rivalry. Okay?
Okay. I'm going to do poorly on this because there's all those Midwest rivalries that I don't find interesting at all.
There are some Midwest
that I have not paid attention to.
There are some Midwest rivalries. You're right.
Okay.
Let's get it started with an easy one. What used to be affectionately called the Civil War. I don't know what they're doing now, but they've asked them to stop, or I don't know what. Civil War.
That would be Oregon and Oregon State.
That's exactly right. Nice, easy one to start things off there. One that we're very familiar with. This is another one that should be easy for you. The Egg Bowl.
That would be Ole Miss and Mississippi State.
Ole Miss and Mississippi State have played 121 times. That's a long history.
That is a long history.
66 times in favor of Ole Miss to 49 wins for Mississippi State. The Egg Bowl. We know about that one. How about the Battle of the Bricks? The Battle of the Bricks.
Battle of the
first
Bricks?
question mark for you. The rivalry game. And this
Battle
falls
of the
firmly,
Bricks.
JJ, this is exactly what you said. It falls firmly in the mushy Midwest where this game has been has been played now. It'll be the 98th version of this game. The Battle of the Bricks.
When I think of bricks, I think of Brickyard in Indianapolis. I'm going to go with Indiana and Purdue.
I don't hate it.
But I'm wrong.
But you're wrong. And
Gosh,
there is
dang it.
it's nonsensical. I'm sure there's some explanation for it. I'm not interested in it though. It's Miami, Ohio versus just Ohio. So now I've never heard it referred to this ever.
I'd never heard of it, period.
No. This one.
Oh, no.
This next one. I've never heard it referred to as this.
It's getting increasingly more difficult.
But I will say the Butt Bowl, traditional spelling of butt, B-U-T-T bowl.
The Butt Bowl.
The Butt Bowl.
Oh, boy.
83 meetings of this one.
The Butt Bowl?
The Butt Bowl.
I have no idea.
I've never heard it called this. It's a Big 12 matchup. It's a Big 12
Big 12.
rivalry.
Okay, it's the Butt Bowl and it's the Big 12.
Butt Bowl, Big 12
In
rivalry.
the Big 12.
Yes.
Currently. And I have to guess which one it is.
Play each other every year. This is the 83rd meeting.
Baylor, TCU?
Baylor is correct. Texas Tech is the other one. You know
Really?
why? BU, Baylor University.
Oh, TT.
Butt Bowl.
I'm an idiot. I should have known that.
I know you're not. Nobody calls it that. The old Mountain Feud.
West Virginia. Did I get half of it right?
You're in the right state.
Oh. Marshall? And? West Virginia? No? Marshall and who else plays football in West Virginia?
It's the state's name. It is the blank state.
Oh, App State.
App State
And
versus Marshall, the old Mountain
They have a
feud.
rivalry. Okay.
That's right. The Iron Bowl.
The Iron Bowl is Alabama and Auburn.
There you go. 100 Miles of Hate. The 100 Miles of Hate rivalry.
100 Miles of Hate?
Remember, we're trying to eliminate hate. Now it's like the 100 miles of trying hard.
100 miles of hard feelings.
100 miles of, gosh, I hope we get along better this year.
I do not know what the 100 Miles of Hate game is.
Western Kentucky and Middle Tennessee State. Lots of directions.
Oh, and
in
we
those.
all know
Don't
about
like
that
them.
hatred.
Oh, yeah. Good, clean, old-fashioned hate. Remember, they're trying to take this
That's
one away.
hillbilly hate is what that was.
Clean, old-fashioned hate.
Okay.
This is the one they're trying to change. This is different from
Just
the 100 miles
The
of
hate, the old-fashioned hate it's
clean, old-fashioned hate.
That's what it's called.
Is between Georgia and Georgia Tech.
Really?
Yes. 118 meetings. Georgia leads it.
I didn't even think that Georgia's best rival is Georgia Tech.
We're not done
They
with
really hate each other that much?
Yeah. Number 13 on the list, by the way, is Rumble in the Rockies.
That's Colorado and Colorado State. Is it Colorado and Utah?
Yeah.
Oh, my gross.
70. I know. Didn't it make you feel
That's not
icky?
a rivalry.
It's not a rivalry when two hosts in the state of Utah are like, oh, yeah, we tried to call it that, huh? Stupid.
Swing and a miss.
I tried to call it the Rocky Mountain Oyster Cup for a while. Nobody went
That
for
would
it.
have been better.
I've never heard this one called this, but I like it. The Tecmo Bowl.
It's got to be some Techs. Which ones?
I'll give you a hint. It ain't Utah Tech.
Which league?
It's mixed. It's a mixed league situation.
Oh, it's like an ACC, SEC
You know what?
thing?
No. It's same league. Sorry, I apologize. It's
Virginia Tech and Georgia Tech.
You got it.
Okay.
You got it. Yeah, Virginia Tech at one point was in the Big East, right? I think they were.
Correct.
The Revivalry.
The Revivalry?
Yeah, this one's
no
also,
clue.
This is also a Big 12 matchup, and it is one that actually is like a legit rivalry. And when they started playing each other again more frequently in the Big 12, they became the Revivalry. I'll give you a hint.
Does that have to do with the religious revival?
A little bit.
TCU and Baylor.
Got it.
Okay.
They're
I figured it out.
Listen to this. They're trying to change it this year.
Why?
Because we're a bunch of softies, all right? The Blue Bonnet Battle.
Blue Bonnet.
You know what the Blue Bonnet is? State Flower, Texas.
Okay.
It's really stupid. They're going that direction. Hey, Utah's on the board. 6-3.
Oh.
They were up. They were down 6-0 in the Little League.
Here
World
comes
Series.
the rally.
3-run homer. Brought them back into it. JJ, the Red River Rivalry, which, of course, used to be called the Red River Shootout.
Red River Rivalry is, of course,
Red
Oklahoma,
River.
Oklahoma and Texas.
Good. I was waiting to see.
Sorry, my brain hit
I
pause
know.
for a second.
The war on I-4. The war
I-4? Where
on
is I-4 even? I know I-5.
I know. This is not one you're going to normally get.
Is it UTEP in New Mexico State?
No, but it is. I'll say this. I-5, you know where I-5 is? It's on the West Coast, basically, all the way from Vancouver. Right when you
where's
get into
I-4?
it. I-5 goes all that West Coast. I'll give you a hint. I-4 is east. I-4 is the east, but southeast.
Southeast in the United States.
Uh-huh.
No idea.
It's Central Florida and South Florida. UCF and USF.
Okay. Florida, all right.
Yeah, whatever. The Holy War made the list at number 8.
Oh, good.
And I think we're okay calling it the Holy War now. Have we gotten over ourselves with that?
I don't know. We might get an email by the end of the show today.
We'll see.
It is Friday, though.
The Riot Bowl.
The
Riot Bowl. 12 meetings between these two.
12 meetings? That's not a rivalry.
Pretty fresh rivalry.
Who is it? That's not a rivalry.
It's a Big 12 matchup.
No! That's not a rivalry.
The Riot Bowl.
Who is it?
These teams played during, quote, rivalry week at the end of their season since their rivalry games were non-conference games. So this became the fill-in, and they've called it the Riot Bowl. They've played it 12 times. West Virginia and Iowa State.
That's
not a rivalry. Not a rivalry.
No.
Backyard Brawl?
The Backyard Brawl.
Classic.
Yeah. Why is that missing?
I
Oh, it's
don't know.
Pittsburgh and
Yeah,
West Virginia.
You got it.
Thank you. Took me a second. Again,
you could have
it's
called
Friday.
it this one.
I got Friday brain.
The Moonshine Throwdown.
Moonshine. That's got to be in the South.
Moonshine,
Which one's that?
Moonshine Throwdown.
Which one's that?
Well, just again, make some guesses on
Kentucky and Tennessee. Kentucky and Louisville.
Western Kentucky, Hilltoppers, and Marshall, the other drunk state out east. Come on. If it's going to be a moonshine thing, it's got to be West Virginia, isn't it, right?
What is it? How are they rivals?
Not going to be played currently for the foreseeable future. We call it the Bedlam Series.
Oh, yeah, Oklahoma State and Oklahoma.
118 meetings, and any guesses on how Oklahoma leads that series out of 118 games?
Probably by about 50.
91-20.
Okay, I was close. It was 70.
91. That's not a rivalry.
A 71-game gap.
Oh, my goodness.
Pure dominance.
I don't think I can say this one.
It's probably best those teams don't play anymore.
Not making the list is the matchup between Iowa State and Iowa, which I think that it has its own name. But
what
this
is
one,
it named? How does that? That's a rivalry. How does that not have a name?
Yeah, I can't do it. Farmageddon.
Yeah, it's Kansas State and Iowa State.
And then world's largest outdoor cocktail party.
That's Georgia and Florida.
There you go. So there, you got a few.
Pretty good.
You did really
There
well.
were some weird ones in there. There was some that
ones.
I was like, that's not our rivalry.
No, the Riot Bowl we've never heard of.
Yeah.
And the honest truth is that on this list, and look, like I said, I told you it was going to be semi-educational, right? The Tecmo Bowl between Georgia Tech and Virginia Tech. That's fun. Makes me excited. All right. All right. Here's what we got. Let me see if I missed any of these. Deeper Than Hate. This is part of the Hate series. Deeper Than Hate. Anything?
Deeper Than Hate.
Deeper Than Hate.
That's not Georgia Tech and Georgia. Somebody else.
No.
Who is it?
It's App State.
Okay, so.
And Georgia Southern.
No, it is not.
Yeah. Wow, 40 meetings between the two. That's kind of a.
Yeah, everybody knows the history of that game.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's stupid.
This one, so the good, clean, old-fashioned hate. We knew that one. The Iron Bowl's on there. Yep, got it. Now this one I had never seen. The old Mountain Feud. You brought up the butt bowl. Really confused me. I'm trying to think if I lost any of the other ones as well. But the reality is, the border war.
Oh yeah, that's Wyoming and Colorado State.
The real border war.
What's the real border war?
Kansas and Missouri. That's the.
That's what they call that one.
But I
thought that was the murder bowl based on our interview with that guy the other day.
No, he's like,
a guy from Missouri went and burned down an entire town in Kansas, right?
Yeah,
I did not know that.
They don't like each other.
I'm familiar with the extermination order. I don't remember the town getting burned down.
Yeah. Anytime you have to name it that it was technically you have to name it and Oregon State, they say Civil War. The rest of the South is we can't call a rivalry.
Yeah, that's inappropriate.
We want to call some
Oregon's
rivalries
probably the only state you can get away with that, right?
Wild. Why?
But border war,
stuff.
any rivalry could be the border war.
Yeah, and I don't know if we're missing some too that should have been referred to or that you have to look at and you go. And by the way, in terms of games that actually matter in the bowl, there are trophies that you play for. There are certain trophies that are the Big Ten has barrels and wooden axes, and they've got tin cups, and they have
buckets.
Yeah, and there's buckets. Every one
Hats.
of these. The real disappointment about some of these bowl games going away, or not bowl games, rivalry games going away, is that there are trophies that are just going to sit around now. Like the wagon wheel, nothing to do with that thing. Who's got it right now? BYU, right? BYU's got the wagon wheel.
Yes.
And they're going to do what they did last time, which is they're going to lose it. They lost it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're going to lose the wagon wheel. It's going to be stored underneath the
someone might use it for
house.
firewood or something.
Yeah. And then the Beehive boot it lives somewhere. We don't know where. And again, if you get rid of rivalries where there's a cool trophy, and then that trophy just has to go and sit around, I don't know. Did we miss any that are considered the best?
I don't think so.
I mean, there are. I was looking at one of these, and I can't, because they keep telling us that all these teams in the Big 12 actually have multiple
Does the
rivals.
Notre Dame USC game have a name? What's Michigan Ohio State? Does that have a name?
It's just called the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the game is so good, we don't have to come up with a silly name for it.
That's the big game. Sorry.
That's probably the essence of what makes a rivalry
The
great.
game is Stanford-Cal, right? That's just called the game. The big game is probably the biggest rivalry in all of college sports, which is Ohio State and Michigan.
Yeah, it is known as the game.
That one is.
Yeah.
But what's Stanford-Cal? Or do they just refer to the one game with the band on the field?
I think the only people that refer to that as the game are people at Stanford and Cal, and even those people are like, meh.
But I do love that there are disputes on wins and losses and things like that, and it's tough. It's tough. Speaking of tough,
By the
Vegas,
way, it is called the big game. You nailed that.
Is it?
That's
it's the big
the
game.
correct name, yeah.
So there's the big game, and then there's the game.
They
the
play
game
for the
is
Stanford Axe Trophy.
Yeah. See? And I've actually been to that. I went one year to the Stanford Cal. My brother and I
That's
take
random.
trips. I know. So we would take trips that like are kind of bucket list type, things. And
How empty was the stadium?
it was at Cal, and it was not full. And it was a year
That's
that
crazy to me.
Yeah, and tickets were like really easy to come by.
Yeah.
And it's a cool setting. If
It's
you've ever
beautiful.
been at Cal,
Yeah, I've
it's a
been to
cool
the Cal,
place.
yeah.
It's into that stadium.
It's
you
a
got the
beautiful
trees
setting.
up on. You got the trees
Yeah,
on
they're-
the
oh,
visitor
nice.
on the home side and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things that you're like, this should be a bigger deal. And you think about Cal has put multiple good NFL quarterbacks into the league, and nobody cares about that program. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
it is sad.
Bonkers. All right. We'll take the break here. Yeah, the Utah team just lost to the Las Vegas team. 6-3.
They come up short.
Came up 3 runs short of tying it up, 4 runs short of winning that thing, and so the team from Alpine will have to come back. But dang proud of them. There you go. Not going to get to go to Williamsport, but they will be. They represent the city of Utah well. So there you go. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. Stay here with us. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A new accident in Riverton is blocking a left lane for Mountain View corridor traffic heading northbound on 126 South and causing backups. The northbound I-15 crash in Ogden just past 12th Street has now been cleared, but the flow is still thick and slow between 31st and the 21st Street exits. Advanced Window Products, factory direct affordable window. Call today. They're on the way. Financing is available. Save now and pay later at advancedwindows.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Ute legend, former Patriot, our good friend Christian Cox. I'm curious to your thoughts on whether Jason Beck can do at the Big 12 level what he did in the Mountain West.
You have to score points. You can't live in the days of just playing great defense and hope you win.
Ben Anderson, every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So here's what's great about the Salt Lake City FatLoss.com website. SLC Fat Loss, Salt Lake City Fat Loss, either one's going to get you there. And you can see testimonials from real people. Some of the people that are on the site right there. JJ and I, we offered up our mugs to show people, hey, look, we made a transformation. We started this thing last April in 2024. I dropped 65 pounds in the first 60 days, and I've kept it all off. JJ, it's the same program that we followed that I know that our listeners can have success on as well. All they have to do is go to saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Yeah, no pills, no injections, no prepackaged meals. No crazy workout plans, right? You just you get the knowledge that you need to lose weight. And you know what? That's what you need in a program, right? You have to be able to know what you're doing. And I think that can be hard when you're trying to lose weight. It's like, I want to lose weight. I want to do what I need to do, but I don't know what that is. Well, Salt Lake City Fat Loss can help you with that. Get on their program. Take it from me. It works. They have an app that works every day. You know exactly what you need to do every day, and you're going to drop weight like crazy. So I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. And a year later,
2025 Highland Ridge Open Range 177 BH for only $14,995 or $171 per month, zero down. Or the 2026 Coachman RV Catalina Summit Series 7 134 BHX for only $14,995 or $171 per month, zero down.
Take your family out RVing with Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Save thousands on hot tubs and swim spas. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Major manufacturers liquidation of new 2025 spas, discounted up to 40 to 80%. We have spas to fit any backyard or budget. Free professional delivery, instant on-site financing. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Transform your backyard with a swim spa for the fraction of the price of a pool. The easiest way to exercise or relax in your backyard. Just fill and chill. Shockingly low monthly payments. Don't miss this opportunity to build the backyard of your dreams. See the latest models in person. 3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Learn more online at HotTubAndSwimSpaSale.com. HotTubAndSwimSpaSale.com.
Utah deserves better. If your lights flicker, breakers trip, or something just doesn't feel safe, the last thing you need is someone trying to tell you your electrical panel needs to be replaced, your house needs to be rewired, and you should probably rewire your neighbor's house too. But sadly, that's exactly what's happening since a lot of home service companies have been bought out by private equity groups that are focused on profits and not people. At Your Service Pros is different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not quotas. That's why we offer a full electrical inspection for just $49. We'll check everything, your panel, wiring, outlets, grounding, and give you an honest report. If it's safe, we'll say so. If it's not, we'll explain exactly what needs to be done and help you fix it the right way, without pressure. We've served Utah families for over 20 years, and we're proud of the 4.9-star rating from people who trust us to do things right. So call out Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO to schedule your $49 electrical inspection. That's 801-YOUR-PRO, because Utah deserves better.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Accessing. When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
Wow. This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex. Presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh my goodness. Had it. All right. It's Friday. It feels like Friday.
We're almost to the weekend.
Yeah, we are. Hey, so we got a quick top 10 to get through. That's what we're at, right? That's the top part of the program we're at?
It's time.
I've got it.
Let's play games.
Now, we know how important the JJ, we know how important the academic side of things are for these student athletes.
Oh, it's the most important.
For these student athletes, right? Easiest Power 4 schools to get into by acceptance rate.
Okay.
So it's like, hey, Mom, you'd be so proud. I finally got into college. And then somebody pops up and goes, you would have gotten in anyway.
Just fill out the application.
Just, you know what?
Okay, this is just Power 4 only.
Power 4 only. I will say, though, as an honorable mention, lots of Utah schools that aren't Power 4 teams made this list. Like Utah Valley, Weber State, Utah Tech. It's like you put your name in the hopper, you're getting.
You want to go to school? Come pay for it.
Let's go.
They'll take your money.
So I've got it in front of me here, though, and our producer Alex helped me put a lot of this together, so he's ineligible. So it's just going to be up to you. 60 seconds. The Power 4, top 10 or bottom 10, however you want to look at it, by how easy it is to get into the school by acceptance rate. Here we go with 60 seconds and go.
Arizona State.
Ding.
Arizona. Tennessee. Mississippi. Mississippi State.
Oh, wait. Did you say Mississippi?
I did.
Ding.
Okay. Kentucky.
Ding.
Indiana. West Virginia.
Ding.
Not Virginia. That's going to be tough to get into.
Yes.
North Carolina. North Carolina State. Okay. Florida State. Georgia. Clemson?
Oh, wait, hold on.
I'm sticking in the SEC for obvious reasons. Alabama. Texas. Texas Tech. Baylor. TCU. Houston. Cincinnati. Utah.
Ding.
What would Utah State? UCLA. Cal. No. Oregon. Oregon State.
Wait, did you say Oregon?
I did say Oregon.
I'll get it. He got it under the bell.
Yep.
Ding.
Okay.
Oregon, yeah, made the list.
How many did I get?
Let me see here. You got Ole Miss.
I thought I'd get more out of the South. That's why I concentrated in the South.
I know.
No offense to people in the South.
But here we go.
But
Ole Miss you got. Kentucky you got.
Yep.
Arizona State you got. Utah you got. West Virginia you got.
Yeah.
And then Oregon we got, right?
Yeah.
Now, you didn't get Kansas or Kansas State?
I did not. I didn't get there.
Both are on the list.
Okay.
Kansas and Kansas State. Iowa State also on the list.
They say no to nobody.
And then let me see here.
So I missed the Kansas schools, Iowa State.
And then Michigan State was the Big Ten team.
Okay.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, because Michigan State was on the list of some of the most expensive tuition.
Right.
However, here's your actual top 10. Number one, easiest to get into of all of the P4s, kind of around a lot, is Ole Miss.
Okay. Interesting.
Then Kansas State, 95.1%. Kentucky, 94.9%. Iowa State, 90.2%. Arizona State, 89.9%. Utah, 89.1%. West Virginia, 88.4%. Michigan State, 88%. Kansas, 87.8%. And then Oregon rounds it off at number 10 at 86.5%. BYU, honorable mention, just because you probably want to know what they are, 66. That's kind of middle of the – by the way, by conference, the Big 12 is they have the most by far schools above like 80% acceptance
to get into.
Yes. UCF is actually the hardest to get into in all of the Big 12.
Really?
Wouldn't have thought that, right?
Huh.
Stanford, of course, Duke, Vanderbilt. Those are the highest from the other big conferences. I mean, Stanford and Duke are both in the SEC or in the ACC. Vanderbilt number one in the SEC. No Ivy League schools are above 7% acceptance rate. It's between 3 and 7. Stanford, like I said, that's a 3%, and then Northwestern's number one in the Big Ten. So there you go.
No shock.
That's one of the more weird lists we've ever done. But there you go. Let's take a break. We'll come back. When we do return, guess what we have? Got some sound from camps. We've got Utah linebacker Jonathan Hall. We've got Utah safety Teo Johnson. We've also got Kalani Sitake down from BYU's camp earlier this week as well. Don't want to miss any of it. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to see Chris Stapleton August 15th and 16th at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss Chris Stapleton's All-American Roadshow coming to Utah for 2 very special nights. Get tickets now at livenation.com or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. paid for by AARP.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Mark your calendar. It's Hercules First Federal Credit Union's Member Appreciation Day, August 15th, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Join Hercules at the Taylorsville and Harriman branches for music, games, food trucks, and more. Not a member yet? No problem. Earn up to $400 just by joining Hercules First Federal Credit Union only on August 15th. Get $200 same day when you open a Hercules Visa credit card. Earn an additional $200 after 60 days when you open a checking account. At Hercules First Federal Credit Union, August 15th. Offer available to new members only.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases, notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You're locked into JJ and Alex. with the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Our producer, Alex, playing the tunes for you on a Friday, getting you going. Let me see here. Yeah, that was a great tune. I was looking at all the different things that have happened in camp so far, and we don't know a lot. I wonder what's going on inside those meetings. Is it size of frustration from A-Rod and his offensive coaches, and when they have to sit there and kind of give a little bit of Kalani kind of a breakdown of what they think is happening of this quarterback battle? Are they excited? I've seen the moments where they hat gets thrown onto the table, late nights turn into even later nights as they're breaking down film. And I wonder what the reality is going on down there. I wonder if the reality at Utah is like it's being reported too, which is that people couldn't be more excited about what's going on there with Devin Dampier. Or if there have been a couple of picks that have been thrown maybe in camp that the coaches look at each other and go, ooh. What did Steve Bartle tell us earlier last hour? Every once in a while you get a wonky throw.
Yeah.
And
know that he was talking about last year.
Sure, yeah. You can every once in a while you get that wonky throw. Has he eliminated all that?
Yeah,
right?
I don't know because we can't see.
Can't see it. You've got scrimmages tomorrow for both Utah and BYU behind closed doors. Okay, let me ask you from a legal perspective. You can't send a drone up? Chopper 5 can't hang out over that thing?
There's snipers at the stadiums that will shoot them down.
Okay. All right. I'm just wondering.
They have a missile defense system that'll knock those out.
When you're at school at BYU, they tell you, hey, this is all motion censored. If you try to jump LaVell Edwards Stadium, like we will murder you. We'll find you. And that was true. Here's what's going on at Utah's fall camp. I've got a couple things I want you to hear. First, one of the de facto leaders in this Utah locker room. Hold on, our producer Alex just walked away. What happened? Oh, there he is. I was like, where is he? Ice cream bar? Are you trying to go and get the ice cream out of the freezer?
Couldn't wait another hour.
It's been quite a week. Heck of a week.
Oh, my gosh. Yes.
Here's Utah safety Teo Johnson. It's a voice that you've already heard quite a bit of, and this is one of those returners that they're expecting to come back and be a leader on this defense.
One, we got a healthy quarterback right now, a great one too, a competitor at the helm. He's doing a great job commanding the offense, and practices have been so competitive this year. It's back and forth. It's a happy, sad feeling. Losing some battles, but it's good to see that they're a squad too.
How much more comfortable do you feel at that free safety spot going into year 2?
It's crazy. I feel a crazy level up in just the speed of the game and just being able to recognize pre-snap things and moving around the field a lot more faster and more confidently, for sure.
How's your chemistry developing with Rabbit Evans and the guys around you?
Man, I mean, seriously, this whole defense, especially the starting ones, we're all so tight. We all are best friends. We've been best friends the past 3 years. Everybody's pretty much been here, so we're all so tight. And Rab's my dog. Literally, that's my dog. We spend so much time on and off the field together, just trying to get better. Trying to be the best safety duo in the nation.
How have you seen Rabbit grow as he enters his second year with this program?
And he's grown. He comes in, he's got, the complete skill set. He can guard, he can hit, he can tackle, do everything, Just like all of us, kind of just developing as a, smart football player and creating great habits. And, that's what he's done. He's just been growing every day as a football player and getting better and better.
After last season, how critical does this year feel for the program as a whole?
Man, I feel like it feels critical, especially for, myself. A lot of older guys on the team, 2 back-to-back seasons like that, that's not who we are. That's not what we want to start Utah football, in that trend or direction. So we're going to get this thing turned around, and we'll take the burden. We'll take all the pressure on us. We love it.
You said you don't like to lose to the offense, but what are you seeing from them that's giving you hope that your team can be good this year?
Man, creativity, it's just so we're a sound defense. We practice a lot. We play man to a lot of stuff. We've seen a lot of good looks, and even they trip us up sometimes, They're really creative. They give us different looks, and they got athletes. A good quarterback at the helm. They got probably the best athlete touching the ball every play. And so, it's good.
I'm curious what your thoughts are about Nate Tillman as he was with you guys in the spring, but how has he maybe grown as you guys got
Yeah, that's my little brother. He's going to be legit. And, when you talk about the next safeties that come out of Utah that's going to be able to do everything, play around the box, in the post, guard, any receiver, tight end, that's him. He's already showing glimpses right now. He's going to be very legit for sure.
A couple more here. She mentioned Tillman. Talk to us a little about Benny as well, because it looks like you guys are doing what you can to get him reps on the field regardless of safety or whatever.
Yeah, Benny is a literal just what it looks like to come to Utah and develop. When he came here, he didn't really know how to backpedal anything, and now he's a starter. He's a one. He's smooth. He's athletic. He's smart. We watch film every day. Benny is an addict. He's addicted to getting better. Every day he's working with Scally, with one of us, asking one of us to watch film. And so, I have all the trust and confidence in Benny in the world.
Who's the hardest guy to guard right now?
The hardest guy to guard right now? There's, they're all good. I'm gonna give my shout out to little JJ Buchanan, little freshman. He's been making some plays on me, so I gotta respect it. I'm gonna get his ass back. But, yeah.
Teo Johnson, you can hear the smile on his face when he's talking about. This is a defender talking about their quarterback.
Yeah, happy guy, and the right out of the gate, unsolicited praise for Devin Dampier.
That's part of what they've said about how he just became a leader immediately. And I think that bleeds into all parts of the locker room.
How often do the defensive players talk about the quarterback at
often.
all, let alone in a manner like that? That speaks volumes.
Not often. Interesting, too. Here's what linebacker Jonathan Hall had to say about where the team's at now, just a week and a half in.
Played against before, really unique, man, and I hope we can carry this on into the season.
What kind of makes it unique?
Just the style. The style of the offense is nothing that I'm used to. A lot of spread offense, a lot of motions, a lot of pulls, counters, things of that nature. So I've been getting used to it, but I really enjoy playing against it.
How comfortable are you working next to Lander and Vonnie and the guys?
I'm really comfortable now. Really comfortable. They helped me a lot. Both of the guys, they helped me a lot, and we got a lot of young guys that's coming up too as well.
How would you say, you guys complement one another?
I think we complemented one another really well. I think Lander, he's more of the talkative leader, things of that nature. I think I'm more of a playmaker, but I'm the leader as in I can get guys together like, hey, let's go, things of that nature. But and then Vonnie, he's a vet, man. He's been here for I don't know how long. He played in college for I don't know how long. So he's definitely a great addition to our linebacker core.
There's been a lot of conversation about the youth in front of you, those defensive tackles. What are you seeing from them, and do you have confidence that they're going to be able to do what they need to?
Very confident in them, man. Very confident. It's a kind of a next guy up mentality, man, and I have complete trust in the coaches and our players.
How do you think you've grown since joining this linebacker room?
I think I've grown a lot, truly a lot. Coach Swan is a big part of that, and I give him 100% of everything that I do, man.
There's 3 young linebackers in this room. What have you seen from them early in this process?
Man, all of them are pretty fast, playmakers. I love playing with all of them. They just need to work on things here and there, but it comes with being a young cat.
When Lander goes to the offensive side of the ball, are you hoping to line up against him?
Yeah, I do. We always joke about it, things of that nature, but he can't catch no pass on me, so it's all good.
What's it like going up against this offensive line? We talk about the offensive line as being the strength of the team. How good are they?
Man, I have truly no words, man. This offensive line is truly the best offensive line that I've ever played against, for sure, man. And I know we will carry it over to the season.
Gosh, you get to your linebackers, start talking about the O-line too. Why not? Love it. All right, and finally, Kalani Sitake going down to Provo. His conversation with the media at their annual media, their picture day, photo day, and they don't call it picture day. Your kindergartners call it picture day. BYU football calls it football media or football photo day. So there you go. Here's Kalani talking about this team right now going into the second week of camp.
Yeah, we're still working through the on the format and talking to Jay and to A-Rod. I think we're going to be in a really good spot. We're going to get a lot of special teams work, but it's probably going to be probably the most physical one we'll have is scrimmage. So I imagine 1s and 2s get a lot of live reps, and then also some with the 3s. And so, and then we're getting used to the clock, all that stuff that you do in a game situation. We'll have coaches up in the box, all that stuff. But I imagine it's going to be, a lot of live reps.
How do you think you'll split up first team reps with the quarterbacks on Saturday?
It was good. I mean, it's live, but they're not. But I mean, the pass rush changes when everything goes live, and so I think we were able to see a little bit of that yesterday. I just want to put some pressure on them and see how they respond to all that. So that's what we're going to do on Saturday. I think getting ready and prepping the next 2 days, with today and the next practice days, Thursday and Friday, just basically just to kind of get them ready for the scrimmage on Saturday.
So just to clarify, they won't be live then Saturday. The quarterbacks, they'll have a green jersey on.
No, I don't think so. I don't think. We'll go as physical as we can, but we got to keep the quarterbacks upright.
How's Justin Kirkland kind of fitting in, and how are you going about the interior D-line?
Yeah, the interior D-line is good. I just a lot of names that people don't know yet, but they're very talented, and you see the guys. I trust the coaches. I trust what K-Pop and Gary Anderson and what Sienna Poha can do. So I have no issues with the depth there. Obviously, with Justin Kirkland, he's got to work through some injuries and get him back as soon as possible. But culture-wise and fit, he's perfect for our program. Just like Keanu and all the guys have been, and I think they work really well as a unit. They're cohesive and they're unified. So I'm really excited about the coaching and about what we're seeing from them, the progress they've made. Yesterday was a big day for them, going live, and I was really impressed with what they were able to do at the line of scrimmage against a quality O-line like we have.
Will other veterans like Chase or LJ be live on Saturday, or are you going to keep them upright as well?
Yeah, no, I think it's like NFL preseason, so I just don't think you can just. I don't think the first time they get tackled or that they tackle in the game is good for us. That's just my personal view, and Jay Hill and Aaron Roderick, they feel the same way. So those guys will all get opportunities to get tackled and to make tackles. And so even if you started here, I just feel like I mentioned before, sparring sessions. I don't want them to go. The first time they go live is against Portland State. It's not going to be good for us.
Who's next in line at D tackle after Keanu and JT? While Kirkland's still dealing with his injuries.
Well, all those guys are battling it out, and so you have also guys that can move in like Vil, Bodie. So a lot of guys. I mean, they're tweeners and big ends, and they can probably play a little bit D tackle too. So, and then looking at the scheme that Jay's doing, we're all familiar with it, but if you look at what we're doing, I think we're kind of fitting the scheme to more molding what we have talent-wise in the field. So the goal is to get the best 11, and then luckily we have great coaches that can adapt the scheme with the best 11 on the field and at them playing their best in their best position.
Beyond the quarterbacks, what do you want to see from your team in general with the scrimmage? What do you want to start out?
Yeah, it's all the fundamental stuff. I want to see them tackle well, block well, and just do the little things right. It's going to be weird because you want the offense to take care of the football, but you want the defense to get after it and take the ball away. So we'll see how that goes. I mean, that's going to be why we're going to put a lot of pressure on the quarterback to make those decisions, whether they make a good throw or not. We just want to put them in a position where they have to make a difficult decision, and then defensively, I can't ask the defense to slow down. So the offense is going to have to catch up to them. And I like what they're doing right now. They're setting the standard, and the offense is getting there. They've had some really good moments and good times, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen on Saturday.
How do you feel about the special teams for this? And that might be hard to gauge in camp, but that was such an impactful group last year. How do you feel like they're progressing, and we're going to be some of the key guys there?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Parker Kingston is a returner, but you look at the kick returning job is open. So the 10 guys that block for them, they do a great job. And we've seen a lot of success in our special teams. K-Pop's did an amazing job coordinating the special teams, and just the entire team buying into that. I mean, we have a lot of starters that play special teams too. So our goal is special teams. We get the least amount of time with special teams, so we're going to play our best guys, and then they'll rest on offense and defense.
What have you been?
There's Coach Kalani Sitake talking to the media there at their annual photo day down there in the infield or the indoor practice facility. It's always interesting because they're going around taking pictures, and the coaches are trying to answer questions for the media, and it's a weird mix of going down there trying to get pictures and trying to get interviews all at the same time too. So you said you had something about this.
Yeah, they're doing a really
battle.
good job of keeping things under wraps when it comes to the quarterback battle. There has been some sessions where media can see a little bit here and there. But this is just what I'm gathering from everything that I'm putting together. We're 2 weeks into camp. It started with 3 guys. 2 weeks later, there's still 3 guys. Why is that? Well, all 3 guys are playing well, including Bear Bachmeier. I think Bear Bachmeier's firmly in the mix here. Firmly. And that's something to watch as things start to, there's a scrimmage tomorrow. That can play a big role in this, but for those who are thinking is really a 2-man race, no, this is a 3-man battle, and they might be seriously considering that true freshman, giving him a shot here. He's still in this battle 2 weeks in. That says a lot.
All right, we'll take the break here. We'll come back. We have our NFL Blitz next. You don't want to miss it. This portion of the show brought to you by Trajan Wealth, TRAJANwealth.com. That's Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. Take the break here at 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
An accident in Parley's Canyon is blocking the right lane of eastbound I-80 1 mile just before the East Canyon exit, so be careful going by there. No emergency vehicles on hand just yet. Among the other I-15 delays, it's really slow northbound in Orem just before Center Street up to the 16th North exit. When you take UTA, you can do just about anything while you ride. You won't even notice all the traffic that you're missing. Plan your trip at rideuta.com with your traffic update. I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Brett McMurphy, National College Football Insider for On3.com.
I'm actually picking Utah to win the Big 12, so that's a kiss of death since we know what happened with Arizona State last year. The last 2 years, you guys know this, if anyone had worse injury luck than Utah, I don't know who it is, because the last 2 years, the Utes have been decimated. With the new offensive coordinator and Dampier coming in, I think the offense is going to be different. It's going to be more dynamic. In the topsy-turvy Big 12, it's impossible to be certain on anything in this league, but I think Utah bounces back in a big way, and that's why I've got them in my preseason top 25 at this point.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Save thousands on hot tubs and swim spas. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Major manufacturers liquidation of new 2025 spas, discounted up to 40 to 80%. We have spas to fit any backyard or budget. Free professional delivery, instant on-site financing. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Transform your backyard with a swim spa for the fraction of the price of a pool. The easiest way to exercise or relax in your backyard. Just fill and chill. Shockingly low monthly payments. Don't miss this opportunity to build the backyard of your dreams. See the latest models in person. 3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Learn more online at hottubandSwimSpaSale.com. HottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
This summer, you'll be loving Howard London and America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at AmericaFirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Are you looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Mountain Land Supply has you covered with Keystone Pavers, the trusted name in durability and design. With easy installation, weather-resistant strength, and a wide range of beautiful styles, Keystone Pavers turn any yard into a dream getaway. And here's the bonus. Right now, Mountain Land contractors get double peak points on all Keystone purchases over $1,000. Head to your local Mountain Land Supply or visit mountainland.com today. Your perfect patio starts here.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Hi, this is Jason Smith. If you're exhausted with your online job search, turn to the pros, Express Employment Professionals. Your local Express office is your one connection to endless job opportunities. With just one application, they can help you find a job across dozens of openings. And as always, job seekers never pay a fee. Visit expresspros.com. With more than 870 locations, there's an office nearby ready to help you. To find a location near you, visit expresspros.com. Whether you're looking for contract work or a full-time position, let Express help.
Are you facing an unexpected financial emergency? You need WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com could help you get up to $5,000 fast. WeFixMoney.com is free to use, available 24/7, and has an A rating with a Better Business Bureau. Go to the name you trust, WeFixMoney.com. If you need emergency cash up to $5,000 for bills or anything else, type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. That's WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com.
So it says here you released from the factory with your top down.
That's right.
You want to speak to that?
Well, I'm a Jeep. I'm a Wrangler. You can't tie me down. Am I a little on the spicy side? Sure. Are kids going to stare at the school pickup? Absolutely. But I helped build this country, doggone it. You ever hear of World War II?
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fort. Make this the summer sales event now through August 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, final NFL Blitz of the week. And there's like actual stuff going on here. First of all, let me just say something. Don't tweet it out. I don't want extra angles of gruesome injuries like the rookie DB for the Ravens had last night.
Oh, yeah.
Don't send it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. And if you're the networks, don't show it. And, like, I don't want to click on that stuff. I don't want to see any of that, but I know it's part of the game, but like facing the wrong direction kind of stuff is not where I want to be.
How are you on Anthony
life.
Richardson's pinky the wrong direction? Can you stomach that one?
No, now that one I'm
At
okay.
what point does it cross the line of injury that's
If
just
it's
too
a
gruesome
digit,
to see?
look, if it's a digit, I'm okay with it.
You okay with the broken digit?
It's the legs. It's the arms.
Yeah.
It's the ones where they go down and they immediately don't
when
move.
Things bend the wrong way, like major, like
I
knees,
can't.
joints. When joints go the wrong way,
I cannot. Yeah. And I'm like, I cannot do it. It doesn't matter how. There's no version of like, oh, I've gotten used to it. I've seen it a bunch of times. Like, I'm so glad that there's no HD back in Joe Theismann's day because
oh man,
the amount of times that they replay stuff too. Like, I'm just gruesome, and that's tough for him. I mean, I don't know if I'd be able to stomach the rehab that you have to do to be able to get back to that level. And I know a team's committed to a guy when they go, hey, he's our rookie. You know, we picked him up in the second round. We want him to be in this organization. And that's why Aiden Hutchinson, like that guy, have you read up on Hutchinson and his comeback? He got the full tib-fib, wrong direction leg situation break last year in week 6. He's apparently back, and to the point also that he's even better apparently than he was before. Did you see that Dan Campbell and the Lions are enlisting the the Hutch rule.
A Hutch rule.
The Hutch rule.
Okay.
Which is Hutchinson gets to the quarterback so often during camp that they have to just go, all right, count it as a sack, but we got to keep the plays going. So the Hutch rule is even if he's close to the quarterback, he can't make contact. He has to run past him. We assume it's a sack, but keep running the play because we actually have to get some work in. Dan Campbell's like, if you can't block him, which nobody really can, then we have a hard time getting practice in, and that's a bad deal for us. Your guy could actually put you behind the 8 ball in getting ready for the season because he's too good.
Wow.
And that's a testament to coming back. I know his dad's a physician, right? I think his dad's like like an orthopedic guy. So maybe he has the confidence of here's how the science works. But when guys come back from injuries like that and they're able to be just as good, I'm super impressed with that.
Yeah, but just a reminder of just how violent football is. And he's not in the NFL yet, but Max Johnson, the quarterback from North Carolina, we learned in the offseason, almost lost his leg. He almost had to have his leg amputated.
Why?
If you remember that gruesome
What
leg
happened?
injury. We broke his leg. He had a serious leg break against Minnesota in the
so it was
opener.
during the game. Oh.
So just another reminder that these guys put a lot on the line out there. And when I do see those injuries, my heart goes out to them. I don't lose my stomach over the injury as much as I lose my stomach over the fact that guy put everything he had into that moment, and now he's got to fight his way to get back and may never will.
Almost has to get it amputated, and that kind of recalls back to like Alex Smith
Exactly.
and what he had to go through.
It was a similar injury. Had interfections.
Who was the Florida State quarterback from a couple years ago when they went 13-0?
Oh, yes, Jordan Travis.
Jordan Travis. I mean,
Yes.
and guess what? He has this gruesome injury, and cannot come back from it.
Yep.
Like it's too much. There's too much damage. Has to retire from football after 1 year of being out of college.
It was a severe ankle fracture for him, and that's a joint, right? I know it's a bone injury, but it was a joint, and he could never come back from it. So these guys put everything out there, and they have everything in the moment, and then just like that, it can be gone. More than any other sport we watch.
Apparently, the Browns have gotten multiple trade offers. Speaking of quarterbacks who have had gruesome injuries. Dylan Gabriel's one of those. Why does this keep coming up? Gruesome injuries. Wasn't he he was UCF when he got his, right?
He had a bad one, yeah.
And so Dylan Gabriel, apparently during the offseason, had a lot of trade offers. That might come back and get the Browns, who are currently right now having to figure out what their quarterback room is. They had to add a 5th quarterback just to be able to get through the preseason. But they rejected all of them. Good job, Jimmy Haslam. You guys held on to all those quarterbacks. And maybe
what are they going to do with them?
I don't know. I think what they did was other teams saw and they go, hey, look, you got a 3rd-round guy. You took a 5th-round guy that you're going to have more pressure to keep, right? Isn't there that vibe is you feel like you need to keep Shedeur Sanders if you're going to keep one of those 2 guys. And Dylan Gabriel was probably interesting to a lot of teams, and they thought, well, maybe we can get him on a good deal. Let me see here, JJ. The Cowboys and the drama with Micah Parsons, because now it's not just the contract weirdness.
now
it's gone to a back injury.
Question mark.
He's missing practice. What a mess of a situation. It might work out for both sides. Actually, it will work out way better for the Cowboys to be able to go, oh, you're injured? Oh, shoot. Let's put you on the physically unable to perform list, and that's a way better situation for us than having to renegotiate an extended deal here for you.
Wow, what a mess. Jerry Jones can't get out of his own way. And I'm almost to the point, I'm saying almost, that I feel bad for Cowboys fans.
Yeah, you can't
almost feel bad for them, because what's happening right now is just Jerry Jones is causing so many issues with that franchise. He needs to get out of the way and let professionals handle everything. But he can't help himself, and he owns the team, so he gets to do what he wants. But there's a reason why they haven't been to a Super Bowl in 30 years, and he's the reason. And it just sucks. They have a lot of talent. They've had plenty of opportunities to be great. They could have got better coaches. They could have brought in Derrick Henry last year and didn't, because they didn't want to pay him. Like, the Cowboys could be great. The only thing holding them back is Jerry Jones, and that continues to be the problem here.
Pete Carroll goes back to Seattle last night. My favorite moment of the reuniting of the Seattle that's down in Vegas now. It wasn't Pete Carroll, because Pete Carroll went out there, he hugged the Seahawk bird. Maybe he's got a great relationship with the guy who's in that suit, whatever.
Yes.
It was kind of weird because he hugged him and they kind of got in his bird ear. He was like, hey, man, just really miss you.
That was
I don't
weird.
know what it was. It was so weird. But my favorite part was the Seattle Seahawks fans who were holding up signs. Did you see when this happened? Seattle Seahawks fans holding up signs when Geno comes out of the tunnel. Bigger bust Jamarcus Russell or Geno Smith.
Come on.
I know. I was like,
Really?
that is hardcore. So what did
Why are they upset with Geno?
What did Geno Smith do? Came out double birds. And you know what that is? He's a Raider now officially. If you're going to double bird somebody,
that is so Raiders.
You're a Raider. You're in the Raiders.
Welcome to the club, buddy. You are
That-
officially a Las Vegas Raider.
Hey, listen, there are some requirements to get in the Ring of Honor for other teams. That one I feel like fits into the Raiders, right? Like
His time with the Vegas Raiders may be short, but he's already on track for sure. By the way, how do we feel about ties in preseason?
Oh my gosh, 23-23. And
Even preseason, it doesn't sit well with me.
No, and aside from that too, on top of the fact that by the end it's bad football, it almost a tie in preseason is a 0-0 draw during the MLS regular season. You know what I mean? Like when it's a 0,
nobody walks away satisfied.
No, and I always have this thing. It's like, hey, if two soccer teams get together and score no goals and nobody wins, was the match ever played? It's like the old like if a tree falls in the woods deal. In the case last night of the Seahawks and the Raiders, nothing good came out of that. A 23-23 tie between two teams that you're looking at. All you want, by the way, could you imagine because there are odds on all these games, and the bettors must have just been going nuts because who had a push in that one? There may have been one dude.
Oh, there's somebody.
Who
somebody won
cashed
big.
in.
You know,
somebody hit double green zeros.
Somebody
on
had a
the
preseason
roulette wheel.
parlay last night. You know they did.
Of course they did.
There's plenty of degenerates out. It's probably Scotty G. Probably Scotty G. Sorry to out you, buddy.
He's like, I had some Skittles on this game going to a push. Okay. Nobody else in the world did, because in the preseason you think to yourself, no one's going to tie the game. They're going to do something stupid.
Imagine the over-under in that game is 46.5.
You took the over. You're waiting for a field goal to get kicked.
Somebody's got to win this. I'm in the money.
They're not going to let this end in a tie, are they? Like, well, just regular
and then
season
they find
rules.
out there's no overtime. He's like, no!
Just going to hit this thing and go straight to it. So.
Serves you right for gambling.
I think that's a good... Every week there should be a serves you right for gambling segment that we do on the show.
Is that what we're gonna
what's
do?
your problem? Because like we can't, we're not in bed with the gambling houses, so we might as well make fun of the degenerates.
We certainly are not. No, let's make fun of the degenerates.
This week in bad betting, yeah. Everybody else does the bad beats thing. It's funny when they do bad beats because then you go, ha, they just point and laugh at people who lost a ton of money.
If Scott Van Pelt does bad beats, we should do the opposite.
Yeah.
Good idea.
All right. We'll let's take a break here. We'll come back. We've got more to go. Want to make mention also. Don't want to miss it because, should we do it right now? We've got tickets. That's right. Pantera. Our Free Ticket Friday continues. We've got 2 lawn tickets. Yes, to see Pantera, the heaviest tour of the summer, with Amon Amarth at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on August 20th. Don't miss it right now. I've got 2 tickets right now for caller number 12. We've been doing this all day. We've been doing it across the station all day. Let's do another pair right now, our final pair of the day. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-9663. You look like you wanted to say
Is
that.
there any moshing that'll take place there, or is everyone too old to mosh these days?
You know what? I feel like... And
Somebody's going to try to mosh and be like, oh, my back!
You and I are from a moshing generation.
Pantera's.
I do feel like moshing may have been banned at every venue, maybe for the rest of time.
That makes sense.
At some point.
Makes sense.
I've
But
been
people our age are going to get together. They're going to hear some Pantera. They're going to start playing Walk. And they're going to, all these people are going to be like, I'm 20
Do you remember
again.
how weird it was when just a guy would like finally get in the middle and people just come in and they're just throwing out random elbows?
Yeah.
They're throwing random elbows. Guys are just shoving people. I always loved it. I
got into some nasty moshes.
I did too. You know why? Because
turned into a football game.
I basically was like, all right, hey, I play offensive line, man.
You came
I'm
ready.
going to get in there. I don't care if I get muddy. Come on. All right, we'll take that break here. We'll come back. We'll take those tickets, that call for caller number 12 to get those tickets, 801-575-ZONE. In the meantime, we'll come right back. We've got our best and worst next. Stay here, 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I can't imagine having been in a quarterback battle before necessarily makes it easier the next year, other than you may feel comfortable being more patient.
I don't know why it reminds me of this, but have you ever gone to the store when you're going looking for avocados? There's 3 there and you need 2. And it's like, okay, which one of these hasn't been run over by a truck? Do you believe that your decision when you were flush with avocados has made you more capable of making a decision between the crappy avocados?
Actually, I don't think it does. Maybe it gets you a little bit better of recognizing what the last good one felt like when you picked it up.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that that's sitting there. And that's not to say that maybe one of these isn't a good avocado at BYU. But just because you've bought a good avocado before doesn't mean you're guaranteed to get one.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss and SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. JJ and I have been on this program going on more than a year now. Started last April, and in 60 days, I was able to drop 65 pounds. Now, that's impressive in itself, but the reality is I've dropped weight on programs before. This program helps you to be able to keep the weight off. That's what it's designed to do. Dropping the weight, the average person does between 15 and 20% of their body weight. But then they get on the program, JJ, and they're able to keep it off. That's the real key to Salt Lake City fat loss.
No pills, no injections, no prepackaged meals, no crazy workout plans. Just a plan built by a doctor, backed by science, that's going to help you each and every day do what you have to do to get results. You're going to lose weight, and you're going to lose it fast on this program. You're not going to starve to death doing it. I ate great food on the plan. I just had to change my habits, and it helped me do that. And before long, the fat melts away. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. This program works. And the best part about this program is they also stick with you to help you keep it off. That's the most important part. What's the point of going through all that sacrifice and all that struggle to lose weight and then put it right back on? They're going to make sure you lose the weight and keep it off. That's the key with Salt Lake City Fat Loss. It's a great plan. It worked for me. It'll work for you. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Get a free consultation. If you want to do this, you're going to get $200 off if you tell them JJ and Alex sent you. Go to the website right now, slcfatloss.com.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. If you're struggling with ED, you're not alone. But now there's a breakthrough solution from Mint Medical Clinic that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a powerful combination of cryotherapy, nutraceuticals, and acoustic wave therapy designed to restore performance and confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy kit. A $650 value, absolutely free. But you must call now. Bonus, the next 20 callers will also get a 5-night stay at a Hawaiian hotel just for taking the first step. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic will get you back to mint condition.
Utah deserves better. If you just got a quote on a new furnace or air conditioner and felt like they were pushing you into something big and expensive, you're not the only one. A lot of home service companies here in Utah aren't really local anymore. They've been bought out by private equity groups focused on profits, not people. Here at Your Service Pros, we're different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not sales quotas. We offer free second opinions on repairs or replacement because most people just want to know the truth. If your system can be repaired, we'll gladly fix it. But if it needs to be replaced, we'll show you your options, including a hybrid system with up to $6,650 in total rebates. We'll make sure you're getting the best price possible, not some inflated quote so our investors can get richer. At Your Service Pros has served Utah homeowners for over 20 years, and we're proud to have a 4.9-star rating from families just like yours. So call At Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO. If you need a free second opinion on your heating, air, plumbing, or electrical, call 801-YOUR-PRO. Because Utah deserves better.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard for Advanced Windows. We're big fans of Advanced Windows because, Hans, you and I want to save our listeners as much as possible. And when you have extreme heat and extreme cold here in the state of Utah, you have to have the right windows to save you money on your heating and cooling bill.
It has been such a pleasure to work with Advanced to install new windows into one of my rental units. They came out, took the measurements, gave me the best, most affordable option to replace the glass, and just helped me along the way, Scotty. From price to quality, Advanced Windows is going to take great care of you.
They've got experienced windows specialists that'll help you determine why you have a draft coming in and how you can save the most money possible. They're going to give you $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more and a lifetime warranty. The highest quality custom windows in the state. Call Advanced Windows today, 801-850-9100.
Windows built in the state by people who live in the state. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
The Garden Restaurant is reimagined space with exceptional taste in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu, dine in, grab and go, patio seating, or online ordering. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant, next to Temple Square.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Best and worst. Coming at you on a Friday. Thanks for being with us on the program. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. That's funny. That's really funny. I just saw that. We have to tell ourselves every day, pretty blessed to be in the jobs that we're in.
Very much.
We watch sports. We talk about it. We make fun of other things that are outside the world of sports. While everybody's getting all serious with news, we do the opposite. I make sure that we try to take it as easy as possible. So I hope we're living by that mantra today on a Friday as we get you ready to go into the weekend. And this is the calm before the storm. My wife and I were going through the full, kind of planning on some things, and it was like, oh no. By the time it's next Saturday, it's full game schedule for all the kids. Then school hits, and you will forget the fall totally. And so enjoy this last semi-version of a weekend, whatever you might have, ladies and gentlemen. So I hope you're taking her easy out there. JJ, best and worst. The best of the day, tip of the cap to one of the weirdest human beings that you've ever seen at a press conference.
He's strange, but he's really good.
I don't know if there's anybody equal to the strangeness of what we get from Joe Mazzulla at press conferences.
Mike McDaniel with the Miami Dolphins is close.
Yeah, a little, erratic, but he's also he'll break that character sometimes. He'll still mess around and kind of interact with people. Joe Mazzulla feels like he's pranking everybody at any given time. Doesn't it feel like that?
Yeah.
But at the same time, we all had teachers like this too. As soon as you start to get a little bit comfortable with them and you maybe make a joke and then they put you back in your place and you're like, oh, okay, yeah,
Yeah.
So I think about where they went from Ime Udoka to Joe Mazzulla, and to really not just not fall off, but also I think continue that trajectory of being really, really good. I mean, injuries notwithstanding. I like Joe Mazzulla in the game of basketball. He's a weirdo, but I like, I don't hate the Celtics like I hate other franchises.
No,
so.
I don't either. And I don't know, and some Jazz fans may know this, but Joe Mazzulla interviewed for the Jazz job when Hardy did, and he almost got it. Obviously,
he's
they
part
were
of the
both
same kind of coaching
the Celtics
tree.
assistants, and they were both interviewed it, and they went with Will Hardy, but Joe Mazzulla was in the mix. So imagine if Joe Mazzulla was the head coach of the Utah Jazz, how different life would be, or if Will Hardy was the head coach of the Boston Celtics.
By the
Pretty
way,
crazy.
He's in his fourth year coaching already. Can you believe that?
That's insane.
Like in my mind, that was 2 years ago.
And he looks younger than the players.
Oh, yeah. No, he definitely looks like a kid. And then it's a testament to Ime Udoka that you can move cities and and if you win games, no one cares about your past sins. No problem.
People forget real quick when you win.
You start winning. What was the actual deal itself? Multi-year contract extension. No actual terms, I guess, but they just said multi-year. So, look, the Jazz have done this. They like who they have. But Joe Mazzulla walked into a situation that was perfect because you weren't going to fire Ime Udoka for anything else except for the thing he got fired for, right? You weren't going to find a spot. And now Joe Mazzulla, he's in the club.
Yeah.
As soon as somebody gets fired and Joe Mazzulla is maybe struggling at Boston, he gets let go in the future because that's how the coaching circle works.
Well, how many coaches in the league right now can say they're an NBA champion?
Oh, not many. And on top of it, and he's going to be a guy. He's 37. He's in the fourth year. Speaking of guys who are in that same trajectory of Will Hardy, but I think Joe Mazzulla makes press conferences awkward, and I'm all for it. I like those kinds of press conferences.
I like weird. I'm all in on weird.
I'm all in on weird. That's our new show motto. Malik Beasley. We're getting into the worst here.
We just got done talking about gambling in the last segment, and now we have a serious case of this.
So,
people, be careful.
Another gambling probe.
Oh, jeez.
Malik Beasley's is the front end of this, and he's being evicted from his apartment on top of it. I don't know who needs to hear this, but you have other obligations that are more important than the thing that you're gambling away. And maybe it's like every other addiction, and we've all got our vices. Listen, fine. I come straight out and I go, I've never been smart enough. I just don't want to do the work on like studying so many things to try my hand at gambling. I never could do it. Aside from the fact that it was never, you couldn't do it like you can do it now. You can figure out ways. We know people that it's illegal to gamble in the state of Utah. I know so many people who do it, right? They have ways to do it. They have ways to be able to put themselves in other states at multiple times. And it's the same thing with like fantasy football and stuff.
Yeah.
JJ, I go, you know what? I do sports for a living. I don't have time for that whole thing. I know I can. People who are experts at sports lose money on gambling.
Yeah, I promised myself I'll never bet on anything because I think I'm smart enough to win. And that's the danger.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're Leak Beasley, you probably, because you're a highly competitive athlete, you're a professional athlete, you probably think you're smart enough to win at some of these things. And he's found out the hard way he isn't. And then his involvement in it, which is still being parsed out, and obviously these are allegations, but obviously he's lost a lot about this because he was going to receive a $42 million contract with the Pistons, and then when news of this investigation hit, he lost the contract, and it went to another player, and now he's being evicted. Be careful with gambling, folks. Be very careful.
There's no way that you're going to get back into the game after this. Right? Like
it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. He could get cleared of it, and you know how basketball is. Again, we talked about in the last time as well. If you win, people will forgive your sins. Ime Udoka, if you win, people will forgive you.
Yeah.
So, but there's still hope for that. And he's a great player. He was player with the Jazz, and we enjoyed him here. But it's going to be tough. You're right.
All right, we'll come back. We got more to go coming up around the corner. Stay dialed in right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design, but using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender.
3 days only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Save thousands on hot tubs and swim spas. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Major manufacturers liquidation of new 2025 spas, discounted up to 40 to 80%. We have spas to fit any backyard or budget. Free professional delivery, instant on-site financing. 2 area locations, Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent, and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Transform your backyard with a swim spa for the fraction of the price of a pool. The easiest way to exercise or relax in your backyard. Just fill and chill. Shockingly low monthly payments. Don't miss this opportunity to build the backyard of your dreams. See the latest models in person. 3 days only. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 2 area locations. Salt Lake at Southtown Mall in the Big White Tent and St. George at Washington County Legacy Park. Learn more online at hottubandSwimSpaSale.com. hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages. Beep, 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 beep. What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork. Make this the summer sales event now through August 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
JTV Jewelry Television knows you love to sparkle, so now's your time to shine like the star you are. Enter JTV's Shine Like a Star sweepstakes for your chance to win $5,000 in dazzling jewelry from top brands, including Rachel Zoe Jewelry and Judith Ripka Jewelry. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of $99 or more when you opt in for emails. Enter now at jtv.com/likeastar. And remember, if you love jewelry, you'll love JTV.
It's back to school season, and Clorox is donating 2 million disinfecting wipes to classrooms across America. Because back to school means things can get a little bit messy. Just ask second grade teacher Mr. Torres.
Put me and just one Clorox wipe on a team, we can take on crayon smudges, sticky fingerprints on every surface, sneezes on the door handle, juice box explosion by the sink, snack crumbs, and don't even get me started on the bathroom passes.
Clorox disinfecting wipes, teacher's #1 wipe.
Think about it. Bathroom passes.
Clean feels good. Based on unit sales data.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KCNS FM Colbert, 1280 KCNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey! This is JJ and Alex. I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied. As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, welcome back. It's another edition of JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. We just got hit with a treat in the studio. You know what this is? We're rooting for the state of Utah right now, taking on the state of Nevada.
Let's go Lone Peak.
The Alpine Little League team is taking on Las Vegas for a chance to go to Williamsport and the Little League World Series as the what was that, the Rocky Mountain or the Intermountain West?
The Mountain Region.
Mountain Region champion. So now this team already lost to this Las Vegas team.
So
the Alpine team lost 22-12 2 days ago.
They had an 11-3 lead.
This is how it works, man.
You can do the math. They had an 11-3 lead after 2 innings.
19 runs.
They did.
No,
it was hard to watch.
We're watching the stuff now. Now this team, this Alpine team, this will be the second. You said this would be the second team?
They would be the second team ever from the state of Utah to reach the Little League World Series. A Snow Canyon team 2 years ago made it all the way.
So the Utah team is kind of interesting. They have kind of a Utah Jazz looking baseball logo. Does that make sense on the?
Yeah, they do.
So they're repping the to get to the game. They had to beat in the semifinals. They had to beat Wyoming, and they did it 10-0. So we'll see.
Hey, easy on Wyoming there. We can only play baseball in Wyoming for about a month and a half a year. There's a 6-week window where you can play baseball in Wyoming.
You guys have way better fireworks than we do. So anyway, have fun going back to that.
We have more fireworks and alcohol.
Both of them are open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
That's what Wyoming has.
Oh my gosh. I've never been. I went into
plenty of ammo too.
I went into a fireworks store for the first time ever in Wyoming, and
save your sheep jokes, everybody. I've heard them all.
When you get when you get a grocery cart in the fireworks store, you've reached a level. And I remember being like, they gave me a grocery cart when I came in here. They're like, oh yeah, they expect you to fill that thing up too.
Well, one of the coolest things about Wyoming is drive-through fireworks and liquor.
Drive-through fireworks and drive-through alcohol. God bless you, Wyoming. Hey, get it together, Wyoming. Also, on a side note, figure yourselves out. Our program brought to you by G2G Bars. All natural ingredients and no preservatives make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. Give it a shot today. Costco, Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, all in the refrigerated section. JJ, we've got lots to get through, so let's just jump in right here. It's the top of the show. It's the top of the hour. All of it. We're starting off our Fridays with, of course, The Cut. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. TRAJANwealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement. It is Trajan Wealth. And let's get it going here. If you want to get your retirement headed in the right direction, get with the folks at Trajan Wealth. All right, JJ, first things first. And of course, camps are starting to wrap a little bit. People are starting to get a little bit more or not wrap, but starting to wrap their getting into this first weekend of official kind of like scrimmages and things like that. I think BYU goes to the stadium tomorrow for a closed scrimmage. I only know it's a closed scrimmage because the media availability is Zoom only. You know what that means? Don't get anywhere near this place.
Don't come knocking. You're not allowed in.
You can't get into Lavelle Edwards Stadium to watch that matchup. I just think about these coaches must be extremely excited. But they also must be extremely nervous about going in there, making sure you're doing the right thing, getting the right work, and figuring these things out. And you've got to figure out your team in short order. And you've got brand new people on the team. You've got, position battles that you didn't think were necessarily going to be going on. Not just a quarterback everywhere, right?
Yeah.
So, one of the interesting side thoughts of all of this is you got these newcomers who come in from all these other schools, and they've transferred there for any number of reasons why they came to your school. And they could make an impact on your team, or you could roll the dice and it could be an absolute flop. But New York Times and The Athletic put together a list of the most important transfers that are switching schools during the offseason and could make a massive impact. Now, no surprise, just like anything in football, if it's a quarterback that you're in need of and a big quarterback leaves or goes or comes to your school or whatever it might be, there are a lot of question marks on here. And I do think that the newcomers that come into a program, there's no version of getting used to that place anymore. You're not playing behind somebody like Carson Beck, who is going to Miami from Georgia, and a guy who has a history of going 24-3 and winning a national championship, but is also coming off of elbow surgery, is also trying to figure things out. But you're being asked to come in and, hey, you know what you did over there? Do that here. And we've had this discussion before. Guys like Carson Beck, he was much more than just the sum of the parts of him as a quarterback. You had a Georgia football team behind you. You had Georgia skill level. You had Georgia defenses. And so
Georgia running backs.
And Georgia running backs. Did they have 2,000 rushers last year or the year before? Or they've had it before recently. But what I'm saying is that they have a history. And you're asking guys to come in and make you a national contender. And I think that's a dangerous thing to do. And yet, if you're a fan, you're going, we got a shot. If you're Miami bringing Carson Beck, you feel like that. John Mateer, coming from Washington State and going to Oklahoma, is considered that the number one most interesting, hottest newcomer to a program. And I don't disagree with that. You know why? Because John Mateer is going from a program where he shocked people with his performance. And it's Washington freaking State. No offense to the Palouse, but here goes.
Yeah.
It is not where you want to be playing if you want to make a name for yourself. Now, you can have those spread West Coast offense. You've had Washington State quarterbacks turn into pros. But I think a guy like John Mateer is in a way better spot than a guy like Carson Beck. The expectations are very different, but at the same time, I think that John Mateer has nothing to lose. Carson Beck is already driving around Lamborghinis in Miami. This is not a good look.
Well, John Mateer is better, number one. Two, you're coming from a place at Washington State where maybe you felt like people didn't really see how good you were. Carson Beck has played on the biggest stages. John Mateer's got to be really psyched and excited to be able to play on that big stage. And it is a great opportunity for him. And you look at this transfer list, there's a lot of great transfers, and obviously we have some here in the state. We'll get to those here in a second. Devin Dampier leading that list. Wayshawn Parker for Utah is also on this list. But transfers, you look around, and the impact that transfers are now having on the game of college football is immense. And all you got to do is look at the Heisman Trophy winners, right? So somebody from this transfer list could win the Heisman Trophy. The last 3 winners of the Heisman Trophy were all transfers. Travis Hunter transferred from the FCS program that were at Jackson State to Colorado. Jaden Daniels went from Arizona State to LSU, and Caleb Williams went from Oklahoma to USC. This is the new way. This is how it works. And so you're going to see a lot of this now where these guys move a lot and try to find the best spots and positions for them. And somebody like John Mateer can elevate their status. Somebody like Devin Dampier can elevate their status, play at a higher level, and showcase their talent and their skills that may have was overlooked when they were in high school or younger. And you're going to see great stories emerge out of this. Somebody out of this transfer list could win the Heisman Trophy, and that's pretty cool.
So you have those suspects like John Mateer from Washington State to Oklahoma, Carson Beck, Georgia to Miami. Nico, I'm going to mess up his last name, but I always do. Iamaleava, right? Hey.
Iamaleava, yep. Iamaleava.
Somebody call Greg Wrubell. Let's get the real pronunciation on. Let's get it going. He goes, of course, with much fanfare from Tennessee to UCLA, and that's another one where you go, fix this. In UCLA's case, they're going, hopefully this guy will fix our program. Devin Dampier's on the list at 14, and frankly, he could be a lot higher than this because he could be the difference of, and frankly, you already know what a Utah team looks like when the defense is really, really good. You have some skilled players on there, but your quarterback situation is zilch. And that is a 5-7 team that gave you a 7-game losing streak in the middle of the season, something you've never seen before. So you have this immediate thing of, what can this guy do? Well, you know what you get when your team is really, really good on defense and it's not good enough. If the offense isn't going, they need to get this thing. We've talked a lot in the offseason about how 7 points a game would have given Utah a 9-win season, right?
Yeah.
But Devin Dampier and what he brings to Utah from New Mexico, the other thing is think of John Mateer. He's bringing Arbuckle, right, with him.
Yeah.
Jason Beck is coming to Utah. I don't know.
That matters.
I don't know if Georgia's not giving up their OC to go to Miami.
No.
Neither is Tennessee for UCLA. Those were awkward situations. Not really. I don't think Georgia was so in love with Carson Beck. But the thing about Devin Dampier and John Mateer that makes it a really good deal is their system comes with them. The person who's been their whisperer is coming with them. And that's a really, really cool thing. And I think that's a difference maker too. Devin Dampier in that situation with New Mexico to Utah is a way better deal than Carson Beck to Miami because it's not just him that's coming with him. It's an entire offense and it's an entire attitude change, I think, on that side of the football, which Utah doesn't do a lot, but I think that they need something incredibly special to be able to turn things around with the talent level they have.
It just made me think of something, Alex. You know, these guys play on a big stage. They've got a lot of confidence. I get it. But it has to be hard leaving a place where you are comfortable, where you know a system, where you understand how things work, and then having to go to another place with the pressure that's placed on you that you're going to make the difference. You're going to, like for instance, with Miami, Carson Beck has the pressure to perform at a high level to take Miami to the college football playoff. Cam Ward couldn't do it. Came up just short. They brought in Carson Beck, and he's getting paid $4 million to do just that. And the immense amount of pressure that has to come with that. Doesn't it make it a lot easier if you bring the system with you? If you bring your coordinator with you? There's a lot to be said about that. And it's going to be very interesting to watch the situation in Oklahoma, the situation with Utah, and the situation in other places where quarterbacks made the move in the transfer portal. Which ones are most successful, especially right out of the gate? And how much of a factor did it play that they're in the same system, they have the comfort level, and they have the offensive coordinator working with them hand in hand?
It's I think the thing behind these, the more that we talk about it, the more that I look and go, oh, Devin Dampier should be higher up on that list because he's not just going from a school to be like, I'm going to greener pastures. They wanted him. They wanted not just him. They wanted the package deal that you get with a guy like him. John Mateer at Washington State was the same deal because Arbuckle gets there to Oklahoma, and he could change every fortune for Brett Venables, who, frankly, is going to be out of a job if he goes 6-7 this year. Am I wrong?
No, he's got to win big.
And
there's a lot of pressure in Oklahoma.
He revamped everything. At this point, you do a couple things, right? So, hey, don't lose your job 101 in college football, and really in any level of football coaching. Don't lose your job. 101 is for you to blame other people around you. And then that blame goes to firing people. And in some cases, it's firing your best buddies who came with you all the way along through your career because you're like, I got to keep this job going, dude.
Yeah.
And
Kalani had to make some
Kalani
tough
had to do those tough
at BYU.
decisions. And that 2017 season was a real heartbreaker because he had to become something else. It wasn't just like a buddy to the guys who were in his program, right? It's finding the right people. Brent Venables has already now, they fired their defensive coordinator. He started calling plays again. Oh, okay, let me take this defense over because this is kind of my baby, right?
Isn't that the biggest panic move by a head coach?
It is.
I'm taking over. I'm calling the plays. I'm in control now.
Have we witnessed this before?
Yes.
What comes to mind? Bronco Mendenhall when Nick Howell was struggling.
Remember Jaime Hill?
Or Jaime Hill was struggling down at BYU in 2010.
They lost in Logan, and Jaime Hill didn't make it on the bus.
Awkward also when the defensive coordinator gets or when the coach starts calling plays. Dave Aranda saved his job by calling plays again down at Baylor.
That's right.
That is how these guys, that's their move. But then at some point you're out of moves and your athletic director goes, we can't keep doing this. You're not going to change just the offensive defensive coordinators and then get to a spot here. Jake Retzlaff is actually on the list, interestingly enough, going from BYU to Tulane. Other locals that made mention, Rasul Faison, Utah